Family, I have crossed over and become Ace's cousin. Just escaped from the pirates chasing me and ran into Admiral Kizaru. To save my life, I put on an act and even made Kizaru carry Ace to make a fool of himself. After reaching a Navy base, I unexpectedly ran into Nami's mom, Belmir. This crossover start is too thrilling. Family, who understands? I just crossed over and bumped into Admiral Kizaru, holding the future pirate King Ace in this newbie village of East Blue. I almost fainted from the shock. To save my life, I acted up and made Kizaru carry the kid to make a fool of himself. Finally, we reached the Navy base and ran into Nami's mom, Belmir. This plot is too exciting. I was completely stunned at that moment. That uncle who helped me carry things was dressed in a flashy yellow and white striped suit, so tall that I had to strain my neck to see his chin. He slowly turned his head, wearing that classic, lewd, and annoying expression, with a crooked mouth, speaking at a pace that could drive someone mad. "Hey, little miss, do you know me?" "Kizaru. Damn it, it's Kizaru." Family, who understands? I just crossed over unarmed and carrying the future Pirate King's son, a little kid in this newbie village of East Blue, and I bumped into a max-level character Admiral Kizaru. What kind of hellish start is this? I felt like I was about to be sent back home by a laser at any moment. Wait, let me start from the beginning and explain. I opened my eyes and found myself shrunk down to a 6 or 7-year-old girl, holding an even smaller baby in my arms. Outside, it was bang, bang, bang like a demolition. My brain crashed right then and there. Did I just skip dating and marriage and become a mom? There was no time to ponder life the pirates were about to break in. With my small frame, I would shatter with a single touch. I hurriedly stuffed the baby onto the bed and quietly peeked outside. Good heavens, a whole ship's crew was being driven to the deck by pirates, crouching with their heads held. At that moment, only one thought crossed my mind. Run. I had to run. Facing them head-in was something only a fool would do. I didn't have time to absorb memories, but my body still had instincts. I silently crept up behind a lone pirate, executed a smooth maneuver to take him down, stripped him of his clothes, bundled the baby onto my back, and pocketed all the hidden money in the room. I didn't know why, but my intuition told me that carrying this baby was crucial. Losing him would mean the end of the world. To prevent this little ancestor from crying and attracting pursuers, I tapped into a tiny bit of the power I had left from my past life, ensuring he would sleep soundly. Then, relying on my experience from the previous world, I ghosted through the ship's cabin, dodging wave after wave of searching pirates, and finally found a lifeboat. Just as I was about to untie the ropes, I turned the corner and encountered Lovey. Oh no, I encountered a pirate. My expression turned cold, and without a word, I rushed forward, covering his mouth with my left hand and snatching the knife from his right hand, stabbing him cleanly. For insurance, I added a few more stabs. Don't ask me why I was so ruthless. I just had to protect my brother. I had to toughen up. After paddling the small boat far away, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, my arms nearly breaking from exhaustion. At that moment, I had time to sort through the chaotic mess in my head. Let's put it this way, I've died twice already. In my first life, I was an ordinary corporate worker who sacrificed myself to save a drowning child. In my second life, I was assigned to a world on the verge of destruction, where my job was to manage death. Basically, I was the HR of the underworld. After sending all the gods away, I logged off as well. Then, I opened my eyes and found myself here. I absorbed the memories of this body and became increasingly alarmed. Let me tell you, I am familiar with this world. Isn't this just the one piece that I chased after in my first life? And the drooling, smacking baby I was carrying, guess who that is? Poor Gasti, Ace, the future Fire Fist. And who am I? I'm his unfortunate cousin, Leah. In the original story, I barely had a few lines. And at the start, to protect Ace, I died at the hands of pirates' ultimate cannon fodder. Good heavens, I can't believe it. So, I crossed over just to die again, right? No way. Once on shore, I immediately felt an overwhelming sense of motherhood and rushed into a baby supply store, sweeping up bottles, diapers, and Formula 2 big bags full. The clerk was so moved to see a little kid carrying an even smaller baby that she even gave me a discount. Then, as I was struggling to make my way to the inn with 2 big bags and the baby on my back, I encountered that uncle in the yellow striped suit. He kindly helped me carry my things, and I was quite grateful to him. But when I returned to the inn room and poured him some water, I looked up and the opening scene happened. Alarms went off in my head. How could he appear in East Blue? Is he here to capture Ace? Can I fight him? No way, my little frame isn't even enough for him to flick away. What to do? I can only act. I immediately switched to acting mode, cupping my face with my hands, eyes sparkling. You are Mr. Polyacelino, right? I've seen you in the newspaper. You are an incredibly powerful Navy, my idol. Family, I should get an Oscar, I'm telling you. Kizaru, that old fox, had a meaningful look in his eyes. He definitely saw through my lies. But in his lazy demeanor, he actually went along with my words. Hey, I didn't expect to have fans. I was sweating bullets, but I could only grit my teeth and continue to act, praising the Navy to the skies, saying they were the embodiment of justice, my and my brother's saviors. This old guy probably thought it was boring to tease me, exuding the vibe of not my business. I want to clock out, and surprisingly offered to take me to the Navy base. I was thrilled. This could dispel his suspicions and also find an official way to go to Windmill Village. I immediately expressed my gratitude and even bowed to him. Just as he was making a call, my brother Ace woke up. This little guy is quite the character when he saw me. He grinned widely with his toothless mouth, his little freckles shaking, melting my heart. I had a sudden idea, and my sense of mischief kicked in. Holding Ace, I said to Kizaru, Mr. Salino, it's time for Ace to drink milk. Can you help me hold him for a moment? I just wanted to see what it looked like for an admiral to hold a baby. Kizaru surprisingly didn't refuse. Thus, a memorable scene was born. Have you ever seen a three-maternal lewd uncle holding a child? Ace, not shy at all, immediately stopped smiling when he was in his arms, his face serious as he started to climb up, grabbing Kizaru's iconic curly hair with both tiny hands and pulling hard. Kizaru winced in pain, but had to maintain an air of superiority, keeping one hand protectively under Ace to prevent him from falling. That scene, I barely held back from laughing out loud. After I prepared the milk and rescued Ace, Kizaru rubbed his scalp and said in his classic tone, Hey, so scary children are really scary in my heart. I was wildly mocking. With your work-dodging attitude, how can you be scared? Next, I took the opportunity to probe why he was in East Blue and even mentioned Garp's name, saying I was a relative of Garp, coming to East Blue to seek refuge with him. I was betting on Garp's unpredictable nature. Anything ridiculous happening to him would seem reasonable. Sure enough, after hearing this, Kizaru had an expression of, oh, so it's Garp's relative? Then there's no problem. This old guy really knows how to slack off, seeing he had an excuse. He immediately said he would take me to the Navy base and inform Garp. I hurriedly packed my things, but this guy, in order not to hold Ace, directly grabbed one of my big bags and carried it himself, then shoved Ace back into my arms. Really sneaky. No wonder it's you, Kizaru. On the way from the inn to the naval base, I witnessed what it means to be a cosmic-level slacker. He walks slower than a turtle, stopping every now and then to say, the clouds look really nice today, and then squatting down to examine, this rock is really unique. The most absurd thing was that we ended up squatting under a big tree, intently watching ants move their home. I was so excited cheering for the ants that I dropped my ice cream on the ground. I started to question my life at that moment, thinking that this kind of silliness is truly contagious. Folks, when he finally remembered the business at hand, he scooped me up and zoomed at light speed to the naval base. In the base office, Admiral Kizaru made a phone call to Garp, and in just a few words, clarified the situation. Just when I thought this big Buddha was finally going to leave, his aide, Saad, came in looking like a bitter melon, saying, Admiral Kizaru, you've missed 32 calls, and the patrol mission hasn't been done yet. And what did Kizaru do? He pulled out a nail clipper from his pocket and started leisurely trimming his nails, saying the documents could be handled by his aide, and if he couldn't handle them, just pack them up for a Kainu. Goodness, even a Kainu would have to carry a volcano overnight to chop you down. Saad was almost in tears, and Kizaru even used me as an excuse, saying he wanted to stay and keep me company. Seeing the situation, if I didn't let him go soon, his aide would drop dead on the spot. I quickly rushed over, held one of his fingers in my hands are too small, and put on a show, crying and thanking him, begging him to get back to business quickly. Kizaru probably felt that the excuse to slack off was gone and looked a bit speechless. Before leaving, he said, Little miss, I hope to see you in Marineford in the future. I roll my eyes in my heart. Thinking see you? If I see you, it's definitely not a good thing. After he vanished like a beam of light, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The colonel at the base was very considerate and arranged for a female sailor to take care of us. This female sailor was really nice and patiently played with Ace, making him giggle. Watching the scene, my heart felt incredibly soft. Truly, for the first time in my life, I felt a sense of home, a sense of family. Just as I was lost in thought, the female sailor waved her hand in front of me. Little friend, my name is Belmir. What's yours? My mind went buzz. Belmir. The same Belmir who is Nami and Nojiko's mother. I was so flustered that I couldn't speak properly. Mel. You. I looked at her, slender with long, deep red hair, tied up, her temples shaved very short. When she smiled, there was a hint of rebelliousness. But her eyes were particularly gentle. I knew her future fate, the great mother who was killed by a long for her daughter. She looked at me in shock and smiled, asking me if I had any questions. I quickly came up with a random excuse and asked her why she kept her sideburns so short. My mind was in a mess. I knew the future, but I couldn't say anything. I'm not a savior. I just want to protect Ace behind me. I saw Belmare raise a bright smile, one hand touching her short hair, saying, This hairstyle is called A Woman Must Have Courage, and it can bring me endless courage. I looked at her incredibly radiant smile and could only return her with a smile. It was clear that Bellamere was a great navy. Haha, is that so? She laughed happily, but little one, you can just call me Bellamere. Miss or something sounds really strange. I thought this girl was really capable. Bermel, I noted down her name. When we teamed up to take care of the kids, it was so easy. She was very attentive and went to consult with the Navy wives about parenting tips, learning a bunch of parenting hacks. And I got a benefit from many of those lessons too. But just 2 days into our good times, the next day while I was playing with little Ace, suddenly there was a loud shout like thunder out of nowhere, almost knocking my head off. I turned around and saw a muscular guy, old Dang, charging at me like a human cannonball, with his arms wide open as if he wanted to give me a big hug. Let me tell you, with those muscles on him that could burst the clothes, if I really hugged him, wouldn't Ace and I turn into 2 human meat pancakes on the spot? I didn't even think about it. Hugging Ace was just a smooth little maneuver. The next second, bang, a huge noise. Family, who understands? That old man bumped his head on the stone bench I just sat on because I dodged. And then that stone bench, it cracked. First, there was a crack, and then with a snap, it shattered into pieces. My mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg, and I blurted out a classic phrase. Wow, is this physical quality real? Even Iron Head skills aren't this ridiculous. As a result, that old man got up, rubbing his head, looking so wronged. He immediately got into character, crying with snot and tears, saying how hard his life is. The unfilial child ran away. And now even his granddaughter despises him. Hey, your resentment is almost materializing, okay? I just noticed that behind him was a lazy tall uncle, squatting down with his chin resting on his hand, sizing me up. I took a glance and thought, ISNT this the future Akiji. He was mumbling softly, can Mr. Garp really have such a beautiful granddaughter? Could it be a mistake? As soon as Garp heard this, he immediately revived and came over to say, I am your grandfather. ISNT this little one adorable, Akiji? Akiji casually nodded. Well, the little miss is quite cute. I held Ace expressionless. Thank you, uncle, but I don't have such a foolish grandfather. Goodness, Garp was instantly petrified and quietly squatted in the corner drawing circles. Seeing the situation, I thought, well, after all, he's my biological grandfather, so the atmosphere shouldn't be too awkward. I cleared my throat and squeaked out, oh geez, and I was almost choked by my own voice. And guess what? The old man instantly came back to life. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he picked me up and rubbed his scruffy face against mine. It hurt my face, but that's not the main point. The main point is that this scared little Ace to tears. Wow, I told you. Ace cried for the first time in these past 10 days. How can I stand that? I was so angry at that moment, unable to hold it in anymore. I punched Garp right in his big face. Bang! The world finally became quiet. Garp's eyes immediately turned purple, but he was still there laughing stupidly. Ah ha ha. My granddaughter is so cute even when she's angry. Cute my foot. I struggled out of his arms, feeling like my bones were about to fall apart. First, I handed the gasping Ace over to Bellamere to comfort her. Then I sprinted and jumped at Garp with all my might. That old man still wanted to catch me, but I rolled in midair to dodge his hand, landing steadily on his shoulder, grabbing his hair with both hands and yanking it fiercely. You old fool. You hit me hard. Do you even know that Ace was scared of tears by you? Akiji was trying to hold back his laughter, almost injuring himself, and quietly said, Now it looks a bit like a grandparent-grandchild pair. Garp grimaced in pain but spoke in a soft tone. I was wrong. It's my first time being a grandfather, and I have no experience. Please forgive me, little Ya. After I messed up his hair into a bird's nest, I jumped down contentedly, tidied my skirt, and waved at Kazan. Hello, Uncle Kazan. After briefly saying goodbye to Bellamere, I took Ace aboard this old man's dog-headed warship. Who understands how it feels, sitting on this old man's ship? It's like starting in hell mode. This old man says he can sleep, but when he sees a pirate ship, he gets excited and deviates from the course to chase it. The most ridiculous part is when he sees a storm at sea. He actually orders us to head straight for the eye of the storm. It's all about hardcore surfing. I couldn't take it anymore. Several times, I had to hand Ace over to others, and then I would jump up and pull his hair, and only then would he calm down. In the end, all the sailors on the ship looked at me with eyes full of gratitude, as if they were saying, finally, someone who can handle Vice Admiral Garp. 10 days later, the warship finally arrived at Windmill Village, swaying back and forth. I jumped off the port holding Ace, feeling like I was finally alive. An old village chief with a cane came over, and Garp's loud voice started boasting again. Slap. Look, my grandson and granddaughter. Aren't they cute? The village chief gave him a glance and kindly said to me, "Having such an unreliable grandfather must be tough for you, kid." At that time, I thought to myself, there are all sensible people in this village. That old man Cap didn't stay long before he took off again on his dog-headed boat. Before leaving, he secretly handed a large sum of money to the village chief, asking him to take care of us. I held Ace in my arms, standing at the port, watching the warship disappear on the horizon, silently considering him as family in my heart. Although this old man was all muscle in his head, that clumsy concern was genuine. From then on, my life of raising kids in Windmill Village officially began. Let me tell you, taking care of that little brat Ace is quite a hassle. He just learned to crawl and is already bouncing all over the place. One moment he's on the ground, and the next he's hanging from a ceiling. Once, he even managed to stuff himself into the refrigerator. I wasn't paying attention and accidentally closed the door on his head, but instead of crying, he pointed at the fridge door and babbled as if he wanted to do it again. This is not taking care of a little brother. This is like having a little human husky. I had no choice but to tie one end of rope to him and the other to my wrist. And he had a blast with it. Every time he ran to his limit and got bounced back, he would laugh joyfully. Miss Machino is simply an angel. She sent me a lot of beautiful dresses from her childhood. But the problem is, I need to go hunting on the back mountain to get some meat, and wearing a little dress while crawling through the woods is just not practical. I either get scratched by branches or caught by wild animals. In the end, I couldn't take it anymore and drew a few sets of practical clothes with charcoal, and surprisingly, Machino actually made them for me, both stylish and functional. I was so excited that I hugged her and gave her a kiss, saying, "Sister Machino, you're so wonderful. When I grow up, I'll marry you." Later, we had so much beast meat that I simply set up a little stall in the village to sell it. Since we were all neighbors, the business was quite good. Life went on peacefully until one day when Ace disappeared at the age of 3. My mind went blank at that moment. Just then, a bunch of blind pirates came to the village, drinking and causing trouble in Machino's bar, even trying to get physical. I gave them a good beating. My first reaction was that these bastards had kidnapped my brother in retaliation. Without a second thought, I rushed to the port and caught those pirates who were trying to escape, tying them all up in my yard. I didn't care if they were the ones who did it. I'd rather wrongfully kill 1,000 than let one go. The entire Windmill Village echoed with their wailing. And what happened? My 3-year-old troublesome brother hadn't even been lost. He had run off to Colbo Mountain for some team-building activities by himself. When Machino found him, that little guy was carrying 2 rabbits, had a bunch of wild fruits in his pockets, and was even holding a beehive, wobbling home. When he heard I'd tied up the pirates, he thought I had been bullied and dropped everything to rush home. Seeing Ace burst into the yard, unharmed, my heart finally settled. I had planned to scold him out of anger, but this little guy lowered his head and took the initiative to apologize. "Sister, I'm sorry for making you worry." Sigh, my heart just softened instantly. That night, I roasted the rabbits I caught, watching him eat with grease all over his face. And then he pulled out that beehive and insisted on sharing it with me. My feelings at that moment were just like a mother's, completely moved. This kid was worth raising. However, I also realized that in this world, relying solely on hunting and selling meat is not enough. The celestial dragons, the world government, the chaotic seas. To protect my family, I need to have enough power. In this era, money is one of the most direct forms of power. My ambition is not just to be a hunter. I want to establish a business empire that belongs to me on this vast sea. I want to be as rich as a nation, wealthy enough to pave a path to peace with my money. So the first step, my grocery store officially opens for business. You wouldn't believe it, but as soon as the store opened, business really took off. I gave the bar menu at Marquino a major upgrade, and I casually showcased my bartending skills from my past life. Goodness, it completely astonished Marquino, and now she has been pestering me to be her master every day. Let me tell you, the early days of starting a business are incredibly exhausting. It's simply not a job for humans. Every day, I was busy from the moment I opened my eyes until I closed them, and even my little Ace was starting to not recognize me. Fortunately, I had the village chief and Machino to help. Otherwise, I would have really thrown in the towel. After grinding away for half a year, I finally saved up a little money and quickly hired a girl to help run the store, which finally freed me up to spend some quality time with my kid. But just when things were looking good, disaster struck. That day, I was sleeping soundly while holding Ace when suddenly, there was a loud bang. I swear, the noise was so loud it knocked me off the bed. And Ace's snot bubble burst. Family, who understands? My morning grumpiness shot straight to the top of my head. At that moment, I had just one thought. Which idiot dares to cause trouble in front of my store? I grabbed Ace and rushed downstairs. When I got downstairs, I was stunned. There was an incredibly tall, smelly old man standing there, one hand holding some kind of thing and with the other hand, oh my, with the other hand, he was taking rice crackers from my shelf and eating them like it was completely justified. I quickly put Ace down, took a deep breath, and forced out what I thought was a gentle smile. Ace, be good. Sister needs to handle some trash sorting. You go upstairs and change your clothes, okay? Little Ace was still rubbing his eyes, but he nodded obediently and went upstairs. As soon as he left, I flexed my wrists and rushed up, throwing a punch right at that old man's face. I let you steal food. I let you steal food. That was for the guests. What am I supposed to sell now, huh? And guess what? That old man was surprisingly nimble, easily dodging my punch, while picking his nose and saying, "Oh, Leah, you're really stingy. The guests can eat something else." I was furious at that moment. This isn't just a matter of being stingy. Do you want to eat, but I can't cook for you at night? You have to be so impulsive right now. I jumped up in anger and grabbed his hair. Don't ask me about any observation abilities. Let me tell you, dealing with this old man requires physical magic. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lily, Grandpa is wrong, let go quickly. He cried out in pain, sounding like he was coaxing a child, without any sincerity at all. I huffed and let go, knowing in my heart that dealing with this family means you have to be hands-on to show affection. Forget it, forget it. Since I came all the way back, I might as well accept my fate and go to the kitchen to prepare a welcome feast for him. I warned him with a pair of dead fish eyes. Old man, I'm going to cook, and you mustn't sneak any food anymore. Do you hear me? His gaze was wandering, just not looking at me, looking guilty as hell. Well, it's no use saying it. I just turned around when I heard a cry like a little kitten, soft and intermittent. When I looked back, I saw that old man Carp was flustered, hurriedly placing the thing in his arms on the sofa and starting to make funny faces at it. Good heavens, it was a baby that looked like it was about to starve to death. When I saw that little face, bruised and battered, my heart sank. Looking at Carp's ridiculous approach to parenting, I instantly understood. This child was almost certainly Luffy, with the monkey's notoriously reckless nature. Which child could be starved like this and still be amused by silly faces? At that moment, I didn't even have time to scold him. I rushed over to pick up Luffy and checked him. Damn, indigestion plus severe malnutrition. I was almost scared out of my wits, turned around, and dashed into the kitchen to start cooking rice porridge. That old man Garp also knew he was in trouble, holding Luffy and anxiously pacing around. Even Ace came downstairs to scold him, but he didn't have time to pay attention. When I finally cooled down the porridge and fed it to little Luffy spoonful by spoonful, that little guy was eating like a wolf. I couldn't keep up with his swallowing speed. After 2 bowls, I touched his little belly, and it finally puffed up, his complexion visibly becoming rosy. Ace had been watching eagerly from the side, and when I finished feeding, he reached out his chubby little hand and gently poked Luffy's cheek. So soft. Luffy, feeling full and sleepy, could barely keep his eyes open, but still made an effort to raise his little hand and grabbed Ace's finger. Family, who understands? That scene was simply incredible. Ace's eyes instantly widened, and a very strange feeling spread in his heart. Old man Garp was surprisingly quiet, his gaze unusually gentle. Ace, he rarely said softly, "This is Luffy, my grandson." I quickly squatted down next to Ace and said, "Ace, you have a brother now, are you happy?" Ace still looked a bit confused, but he was still being held by Luffy. So he asked me, "Sister, what is a brother?" I told him, "Brother, it's a bond. When he was young, you protected him, and when he grows up, he will do everything to protect you, no matter who is in danger. The other will go all out to save him." Ace seemed to understand, but looked down at Luffy, who was smiling brightly, and silently held that little hand. With a click, I took out the transponder snail and captured this historic moment. Later, of course, I gave Garp a good scolding. The old man knew he was in the wrong and listened obediently. After that, we took Luffy to the village doctor for some medicine, and that was that. However, I couldn't help but wonder, where was Luffy's mother? What was going on with Dragon? How could Garp bring his grandson back like this all alone? There was something deeper going on here. Time flew by, and Ace was 5 years old. That old man Garp was up to his tricks again, insisting on sending Ace to train with the mountain bandit Dayton, claiming he wanted to raise them to be the strongest navy. Of course, I support Ace getting stronger. In this cursed place, being weak is a sin. But I absolutely cannot let my kid stay alone in the deep mountains and forests for several months. A child's mental health is also very important, you know. So I pulled on Garp's hair and argued my case. And in the end, we reached an agreement. Ace could go, but he had to come home on weekends. By the way, I also had to teach him English. On the day I sent Ace off, I packed a whole cart of things for him, food, clothing, and supplies piled up like a small mountain. But then that old man Garp waved his hand and confiscated all the food and drink, saying there was plenty of everything in the forest and that he should figure it out himself. I watched Ace's small figure, dragging a big pile of things as he followed Garp into the mountains, and my eyes turned red instantly. This kid has never left my side since he was little, and now it feels like a heartbreaking farewell. Ace, being his stubborn self, had red eyes too, but refused to turn around, coolly waving his hand behind him. I knew he was definitely thinking, "Sister, take care of yourself at home. This little guy is just so tsundere." When Luffy first came, he clearly wanted to hug him, but was afraid of hurting him. I encouraged him to try, but he shook his head and said, "I don't want to hug him. I hate little kids." I couldn't help but laugh. "Aren't you a kid too?" That made him stomp his feet in frustration. After sending Ace off, I carried the sleeping little Luffy back home. On the way, that old pervert Garp was still teasing Ace. "Oh, are you going to cry when you leave your sister? So weak." Ace blew up on the spot. "Who has crying, you old man? I'm going to be a pirate in the future." "What? A pirate?" As soon as Garp heard this, his love's iron fist came down, and with a duong, a big bump appeared on Ace's head. In the end, it was still Garp carrying the exhausted Ace, who had been beaten and fallen asleep, pulling the cart, taking deep and shallow steps toward the mountain bandit's home. It was dark, and the forest was filled with glimmering green eyes. Let me tell you, Ace is naturally cut out for this line of work. As soon as those beasts got close, the sleeping Ace woke up, jumped off Garp's back, tightly gripping a water pipe, and instantly entered a battle stance. Garp was walking ahead, cursing under his breath, but inside, he was already overjoyed. He was sensing Ace's every move with his observation hockey, surely thinking to himself, "No wonder he's Roger's kid. This talent is incredible." Actually, Ace's reaction was largely thanks to me. I don't understand the fancy training systems of this world, but I know one thing. In martial arts, speed is unbeatable. So I made Ace attack me every day to practice his speed and reaction. But to be honest, since he is my own kid, I couldn't bring myself to be too harsh. Whenever he bumped or hurt himself, I wouldn't say anything, but when I secretly applied medicine to him at night, my heart ached terribly. My training lacked killing intent, which couldn't truly unleash his potential. That is why I agreed to let Garp take him away. Only by experiencing real danger can he awaken the kind of thing called observation hockey. Of course, safety measures had to be in place. I had long equipped him with my specially made transponder snail wristwatch. I'm telling you, this phone bug is no joke. I've secretly added some enhancements to it, a positioning spell and a danger alert. As soon as there's any disturbance on Ace's side, even if he gets a little injured, I can receive a signal with a ding, ensuring I can teleport over to save the day at the first moment. Don't ask me how I know this. I used to play with the rules back in the day, so a bit of black technology isn't too much to ask, right? Of course, in this world, I have to be cautious. I can't use my abilities casually, or else I wouldn't be able to withstand a lightning strike from the heavenly path. Anyway, my core philosophy is simple. Protect my little brother, develop stealthily, and don't be reckless. Well, that old man Garp is really efficient. That very night, he brought Ace to the bandit hideout at Dayton's place. He started banging on the door, scaring the bandits inside, who thought the Navy was coming to boost their end-of-year performance. They were all terrified. Dayton, the big sister of the bandits, was cursing the bastard who knocked on the door, but when she saw it was Garp, her expression changed faster than a Sichuan opera face-changing act. She smiled, looking worse than crying. Garp, on the other hand, was picking his nose, acting as if nothing was wrong, and directly pushed little Ace, who was not even as tall as his calf, forward, boldly stating, "This is my grandson. From now on, you raise him and train him to be the strongest Navy." Family, who understands? Letting a bandit leader raise a Navy officer is truly a groundbreaking move. Dayton exploded on the spot, her mouth wide open. Why should I? Since when do bandits train the Navy? Garp didn't even raise an eyebrow. "Oh, do you want to go to jail?" With one sentence, he silenced Dayton. In the end, she could only begrudgingly accept, but still stubbornly shouted at Ace, "1 bowl of water and 1 bowl of rice a day. The rest is up to you." Our Ace, being tough, tossed his head back and said, "I don't care." And just like that, Ace settled down in the bandit hideout. However, life there was quite regular. From Monday to Thursday, he was the king of the wild, hunting and leveling up. By Friday, he would throw the beast he caught to Dayton and then rush back to Windmill Village. I had long prepared a table full of his favorite dishes waiting for him. Luffy was the happiest. He always waited at the village entrance early, and when he saw Ace, he would dash over like a little cannonball. Ace would always pretend to complain, but he would still reach out to grab him, preventing that silly kid from falling on his face. Everything was going well until Dayton's big mouth got them into trouble. One night, after drinking a bit too much, she couldn't hold her tongue and mumbled while looking at Ace, "What a terrifying talent. No wonder he's that demon's child." With just that one sentence, it left Ace speechless. Gathering his courage, he asked who that demon was, and Dayton slammed the table, shouting with a slurred tongue, "The Pirate King." Roger, one of the lackeys nearby, quickly covered her mouth, but it was already too late. Ace didn't say a word, silently went upstairs, and slammed the door shut. I told you from that day on, the kid buried a thorn in his heart. He secretly ran to the junkyard next to the Kingdom of Goa, listening to how people there cursed Roger, calling him a demon, saying his bloodline should be cursed. Ace, this kid, didn't say anything but kept it all bottled up inside. He had never seen his parents, and now, suddenly finding out that his father was the great demon spoken of by the whole world, that kind of self-doubt nearly crushed him. When Ace returned to the village, his little face was drooping, and it was obvious he had something on his mind. As his older sister, how could I not see that? I went straight to the point, but he still wouldn't admit it. Just playing along with me? Fine, I'll play along too. I took out a tissue, pretended to wipe my tears, and said, "Oh, Ace is grown up, and now he doesn't tell his sister about his troubles. I'm so sad this trick really worked." Ace panicked right away. After holding it in for a long time, he finally lowered his head and asked me in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "Sister, my biological father, is Roger, right?" I looked at him. My tone as calm as if I were saying the weather is nice today. "Yeah." He suddenly got excited. "It's that Pirate King Roger. They all say he's a devil." I was furious at that moment, my tone raised by 8 octaves. "Who are they? Dayton? Or those losers from the garbage dump who can't even make sense of their own lives?" "Ace, listen up. Roger is Roger, and you are you. Bloodline is something those stupid nobles care about." I'm getting more and more angry as I speak. My eyes are red. "All I know is that your mother, Aunt Lugio, risked her life to give birth to you. You were born out of love and blessings. For me, having you as a brother is the greatest blessing. We are family, connected by blood, and this bond cannot be severed by anyone. You have accompanied me through so many lonely years. You are the most important person to me." I almost shouted it out, and Ace immediately burst into tears, throwing himself into my arms. I held him tightly and told him what kind of person Roger really was, that he needed to go out to sea to find the answers himself, rather than listening to the slander of those cowards. The reason those people insulted him was out of fear because of the smear campaign by the world government. Just then, Luffy's silly voice rang out in the yard, loudly bragging to Machino, "I really like Ace just like I like my sister." Ace heard this, and although he was still sobbing in my arms, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift, and he awkwardly muttered, "That guy." Not long after, Ace brought back a golden-haired, curly-haired boy named Sabo. He was dressed like a gentleman and came up pretending to be an orphan. I almost laughed out loud. I had opened a clothing store in the Goa Kingdom, and I could tell at a glance that his outfit was high-end custom-made for nobles. I deliberately teased him, and while Luffy was beside him gnawing on meat, he blurted out that Sabo was a noble. That kid Sabo was honest and immediately apologized, saying he hated his noble status and was afraid I would dislike him for it. I found the kid quite likable and also disliked those pretentious nobles. So I simply said, "All right, no need to pretend anymore. Just call me sister like they do, and I'll take care of you from now on." Saying this, I stuffed a red envelope into his hands as a token of goodwill. With a sensible kid at home, I immediately assigned him a task. I used my money to set up a school in Windmill Village where any child could attend. I told Sabo, "Take Ace and Luffy, those 2 illiterates, and make sure they go to school, and supervise them to not tear the place down. I want to tell the world, why should knowledge be monopolized by those arrogant folks?" I wasn't happy about it, so I had to do something. Years flew by, and Luffy was 6 years old, while Ace and Sabo were 9. The 3 little ones were helping out at Machino's tavern, serving plates and listening to pirates brag. They had already planned to save money to buy a boat and go to sea. Then, a table of oblivious pirates, drunk, started to loudly insult Roger, saying the most horrible things, even shouting, if Roger had a child, that child should be tortured to death. In the past, Ace would have exploded, but this time, he clenched and then relaxed his fists, remembering what I had told him. He walked over, his eyes filled with disdain, and said to those pirates, "Have you ever seen Roger? A bunch of people who have never even met him. Do you think you're qualified to judge him?" Sure enough, just as I said, you are all a bunch of trash. Wow. With that one sentence, it stirred up a hornet's nest, and those pirates immediately pulled out their swords. Luffy and Sabo instantly stood beside Ace, the 3 little ones ready to fight. Just at that moment, I came out of the kitchen, leisurely untied my apron. I tell you, as soon as that guy spat out the word cheap, I immediately gave him a big slap, and with a thud, I slammed him against the wall, turning him into a human decoration that couldn't be pried off. The whole bar's atmosphere froze. Jaws dropped to the floor. Even Sabu looked dumbfounded. In his mind, I was still that gentle, occasionally quirky girl, but today I definitely opened his eyes. I bet he's now writing in his little notebook. Head can be broken, blood can flow, but definitely don't mess with her. As for Luffy and Ace, of course, they already knew. My anger is scarier than the old man's love-infused iron fist. The two kids instinctively took a step back, crossed their arms, and put on expressions of well-behaved children watching a show. The rest of the pirates were so scared their legs went weak, sweating like it was raining, completely forgetting to check on their boss who was embedded in the wall. As for me, I leisurely took out a piece of paper and seriously wrote down number. Well, smashing my wall and adding today's bar tab, it totals 200,000 berries. Do you want to pay by scan or cash? 200,000? The poor guys turned pale, letting out wails like pigs being slaughtered. I laughed, my tone cheerful. If you don't want to give it, that's fine. Just let me beat you up and we'll call it even. As soon as I finished speaking, the humanoid figure on the wall coughed a couple of times, tremblingly reached out a hand, but couldn't hold on and fell to the ground with a thud. The sound alone was painful to hear. My buddy struggled to get up, spat out a mouthful of blood, with a few teeth mixed in, his whole face swollen like a pig's liver, and before long, he fainted again. I crossed my arms, enjoying the scene, then turned to the group of pirates and raised an eyebrow. Who understands family? Their reactions were incredible, each one acting like they were electrocuted, frantically digging into their pockets, checking their shoe soles, and some even reaching into their pants. The atmosphere was filled with an indescribable tension, all just to gather that 200,000. Fortunately, they really managed to pull it together. I looked at the pile of money, too lazy to count it, and with a wave of my hand, I tossed it all to the three little ones as pocket money. Then I leaned against the bar and lazily said, Luffy, Sabo, Ace, the rest is up to you to practice. Remember, just beat them till they can't get up, but don't kill them. All right, got it, the three little ones exclaimed, excited like it was New Year's. One pirate wasn't having it, shouting, Did you not say you'd let us go if we gave you the money? Another echoed, You're such a woman of no integrity. I flashed them a wicked smile and said, Well, I didn't say wouldn't hit you, but I didn't say my little brothers would. What followed was a one-sided beating. I dragged these guys out of the bar like dead dogs, while the three little ones watched the fight. Not bad. They made great progress. By the time these unfortunate souls were helping each other, crying and shouting as they tried to escape, I felt a bit regretful. A bunch of useless people, not even a bounty on their heads. All that effort wasted. Feeling uneasy, I whistled a strange tune, and a big guy emerged from the water. It was the king of the near sea. I gave it a command to let that conspicuous little guy go play in the water with those trashy people. Once everything was settled, I stood at the harbor enjoying the breeze when I saw a big ship slowly approaching in the distance. I squinted and recalled, Oh, isn't that the Red Force? Well, today is quite lively. I was 16, wearing a floral lawn dress. My hair was originally pinned up with a hairpin, but it got messed up from slap earlier. So now it was just hanging loose. I instructed the three little ones to act quickly. Luffy would go find a village chief, while Sabo and Ace would inform the villagers, since this ship was on a whole different level compared to those small fry. Though the three little ones were worried about me, their blind confidence in my strength made them think I could at least run away if things went south. So they hurried off. Soon, the Red Force docked, and the villagers gathered with their hoes and sickles, the atmosphere instantly tense. The three little ones stood next to me with their little water guns, looking serious. Only I, with my arms crossed, was so bored I was nearly yawning. A group of people disembarked from the ship, and the one in the center had red hair, 3 scars on his left eye, wearing a white shirt with buttons half fastened, showing off some muscles. But the most striking thing was his lower half, those floral shorts paired with flip-flops. Seriously, who understands this aesthetic? It was so ahead of the fashion curve it was like a somersault. I glanced a couple more times at the plain straw hat on his head. Indeed, it seemed to be filled with fortune. I took another look around. The one with a cigarette and a shrewd expression is Beckman, one of the few smart people in the OP world. The one who looks like Usopp, except for the nose, is Jesus Burgess, who doesn't care about being seriously ill just to become a pirate's wife. Ugh, what a scumbag. And that chubby guy gnawing on a chicken leg is Locky Lou. The village chief trembled as he came out and asked what they wanted. The red-haired guy grinned stupidly, showing a mouthful of big white teeth. We're here to hold a banquet. Beckman couldn't stand it any longer and quickly came out to smooth things over, saying they were just here to replenish supplies and wouldn't hurt anyone. The village chief finally relaxed and said as long as they didn't cause trouble at the school, it was fine. The red-haired guy jumped out again and asked, Do you have a bar here? His crew erupted in excitement, shouting that they wanted to go drink. As soon as I saw the situation, I stepped forward and offered to take them to Machino's bar. The villagers were not having it, and they surrounded me one by one. Uncle Fishmonger waved his knife. Little Leah, If they dare to bully you, this knife of mine isn't for show. Ontkadaf. The hunter raised her axe, right? Don't let those filthy men push you around. I was fuming. Come on, they can hear me. That red-haired guy named Shanks seemed oblivious, happily coming over and pushing Ace aside, asking me what my name was and how old I was. Ace's face turned red with anger, clenching his fists and glaring at him, another guy with ulterior motives towards me. I smelled the strong scent of alcohol on him and quietly pulled Ace away a bit, saying without looking back, just call me Leah. As for my age, that's a girl's secret. When we arrived at the bar, these pirates acted like they were home, banging on the table for drinks. Shanks plopped down at the bar and shouted at Makino, boss lady rum, start with 5 boxes. I walked to the bar and handed them the special cocktail menu. This is my proud creation, featuring cocktails that don't exist in this world. Sure enough, these pirates who had never seen much of the world were excited. I introduced each drink to them, and Shanks, that guy, was staring at me with his eyes sparkling, not blinking at all. I tell you, with that red hair and that look in his eyes, he was just like a large golden retriever, the kind that is especially clingy. Once I skillfully prepared the drinks they ordered and served them one by one, the bar finally quieted down for a while. But Shanks couldn't sit still. He grabbed a bottle and leaned closer to me, casually asking, Lily-chan, are those 3 little brats your brothers? I glanced at him, looking at his big white teeth, and replied expressionlessly, they're my 3 sons. The gas from the entire bar nearly lifted the roof off. Shanks looked me up and down, his eyes filled with admiration. Skuo, little Lily-chan is so small, yet she managed to give birth to such big sons. And 3 at once. His subordinates joined in the commotion. Which bastard is so lucky? I listened to them arguing, too lazy to explain, just wondering how Shanks managed to become one of the 4 emperors with this group of idiots. I glanced sympathetically at Beckman, who was quietly drinking beside me. Shanks was still trying to make conversation. Who's Lily's husband? I haven't seen him around. He died. I continued to maintain a blank expression. What? Shanks jumped up in shock. His crew started advising him not to bring up sad topics. I didn't wait for them to finish and looked at Shanks, saying slowly, word by word, he choked to death on a date because he talked too much. The entire place fell silent, pirates covering their mouths in terror. Shanks' once perky red hair drooped down, and he quietly squatted in a corner, drawing circles. I looked at his aggrieved expression, and my hands started to itch again. He really looked like a big red dog, and I just wanted to pet him. Shanks was very sharp-eyed and immediately understood when he saw me rubbing my fingers together. He quickly leaned over, lowered his head in front of me, and said in a muffled voice, Hey, Lily-chan, do you want to touch my hair? I reached out halfway, but wanted to pull back, only to be grabbed by him. That big hand was warm and strong, firmly pressing my hand against his head. Well, since I'm touching it, I might as well. I ran my hand down his red hair, and the texture was quite nice. But that tuft of hair just wouldn't stay down no matter what. I was having a great time. My lips couldn't help but curl up. When I looked up, I found the whole bar was silent. Everyone was staring at us, as if we were some rare animals. Ace in the kitchen saw this, and, furious, started peeling a potato like it was Shanks' head. Miss Makino had almost finished her meal too. Just a few of my signature dishes were left. And Shanks' head was safe for now, not being further pluckballed by me. Let me tell you, when I serve up my signature dishes, good gracious. Shanks' eyes light up like he has 2 500-watt light bulbs installed. And if it weren't for the fact that he didn't grow a tail behind him, he would be wagging it like crazy. I was puzzled at the time. I mean, how could a 26-year-old man exude such a puppy-like vibe? Mainly, it was his disheveled appearance, looking like a middle-aged bachelor. My gaze couldn't help but drift towards the gentle and beautiful Miss Machino, and my heart skipped a beat. Who understands a feeling, right? It's like seeing your own well-nurtured little cabbage about to be pushed over by the filthy pig next door. But then again, this pig, though a bit messy, is truly strong and has a decent personality. So for a Miss Machino, well, it barely passes, just barely. While I was busy behind the bar, I propped my chin up and watched them chat. Hey, I have to say, I completely understood the joy of shipping couples. With 3 lively younger brothers at home and a fairy-like neighbor, this little life is simply too delightful. Just when I was enjoying my peaceful days, Shanks turned to me with that sparkling puppy dog gaze after whispering something to the crew. My heart instantly rang alarm bells, and a sense of foreboding washed over me. The next second, that red-haired freak suddenly vanished from his spot and his target. Oh my gosh, the target was my leg. At that moment, my CPU was overheating, and what was this guy trying to do? Ambush me? Not a chance. My body reacted faster than my brain. I sidestepped and delivered a whip kick straight towards his red-haired head. In the blink of an eye, he actually managed to catch it. His crew, too, instinctively grabbed their weapons, and the atmosphere in the bar instantly froze. Shanks grabbed my ankle, just about to explain, but I didn't give him a chance. Let me tell you, I was genuinely furious at that moment, launching wave after wave of attacks without pause. At first, he was only blocking, but eventually, he had no choice but to throw a punch back at me. Good grief. The force of that punch shattered the tables and chairs in the bar, and the windows rattled loudly, as if they were about to shatter completely. Seeing their captain didn't go all out, his crew actually put down their weapons and went back to drinking and watching the show. The three little ones at home were in a panic. Ace and Luffy were shouting and ready to charge forward, but it was Sabo who had the brains. He gave each of them a hit on the head and shouted, "This is a fight for my sister alone. You two idiots are not allowed to interfere." Luffy immediately apologized with tears in his eyes, while Ace covered his head, glaring at Shanks with a look like a knife. After that punch, we both stopped. I was panting, looking at him in confusion. "Aren't you supposed to fight me? Why are you just blocking and not fighting back?" Guess what this guy said? He waved his hands wildly, looking embarrassed and lowering his head. "No, it's not that, Lily-chan. I just wanted to invite you onto my ship." Huh. I was stunned at that moment. Inviting someone onto a ship? Who invites someone by charging in and attacking them? He even scratched his head confidently. Someone told me before that when asking for something, you need to be sincere. So I thought I'd hug your thigh and ask you. I almost rolled my eyes. Which genius taught you to beg like this? Shanks just stood there grinning, and I later found out he was imitating his unreliable Captain Roger. Back in the day, when Roger made Miss Rouge angry, he begged for forgiveness just like this, hugging her legs. His crew laughed like crazy. Jesus Burgess spat out his drink, slapping the table and laughing wildly. "Haha, the captain is too lame, begging a little girl like this." The others joined in, teasing, "Why don't we kick him out and let Beckman be the captain?" The laughter nearly blew the roof off. Shanks couldn't take it anymore and finally stopped his silly act, looking at me seriously. "Seriously, little girl, do you want to join my crew?" In that instant, all eyes were on me. Under the pressure, I slowly crossed my arms in front of my chest. No way. Why not? He started to look aggrieved again. I scooped up the three little ones from the ground into my arms, affectionately rubbing their little faces, and confidently replied to him, "Can't you see? I have three little brothers to take care of." Shanks then got excited and pinched Luffy's cheek. "So when they grow up, will you come and be my crew member? You're really persistent." I'm serious this time, looking straight into his eyes, but I still refused. "I have my own things to do." He chuckled lightly, not pushing the matter further, but his eyes brightened as he said, "Then I'll take this as our agreement." I hadn't finished speaking when he reverted back to that drunken state, making it hard to tell what was real. Forget it, I thought to myself. There is indeed a possibility of cooperation in the future, but by then I would approach the Yonko Shanks for collaboration as a warlord. As this matter was diverted, I finally noticed the bar we had wreaked havoc in. I immediately felt guilty and hurried to apologize to Miss Machino. To my surprise, she came over first to check if I was hurt, which made me even more embarrassed. My eyes shifted, and I spotted Beckman, who was smoking and deep in thought. So I quickly approached him. "Hello, Mr. Beckman, right? Can we discuss compensation?" Beckman sighed, looking like this month's budget had exceeded expectations, but he still said graciously, "Don't worry. Beautiful lady, we take full responsibility." I heard the words full compensation the moment it was mentioned, and nothing else registered in my ears. After making a ruckus until midnight, seeing that it was getting late, I placed the milk in front of the three kids and urged them to go to bed. Luffy tugged at my sleeve, wanted to hear Shanks boast some more. Shanks sprayed his drink, pointing at Luffy and laughing. "You can't be a pirate like this." Luffy immediately made a shark face. "My punch is as powerful as a gun." Ace immediately defended him, shouting at Shanks, "Don't mock Luffy." Shanks started to clown around again, looking pitifully at Beckman. "Beckman, have I become a messy old man?" Beckman coldly exhaled smoke. "Don't you know yourself?" Shanks immediately fell silent. Miss Machino was beside us, covering her mouth and laughing, saying that the captain was really gentle. Goodness, is beauty in the eye of the beholder? A grown man playing with kids. And they call that gentle? I squatted down to talk to the three little ones, telling them to sleep well and that I would write them a news story tomorrow. Only then did they happily run off. Makino also urged me to go back early, but how could I leave her alone with this group of drunkards? As soon as I left, Shanks immediately jumped up from the ground, acting as if nothing had happened. He lowered his straw hat, exchanged a glance with Beckman, and said in a low voice, "Ben, I think this little girl is the one I met back in the day." Before I knew it, it was time for our family's spring festival. I got up early to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner, and surprisingly, the young people who worked in my shop came over to help. They said that every year our family's celebration was particularly lively, and they wanted to share in the joy. Upon hearing that, I thought, why not celebrate together? As a result, more and more people arrived, and we set up several tables in the courtyard. Shanks and his crew came over like dogs sniffing out food, shamelessly wanting to join in. They would tease the three little ones, knock things over, and when they had nothing to do, they just stared at me, making me feel uneasy. The most ridiculous part was that this guy actually sneaked into the cellar to steal wine and was caught on the spot by the three little ones. When I dragged him out, he still had a wronged expression on his face, hiding several bottles of wine behind him. I could no longer hold back and punch his red head, not for any reason other than I found him annoying. Shanks, sporting a big bump, sulkily squatted in the corner to continue drinking, while our three little ones laughed uncontrollably. Sabo said, "Indeed, no one can escape our family's love of the iron fist." In the evening, everyone joyfully ate dinner, and Beckman even specially prepared red envelopes for the three little ones. Our main goal was to create a lively atmosphere. After dinner, the young people left, and I added a barbecue. Once all the noise subsided, I lay alone on a lounge chair in the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky, feeling particularly peaceful inside. I wandered around the village, watching the children. The carpenter's child would grow up to be a carpenter, and the fisherman's child would become a fisherman, all trapped in this life. Suddenly, I understood why so many people long for the sea. I took the young people from the village to open a branch store, to see the world, but what about the remaining children in the village? So I decided to build a school in the village. I'm not the kind of bastard who takes people's parents and leaves the children to fend for themselves. However, my school won't be free. The opportunity is given to you. Tuition can be deferred, and you can work it off, but if you think you can get it for free, forget it. I don't want to invest money in people who don't value it and don't know how to cherish it. In my school, physical education classes have been directly changed to martial arts instruction classes. After all, this world is too dangerous, and I don't want my hard-trained little cubs to be taken out in an instant. I've also started a sailing knowledge class to prevent them from recklessly sailing without understanding the risks. Sabo and Ace are fine, but the most troublesome is Luffy. Teaching him to read is harder than fighting 100 tigers. However, fortunately, in order to understand the adventure stories I write for him, this little monkey is finally willing to learn on his own, and I'm quite satisfied with that. However, these three little cubs also have some aspects that ease my worries. For instance, in the martial arts instruction class I set up, they're simply wreaking havoc. Not only can they defeat their peers, but even the highly paid teachers I hired can't match them. Talent is truly an unexplainable thing. Of course, being able to fight isn't enough. I also set up science and moral education classes for them. At the very least, they need to know that the earth is round and that they shouldn't do bad things, right? I'm telling you, I've made long-term plans. Once things expand, I have to arrange for them to learn Marxism-Leninism. Such a great spiritual wealth shouldn't be kept to myself. The red-haired crew hangs around here every day, each one sharp as a tack. They probably already figured out that I want to do something big. Their eyes have a mix of appreciation and caution, which is interesting. Just as the school was getting on track, I had to go out and run some business. The life of a corporate slave is really tiring. This time, I'm heading to an island called Kalozina to negotiate a herbal medicine deal. Let me tell you, the director of the hospital there has a heart blacker than coal. Relying on the backing of the underworld, he is crazily pressing me on the price and suppressing my competitors. Can I tolerate this? This is just blatant workplace bullying. I must teach him a lesson and let him know why the flowers are so red. As soon as I landed, what a scene. Hundreds of people with axes, spike clubs, and machetes. It felt like we were filming a gangster movie. What era are we in that they're still using human wave tactics? My guys went in and pulled that director out in no time like dragging a dead dog. I tell you, I'm just fed up with the fighting rules in this world. Before a fight, everyone introduces themselves and their devil fruit abilities, as if they're worried the other side doesn't know how to counter them. It's simply ridiculous. After dealing with a small fry, the main guy sent someone to invite me for tea, a classic Hongmin banquet. In the private room sat an old man and a young one. The kid had green hair styled like a rooster's comb, with a nose ring and tattoos, looking like the ultimate rebellious punk. His dad, on the other hand, was a smiling tiger, very polite. The old fox's name was Babasona, and his son was Bartolomeo. The way that brat looked at me, you'd think he wanted to swallow me whole on the spot. But then his dad got straight to the point, saying he wanted to collaborate with me, with the condition of getting a devil fruit called the plant fruit in exchange for me taking his son as a little brother, and also wanting some shares in my company. I hadn't even spoken yet, and this guy started playing the emotional card, saying his wife was harmed by enemies, and he was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer with little time left. He couldn't stop worrying about his rebellious son, fearing he would go down the wrong path. Who understands family matters? Isn't this just a typical story of a wayward son returning home too late? Fine. Seeing his sincerity, I agreed. But my conditions were even harsher. First, the profits go to me. Second, I would manage him and his territory until his son comes of age. Third, his son would join my company and start from the bottom. Whenever he becomes sensible, I would give him shares. Guess what? This old fox agreed without a second thought. I was stunned, thinking my personal credibility had reached such a point. Then he said that his ancestors had a prophet, and the latest prophecy was about me, saying I was a great figure who would change the world. After saying this prophecy, that guy was struck by lightning and died. Wow, this guy really understood that some secrets shouldn't be revealed. This spoiler came with a divine punishment package, hardcore indeed. Anyway, once the contract was signed, this troublesome kid was temporarily under my management. This old fox was using my hand to clear out the unsavory people around his son. Truly, age brings wisdom. After I finished dealing with these issues, working nonstop for nearly half a month, I finally returned to Windmill Village. As soon as I got back, I sensed something was off. Shanks, who used to be a carefree guy, always drinking and laughing, had a complex look in his eyes when he looked at Ace. It was a mix of heartache, guilt, and the excitement of having something lost and found again. He was secretly following those 3 kids like a lovesick fool. Once, when Luffy and the others provoked a big guy, he secretly scared the beast away with his conqueror's hockey. I have a good idea in my mind. Ace probably guessed his background. After all, the name Ace and those little freckles on his face looked too much like Captain Roger and his partner. This guy is waiting for me to come back and give him a definite answer. TSK, a dignified emperor of the sea, acting like an anxious father waiting for a paternity test result. Enough about him. I came back this time with new members. 3 corgis. The kind with super bouncy butts. I bought them in an auction, and one of them even ate a devil fruit. Although I don't know what ability it has. The 3 of them together only cost 3 million berries, which rounds down to practically free. I just had to take them home. I even gave them super cultured names. Makabaka, Wuxidixi, and Yagubigu. As soon as I entered the village, I saw Shanks, that drunkard, flying towards me like a cannonball, with Ace and the other 2 chasing him with a water pipe. Am I going to let him pull a fast one on me? A smooth sidestep, and he went crashing down, unable to get back up. Then the iconic scene happened. My Makabaka took a bite out of his butt. Wuxidixi went straight for his big floral pants. The best part was Yagubigu, who charged up, aiming for the crucial area. Guys, these 3 little ones are simply born to stand out, perfectly illustrating what it means to be a dog that relies on its owner. His crew was rolling on the ground laughing, except for Beckman, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, so angry he pulled out a gun. The 3 little ones gathered around, and Ace and Sabo were giving the dogs a good rub. Luffy, that glutton, came over and started patting Yagubigu's butt, his eyes shining as he asked me, "Sister, this meat is so bouncy. Is it for dinner?" At that moment, I just felt exhausted. It felt like I was not bringing back 3 little brothers, but 3 huskies plus 3 real corgis. After all the chaos, I finally remembered the main issue. I stared at Shanks, who was still covering his butt. "Come on, what good deed did you do this time? Did you bully Luffy again?" He didn't even need to say anything. Luffy ran up to me and loudly complained, "Sister, Shanks stole the wine you buried under the big tree. I told you." At that moment, I felt my fists clench, and with a forced smile, I asked Luffy, "Did you drink it all?" That honest little guy, Luffy, immediately shook his head and said, No, just a small sip." As soon as we discovered he had stolen the alcohol, he ran off with the bottle. I just let out a sigh of relief when Ace beside me said softly, pointing at the shards of glass on the ground, "But the bottle is broken now." After saying that, he shot Shanks a glare. I tell you, my heart was shattered right there, just like that bottle of wine, into a million pieces. It was my treasure that I had buried for 3 whole years. I couldn't even bear to take a sip. And just like that, it was gone. Who understands the pain in my heart? I was so heartbroken that I could barely breathe. My anger flared up instantly. I couldn't be bothered to argue with Shanks, so I directly grabbed the 3 little ones and 3 dogs and turned to leave. Before I left, I nodded to Beckman. And as for Shanks, I didn't even spare him a glance, treating him like air. That red-haired guy was still acting behind me, covering his butt, stretching out his hand, calling out Lily-chan with tears in his eyes, making it seem like I had done something terrible to him. His crew was still putting on a sitcom. Jesus Burgess was mysteriously analyzing the situation. "It's over. He's really angry this time." Another big guy was chewing on meat, saying, "Is it okay? Didn't the captain used to get beaten up when he made women angry? Ignoring people is nothing." Jesus Burgess immediately switched to his wise guy mode, with an expression that said, "You're still too young," and started rambling about how he had knelt to appease his wife after making her angry. Listening to him made me want to call the police. Family, isn't this just PUA? They thought they were whispering, but come on. Who on this ship doesn't have observation hockey? It was basically live streaming. As a result, when his crew heard this, their worldview shattered. One guy was so shocked that he dropped his chicken leg and yelled, "Jesus Burgess, how did someone like you even find a wife and have kids?" Shanks moved over to Beckman, covering his butt, and started to act cute. "Beckman, I think I've gotten into big trouble. What should I do?" Beckman couldn't even be bothered to raise his eyelids. "Isn't this trouble just a normal occurrence for you?" Then Jesus Burgess, with his big mouth, chimed in, teasingly, "All right, boss, stop pretending. Last year, when someone stabbed you in the heart, you didn't even break a sweat. And now a dog has bitten you?" The crew started to jeer. "Yeah, boss, why are you so weak? You must be trying to play the pity card." Shanks looked so wronged, trembling as he raised his hand, saying, "Well, it really did draw blood." The whole place fell silent. Let me tell you, these simple-minded, brawny pirates finally started using their brains for the first time in 800 years. They knew all too well how absurd Shanks' defense was. Now, he was actually broken by a dog. Beckman took a puff of smoke and concluded, "That dog is not simple." This set off a frenzy, and they began analyzing madly. They said I was mysterious, ridiculously strong, always absent from home, and the key point is that I wasn't short on money. One guy, whose brain must have been kicked by a donkey, even guessed that I was in the Navy. He was immediately ridiculed by others. "You idiot. The Navy could never play with us like this." In the end, this group of guys was burning out their CPUs, all looking towards Beckman. Beckman blew out a smoke ring with an expression that said he couldn't handle this group of idiots and said he had already started investigating me. So guess what happened? His intelligence network stirred, and good grief, two factions directly intercepted him. One was the Navy, probably Old Man Garb. The other turned out to be the Revolutionary Army. The information Beckman found said I was doing business in the East Sea, looking all flashy, but the core information was all fake. This method had the hallmark of the Revolutionary Army. As for me, when I got home, the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Let me tell you, that wine, that wasn't just wine. That was my lost youth. It was my treasure that I had nurtured for 3 years, like raising a son. From selecting the soil to choosing the bottle, the process was so complicated, and there were only 5 bottles in total. I had planned to let it age for another year until the flavor reached its peak before opening it. Now, bam, 1 bottle was gone, and the remaining ones couldn't be buried again due to the ruined environment. Wouldn't T be angry? Looking at the 3 little ones and 3 little ones in front of me, with 6 pairs of adorable big eyes staring at me, my heart softened just a little. Forget it. Let's take the kids out to eat. I went straight to my supermarket and went on a shopping spree. In the end, the 4 of us each carried a big load back home. Over on Shank's side, he had several stitches on his rear and was scratching his head, trying to figure out how to apologize to me. His unreliable crew gave him a bunch of terrible ideas, like sending jewelry, flowers, or weapons. In the end, it was Beckman who hit the nail on the head. Use your specialty. Shanks, still clueless, asked, "I have a specialty?" Beckman, with a deadpan face, replied, "Yes, like being shameless." You wouldn't believe it, but Shanks really dug out a treasure from his captain's cabin, which looked like a doghouse. It was a dagger embedded with over 100 gems, clearly worth a fortune. Then this guy came up with a brilliant and morally questionable way to apologize. I just finished dinner and was taking a stroll with the kids, sitting on the rocking chair in the yard enjoying tea. The next second, I tell you, someone just picked me up along with the chair. I sprayed tea all over myself, almost spilling my dinner. I wanted to curse, but as soon as I opened my mouth, my stomach turned, and I could only cover my mouth tightly. Family, does this scene look familiar? I dodged Luffy, but I couldn't escape that crazy Shanks. The only thought in my mind was, that red-haired guy must die today. When he finally put me down, I leaned against the side and started gagging. He even mimicked a doctor, using his giant hand to pat my back, and I almost passed out right there. I was so angry that I wanted to break his hand, but my whole body felt weak and I was dizzy. I finally managed to stand up straight and raise my head to throw a punch at him. But let me tell you, when I looked up, I was immediately taken aback by a stunning sight, instantly forgetting about hitting him. Before me was a sea of glowing lights. The dark blue sky was dotted with countless stars, and the seawater beneath my feet sparkled with blue light. The stars in the sky and the stars in the sea reflected each other, creating a beauty that felt like a dream. I couldn't help but walk over, reach my hand into the water, and gently stirred it. My entire hand was covered in blue starlight. It was absolutely breathtaking. I was having a great time, and when I turned around, I saw that guy Shanks, his eyes full of tenderness, which made my face flush instantly. I quickly turned back to continue playing in the water, but the next moment, the waves calmed and the glow weakened. Just as I was feeling down, that guy Shanks silently unleashed his conqueror's hockey. Wow, that blue glow instantly spread out towards the distance, directly connecting with the horizon like a galaxy. The red-haired crew hiding in the shadows were all envious. Using conqueror's hockey to woo a girl, the captain is really extravagant. What a cunning man. When he saw that my anger had subsided, he handed me that dazzling dagger and sincerely apologized. What could I do? Of course, I chose to forgive him. Don't ask why. Just know that he gave me so much. The atmosphere was just right when Shanks suddenly stopped smiling and pressing his straw hat down, asked me in a low voice about Ace's background. Is that kid Ace your real brother? At that moment, my hand was already on the hilt of a knife at my waist, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. You asked, what are you doing this for? He sighed. Leah, I used to be a crew member of Captain Roger. You should know that in your heart. Well, the cards were on the table. I felt all the tension leave my body and coldly said, no matter who he is my brother. Anyone who wants to harm him, I will kill. Shanks looked into my eyes, and his tone surprisingly carried a hint of pleading. He is Captain Roger's child, right? Seeing him like this, I softened just a little and nodded. In that instant, I suddenly felt like a thief, a fake who had taken someone else's identity, and that sense of drifting loneliness surged back. Just as I was about to sink into darkness, Shanks suddenly reached out, covered my eyes with one hand, and gently placed the other on my head. He said nothing, but the warmth of his palm made me feel a hint of reality. I steadied my mind and softly said, my full name is Portgasti, Leah. Aunt Lugio is my aunt. I told him how I escaped from the Navy's blockade with newborn Ace back in the day. Shanks fell silent for a long time after hearing this. I looked at him and asked what he planned to do with this information, since both Luffy and Ace wanted to be the Pirate King. I also pointed out that his purpose for coming to Windmill Village was definitely not just for a vacation. He simply said that he and Luffy had a good connection. I didn't want to dwell on it any longer. After all, they were both my brothers, so whoever became the Pirate King wouldn't matter much. I just asked him to talk to Ace about that bastard of a father if he had the chance. But no matter what, he had to respect Ace's feelings. He agreed. The next moment, I directly took action and ruffled his red hair into a mess. Don't be so serious. That's not like you, I said while messing with his hair. Once I had my fun and stopped, Shanks gave me a resentful look, and then something amazing happened. He flipped his hair, and Duong it instantly returned to normal. As someone who struggles with hairstyling, I didn't want to say anything and turned to leave. He chased after me like a little tail. Lily-chan, what did I do to upset you this time? I'm being sarcastic. With your great fame as a pirate, how could I dare to be angry at you? This fool really believed it. I'm happy that you praised me, but why does it sound so strange? I was really amused by him. Oh yes, I was just praising you. Later, I went on a long trip, and it was quite a while. The three dogs at home completely clashed with Shanks, especially Makabaka, who was like my internet mouthpiece, constantly biting Shanks' butt, and even learned to roll his eyes at him. That little expression was so agile, it didn't look like a dog at all. Although I am not in the village. The melons in the village are getting bigger and bigger. For example, that little brat Luffy accidentally, though it might have been on purpose by that old trickster Shanks, showed off the gum-gum fruit that I gave him as a snack. Let me tell you, this mischievous kid just keeps showing off, and now he's getting more and more troublesome. To prove he's a man, he actually made a cut right under his own eye, leaving a scar. Shanks looked at him with such a guilty expression, probably afraid I'd come back and physically exorcise him. Recently, this guy has also been particularly fond of provoking Ace, teasing him every day until Ace gets all riled up, chasing him around the village until he collapses from exhaustion. In the end, it was Shanks who had to carry Ace, Sabo, and Luffy like little chicks, one in each hand, and bring them all home. I've realized that this old six is actually conducting some sort of special training in disguise. Just a few days later, a heavyweight guest arrived at the village bar, the Mountain Bandit King, Sieg. Let me tell you, this guy walks like he doesn't recognize anyone. As soon as he comes in, he brings with him a clownish aura. He talks about smashing 4 emperors with a wine bottle and stepping on the future Pirate King, which sounds impressive, but in reality, he is just a combat unit. He pointed at Shanks and shouted that classic line, I've taken down 56 pirates like you, and then poured a bottle of wine over Shanks' head. And that old six, sitting on the ground, was actually still grinning like an idiot. Sister Makino hurried to grab a towel to wipe him off. My 3 naive younger brothers couldn't sit still. Ace, being the little tsundere, said, when Nichan leaves, let us protect Sister Makino's bar. He grabbed Sabo, and with a glance at each other, they picked up the water pipes and charged forward. Luffy was even more direct. His little fists clenched tightly. If Shanks hadn't caught him, he would have probably flown out in a rage. You can't deny that Ace and Sabo, these 2 little monsters trained by Shanks, teamed up to wreak havoc, directly beating the bounty of 800,000 on the Mountain Bandit King until he was bruised and battered, eventually being helped away by his little brothers. But Luffy, being so impulsive, got angry at Shanks for not stepping in and ran out to pick a fight by himself. And sure enough, he got captured. At this point, the red-haired crew wasn't laughing anymore. Beckman single-handedly took out that group of mountain bandits in an instant, looking incredibly cool, and left behind a line. If you want to fight us, at least bring a warship. But that bandit leader, Sig, in a panic, grabbed Luffy and jumped into the sea. Who understands my family? Shanks' arm is still gone. I had previously made sure to inform that near-sea king to remember the scent of the three brothers. In case they fell into the water, it could help them out. And what happened? The will of this world insists on following the plot. Little Jean saw Luffy being threatened and initially wanted to rush in to save him. But that idiot Shanks thought it was going to attack Luffy and charged in without a second thought. Losing an arm just like that, I rushed and hurried, but I was still a step too late. I was so furious at that moment that I directly pulled his severed arm out from the gap between my teeth. The ship's doctor said the brake was uneven and couldn't be reattached. The air pressure on the entire ship was frighteningly low, and Luffy cried in Shanks' arms until he fell asleep. I handed Luffy over to Ace, walked up to Shanks, and asked him, "Is it worth it for you to do this?" His face was as pale as paper, yet he smiled broadly. "Luffy is my friend. Of course it's worth it. All right, you got this." At that moment, I had just one thought. I must get that arm back for him. I kicked Beckman and the others out and locked the door. I told Shanks, "You just need to sleep it off." Then, I drew the dagger he gave me and stabbed it into my own heart. "Isn't it just heart's blood? Here, isn't it just lifespan? Take it." As I recited the incantation, his arm healed at a visible speed, not even leaving a scar. The price was that I was almost exhausted, and a strand of white hair appeared in my hair. When I woke up again, I was already lying on Shanks' abs. Wow, the feel was pretty good. No, the point is that my sense of rejection from this world had intensified again. Beckman, that sly old fox. I later found out he had been eavesdropping outside the door with observation hockey. When he saw me pull out the knife, he was extremely nervous. When he saw me unbuttoning, he must have felt so awkward he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. In the end, he only kicked the door in after hearing me fall to the ground. As soon as he came in, he saw me sprawled on Shanks, my clothes disheveled, blood staining my shirt. That scene, he later said, was very suggestive. Suggested my ass. He quickly grabbed a blanket to wrap me up and got Sister Machino to help me change clothes, only to find out I had no wounds at all. None of them questioned it much, especially Beckman. Seeing my strand of white hair, he probably understood everything in his heart. The first to wake up was Shanks. With his abnormal constitution, he was fully revived as soon as he woke up. But surprisingly, this guy didn't say a word and pretended to be asleep while peeking at me. He even poked my face. "Soft, huh?" I punched him back. He even looked aggrieved, leaning closer to me with those puppy eyes. "Lily-chan hits me as soon as she wakes up, how sad." I pushed his face away. "Why did you come so close just now?" "Well, Lily-chan has a really nice scent, and I just wanted to smell it." "I can't believe you. You red-haired troublemaker. You're simply driving me crazy." Ever since that day, this person has been sticking to me like a giant dog, day in and day out. I want to make a life card with my nails, but he wouldn't let me. Every time there's a banquet, he pretends to be drunk, hanging all over me like an octopus, and he's so strong that I can't break free. Once, I took him to the kingdom of Goya to inspect the shops, and he didn't bring a single penny. He wanted to eat everything he saw, tugging at my clothes and acting cute, and I was so embarrassed that I almost dug a hole in the ground with my toes. That night, he pretended to be drunk again and wanted me to take him back to his room. As soon as the door closed, he pulled me into his arms and kissed my forehead. Then he looked at me with that sticky gaze and said, "Lily-chan, the moonlight is really beautiful tonight." I tell you, my mind just crashed at that moment, and I ran away in panic. Later, I found out that this old trickster wasn't even drunk. The people on the ship had seen through everything long ago, and I was just a fool being played around by him. After some playful fighting, the day they were set to leave came quickly. I witnessed that iconic scene, my family. Luffy was crying his eyes out, shouting at Shanks' ship. "One day, I'm going to find partners who won't lose to you and find the world's greatest treasure. I will definitely become the Pirate King." Shanks smiled and placed that straw hat on Luffy's head. "This hat is entrusted to you. You must return it to me when you become an outstanding pirate." Honestly, it was a bit tear-jerking. I looked at my 3 silly little brothers. This was also clenching his fists, saying he wanted to achieve the highest fame. And Sabo said he wanted to set sail to record everything in the world. I pulled the 3 of them close and patted their heads one by one. "Hey, sister believes in you. Our kids are the best." However, after sending off the younger ones, there was still an old one who wouldn't leave. I tell you, this Shanks guy just stood there in front of me, stretching out a big hand. What does that mean? I was thinking, I don't owe him any money, right? So I gave him a confused look and said, "Didn't I already prepare the life card for you?" And I guess what he said? He actually started to whine. No, it's just that Lily hasn't said goodbye to me yet. And she hasn't given me a gift. Goodness, that pitiful little voice gave me goosebumps all over. At that moment, I wanted to say, dude, who are you? Shouldn't you be asking Machino for a farewell gift? Why are you throwing a tantrum here as an outsider? But he, instead, directly threw a fit. I don't care, Lily, I just want to give fine. I searched all my pockets, and they were cleaner than my face. Looking at his shiny eyes like a little puppy, I felt so awkward that I could probably dig my toes into a 3-bedroom apartment. He grinned, pointed at my neck, and said he wanted that one. I pulled it out, and it was just a broken coin my first pot of gold kept to remind myself to make money. I said, "This thing represents my fortune. Are you sure you want it?" He actually nodded seriously. I thought to myself, forget it, I'll just give it to you. But when I handed it over, he wouldn't take it. He even bent down and leaned his head closer, implying that I should put it on him myself. Family. Who understands this? My brother Ace's little radar instantly went off, and he rushed over, stomping on Shank's foot, his little face all puffed up with anger. Oof. Trying to steal my sister? No way. Shanks grimaced in pain, but for the sake of looking good, he endured it. I really can't believe this guy, he said. Why are you so dramatic today? But still leaned in for me to put it on him. In the end, that string seemed to be working against me. And I couldn't tie it for ages, my hand just rubbing around the back of his neck. The guy's breath sprayed all over my neck. It was so itchy. I could even feel his Adam's apple moving, and he felt like a big furnace. And he was even laughing. It turns out Lily-chan also has things she's not good at, damn. I quickly sped up my actions, my heart racing, and finally tied it up. I don't know what got into me, but I casually tugged at his red hair and said boldly, "Shanks, don't die so early. Next time I'll bring good wine to find you." His eyes lit up instantly. It's a promise. After sending off this giant Buddha, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the 3 little ones at home got into some minor trouble again. The sensitive kid, Sabo, was the first to notice the problem. He said, "We all want to be captains, so one T we have to separate in the future?" Ace also realized it, while Luffy was still there foolishly shouting for them to all get on his ship. You see, a small disagreement had already arisen, but Ace, quick-witted as he was, directly suggested that since we would be separating in the future, why not become brothers now and engrave this bond in our bones? I fully supported this idea. The 3 of them came to me and said they wanted to use the good wine I buried underground. Without a second thought, I dug out a jar and even prepared small wine cups for them. Watching them fill their cups, I smiled and asked, "So one day, will you not recognize me as your sister?" Ace was the first to blow up, slamming the table and standing up. "How could that be possible? I will never deny you, sis." Sabo also pressed his lips together and said seriously, "Miss Leah will always be my sister." Luffy anxiously shouted, "Sis will always be sis." Oh, my heart melted completely. I patted their heads one by one. "Silly kids, since that's the case whether you drink this wine or not, I'm still your sister. After we set sail, even if we're not on the same ship, you can always come find me to play." The 3 small wine cups clinked together crisply, and they tilted their heads back and drank it all in one go. At that moment, seeing the happiness and determination on their faces, I couldn't help but turn my head and wipe away a tear. It was in that instant that I clenched my fists. What nonsense plot! What memory loss for Sabo! What public execution of Ace in the Marineford War! Just get the hell out. If anyone wants to touch my 3 precious little brothers, they better ask me first. No one can take them away from me. But life has a way of not letting you be at peace. Not long after, Sabo began to have nightmares, dreaming of his aristocratic parents who could be considered PUA masters. Those 2 claimed they were doing it for his own good, but in reality, they treated him as a tool for their own ascent, tearing his navigation charts and slapping him for fighting with royal kids. Sabo woke up startled, looking at Ace and Luffy sprawled out next to him, and felt a little more at ease. But the unease in his heart grew heavier. Coincidentally, during that time, I was out building my career, preparing to set up a base for myself, ready to directly roll up to the entrance of Mariehua and give them a little Eastern shock. Then I got a phone call saying that those celestial dragons were going to the Goa Kingdom. I felt a jolt in my heart. This was bad. Sabo was in trouble. Isn't this just a plot point where he gets bombarded and loses his memory? I hurried back and took that annoying middle schooler Bartolomeo with me. His barrier fruit would come in handy right now. On the other side, that foolish kid Sabo had indeed sneaked back into the city alone, only to run into his father, who threatened him with the safety of Ace and Luffy and dragged him back to that nightmarish home. His so-called adopted brother Stelly, a seemingly harmless kid with a belly full of malice, gloatingly informed him that the place where the abandoned people lived was about to be burned down. This was a thunderbolt from a clear sky for Sabo. Those were people abandoned by the world. just because the celestial dragons were coming to visit. They were going to clean up these garbage. He ran back like crazy, going against all the upper-class people excitedly preparing to welcome the celestial dragons. Those beasts in human skin who were still discussing afternoon tea. Sabo ran to the iron gate at the back town, listening to the hellish screams inside, smelling the disgusting scent of burning protein in the air, and he completely broke down, collapsing to the ground. The guards were still laughing and joking around. Sabo used the last bit of his strength to crawl over, trying to open that door, his voice hoarse, save them, please. But a guard sneered, stepped on him, and lifted him by the neck. Kid, you can't even save yourself, and you want to save others? Sabo's consciousness grew more and more blurred, the light in his eyes dimming little by little. Just then, I arrived. I kicked open the door of the Otterluck family. The dog couple was and T home. Only that little beast Stelly was there. I sensed that Sabo wasn't here. I didn't waste time talking to him. I grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Where's Sabo? He even dared to threaten me. I let out a cold laugh. And with a flash of the dagger, his arm flew off. I pressed the tip of the knife against his other arm. My voice as cold as ice. Speak quickly. I don't have the patience to play with you. At this, he finally got scared and trembled as he said that Sabo had gone to the back town. I tossed him to the ground and turned to leave. He still dared to shout behind me, saying that when his parents came back, he would make me pay. I looked back at him, as if looking at a dead person. Do you think that now, with one hand broken, you still have any value to them? They will just throw you into that terminal station like garbage. I couldn't be bothered to look back at him, turning around and sprinting towards the town. Something was wrong with Sabo, and I was frantic. By the time I arrived at the uncertain destination, let me tell you, the fire was so intense, it seemed like it could burn the sky. This all started with that old man Bridgham. He made a devil's deal with the king, agreeing to set fire to this garbage dump to clean it up in exchange for a noble title, to become someone important. These pirates secretly moved a bunch of flammable boxes into every corner of the destination during the day. Unfortunately, my two foolish brothers, Ace and Luffy, went to work for these guys to save some money for sailing, and guess what? They ended up overhearing this huge conspiracy. Now it was a disaster. Would Bridgham let them off the hook? He directly tied them up and demanded to know where the treasure was hidden. I usually sent them red envelopes, and that little vault was already bursting. But guess what? These two stubborn kids didn't say a word, even though they bit their tongues. In the end, Bridgham's gang tied them right in the center of the fire. That guy Dayton, while acting disdainful, was more honest than anyone else. As soon as she realized the two kids were missing, she rushed out to look for them. Upon seeing the towering flames, she didn't think twice and was about to rush in, but thankfully the villagers from Windmill Village stopped her, telling her that I had already arranged for backup. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, but still pretended to be tough, finding a place to sit down with a look in her eyes that was almost screaming worry. Later, her gang of mountain bandits came over, and without saying a word, they rolled up their sleeves and rushed in to help save people. Although I had arranged for a few escape routes in advance, the casualties were still heavy. The air was filled with the smell of burning protein, mixed with heart-wrenching cries. Those children who grew up here were trembling in fear, desperately covering their mouths to avoid crying, while others stood there in a daze, their faces full of why. Who understand the families? Just because the celestial dragons wanted to take a stroll, these people had to be burned like garbage? Why should it be like that? I had previously taught them to break the class barriers, to treat everyone equally. At that time, a little brat even used Sabo as an example to refute me, saying there are good people among the nobles. I just laughed and sighed in my heart, still too naive, relying on those above to show compassion. Isn't that like expecting a wolf to fall in love with a sheep? Dignity only exists at the edge of a sword, and truth only lies within cannon range. This cruel lesson had to be learned eventually. The scene was a complete mess, with injured people being carried out one after another, and there weren't enough medicines. Many lightly injured people got up and helped the medical staff. Speaking of saving people, I must mention that conspicuous kid I brought, Bartolomeo. I forced him to come protect the rescue team today. His barrier berry was simply a cheat in such a situation. At first, he was reluctant, but I managed to convince him with one sentence. I said, "The people you save today will treat you as a great hero in the future, and little brothers will flock to you." This silly kid was only 14 at the time, still dreaming of being a hero, and upon hearing this, his eyes lit up, and he eagerly agreed. You know what? He really didn't drop the ball today. Normally, without me at the scene, he could slack off and no one would care. But seeing those ordinary people rushing into the flames time and again, he was inspired by their spirit. He began to rush towards the most dangerous places, muttering, "If they can do it, why can't I, Bartolomeo?" He even started to feel guilty for not saving more people, regretting why his barrier couldn't be bigger. After witnessing all this for the first time, this kid felt ashamed of his past misdeeds. In fact, Bartolomeo isn't a bad kid. He was just led astray before. After his father died, those who called him brother turned on him in an instant. And when the wall fell, everyone pushed him, hunting him down like a dog. I had someone secretly follow him back then, intending to let him suffer a bit to learn a lesson. This kid held on tough and managed to get through alone. Throwing him here this time was, to put it bluntly, an ultimate test. If he remained indifferent, I'd only guarantee him one life. If he performed well, I'd cultivate him as a core member. Fortunately, his performance tonight was perfect. He got injured, and the people around him genuinely cared for him and treated his wounds, leaving him flabbergasted. A once arrogant little lord turned red in the face. But on my side, I was so anxious I could almost smoke. When I arrived at the back alley, Sabo was already missing. I was so busy that I even forgot to cast a tracking spell on him. Let me tell you, I realized that this broken world seems scripted. Every time I try to change something, it's incredibly difficult. What's worse, I suddenly felt that Ace and Luffy were in big trouble. Tonight was the critical moment for Ace to awaken his conqueror's haki. Logically, they shouldn't die, but I had already changed things like Shanks losing his arm. What if Ace didn't awaken? I couldn't take that gamble. On one side was the missing Sabo, and on the other were Ace and Luffy in dire straits. I made a decision and prioritized saving the one closer to me. I immediately contacted Yushia, asking her to use her connections with the Celestial Dragons to search the whole city for Sabo. As for me, I kicked open the massive iron door that separated life from death. In a sea of fire, I felt that my tracking spell was being interfered with, and Ace and the others' positions became particularly vague. My heart was pounding like a drum, but I forced myself to stay calm. I took a deep breath, and my gaze suddenly changed, becoming as cold as ice. I feel like my hair has grown wildly long, reaching down to my ankles. My face and body are starting to crack with blood-red lines, resembling a burnt spiderweb. The fabric on my back tears with a loud rip, and a pair of huge black wings suddenly unfold. Hard, keratinous protrusions grow on my joints, and crimson veins bulge beneath my skin, plunging me into a half-beastly state of madness. In my hand, I conjure a blood-red giant scythe taller than myself, its surface entwined with an unbreakable aura of death. My consciousness started to blur, and my mind was filled with thoughts of killing and destruction. No, I had to firmly give myself a psychological suggestion. I must bring Ace and Luffy out. I must protect them. With this obsession, I suddenly flapped my wings and soared into the sky, overlooking the entire fire scene. My left, I locked onto their direction and shot straight down like a meteor. The flames around me seemed to come alive, fearfully parting to make way for me. When I arrived, Ace was confronting Brulligam. That guy knew he had been played by the king and had completely lost it. He had captured Luffy and was forcing Ace to drop his weapon. As soon as Ace threw down the pipe, that bastard slashed Luffy's forehead with a knife. Luffy screamed in pain, clutching his head, while Ace's eyes turned red, staring fiercely at Brulligam but didn't dare to move. Brulligam grinned maliciously, raising the knife high again, aiming at the fallen Luffy. "Don't hurt Luffy," Ace shouted with all his heart. In that instant, an invisible shockwave erupted with Ace at its center. At the same time, a massive blood-red slash capable of splitting the entire battlefield in half came crashing down on Brulligam. The surrounding pirates fell to the ground in an instant, and Brulligam was directly cut in half. I rushed over to hug Luffy, and after checking his wounds and realizing they weren't that serious, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the moment I turned to look at Ace, I froze completely. I suddenly realized how ugly and grotesque I look right now. A huge panic surged from the depths of my heart, even overpowering the murderous intent in my mind. I'm afraid. I'm afraid that Ace will dislike me like this. The warmth I finally obtained, I'm afraid it will just disappear like that. Let me tell you, that kid Ace usually acts so cool, but the moment he turns around and sees me, he immediately bursts into tears like a faucet that's been turned on, transforming into a little cannonball that dives right into my arms. Goodness, he cried so hard that he could barely catch his breath, clinging to my neck tightly, struggling to speak, "Sister." I almost couldn't make it. It's all my fault. I'm too weak. Hearing this made my heart ache, so I quickly patted his back to help him calm down, saying nonsense like it's not your fault. "It's because your sister didn't come back in time. Blame me, blame me." And that little one next to him? Luffy, the natural airhead, has also realized what's going on, tugging at the hem of my clothes, sniffling, and wiping his tears all over me. All right, he's polite, but not much. Once these two little troublemakers calm down a bit, I finally mustered the courage to ask the question I feared the most, my voice trembling slightly. With me looking like this now, you guys aren't scared? That silly Luffy looked me up and down a few times, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow. Sister, you're so cool. I want wings that big too. As for Ace, without saying a word, he hugged me again, burying his head in my leg, and murmured, "Sister is still sister, no matter how she changes." Who understands family? Just that one sentence instantly soothed the overwhelming killing intent in my heart. But I couldn't stay here for long. That restless feeling came back. I put away my scythe, grabbed one of each of them, and, with a flap of my wings, I took off into the sky. As for those scum pirates on the ground, let them be. Not personally sending them to the afterlife was already my last act of kindness. I saw a bunch of people over at Dadangs from a distance, but with this outfit, I'll be the headline tomorrow. I found a secluded spot to drop off the two kids and let them go find Dad on while I hurried to the city to look for Sabo. As soon as I left, I felt a chill behind me. I swear, there was a mysterious person dressed like a moving tent with a flip-flop print on their face, who followed me into the city. Goodness, these days, anyone who likes to wrap themselves in a cloak definitely has some peculiar quirks. I hurriedly called Yusha while flying, confirmed Sabo's location, and rushed to a clinic. And guess what? I missed him again. That kid Sabo, after being caught last night, the guards, seeing he's a noble young master, didn't beat him up too badly and just threw him into the clinic. As a result, when this hard-headed kid woke up, the shock was too much, and now he has only one thought in his mind: set sail. Right now. Immediately. He doesn't want to stay in this lousy place for another second. He actually left a letter, took his little treasure chest, and stole a boat to prepare for a solo adventure at sea. I rolled my eyes up to the sky and thought, well, don't bother looking anymore. This kid must have headed straight for the port. I took a shortcut to the port to intercept him. That should work, right? There were a lot of people at the port, so I quickly found a corner to change back to my normal form. But my clothes were tattered and torn from being stretched by my wings, looking like the elder of the beggar's sect. I rushed back to my shop to change into a different outfit, and only then did I head back to the port. I'm telling you, the after effects of my transformation state are incredibly intense. For the next few days, I'll have a strong craving for violence, which is why I'm desperately practicing my physical skills. I try to avoid fighting as much as possible. That feeling of losing control really annoys me. As soon as I arrived at the port, wow, it was a sea of people. A group of nobles was gathered like they were at a corporate annual meeting, passionately discussing how to fawn over a celestial dragon named Charlos. Just listen to the kind of wolfish words they were saying. One noblewoman, posing flirtatiously, said, "I heard that Lord Charlos likes girls around 12 or 13. My daughter is 11 this year. I wonder if she would catch his eye." Another immediately chimed in, "Oh, now that you mention it, my daughter is 9. She might be worth a shot. Who understands what family means?" I immediately felt my fists clench, and my mind started automatically playing the BGM of me ripping their hearts out. Not to mention the lewd looks from the men around me. It was so blatant and disgusting that I felt goosebumps all over. And some women that were being sarcastic with that vixen look. They were definitely there to seduce the Lord. Let me tell you, if it weren't for waiting for Sabo, fearing that things would get too chaotic to pay attention to him, I would have already made them understand why the flowers are so red. My emotions were on the verge of explosion, just one spark away. Just then, Sabo appeared. He was rowing a small, tattered boat, leisurely and seemingly in a good mood. The expressions on his bizarre parents' faces on the shore were simply outrageous. His mother gritted her teeth and said, "If I had known today would be like this, I should have suffocated him at birth." His father was even harsher. "A disobedient child has no value, and it's fine to get rid of him like garbage." Damn, is this even human language? Just as I was about to vent, I saw a ship in the distance, shining with gold and jade, tacky to the extreme, looking like a moving KTV box. At the bow stood an idiot wearing a glass helmet. The celestial dragon, St. Charlos, he's here. Then, the most surreal scene unfolded. Sabo's small boat, as if equipped with navigation, headed straight towards the celestial dragon's grand ship. The speed was ridiculously fast. I want to block them, but the entire port has left no ships to welcome this celestial dragon. What can I do? I can only spread my big wings in front of everyone and take off, casually using my wings to blow away a few noisy guys beside me. At that moment, I decided that today, this matter won't end well. I flew into the big ship and pulled Sabo out of his little boat, which was about to be blown to bits by cannonballs. That idiot Charlos, seeing he missed, got so angry that snot flew out of his nose and went crazy, shooting at us wildly. I maneuvered with Saab, dodging all the cannonballs and landed steadily behind the crowd. But this madman didn't care how many people were below. The cannonballs kept chasing us and exploding, causing instant chaos as people cried out and fled in all directions. Charles was still unsatisfied. He pointed at me and shouted a condition that drove the nobles completely insane. Whoever brings that woman to me, I will grant them the identity of a celestial dragon. I want her to be my slave, kneeling before me like a dog. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone preparing to escape froze in their tracks. Their eyes, filled with greed and madness, resembled a pack of hungry wolves, slowly closing in on me. Escape? Why should I escape? Behind me is Windmill Village, my shop, and so many people who rely on me for their meals. If I run, what will happen to them? A crazy thought took shape in my mind. Today, right here, I will turn this rotten kingdom completely upside down. I held tightly on to Saber, my body shape changed again, and a blood-red scythe appeared in my hand. I stared at the celestial dragon, my voice not loud. Yet it exploded in everyone's hearts like thunder. What did you just say you wanted me to do? Before the words could finish, a massive slash capable of splitting the port in half, filled with overwhelming killing intent, surged towards that extravagant, stupid ship. But just as the slash was about to hit that fool, suddenly a strange blade of wind appeared out of nowhere, lightly brushing against my slash. With that single touch, the slash grazed Charlos's scalp and flew past, directly splitting that glittering golden ship in half. Damn, who? I instantly heightened my perception to the maximum and spotted a figure wrapped in a black cloak at the top of the highest watchtower in the port. Before I could react, the person made a gesture. Suddenly, countless oddly dressed individuals rushed out from all directions, methodically taking control of the scene. Shortly after, a giant submarine surfaced from beneath the sea, and on its bow stood a giant-faced freak with a purple afro and wearing fishnet stockings. None other than the transvestite king, Ivankov. They began to rescue people and effortlessly subdued that idiot Charlos. My heart skipped a beat, and I instantly realized. The perverted cloaked man on the watchtower is none other than Luffy's elusive scumbag father, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Monkey D. Dragon? Goodness, he had been following me all along. This game is getting quite big. Dragon leaped down from the tower and landed in front of me, revealing his face marked with sandal prints. He tried to squeeze out a friendly smile, but the expression was so grim that I almost thought he was about to transform on the spot. I am Monkey D. Dragon, Luffy's father, he spoke. I looked him up and down, and Sabo also poked his head out from behind me. I was in a terrible mood today, and sarcastically shot back, "Oh? So you're the unfilial son that the old man said ran off to start a revolution?" Sabo, being the straightforward boy he is, quickly added, "Are you Luffy's dad?" But Luffy said he doesn't have a dad and has never seen you come back to see him. Dragon was immediately choked up by a 10-year-old's question, making the atmosphere quite awkward. After stammering for a long time, he finally said that he was just passing by to take a look. But then he saw me running around like a madman and worried that I might get into trouble, so he kept following me. I was so angry that I couldn't help but laugh. Why not just come out directly? Why play a game of tailing? Do you think of yourself as a pervert? Just then, Sabo, who had been silent, looked at everything that was being overturned and suddenly cried out in despair. He realized that even if they overthrew the king, the essence of this country would not change. The dragon looked at him and suddenly asked, "Do you want to change all of this?" Sabo suddenly raised his head and shouted with all his might, "Yes. I dream of it. The stench of corruption in this country is worse than a garbage mountain. In a world like this, even if I go out to sea, I can't feel freedom at all." I laughed. The first genuine smile I've had in these past few days. I gently pushed Sobs back, nudging him towards the dragon, and also towards the future he chose for himself. I squatted down, looked at the tearful child, and said to him, "Sabo, what this uncle is doing is exactly what you hope for. What you hope for is to completely smash this old world and establish a brand new order." I told him, just grabbing the steering wheel is not enough. We need to dismantle this broken car completely, get a new one, and let everyone learn how to drive and how to repair cars. That's the real skill. I'll tell you, this reasoning is something I learned from the dragon slaying technique back in my hometown, but I have to break it down for these kids. Sabo is sharp. He gets it right away, so I consider this a little intellectual boost for him. He used to wonder why I talked to him about these world-changing matters every day, saying he just wanted to be a pirate. Now he understands. I've long seen that he has a unique spirit, naturally suited for revolution. When Dragon, also known as Uncle Dragon, saw Sabo's conflicted yet enlightened expression, he directly sent an offer. "Little brother, I see you have great ideas. How about joining us to find a way out for this world?" Wow, this was a direct invitation from the world's #1 wanted criminal. Sabo hesitated for a moment. But when he saw the appreciation hidden beneath Uncle Dragon's fierce face and looked at my encouraging gaze, he nodded vigorously. At that moment, I felt both proud and reluctant. Who understands the feelings of family? It's like the cabbage I raised myself is finally going off to pursue a bigger cause. All right, Sabo's matter is settled. Next topic. How do we deal with those celestial dragons? Uncle Dragon's idea is to release them after the trial. He said we can't confront the Navy head-on yet. Killing these wastes would be like marking a red dot on the world map for the Revolutionary Army headquarters, which is too dangerous. After listening, I sighed while resting my chin on my hand and said, Uncle Long, since you've already seen some of my cards, I don't mind revealing one more. We need to find a place where no one is around to talk about this. We found a secluded corner, and Uncle Long used his observation hockey to scan the area, confirming that there wasn't even a mouse within 100 miles before making a gesture to invite me. Let me tell you, this is one of the good things about Uncle Long. He never treats me like a child and gives me plenty of respect. I'll get straight to the point. Uncle Long, just sending those scumbags back like this is too easy on them, right? I have a way that can solve your worries and also make it much easier for you to plant undercover agents in the world government in the future, reducing the difficulty to a beginner level. Uncle Long's eyes lit up. I lowered my voice and laid out my plan. To put it simply, I have a kind of ability that can precisely destroy the small area in a person's brain responsible for memory and thought, turning a living person into a mindless puppet that only follows commands. Moreover, I can transfer this control to others. Uncle Long fell silent after hearing this and calmly asked me, Why are you willing to help us to this extent? I laughed. Hi, there's no other reason. I generally don't discriminate, but the celestial dragons are an exception. As long as they are unhappy, I'm very happy. Uncle Long twitched the corner of his mouth and managed to say, That's really a bold idea. I seized the opportunity. Think about it, turning that fool named Charlos into our puppet, then sending someone disguised as his slave to go back with him. He has a high status and a dull mind. Isn't he a perfect tool for infiltration? Later, if your revolutionary army wants to gather some intelligence, won't it be easy? Long, the shrewd revolutionary, looked at my scheming expression filled with mischief, and surprisingly, his gaze softened. He probably thought that although I was cunning, I was refreshingly straightforward and rather charming. He smiled and asked, Since you're helping us with such a big task, you must have your own little calculations, right? Of course. I immediately switched to business negotiation mode. Uncle Long, your revolutionary army has been on the road for a long time. Food is a big issue, right? Uncle Long was very candid. Yes, we came to the Goya Kingdom this time for supplies. Then let's cooperate. I clapped my hands, considering Luffy and Sabo. I'll supply you with food at half the market price. The conditions are simple. I want all the intelligence you collect about the Grand Line, and in the future, we'll share intelligence for mutual benefit. Come on, with you see as plant fruit. Producing some food is a matter of minutes. This deal is a surefire profit. Uncle Long was still hesitating, so I threw out the ace. Moreover, our cooperation can be more than just food. I'm setting up a laboratory. Once I develop new weapons, you'll get priority supply. Medicine, military supplies, I have plenty of channels for that. I told him, cooperating with me will definitely not be a loss. What do you think, Uncle Long? For my laboratory, I've managed to convince renowned scholars from all over the world, with a mix of coercion and incentives, and if all else fails, I paint a grand vision. My skill in painting a vision is backed by 3 lifetimes of experience, perfectly aligned with the profession. Although I don't understand those complex formulas, I know the direction. If I guide them on future applications and sketch a beautiful blueprint, won't those tech geeks happily follow me? After thinking for a moment, Uncle Long finally nodded in agreement. He couldn't help but reach out to pat my head, and the look in his eyes was as if he saw his own daughter. I quickly dodged, looking resentful. Uncle Long, don't pat my head, I won't grow tall. After taking care of everything, I brought Sabo back to Windmill Village. This kid was about to go on journey, and he had to say goodbye to Ace and Luffy properly. As soon as I opened the door, oh my goodness, Luffy was already crying like a baby, and Ace was standing by, clenching his fists with red eyes. The moment Luffy saw us, he came running over, snot dripping. Wow, Nichan. Sabo. The fishmonger said Sabo is dead, and you were taken away by a really scary bad guy. Ace and I were almost dying of worry. I'm so dumbfounded. The rumor spreads faster than the bounties on the 4 emperors. It took a lot of effort to explain it clearly, and only then did Luffy stop crying, picking his nose and asking me, Nichan, do I really have a dad? What does the Revolutionary Army do? Sabo scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Well, actually I'm not too sure either. All right, time for some education. I briefly explained to these 3 little brats about the massive entity that is the world government, and what Uncle Dragon and the others are doing which is to overthrow this giant mountain. Ace thought a lot and immediately asked, "Isn't it very dangerous for Sabo to join them?" I teased them on purpose. "What's wrong? Afraid of danger? One of you wants to become the Pirate King and surpass Roger, and the other wants to be the man of the Pirate King. Isn't that more dangerous? If you're afraid of danger, you might as well go join Old Man Garp in the Navy." "Absolutely not," Ace and Luffy shouted in unison. "I will definitely make this world a better place." Sabo clenched his fists as well. Looking at their shining eyes, my heart melted completely. I smiled and patted their heads. "Okay, big sister believes in you." Then I left space for the three brothers and went to help Sabo pack his things. I'm packing things up for him. Good Lord, I almost want to stuff the whole house into his bag. Phone bugs, clothes, books, and even the little toys I made. While packing, I can't help but feel that raising kids is really a lot of worry. In the room, the three brothers are having their own farewell. Sabo says, "Ace, Luffy, I'm sorry, but I have to set sail before you." Ace, for once, ISNT awkward. What are you apologizing for? Chasing dreams is a given, right? Sabo pats Luffy on the shoulder and seriously tells Ace, "This guy Luffy is weak and cries easily, so I'll be counting on you from now on, brother. You don't need to tell me that. I'm also his brother." Ace turns his head away, a bit proud. In the end, Sabo extends his fist. "Let us make a promise. The next time we meet, it will definitely be at our respective peaks. See you at the peak." Ace and Luffy also extend their fists, and the three little fists tightly bump against each other. Okay, let's pause Sabo aside for now. I need to interrupt with some important information, or else you'll definitely be confused later. This matter relates to the devil fruit user I mentioned before, Yesha. Yesha is a celestial dragon. But don't rush to curse. She is completely different from those lazy pigs. She is a smart person, and among smart people, she's the type that loves to learn the most. Simply an anomaly among celestial dragons. How outstanding is she? Even the bald guy with the knife among the Gorosei wants to take her as an heir to cultivate. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Just think about it. In a group of lazy pigs, suddenly there's a diligent and studious overachiever. Can those pigs be comfortable? They may not dare to offend Yesha on the surface, but behind her back, they've long been cursing her. And Yesha's family? They are even more ridiculous. They don't care how excellent their daughter is, only thinking of using her as a top bargaining chip to marry her off to a descendant of the Gorosei, paving the way for their family and her idiot brother. Let me tell you, Yushia is as clear-headed as a supercomputer. She has long mapped out her life clearly, and with that determination, she has made a strong presence even in front of the five elders. Her parents saw this and thought, wow, this daughter is more promising than their son, so they immediately considered replacing the crown prince. What happened next? Her idiotic brother, who only bullies at home, hated her to the core. When Yushia discovered she had a terminal illness, one that would cause her body to weaken day by day and was beyond salvation, her brother finally saw his chance. His gloating expression, I tell you, was enough to kick his own sister out of Mary Geos. He thought this was the cruelest humiliation in the world. You see, celestial dragons have to wear a broken fishbowl when they go out, thinking that breathing the same air as the lower class dirties them. So her brother deliberately kept Yushia's celestial dragon identity, wanting her to live in shame among mortals, carrying that noble title while being treated like a street rat. But who understands the family dynamics? This isn't punishment. It's practically an early retirement, a blessing. Yushia couldn't wait to leave that pigsty where everyone's IQ doesn't exceed 50. For her, being with a bunch of idiots was worse than death. So when she was sent to the kingdom of Goa, she even had a bit of anticipation, thinking she might meet a few intelligent people she could chat with. It was at this moment that Leah, that is me, made a dazzling entrance. At that time, I was contemplating starting a big venture in the kingdom of Goa and needed a wealthy and influential partner. Oh no, I mean a collaborator. Then I met Yushia. Wow, this girl was simply tailor-made for me. High IQ, low EQ, seeing everyone as fools, but only recognizing those she deemed smart. And she was so naive, almost to the point of being foolish. Leah thought, isn't this just a walking banknote? And a sickly version at that, even easier to handle. Not to mention that although Yushia was kicked down, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. The gold and jewels she brought down from Mary Geos. Even a single ring could buy half a kingdom. At that time, I painted her a picture of a bright future, talking about undersea cables, the internet of everything, and artificial intelligence, leaving the genius girl who had never left Mary Ahua in her life completely stunned. Yushia immediately turned into my #1 fan and chief investor, waving her little hand, and gifted me the most prosperous commercial street in the kingdom of Goya. Was she foolish? No, she was not. She clearly understood that I was after her money and identity. But she didn't care, because the splendid world I described to her was something she would never see in her lifetime in that decaying Mariewa. Her so-called relatives only treated her as a tool, while I, although also using her, was at least the first to treat her as a person, caring about her inner feelings. Of course, it was mainly because I had a moment of conscience, thinking that this girl was just too easy to deceive, and feeling a bit sorry for her since she was dying, I casually showed a bit more concern. As a result, just those few words moved her to tears. In order to make her happier before she passed away, and to better keep this cash cow, I started searching the world for some well-known scientists to set up a simple laboratory for her. You wouldn't believe it, but Yuxiao really got immersed in it, especially interested in a botany professor named Tutankhamun. This old professor was quite a remarkable person. He spent his entire life compiling a book titled A Comprehensive Guide to North Sea Plants, traveling to every island in the North Sea. And when I pulled him out of the sea, he was nearly at death's door with a tuft of green seaweed growing on his Mediterranean hairstyle. Yuxiao followed the old professor every day, watching him cough to the point of almost losing his lungs while desperately writing his book. She couldn't understand how a person could dedicate themselves to a goal to such an extent, until just before the old professor passed away. He handed her the book that had consumed his life's work. Wearing a satisfied and relieved smile on his face, Yuxiao seemed to suddenly have an epiphany. At that moment, I tell you, she saw for the first time that a person's life could be lived not for power, not for money, but for a pure, self-loving goal, burning until the very last moment. Professor Tutankhamun died, but it seemed that Yuxiao found the meaning of life. She took the book and vowed to expand it into a comprehensive guide to world plants. From that day on, she completely changed. Her body weakened day by day, but her spirit improved each day. She started offering rewards for collecting rare plants from all over the world, and the kingdom of Goya even sparked a botanical craze. Of course, her affection for me only grew stronger. Knowing I liked shiny things, she would call me every day to show me her jewelry collection in various ways. I tell you, as long as my gaze lingered on any gem for more than 3 seconds, with a wave of her little hand, that piece would become mine. Who could resist that? Under the relentless assault of cash power, I, Leah, successfully made her my best friend. Not only did she spend money on me, but she also helped me with work. During that time, my business grew larger and larger, and the accounts made my head go bald, while my subordinates could barely calculate even a decimal point without producing 18 different versions. Yuxiao, on the other hand, was as sensitive to numbers as AI, handling accounts quickly and efficiently. I simply handed all the finances over to her. Finally, one day, she fell so ill that she couldn't get out of bed and called me to her bedside to discuss her last wishes. She smiled and said, "Leah, you're my only friend in this life. After I die, all my jewelry will be left to you, and no one else will get a penny." As a financial enthusiast, I should have been happy enough to pop champagne on the spot. But at that moment, when she looked at me and smiled so calmly, just like Professor Tutankhamun back in the day, I felt a jolt in my heart and surprisingly felt a bit uneasy. I asked her with a stern face, "You know I approached you just to use you, right?" She weakly rolled her eyes. "With the way you can't move when you see jewelry, how could I not know? Then why are you so nice to me? Are you sick, liking to be taken advantage of?" I'm really speechless. She suddenly laughed, coughed twice, and said, "Because you have what I desire most, vitality. You're not like those pirates controlled by desire, nor like those lower-class people who only know fear and flattery. The confidence and courage in your eyes can't be hidden even behind a mask." All right, that's quite a compliment. I cleared my throat and suddenly laughed. "Since our friendship started with interests, how about we make another deal before we part ways?" "Oh," she raised an eyebrow. "I think your illness is not that simple. I have a way to cure you." I stared into her eyes, speaking each word clearly. Yuxiao fell silent, then sighed deeply. Actually, I already guessed that. Among a group of domesticated pigs, if suddenly a clever one appears, how could those in power feel at ease? They must be afraid I'll uproot the pigpen. I was moved. This girl understood everything. "So why didn't you say it earlier?" "Because I know you hate trouble the most, and my illness is a super enormous trouble behind it. I don't want to leave you a bunch of problems after I die." Goodness, I was directly touched. I suddenly turned around and said in as calm a tone as possible, "You don't want to add to my troubles, right? Fine, then don't die. Stay alive and solve those people yourself." "The price?" "You work for me for a lifetime." "A lifetime?" She was stunned. "Deal." A previously unseen radiance blossomed on Yuxia's pale face. "Boss." "No, call me Captain," I corrected her. "I'm going to be one of the 7 warlords in the future." Just like that, the deal was struck. I told her that if she wanted to live, there was only one way: to eat the plant fruit. Her current body was like a deflated balloon, vitality continuously leaking away, and only the plant fruit, which represented vitality, could continuously recharge her like a power bank. Of course, this was only a temporary fix to completely eliminate the hidden dangers. She had to become stronger and then personally return to that place to settle the score with the person who had meddled back then. Yuxia clenched her fists, her eyes filled with the flames of revenge. Later, the process of finding the fruit went relatively smoothly. After eating the fruit, Yuxia's body recovered at a visible speed. Once her strength and prestige were sufficient, I officially announced that she would serve as the vice president of our business association. The scene shifted, and let's take a look at the other side. Mr. Corazon was once again kicked out of a hospital with a little one, the future law. Behind them were the terrified and disgusted screams of doctors and nurses. The entire hospital knew that a child suffering from plumbum disease, known as the white monster, had arrived. People avoided them like the plague, and some even wanted to pick up weapons. Corazon merely scared them off with a fierce look and then silently walked ahead. Little Law clenched his fists, keeping his head down as he followed behind, silently enduring the world's malice. They had no time for anger because Law's time was running out. They had to rush to the next hospital. Who would have thought that as soon as they reached the staircase, they bumped into someone? Let me tell you, the scene at that moment was unbelievable. I was holding my little yellow treasure, Makabaka, ready to go upstairs to discuss business when two people walked straight towards me. One was tall, wearing a black feather coat, with clown makeup on his face, looking tough to deal with. The other was a little one, wearing a spotted hat, with a face that screamed, "Don't get close," exuding an aura that warned you not to look twice. Before I could say anything, my restless dog darted out like a yellow cannonball and knocked the little one to the ground. Goodness, I thought I was done for. Now I was going to be accused of something. But the next second, Makabaka stuck out its big tongue and gave that child's face a thorough licking, providing a saliva facial service that was quite on point. The child named Law was stunned, unable to open his eyes due to the licking, pushing the dog's head away in disgust. But guess what? He had no strength in his hands. He just symbolically blocked a bit. The tall one, Corazon, was initially tense, but seeing it was just a dog, he immediately relaxed. I could see that this child, while saying he didn't want it, was very honest in his body language. I quickly shouted, "Makabaka, come back." The silly dog reluctantly crawled away from Shaluo, shuffled over with tiny steps, and plopped down by my feet with a wrong little expression, as if I had torn it away from its true love. Shaluo also stood up, wiped his face with his sleeve, and although he still had a poker face, that gaze would occasionally dart over to Makabaka. His little hands were rubbing together behind him, and when I glanced over, he immediately shrank back behind Kalason, hiding. Family. Who understands? This is just the legendary Tsundere. I was just about to apologize, saying my dog's thick-skinned, when Corazon stared at me blankly. Just when the atmosphere got a bit awkward, this guy pulled out a lighter, and with a click, he didn't light a cigarette, but set his precious feather coat on fire. I was shocked at that moment, like, dude, your coat has several burn holes in it. So every time you smoke, you sacrifice a piece of clothing, right? But it got even better. The kid named Law moved so skillfully, it was almost painful to watch. He dashed forward, jumped on Corazon, and in a few swift movements, extinguished the fire. That fluid operation was clearly from an experienced firefighter. Just then, one of my subordinates leaned over and whispered in my ear, saying the kid had white spots on him, like the platinum Lee disease that could destroy nations, asking if I wanted to keep my distance. Let me tell you, as soon as he said that, the looks Law and Corazon gave me were like daggers. I rolled my eyes and thought to myself, can't you read the atmosphere? Just kidding. Am I the kind of person who would do that? This is the future user of the surgery fruit, Trafalgar Law. I'm counting on him to save Ace in the future. Moreover, seeing this kid being rejected by the whole world made my self-proclaimed motherly heart soften. So I cleared my throat, picked up Makabaka, and held it out to Little Law, saying, "Hey kid, do you want to pet it? I think it really likes you." Law tensed up, watching me warily. Let me tell you, the wall this kid has built in his heart is thicker than the Great Wall of China. But he wasn't a fool. He could tell who was genuinely good to him. After a fierce internal struggle, he didn't speak, but he silently took a few steps toward me. I quickly lowered Makabaka a bit, as the dog's tail was swinging so fast it almost hit my face. Little Luo cautiously reached out his hand and gently placed it on Makabaka's head. In that moment, I felt the noisy sounds of the entire hospital fade away, and there was finally a hint of warmth in the child's cold gaze. Later, these two started playing together. Makabaka lay down flat, exposing his belly for Luo to touch at will. Truly a mutual affection. Seeing this situation, I thought it was pointless to discuss business anymore. So I let my subordinates handle it themselves. I had to stay back and watch my dog completely succumb to being a loyal companion. Honestly, watching the scene unfold made me feel quite uncomfortable. Who understands, family? This lead poisoning is not contagious. It's just heavy metal poisoning. And what happened? The world government, for the sake of that little mine, kept the truth hidden, deceiving the entire world while they watched the beautiful fairy tale-like white town of Fravanth be destroyed by neighboring countries as if it were a plague. The royal family took advantage of the government's protection and ran away, leaving the citizens to wait for death. And in the end, only Luo, the last survivor, escaped, hiding among the corpses. It is never disease that destroys a country. It is the human heart. Corazon looked at Luo, who was rarely relaxed, with a look of relief. We stood there, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. To break the silence, I took the initiative to speak. I am Porgasti. Leah, just call me Leah. I deliberately emphasized the D. Sure enough, when Corazon heard the D, his expression changed. He scratched his head and smiled, saying, I'm Corazon, and this little brat is Luo. The clown makeup should have looked frightening, but when he smiled, it was incredibly gentle. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. You're here for Luo's illness, right? I know a doctor who happens to be researching treatment methods for plumbism. As soon as I finished speaking, Kellison got so excited that he tripped over his own feet and fell flat on his face with a loud thud. I was just watching him. Luo silently covered his face, looking like he didn't know this clumsy guy. Kellison scrambled to get up, attempting a dramatic move, failed, and fell back down again. Finally, he managed to steady himself, rushed over, grabbed my shoulders, and his eyes were shining. Is what you said true? Is there hope for Luo's illness? I quickly explained. Don't get excited. We haven't found a cure yet, but we do have medications that can alleviate the suffering. Even with just that, Corazon seemed to grasp onto a lifeline. He insisted on taking Law to meet that doctor. Seeing that the timing was right, I said, sure, we're heading back to my base in Sicily, and the doctor is there. You can come with us. Corazon was so excited that he almost bowed to me, but I quickly stopped him. Even Law, who had been silent, nodded at me. Let me tell you, this was no small feat. Getting this introverted kid to nod made me happier than earning $1 billion. So it was settled. I treated the two of them to a meal. At the dinner table, Makabaka's antics left me dumbfounded. It pulled out a folding bowl from its small bag, opened it with its nose, then held the bowl in its mouth, waiting for me to fill it with meat, acting more refined than a dog. As for Mr. Corazon, he was either burning himself or choking. The meal was chaotic. After dinner, we went straight to my ship and set sail for Sicily. The weather at sea was unpredictable. One moment, it was pouring rain, and the next it was snowing heavily. The ship rocked violently, and Law's body couldn't handle it, resulting in a high fever that night. He was delirious, constantly calling for his mother, father, and sister, pleading not to. Corazon stayed by his side, holding him in his arms and gently patting his back like soothing a baby. Makabaka was in a panic, lying by the bed. Every time Law coughed, its ears perked up, and if he coughed severely, it dashed out to call the ship's doctor. When Law was conscious, he desperately stuffed food into his mouth, even when he had no appetite. I could feel his will to survive had skyrocketed after meeting us. He had grasped a glimmer of hope, even if that hope might eventually turn to despair. Right now, all he wanted was to live. After a few days of turbulence, we finally arrived at Sicily. Let me tell you, this is no ordinary island. It's a commercial empire built by me, Leah. The entire island is divided in half by a dragon-shaped mountain range. The front half has been transformed into a paradise of consumerism. The commercial street is filled with all kinds of the latest clothes, jewelry, local specialties, and a top-notch bar that never closes. As long as you have money, this is your paradise. In the center, I built a huge amusement park where the roller coasters are the real deal, with tracks laid directly on the Dragon Mountain range, winding up and down with the terrain at full speed, definitely giving you a soul-exiting experience. The back half of the island retains the most pristine natural scenery, consisting of hot spring hotels and vacation resorts, designed to offer a tranquil, high-end spot for those tired big shots to relax. But that's not the main point. Let me tell you, the core and most extravagant project on the entire island is hidden deep within the Dragon Mountain range, where I hollowed out a mountain to create a super-secret laboratory. It's filled with various precision instruments that I spent a fortune acquiring, along with a bunch of middle-aged bald professors in white coats. Family, who understands? Does overthinking really affect one's hairline? This rule applies in any world, right? Of course, having high-end industries isn't enough. I also had to solve the accommodation problem for the staff. Next to the commercial area, I allocated a piece of land for high-rise apartments and standalone villas. Our people get internal prices, and for outsiders, this is my bait to attract talent. Don't underestimate a house. In this chaotic world, a safe home is incredibly appealing to those skilled but average in combat ability. However, my grand plan isn't complete yet. The island can't open for business just yet. Firstly, I'm still negotiating with that news mogul Morgan's, and we can still cut down the promotional fees. Secondly, and most importantly, I don't want the gold mine I've painstakingly built to turn into a buffet for pirates the moment it opens. So, I need to establish a warlord system for myself and connect with the biggest underworld thug, Doflamingo, to sort out both the black and white sides. Fortunately, I have Yushia, my chief steward, who handles most of the dirty work, and only a few tough nuts require my personal involvement. So, I brought Corazon and Little Law to my Sicily island. I won't even mention how shocked they were by my grand vision. The most urgent matter was still saving Law's life. Without hesitation, I took them to my secret laboratory to meet the top pharmacologist I had recruited. Let me tell you, researchers can have quite touching emotional intelligence, can't they? The expert looked at Law with the same curiosity as one would have while observing a new panda at the zoo, filled with a thirst for research. After a VIP medical checkup at a top-tier hospital, the results, I tell you, they were simply heartbreaking. Little Law's condition had deteriorated far more severely than expected. Lead poisoning had begun to affect his nerves, and his gastric mucosa was nearly rotten. He would vomit everything he ate, accompanied by severe cramping pain. Worst of all, a large area of his back skin had rotted away. The doctor said that kind of pain would drive even an adult insane. But this little kid remained silent all the way, hiding it from Corazon and me. I was heartbroken seeing this. How strong must this child be to endure to this point? Corazon was also in terrible shape, nearly falling apart, probably feeling guilty for not noticing sooner. The two of them were holding each other up, one enduring physical pain while the other bore emotional torment. The subsequent treatments were even more torturous. Blood dialysis sounds scary. It involves extracting all the blood to wash at once. This process was excruciating, with muscle spasms and irregular heart rates being common, each time feeling like it was taking half his life away. After suffering for nearly 2 months on the island, spending countless money and using the best equipment, the doctor finally shook his head. He said he could only delay death, not cure it, because that damned lead had already seeped into the bones. The only hope left was that bug-level devil fruit, the surgery fruit. Goodness, fate is truly a circle, round and round. It brought them back to square one. In the end, after a plasma exchange, I prepared the best ship for them, accompanied by 2 doctors. I did everything I could. The rest of the journey had to be walked by them. When we parted, Little Law surprisingly turned around and seriously said to me, "Sister Leah, if I can survive, I will definitely repay you in the future." I nodded at him and shouted at the already departing ship, "Law, you must survive. Don't let Corazon down. And definitely don't give up until the very last moment." That guy Corazon was crying his heart out, but in the end, he was pulled back in the cabin by Law, who thought he was being embarrassing. Watching them disappear over the horizon, I felt quite complicated inside. To be honest, if I were determined to intervene, taking a surgery fruit wouldn't be a problem, but that would openly offend Doflamingo and disrupt all my plans. But then I thought about that gentle fool who betrayed the whole world to save an unrelated child. I decided that if possible, I must save Corazon's life. I've been pondering why Corazon is so good to Law. Is it just because he's kind? Or because there's a D in Law's name? I think those reasons are too far-fetched. Later, I realized that he saw the shadow of his brother, Doflamingo, from when he was a child-in-law. That child filled with hatred, wanting to destroy everything. He couldn't save his already completely darkened brother, so he wanted to project all of that obsession on Law, trying to pull this little Doflamingo back from the abyss. In fact, the bond between these 2 brothers is terrifyingly deep. Doflamingo, a born villain, was so poor as a child that he would still save the only whole fish for his sick mother and brother. Law, Corazon, wasn't ignorant of this. Just look at the makeup on his face, which was meant to share his brother's pain. But there are too many obstacles between them: stance, blood feud, ambition. The irony is that the first person to take Law in and not see him as a monster was actually Doflamingo. He saw his past self in Law. And what happened? Law turned around and betrayed him for Corazon. These 3 are like an inextricable knot, entangled yet drifting apart from each other, brutally so. Doflamingo personally killed his own brother. This is definitely the deepest thorn in his heart. He says he wants Corazon to eat the no me for that eternal life surgery. Come on, Corazon is so clumsy that he hasn't even read a medical book. What surgery could he perform? Isn't that just pure disregard for human life? Doflamingo just wanted an excuse to save his brother's life. As long as he eats the fruit, I'll have a reason not to kill him. That's definitely what he was thinking. Just listen to what he said to Virgo about Law. Torture him to death. Make him regret coming into this world. But when he heard about Corazon's betrayal, the first thing he blurted out was, "Hey, you didn't kill him, did you?" And during the execution, he didn't even aim for a vital spot. He left without confirming Corazon's life or death. He couldn't bring himself to do it. He was cutting off his last remaining soft spot, family. After understanding all this, I directly led people to the island where Corazon had his incident. The island was shrouded in a giant birdcage, with heavy snow mixed with blood. I saw the future Don Quixote Doflamingo. At that time, he was only 25, sporting a golden hedgehog hairstyle, dressed in a black suit and his signature pink feather coat, walking with a posture that wasn't as abstract as later on. But that innate pirate aura he had from the core hadn't changed at all. He was in an unusual state that day, lacking his usual arrogance, just silently standing by the sea. While I instructed my subordinates to hurry and find Corazon's body to see if we could save him, I walked over to him. As our two groups met, the atmosphere instantly tensed and all his men pulled out their weapons. But Doflamingo looked at me and suddenly said something that made my CPU overheat. "You're a bit late." At that moment, I saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone, completely puzzled. It was the first time we met in our lives. "So how did he know I was coming?" "I tell you, this thing is getting surreal." He looked at my face, and his eyes were filled with a mix of familiar yet strange emotions. It turned out that in this kid's memory, he had seen me when he was little. He instantly understood that the person he had been looking for over a decade was actually my future self. This was a cross-time encounter. He decided to play along and not expose the truth. After a pause, he suddenly broke into a smile, and that laugh was still so distinctive. "Foo, foo, 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 foo." Previously, someone had investigated and heard that you had taken in Carolson and that little rascal Ron for a while. You came here today to save Carolson, right? I tell you, as soon as his laughter comes out, I know that old rascal is up to something again. Someone like Doflamingo has a mind full of twists and turns. He has to laugh for half a day before saying a word to buy himself some CPU processing time to come up with a seamless load of nonsense. His mouth is a deceiving ghost. You have to weigh every word you believe from him. So, if you want to extract the truth from him, you have to catch his first reaction that slips out. The rest is guaranteed to be made up on the spot. However, at this point, it's meaningless to dwell on how he knew I was coming. No sooner had he finished speaking than, wow, his group of cadres erupted, grabbing their weapons and ready to strike. My side isn't made of pushovers either. Daggers and long knives were drawn in an instant, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. As a result, Doflamingo casually raised his hand, and his people paused as if someone had pressed the pause button. Although they were still glaring at us like wolves, they had put down their weapons. Fine, following his example, I also made a gesture to my side, signaling them to stay calm. I quickly thought it over and decided to be straightforward. I said, "Big brother, I'm mainly here to discuss cooperation, and saving Corazon is just a side attempt." "Ha ha." He started laughing again. "Cooperation? Even if I've already taken you down, you still want to cooperate with me?" I was puzzled in my mind. What's going on with the flamingo tonight? Always asking life and death questions. Could it be that it's too stimulated and the CPU is overloaded? I replied to it bluntly. There's nothing I can do about it. Life and death are fated. Wealth and honor are determined by heaven. And once a person dies, they cannot be revived. We still have to continue the negotiations. As soon as I said this, I felt that his gaze behind the sunglasses changed. He probably didn't expect such an answer from me. He was silent for a moment and then directly told his subordinate, "Torpole, take some people and go to the island to check again and see if there are any fish that slipped through the net." Then he turned to me and said, "Aren't we going to talk about cooperation? Let's go to my ship, the captain's cabin, and have a private chat." I felt a sudden jolt in my heart. But then I thought, fortunately, I was prepared early on and had my people move the Kellison into chaos. Otherwise, if they had run into us now, a fight would have been inevitable. One of my loyal subordinates got anxious right away and came over to say, "Miss Leah, this guy has a terrible reputation, and at first glance, he doesn't seem like a good person. Talking to him alone definitely won't be for any good purpose." I interrupted him directly. If he really wanted to kill me, why would he go through so much trouble? With just a few of us, he could have rushed at me and it would be over. I'm here to do business. There's nothing we can't discuss. I told him to take his men back to the ship and wait for me. That guy wanted to say something, but I shot him a look that silenced him, and he could only obediently lead his people away. Doflamingo, being the clever person he is, probably guessed that I had rescued Corazon, but he didn't mention it at all. In fact, he specifically instructed his subordinates not to cause trouble for my people, which can be seen as tacit approval. Once everyone had moved far away, it was just the two of us left. He led the way without a word, as the snow fell heavier and the cold was biting, creating an eerily quiet atmosphere. Let me tell you, this was the first time I had seen Doflamingo so silent. Usually, when he makes an appearance, it's like a peacock spreading its feathers, wanting the whole world to hear his charming laughter, right? Today's state is just too unusual. I followed behind him, stepping on the snow, which crunched underfoot. Once I got on his boat, I was taken aback. It was all pink and flashy, with a flamingo wearing sunglasses at the bow, resembling a large cosplay event. I couldn't help but marvel at how much this guy loved flamingos. However, as soon as I entered his captain's cabin, I was completely stunned. This was no pirate den. It was practically a study room for a graduate school cram class. The walls were densely covered with nautical charts, filled with all sorts of symbols, and the bookshelves were packed with hardcore literature on politics and medicine, not a single leisure book in sight. The pressure of knowledge hit me hard. I realized this flamingo was serious about his career. He casually plopped down on the sofa, and his posture was so confident it felt like he was about to declare himself the best in the world. I didn't hold back either, adjusting my heavy winter coat that I had wrapped around myself tightly, and sat opposite him. Dude, it's minus 10 degrees out here, and he's just wearing a black shirt, casually unbuttoning 2 buttons as he sits. Isn't cold? Meanwhile, I'm bundled up in a scarf, gloves, and a thick coat, looking like a dumpling. It's truly a case of the dry dying of thirst while the wet drown. He raised an eyebrow. Are you that cold? I can't be bothered with his nonsense, so I'll get straight to the point. Let's just say it directly. It's just the two of us now. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then his next sentence completely fried my brain. He said, I didn't take down Corazon. I let out a sound of confusion, my mind buzzing, doubting whether I was hallucinating from the cold. He looked at my silly expression and patiently repeated himself, even pointing to his own head. I didn't kill him. I just tampered a bit with his mind. He can't wake up for now. I also used a thread to handle his internal injuries. He won't die. Who understands the family matters? Is this a favor from the plot master? Karasong isn't dead. When I saved Sabo or helped Shanks with his arm, didn't I always get fried by the world's consciousness? How come this time it went so smoothly? I suppressed the wild joy in my heart and stared at him, asking, why are you telling me all this? You're not that kind-hearted. He looked up at me and started laughing again, and that laughter sent chills down my spine. Just take it that I'm very interested in you. Goodness, the familiar vibe of a domineering CEO romance hit me all at once. And I almost couldn't hold it together, wondering if this flamingo often watched those cheesy short dramas from 2025. I cleared my throat and continued to ask, so how do you plan to deal with Rossi? You should have guessed that the person was taken away by me. I originally intended to just get rid of him. His tone was very casual, but the content was serious. After all, he betrayed me. However, I recalled the words of a deceased friend and decided to let it go. When he said this, his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, were fixed on me, making me feel uneasy. But then he changed the subject, and I couldn't pretend nothing had happened. Since you've taken him, then he is yours now. He is no longer my brother, and it's best if he doesn't show up in front of me again. Otherwise, next time, I can't guarantee I'll show mercy. I'm secretly complaining. Come on. In this situation, you've already secretly preserved your life, and yet you're here trying to act tough to maintain your status as a young master. This isn't how you should be acting, all proud and aloof. I asked another key question. When will he wake up? Or rather, how can he wake up? Depend on my mood. All right, that's quite willful. I guess he's feeling conflicted inside too. I can't really get involved in the matters between those two brothers. Anyway, his life is saved, so being a sleeping beauty for a while isn't a bad thing. The situation with Kalasong seems to have reached a conclusion, and I feel like a heavy stone in my heart has been lifted halfway. I looked at him, my expression turning serious. Since that's the case, we can discuss cooperation now, Mr. Doflamingo. He took on a more arrogant posture and looked at me. Cooperation? You know everything about me, yet I still don't know who you are. Isn't that unfair? Of course, I couldn't tell him that I was a time traveler with a god's eye view. I just brushed it off. How I know isn't important. What's important is that I already know. Seeing that he didn't press further, I introduced myself. Podcast Leah, a businessman doing a bit of small business across the seas. A businessman? He laughed. And as far as I know, your business is not small. However, as a proper businessman, what good would it do to cooperate with a rogue like me? I calmly replied to him. I'm also very interested in underground business. Since you have investigated me, you should know that I have the financial resources and also this strength. I have no doubt that he has rarely been so honest. But I must confirm one thing. What exactly is our ultimate goal? I looked at him, and at that moment, I decided to take a gamble and tell him my most genuine thoughts. I say word for word, as a businessman. Of course, I want to have the biggest plate and share the biggest cake. But the most crucial point is to pull down those celestial dragons who consider themselves descendants of gods from their divine position. I told you, as soon as I finished speaking, he went crazy. He was first stunned, then erupted into an unprecedented fit of laughter. Ha 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 ha. So arrogant. All right, I agree to cooperate. Let's join forces, first expand our territory, and then turn that group of trash ruling the world upside down. You handle the shadows. I'll take the spotlight. We'll work together to maximize our benefits. How about it? I propose my plan. To achieve our goals, I can play any role. He replied firmly. And I added, our alliance must be conducted in secret, striking unexpectedly at the crucial moment. He looked at me meaningfully, unexpectedly. You seem quite confident about the future. I smiled and didn't answer, but directly reached out my hand to him. So, Mr. Doflamingo, shall we form an alliance? He also extended his hand, and we shook firmly. Pleasure to cooperate. From that day on, our connection increased. To be honest, we both have that crazy streak in our personalities, and many things just clicked between us. Of course, we often argued fiercely, especially when he criticized my taste. Once, I was so angry that I pointed at his nose and yelled, "What right do you have to criticize me with your pink feather coat fetish?" He actually laughed and said, "What, you like it too? I'll send you a few white ones someday. They'd look great on you." I'm speechless. Is this person recommending coats to anyone they catch? I teased him. Have you given one to your brother too? He actually fell silent. Goodness, he really is a brother in a tragic situation where he burns one set and you gift another. But seriously, after collaborating with me, Dof's style of doing things has really changed a lot. Once, while dealing with a fool who was trying to hijack our cargo ship, I had just broken down that guy's psychological defenses using information about his family and extracted all the intel. Meanwhile, an impatient Dof beside me just shot the guy dead. When the blood splattered, I quickly stepped back to avoid getting my skirt dirty. He mocked me, kindness? I don't know who it is that threatens others with their family and gets them to kneel and beg like dogs with just a few words. I coldly stare at the corpse on the ground. If you touch my cake, you should be prepared to die. I'm not some kind of saint. You must eradicate the root of the problem. He said nothing after hearing that, just opened the door to the interrogation room and walked out first. As we walked down the dim corridor, he suddenly spoke in a low voice. You said before, to kill less, or else it would diminish your merits. I scratched my head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I just said it casually, didn't expect you to actually take it to heart. Your method is very efficient. He explained it with a sentence. I took the opportunity to ask tentatively, so, Doflamingo, when will Rossi actually wake up? He can't really be a sleeping beauty for a lifetime, right? He was silent for a long time, long enough that I thought he wouldn't answer. And then his voice came. He'll wake up after you go back this time. I felt a surge of joy in my heart and quickly changed the subject. So, we can consider ourselves friends now, right? Do you want to come over to my place to hang out? He paused for a moment and turned around. Since you invited me, of course I will go. But I have to take care of things and dress Rosa first. Oh, you're telling me such an important thing, just like that? I'm really touched, I said sarcastically. He scoffed. Come on, you know what I'm going to do, right? After thinking for a moment, he asked again, what do you think about the situation in Dressrosa? I looked up at him. To the victor belongs the spoils, and the vanquished are the outlaws. You can do whatever you want, but the premise is to win the hearts of the people in Dressrosa and treat the locals well. Since he has chosen that place, I have no reason to stop him. On the contrary, as long as he doesn't touch the bottom lines of human trafficking and drugs, I have no objections if he manages to secure a few more countries. When I returned to my territory, I indeed received the news that Rossi had woken up. When I rushed to the laboratory, the scene I saw was simply eye-watering. One of our top bald professors was holding Rossi's slim waist, helping him onto the hospital bed. Rossi was shirtless, with beautifully defined abs, and was only wearing a pair of shorts on the lower half. The professor took a cigarette from his ear, handed it to Rossi's lips, and even went so far as to light it for him. His gaze was truly lewd. I only found out after asking that the professor was amazed by the skills of the person who performed brain surgery on Rossi and wanted to meet them. Rossi himself was still in a daze and had no idea who had operated on him. I quickly had my subordinate bring some clothes while I asked him how he felt. He said it was okay, just that he had been lying down for too long and felt weak all over. He exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice a bit weak, and then asked me, was it Miss Leah who saved me? I told him everything as it was, including that Dover had shown mercy, but had only manipulated things in his mind. After listening, Rossi fell silent for a long time. He skipped his topic and eagerly asked, what about Luo? Did he escape? Don't worry, he's very safe. He's studying medicine in a remote little town in Beihai now. Rossi's eyes turned red with excitement. And just as he was about to say that he wanted to see Luo, I stopped him. I had no choice but to reveal a bit of the situation to him, sharing what I could see about the future. I told him that Luo had his own path to follow, and his appearance now might disrupt everything, potentially leading to worse consequences. After listening to my advice, Rossi ultimately agreed not to meet Luo for the time being. He couldn't go back to the Navy, so after thinking it over, he decided to stay and become a teacher at the elementary school I run. It was clear that he genuinely liked children. However, after just a couple of days as a teacher, I realized that I am truly someone born to be busy. I feel restless if I don't have something to do all day. I have to tell you, one day I watched Rossi telling stories to the little kids, and suddenly an amazing idea popped into my head. Rossi has that silence fruit ability, right? It's practically tailor-made for doing bad things. I immediately pulled him over and quietly asked him, "Hey, is your Tang Sanzang family's ancestral grave buried alongside those other stupid celestial dragons?" He shook his head, and I slapped my thigh on the spot. "This is it. Let us go. I'll take you to pull off a big score." We set off in my custom submarine, diving straight towards the ancestral grave of the celestial dragons. That place, how should I put it, was resplendent, almost to the point of having fools with money engraved on the tombstones. The key was that there was a large group of slaves wearing bomb collars, scrubbing the golden tombstones with little cloths. Who understands what families go through? What era is this? Still engaging in such feudal remnants, I was infuriated right then and there. Without a second thought, I opened my domain and made the entire cemetery invisible. Rossi was quick to follow suit, casting a silent barrier. Perfect. Now, even if they held a concert inside, no sound would be heard outside. With a wave of my hand, my people bound all those slaves and gagged them, mainly to prevent them from crying out and ruining my mood for making a fortune. With preparations complete, I looked at those shining golden tombstones, my mouth nearly watering. Let me tell you, when I picked up the shovel, I was digging with more enthusiasm than anyone. With each scoop, treasures came pouring out. Gold, silver jewels, antique paintings. I became the richest guy in this sea. As I dug, I didn't forget to urge Rossi, "What are you staring at? Dig. Everything you find counts as yours. Don't you want to take Luo on a world tour? How can you do that without money?" Rossi, the honest guy, was a bit confused at first, but after my encouragement, he picked up a shovel and joined in. You wouldn't believe it, but as he dug, a kind of, very relieving smile appeared on his face. Just as we were intensely engaged in our excavation, the bound slaves started to stir. I thought, since they couldn't escape anyway, I'd let one go to ask what they wanted. As a result, the big guy's eyes turned red, and he shouted at me, "We're doomed today anyway. Before we die, let us vent our anger. We want to desecrate the corpses." The moment I heard it, my eyes lit up. "Sister, you should have said it earlier. I had to support this." With a wave of my hand, I set them all free. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. Kicking, spitting, and in the end, a big guy, having run out of other options, unbuckled his belt and started to family. Who understands? At that moment, I felt the entire cemetery was elevated. Such a historic moment had to be recorded. I took out my phone bug and filmed the whole thing in high definition, immediately sending it to Duffer with the title, "It's better to enjoy together than alone." After we cleared out all the valuables, including those gold tombstones, I didn't forget to take that group of slaves with me. After all, I brought them this unwarranted disaster. I couldn't just leave them to die. As for that cemetery we dug up, looking like the surface of the moon, I didn't even bother to cover it up, leaving it wide open and flaunting it. Inside the submarine, while I was admiring my spoils, Duffer's call came in. The phone bug mimicked his facepalm expression and immediately said, "You're really a troublemaker. Can't sit still for a day." Before I could gloat, he changed his tone to that of a concerned father. "But you did well. It's really satisfying to watch. However, you recorded it, but why were you watching that peeing scene? You're a girl, don't dirty your eyes." At that moment, I saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone, and I thought, dude, are your priorities a bit off? I'm turning 18 next month, okay? Besides, I've seen my fair share of small scenes. Dover over there was so angry that his veins were popping, questioning who taught me all this nonsense. It gave me a DJVU of a strict father, and I just couldn't handle it. The next day, Morgansburg, I suspected he had installed a GPS on me. Front page news, high-definition photos, directly blowing up the whole world. The newspaper not only showed the tragic state of the dragon people's ancestral graves being dug up, but the most outrageous part was that on the main tombstone, someone had painted in red 8 big words. "Dragon people are all trash." Now, this stirred up a hornet's nest. The world government was furious and directly issued a bounty of 500 million berries. With the bounty notice having not even a shadow of a clue, focusing instead on participation. All the big shots around the world went crazy. The red-haired crew popped champagne, and Shanks shouted about wanting to recruit this talent onto the ship. Whitebeard was laughing heartily, saying he wanted to meet this interesting guy. The reaction from Big Mom and Kaido was similar, with both of them demanding, "Go find this person for me." Even Hawkeye, with his icy face, surprisingly said it was interesting. I was busy calculating money with an abacus, completely ignoring the storms outside. To boost my record and become one of the 7 warlords, I first targeted the soft target, Gecko Moria. I prepared sea salt in advance to specifically deal with his zombie army. To be honest, Moria is really weak now. I took him down in no time. After the fight, I realized this guy is just a sentimental homebody who got his heart broken by Kaido. Seeing him desperately trying to protect Perona, I actually appreciated him. So not only did I spare his life, but I also gave him a few coffins filled with the corpses of celestial dragons, telling him not to be polite and to use them for his zombie babies. His look at me changed completely. Having one more friend is better than having one more enemy. Next, I staged a drama with Doflamingo, publicly claiming that we were mortal enemies and spreading rumors about our irreconcilable relationship. My pirate crew was officially formed, and I almost named it the Corgi Pirates. But in the end, after everyone's disapproving looks, I settled on the Moon Pirates. Then came my bounty notice. Morgan's definitely used a beauty filter for my pictures. The first one shows me in a cheap out fighting, with my hair down and a hint of smile on my lips. The second one was taken right after I showered, wearing a light outfit and drying my hair, with sunlight streaming in, creating a perfect atmosphere. The third one was even better. I was acting with Doflamingo, wearing battle makeup, and he was showing off his abs. The photo looked so dramatic that anyone who didn't know would think it was a scene from a tragic romance. My godfather Carp saw the bounty notice and spat Sanbei all over Sengoku, furious and ready to confront Morgans. Shanks, let me tell you, is pure and innocent to a fault. He collected every bounty notice of mine, and when he saw the second one, he reportedly had a nosebleed right on the spot. He keeps writing me letters, which he sends along with a pile of documents, and I reply to him like I'm keeping a diary. Unfortunately, Baby 5 secretly snapped a photo of me playing around with Doflamingo and slipped it into my letter. In that photo, Doflamingo was sitting, pressing his finger against my forehead while I was angrily pointing at him. When Shanks received the letter and saw the photo, he completely lost it with jealousy. I really don't understand his thought process. The next moment, he rushed to find Beckman, saying he wanted to learn business because he liked chatting with Doflamingo about it. Family, can you make sense of this logic chain? I certainly can't. He even shouted about wanting to go to Dressrosa to hang out with Doflamingo. In any case, he didn't make it to Dressrosa because I had my plan in motion. Through a series of maneuvers, I successfully caught the attention of the higher-ups in the Navy and received an invitation to become one of the warlords of the sea. I gladly accepted and went to the Navy headquarters to take up the appointment. My godfather Carp was there. He was unusually silent that day, just watching me without scolding or laughing, his expression very complicated. Finally, he walked over and placed his large hand on my head without saying a word, then dragged me to his office. Let me tell you, there are no documents in his office. The desk is filled with sunbae of various flavors, and prominently displayed is a photo of me as a child holding Luffy in one hand and Ace in the other. When I saw that photo, my heart sank a little, feeling a bit guilty, but just for a moment. I quickly realized that I must focus on my career. Otherwise, with the reckless personalities of my 2 younger brothers, when a big event happens in the future, who will protect them? I've worked hard to have a family, and no one can touch them. I directly hugged the old man from behind and made it clear to him, "Old man, don't you know what kind of people your 2 grandsons are? Becoming Navy? Maybe in the next life. If they don't become the Pirate King, it will be a favor to you. So, our family must produce someone who can stand in the open and protect them." Carp remained silent, his muscles tense all over. Finally, he pulled me into an embrace, his voice hoarse as he said, "I just feel sorry for you, girl. Who understands family?" Just this one sentence almost made me burst into tears. The feeling of being understood is incredible. However, being moved is one thing, but I couldn't forget the important matters. At the Navy headquarters, I also encountered some heavyweight figures. Akiji, Kazuo, Kainu, they've all been promoted to admirals now. When I was a child and seriously ill, the old man brought me to the headquarters for treatment, and those 3 grandfathers even came to visit me as a group. At that moment, I ran into Akiji in the corridor. He still looked lazy and half asleep, and when he saw me, he pulled out a rose from who knows where and asked, Era, this beautiful lady, do you have time for a date tonight?" I was speechless, thinking, who are you, dude? Oh wait, I know him. I directly replied, "Uncle Akiji, it's me, Leah." Only then did he scratch his head, take a good look at me, and then continue to ask, "Ah, you've grown up, so do you have time tonight?" I almost rolled my eyes to the sky. Just as I was speaking, the BGM, accompanied by a kawa sound, came from Kizaru, who floated over, and the two of them started banter. Kizaru, that sly old man, sarcastically said to me, "Oh, Miss Leah, I thought I would see you at the new recruit training camp, but I didn't expect you to directly become a warlord of the sea. Listen to this." Such tea-like words. Speaking of these big shots, let me tell you the most ridiculous story, which is about Mihawk, who understands family. My first encounter with him is truly an indelible black history in my life. That day, I had just finished a fight with a storm at sea, exhausted like a dog. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, hitting me directly and frying me to a crisp on the outside but tender on the inside. And I fell straight into the sea. When I was rescued by the sea beast I controlled and woke up, I saw a green light floating in the distance. When I focused my eyes, I was shocked to see a man holding a black sword bigger than a door, paddling his coffin-like small boat. We stared at each other in silence. The air felt thick with tension. I thought about greeting him, but guess what happened? Without a word, he came straight at me with a strike to silence me. All because I saw him using a national treasure-level sword to row a boat. This guy's mind is smaller than the tip of a needle. He chased me with his sword all night long. In the end, I was left with no choice but to use a little treasure from the lab, an odorless and tasteless tranquilizer, and took him down. I was tired and hungry at the time, so I jumped on his boat and ate up his supplies. I thought I couldn't just eat for free, so I pulled a few coins out of my pocket and tossed them at him. And I even tore off a piece of his shirt to write a note with my fountain pen. "Big brother, be generous, don't chase after me." When I left, I noticed his nice trench coat and casually took it since I was shivering from being struck by lightning and then falling into the sea. The consequence was that this guy chased me for several months. How do we finally make peace? You might not believe it, but I taught him how to grow vegetables on the island and also recommended the martial arts novel The Return of the Condor Heroes from my place. Now he has completely turned into my book fan, coming to my island every day with a knife, asking me, "Did Yongbor end up with Xylong?" Where am I supposed to reason with that? Anyway, I didn't stay long at the Navy headquarters. I had a meal in the cafeteria while being sandwiched between Kizaru and Akiji, and everyone in the cafeteria was looking at me with curious eyes. Later, Akainu, Admiral Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Tsuru all came, and wow, it was like the Navy high-ups were having a yearly meeting. They all asked me how I was doing, and only later did I find out that it was all because my complaining grandpa was bragging about my photos to everyone, making all the high-ranking officers in the Navy practically raise me as their granddaughter. I hurriedly slipped away. After all, my Sicilian island was about to open. This is the business empire I've built with 2 years of hard work. On the opening day, the guests were all tough characters, pirates, and mafia bosses. My arch-nemesis Doflamingo also showed up, and we put on a show of turning against each other in front of everyone, then quickly retreated to my private room to drink, channeling our inner movie stars. That night, the red ship finally arrived. Shanks, that guy, hadn't seen him in 2 years, and his aura was indeed strong. But when he smiled, he was still that silly guy. He rushed over and threw his arm over my shoulder. And let me tell you, my heart skipped a beat. Throughout the banquet, he was protective, snatching up every drink offered to me and downing it himself. Later, when everyone started cheering for me to perform, Shanks looked at me with eager anticipation. I sat down at the piano and played a tune from my hometown. As I played, the atmosphere turned a bit emo, and the room fell silent. When I finished and opened my eyes, the sky was filled with fireworks, and Shanks was staring at me, his eyes full of stars. After the banquet ended, the place was a mess, and only Ben Beckman was still awake, watching over the drunken crowd like a father. I don't know what got into me, but looking at Shanks, who was still chugging drinks, I blurted out asking if he wanted to ride the Ferris wheel. He just grinned and agreed. We walked over one after the other, and let me tell you, the wind that night felt sticky. Sticky, I tell you. I felt like my heart couldn't keep up, and I was sweating all over. But then this red-haired guy dropped the ball at the crucial moment. His hand was swaying next to me, reaching out, then retracting, reaching out again, and retracting again. Goodness, was he playing a game of red light, green light? I really can't take it anymore. The slightly tense and ambiguous atmosphere was completely ruined by his back-and-forth teasing. My patience was running thin, and I got angry. No more waiting. I directly grabbed his big hand. Hey, guess what? He immediately looked like he was electrified, with a smile on his face that was as wide as a 200-pound husky, completely unable to hide it. Then he became even bolder, taking small steps to move closer to me, squeezing my hand, and finally intertwining our fingers perfectly. I turned my head to look at his smug expression, and honestly, I felt my face start to heat up. To be honest, his hands were rough, full of calluses and old scars, but holding them felt particularly reassuring. I started to panic and realized that I might really be falling for this red-haired fool. Who understands me? I'm someone who plans everything in a PPT all the way to 2050, and here I am, heart racing uncontrollably because of an unexpected man. This feeling was so unfamiliar, and I was scared. My instinct was to quicken my pace and run forward, trying to shake off this chaotic emotion. As a result, he seemed to sense my unease and tightened his grip on my hand, then smiled at me and pulled me toward the Ferris wheel. The evening wind blew fiercely, making his red hair look like flames, and in that moment, all I could see was his tall figure. I don't know why, but that sense of panic suddenly disappeared, and I felt like running with him was the right thing to do. Wow, let me tell you, that spectacle. The entire amusement park lit up just for us. The giant Ferris wheel glowing with pink lights, and employees standing in a row below. This feeling, how should I put it, was quite embarrassing. Especially since we were holding hands, I felt like the gazes of those employees were burning holes through us. I wanted to pull my hand back, but he held on tightly and wouldn't let go. My face turned as red as my neck, and I shot him a glare out of frustration. He, on the other hand, was even happier to see my sulking expression, laughing even more. I couldn't take it anymore, so I reached out to pinch the soft flesh on his waist, but wow, it was all hard muscle, completely unyielding. The texture was quite nice. Ugh, what was I thinking? Fortunately, we quickly sat down in the cabin of the Ferris wheel, isolated from the outside world, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and we both felt a bit awkward, trying to find something to say, and then, coincidentally, we both spoke at the same time. Shanks, Lily-chan, we exchanged a glance and laughed. With that laugh, the awkwardness vanished. Then this guy suddenly became serious. Using the hand I had just held, which he had been hiding, he gently tucked a stray hair behind my ear, his gaze incredibly earnest, and he said, "Leah, I like you. I've liked you for a long time." I was completely stunned at that moment, totally crashed. My career was just starting, and I hadn't even accomplished half of my life plans yet. How could I be fast-forwarded to a confession? I didn't respond, and he seemed anxious, shaking my shoulders and saying, "Lily, did you hear what I just said?" I was shaken back to reality by him, feeling both happy and confused. And I quietly asked him, "Are you serious? You don't really know me." Before I could finish my sentence, he interrupted me, shouting with absolute certainty, "I like you, no matter what kind of you it is, I like you. I like the you that's sitting next to me right now." After saying that, he pulled me into his arms tightly. I was almost out of breath from his embrace, and I asked in a muffled voice, "What if I say I don't like you?" I can tell you that what he said next is something I'll probably never forget in my life. He rested his head on my shoulder, his voice particularly gentle, and he said, "You don't have to do anything, just stand there and wait for me, and I will keep getting closer to you. As long as you don't back away and don't dislike me, that's enough." I'm just completely caught off guard. Family, who can handle this? I almost cried at that moment and tightly hugged his waist. After a while, I finally calmed down, leaning against his chest, listening to his heartbeat, which was as fast as a drum. I said, "Actually, I do have some feelings for you, but I still have to be rational." I quickly pulled away a little from his embrace and looked at him, saying, "Shanks, even if I like you, I can't just agree to you right away. I have my career. I can't just abandon everything to join your ship for you. I have many concerns." He immediately countered my words. "None of that matters. Lily-chan, you are free. Whatever you want to do, I will support you. You just need to stand there and wait for me." I couldn't help but laugh, and all those messy worries in my heart disappeared. I reached out to touch his face, and when I felt the 3 scars at the corner of his eye, my heart ached, and I couldn't hold back. I kissed the corner of his eye. In the next second, to my surprise, he directly grabbed my hand, lifted my chin with the other hand, and kissed me. Outside, there was a loud bang as fireworks exploded in the night sky, dazzling and beautiful. But I couldn't think of anything else. My mind was filled with him. When the kiss ended, I was almost out of breath, so I pinched his face in annoyance. He pretended to be in pain, looking at me with those wet puppy eyes, as if to say that being a spoiled man is the best, right? I covered his eyes in annoyance, but he took the opportunity to pull me into his arms, his big hand around my waist. The Ferris wheel quickly came to a stop, and I wanted to get off him, but he not only didn't let go, but also smiled even brighter, picking me up in a princess carry and taking me out of the cabin, in front of all my employees. He wasn't satisfied yet. He pulled his cloak over me, wrapping me up completely and holding me tighter, looking like a proud rooster who had just won a battle. I was really mortified at that moment, wishing I could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He only set me down when we reached a less crowded place, but he still held my hand. He said he would take me back. On the way back, he suddenly stopped smiling, his expression resembling a lagging server. I could tell he was lost in thought again, worrying about dragging me down or how dangerous the future might be, and so on. I stopped directly and told him, "If you don't want to laugh, then don't. It really looks bad. What are you thinking? Tell me." To my surprise, he really opened up to me and said he was a bit scared. I immediately understood. This guy has someone he cares about now and has started to be cautious. I found it a bit funny, yet also felt a bit heartbroken. So I said, "Shanks, don't underestimate me. I don't need you to stand in front of me. I want to stand by your side and face all difficulties together. Besides, I haven't agreed to anything yet, so why are you worrying so early?" He then laughed and said, "That's true. Our Lily-chan is so amazing." I teased him back, "Well, you'd better work hard, or I might just end up liking someone else." He listened and seriously replied, "Our Lily-chan is so outstanding. It really makes me worried in the end." I looked at him very seriously and said, "Shanks, if there's something you want to do, just go for it. Don't consider me. I can bear the consequences. Don't add more burden to yourself. I will worry too." It seemed like he finally let go of the stone in his heart and softly said, "Okay." Soon we arrived at the door of my little villa. I hesitated while taking out the keys to open the door, then finally mustered the courage to ask him, "Do you want to come in and take a look?" Of course, he said yes. Once inside, I was so nervous that I pulled him around to show him my little decorating idea, and he patiently listened from behind. The feeling was really a bit like a couple visiting their new home. Finally, we reached the door of my room, and I still brought him in. I said, "If you want to stay here, I can tidy up the room next door for you." But he shook his head and said, "No need. I'll leave after you fall asleep. We have to set off before dawn tomorrow." I was a bit surprised so soon. He explained that we couldn't let others know about our good relationship, fearing I might be targeted, and he didn't want me to take on risks. I understood and told him, "I got it. But you have to wait for me there for a bit. One day, I will be strong enough to stand proudly by your side without worrying about any threats." He looked into my eyes and said with certainty, "I believe you can do it." After that, I went to take a shower and then sat in front of the vanity to go through my expensive skincare routine. He sat on the nearby sofa, looking bored and probably almost falling asleep. When I finally finished and lifted the covers to prepare for bed, it was so awkward. Who can sleep with someone staring at them, really? He seemed to notice my embarrassment, moved a chair to sit by my bed, gently covered my eyes with his hand, and started humming a strange lullaby. I have to say his deep and magnetic voice was like ASMR. My restless heart actually calmed down slowly, and I fell asleep before I knew it. When I was sound asleep, he took his hand away, sat quietly for a while, tucked me in, and finally gently kissed my lips before leaving quietly, moving as cleanly as a professional agent. When he returned to the ship, Beckman was still waiting for him. Beckman, like an old father, reminded him, "Be careful. After tonight, you're still that fearsome pirate of the seas." Shanks looked at the thousands of lights on the island, smiled slightly, and said, "I know." The next day when I woke up, there was indeed no one in the room. In a daze. I even thought last night was just a dream, but as soon as I recalled those details, my face turned bright red, hot enough to fry an egg. I just wanted to ride the Ferris wheel with him. How did it develop into this? So embarrassing. Anyway, this matter passed just like that. I thought to myself, it was time to focus on my career. I needed to go back to the East Blue to bring Ace and Luffy out for some special training. Staying in one place for too long isn't good for growth. I was sitting alone in a small boat, letting a little one pull me in the sea, heading towards the East China Sea. As I passed a place called Kikishia Village, I thought to myself, hey, this name sounds a bit familiar, but I just couldn't recall. However, my intuition told me that something was off about this place. The entire village was lifeless, with every household's door tightly shut. And there wasn't even a ghostly shadow on the street. It was eerily quiet. My heart sank. Something definitely happened in this place. I hurried over to take a look, and wow, what I saw completely stunned me. In the orange orchard in the middle of the village, there were people everywhere, and the villagers looked scared like quails. In the crowd, I immediately recognized a sister with pink hair, Belle Emery. She was being stepped on the ground, her arms covered in blood. And next to her was an incredibly ugly fish-headed man, cackling loudly. My mind went blank, and I thought, what the hell? Isn't this Nami's hometown? Arlong has come to the door. Let me tell you, at that time, Belmel was lying on the ground, and that bastard Aaron had a gun pointed at her head, just because Belmel refused to say she had no children. Family, who understands this? This is what it means to be a mother. To rather die than submit. If it were me, I would do the same. There were all of Aaron's little brothers around, and if I charged in recklessly, they would use the villagers as hostages, which would be a problem. As my mind raced, I had an idea. I quietly squeezed into the crowd and just as Aaron was about to pull the trigger, I stepped forward. Hey, big brother, wait a second. I shook the heavy money bag in my hand, smiling innocently. I'm here to buy oranges, a big order worth 100,000 berries. This money should be enough to pay for their lives, right? I was wearing a mask on my face, and even Arlong with his fish brain couldn't recognize who I was. He glanced at the money bag in my hand, then looked at Belmir, and greed overcame everything. He called over his octopus little brother to take the money, and I directly threw the entire money bag over. Inside, there wasn't just 100,000 berries, but also the jewelry I had saved up over time, which broke my heart. But there was no choice. Saving people was the priority. Money can be robbed back. Dare to rob my money? He really doesn't know why the flowers are so red. After Arlong and his gang took the money, they made a threatening remark and left. Only then did I hurry over to support Belmir. She looked at me in confusion, instinctively shielding the two little ones, Nami and Nojiko, behind her, and asked me who I was. I slowly took off my mask and smiled at her. It's been a long time, Miss Belmir. Her eyes widened instantly. You are? Leah? I nodded. She was so excited that she could hardly speak, thanking me repeatedly and saying she would pay me back. Pay me back. I clenched my jaw and said, this money, I'll personally get it back from Along. I, Leah, have dug up the ancestral grave of the celestial dragons, and today I was actually robbed by a little nobody. How can I swallow this anger? Belmir urged me to run quickly, fearing I would be implicated. Run? What a joke. In front of everyone, I took out my snail phone. When in doubt, call for help. Family, take note, this trick works best. As soon as the snail phone connected, the face on the other end turned into my old man, Carp, who was picking his nose. The moment he saw my name on the caller ID, his expression did a complete 360-degree turn, and he smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. Oh, my dear granddaughter Leah, have you been eating well lately? I brewed my emotions for a while, and as soon as I opened my mouth, I started complaining, my voice full of grievance. Grandpa, someone is bullying me. He even took my money. I said I would call the Navy, but he said the Navy is in cahoots with him, protecting each other. He also forced the villagers here to pay for their lives. Boo-hoo. I recounted the whole affair of Aaron and that Colonel Mouse with some embellishments. After listening, the old man surprisingly fell silent. Finally, he spoke. Stay there and don't move. Protect the villagers. I'll send Smoker over to handle it. Then, I thought for a moment, could I go and rob back the money they took? Return what belongs to the villagers, and keep the rest to set up the school. I just wanted to be straightforward, but I had to put on a show in front of my elders. Go. Just rob. The old man agreed emphatically. Before hanging up, he kept reminding me, if you can't win, run. If you can gang up, don't fight alone. We even delve into a deep discussion about how to deceive others. Beside us, Belmir and Officer Akin, with a windmill on his head, were left dumbfounded. Their expressions were just blank. Nami, on the other hand, was listening with sparkling eyes, probably learning the essence of it all. Once the villagers dispersed, I followed Belmir back to her home. Akin was busy taking care of her, and I could see there was potential there. So I teased Belmir. I said, Nami and the others are missing a stepdad. I think Uncle Akin would be a good fit. Belmir rarely blushed a little and smiled. Looking at the two of them, I suddenly felt a bit sentimental and said, life is unpredictable. Cherish the people in front of you. But the sentimentality lasted only a second, and I quickly regained my composure, clapping my hands. All right, let's get down to business. Nobody go out tonight. I'm going to bring back your money. Although I said I would bring people, it was really just me. That night, I sneaked into Aaron's amusement park. Those fishmen saw me and wanted to make a ruckus. Let me tell you, with just one slash, really just one slash, my scythe was infused with hockey, and with one strike, a huge wound appeared on Aaron's chest, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. Leaning against the wall, he still had the nerve to be defiant. Indeed, humans are the most despicable. You such a strong one, came from the Grand Line. I crossed my arms and looked down at him. I'll give you a chance to say your last words. To my surprise, this guy was quite loyal, claiming that everything was done by him alone and asking me to spare his little brother. I couldn't help but laugh. Now you're all about brotherhood? Did you think about today when you were bullying defenseless villagers? You don't understand. I'm doing this for the future of the Fishman tribe. He was still shouting there. I'll just say it straight. You, acting tough in this rookie village in the East China Sea, and you think you can talk about the future? You emphasize that fishmen are 10 times stronger than humans. Isn't that just to cover up your own incompetence and cowardice? What you're doing is what we call a CPU that even electronic ibuprofen can't save, purely boosting your own ego. A true strong person only directs their blade towards stronger opponents. You don't even dare to return to the Grand Line, hiding here. You've long lost the qualification to bear the fate of the fishmen. My few words completely broke down his psychological defenses. This big man actually started crying, saying that he yearned for the sunshine in his childhood and wanted to live on land with his fellow countrymen. Were you all this time? But seeing him like this, my anger subsided significantly. I put away my scythe and gave him a way out. All right, if you want to live in the sunshine, I'll give you a chance. I have an island where you can work for me. I guarantee no one will discriminate against you. You can exchange labor for rewards. Treat it equally. You could be the intermediary between me and the Fishman Island. I also threw out a condition he couldn't refuse. I would take responsibility for sending the orphans of Fishman Street to school. Arlong was completely shaken. He struggled for a while, saying he wanted to go see my island first before making a decision. Fine. I tossed him a permanent pointer to my island. But the Navy is coming tomorrow, so if you don't want to end up in jail, you better get your people out of here quickly. After letting Arlong and the others go, I immediately cleared out all the wealth they had plundered, returned the money to the villagers, and as for the rest, hith. Then, I went to that rat-faced Colonel's Navy branch. That guy, with his beady eyes, was doing things that completely crossed the line of humanity. I directly broke his limbs, recorded all his crimes with a video snail, and confiscated all the dirty money he had greedily hoarded. The next day at noon, Smoker arrived on his warship. He first discovered that Arlong Park had turned into a wasteland, then rushed to the Navy branch. Upon entering, all the Navy personnel were lying on the ground, taken down by me. He kicked open the office of the highest commander and was immediately stunned. There I was, leisurely brewing tea, while on the floor lay the bloodied and unrecognizable remains of the colonel. Smoker's face turned green. I guess some of his men had already gone outside to vomit. His piercing gaze swept toward me, and just as he was about to start cursing, without lifting my head, I flipped the recording phone bug towards him. Let's talk after you watch it. Smoker watched the video and, unusually, fell silent. He must be thinking about how Vice Admiral Garp's so-called obedient and gentle granddaughter turned out to be such a ruthless freak. He stared at me intently, pulled out my bounty notice from his pocket, and, avoiding the mess on the ground, slammed it down on the tea table with a loud clap. The force was so strong that the lid of the teapot flew off. I slightly curled my lips, and in an instant, my figure disappeared. The next second, I had already appeared behind Smoker, with a blade pressed against his neck. Let me tell you, Smoker's face turned pale at that moment, and cold sweat started pouring down. I guess his brain was already overloaded, frantically flashing through thoughts like, is this the strength of the 7 warlords? What about my elementalization? I'm done for. To be honest, if I wanted to make a move, he would already be lying on the ground like a smoking cigar. But guess what? I pulled my hand back and walked in front of him. And this guy was still tough, snorting coldly and saying something like, next time I catch you harming civilians, I'll personally send you to impel down. Goodness. I was completely taken aback, and I instantly turned into a drama queen, pinching my voice and saying, I'm so scared that I raised an eyebrow and said, hey, Smoke, did you forget? I'm one of the 7 warlords, officially recognized by the world government. Even if I rob people on the street, it's still legal. What reason do you have to arrest me? Family, who understands? I just love watching him in a position where he wants to take me down, but can't. He was so angry that he clenched his fists and shouted, the 7 warlord system is garbage and shouldn't exist. I nodded and replied to him sincerely. Well, you're right, but it already exists. It drives me crazy. I'm not going to tease him anymore. I'll just let it out. Why are you so rude? Today, I'm helping your Navy clean up the mess, taking out a rat, and instead of saying thank you, you come to me aggressively? Is this how you treat guests? His face turned red, and he shouted with a stiff neck. Who needs a pirate like you to deal with our Navy's internal matters? I pointed at the thing on the ground called a mouse, and my expression suddenly turned cold. It shouldn't be my concern, but one of my friends almost lost their life because of scum like you in the Navy. Smoker, let me ask you, if the Navy has become like this, what's the difference for pirates? To put it bluntly, aren't you just a dog raised by the celestial dragons? This struck a nerve with him, and he shouted that he had his own sense of justice and needed to apologize to the villagers. I sighed. This guy is still a hot-blooded fool. I told him, this matter can't be resolved just by you apologizing. Was his boss complicit in this? The mess in this is enough for you to investigate. Seeing his thoughtful expression, I didn't want to waste any more time, so I turned to leave. But then he asked me where Along had gone. I didn't even lift my eyelids and awkwardly said, well, I got into a fight with him and accidentally knocked down the Alone Paradise, and then even more accidentally. Let him get away. Smoker's expression was as if he wanted to carve the words, do you believe me? On his face. Of course, if I didn't want to let him go, could he really escape? But I couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, I'm a pirate. Not killing or plundering is already showing a lot of martial ethics. So I can't hold myself to too high standards, right? I slipped away directly, and he was perceptive enough not to send anyone to stop me. It felt good. Then I went to say goodbye to Belmare and the others, and while chatting, I discovered a business opportunity. The oranges here taste amazing, but they can't sell them. My dessert business is in need of high-quality fruits. I made a decision on the spot, signed a contract, and sent half of the deposit right away, emphasizing efficiency like a boss. Let me tell you, the way Nami looked at me was dazzling, probably thinking she found a living treasure. After taking care of all this, I set off on my way back to Windmill Village. It's been almost half a year since I last saw Ace and Luffy, and I actually missed them a bit. My silly mount, Little Jean, was as excited as a puppy, bouncing around in the sea and splashing water on my face. All right, I know you're happy. I want to hold it against you. When I arrived at Windmill Village, I first greeted Machino and the village chief, then headed straight to Dayton's house. As soon as I reached the gate, wow, my pupils nearly shook. These burly bandits weren't robbing houses. They were running a happy farm here, feeding chickens, feeding cows, and there was even one squeezing milk with a lot of effort. This scene was too harmonious. Upon asking, I found out it was all arranged by Ace. He said Luffy was growing too slowly and needed to drink more milk to grow tall, and he complained that the milk sold in supermarkets had additives and wasn't fresh, so he actually brought a cow back himself. My goodness, when did this kid become so considerate? School really does have its uses. I asked Dayton, and they said the boss was inside, mending shoes for Ace and the others. I went upstairs to take a look, and it was true. This rough guy Dayton was actually using a sewing needle instead of an axe. I couldn't bear to look at such a beautiful scene. Dayton saw my shocked expression and was quite unconvinced, saying her skills were great. Then, she pulled out 2 wooden boxes from under the bed and opened them for me to see. I leaned in for a closer look and was rendered speechless. Inside were shoes from when they were little, all well mended. One pair belonging to Ace and the other to Luffy. My goodness, this tough yet soft-hearted Dayton is just too touching. I invited her to take the kids out to play with me, but she shook her head and said they were too weak and would hold me back. Just as we were talking, the yard suddenly exploded. Ace and Luffy came back, carrying a huge bear, both of them covered in mud. Ace had grown quite a bit. When he saw me, his eyes lit up, and he wanted to hug me, but felt dirty, so he scratched his head and laughed foolishly. And he itch on your back. Luffy, however, had no such reservations. The next second, this little cannonball launched towards me, shouting in Ichon, and wrapped me up tightly with his rubber powers. Thankfully, Ace was sensible and came over to give Luffy a big hug, saying I could hardly breathe. I pinched Luffy's cheek and asked him if he had been eating his vegetables properly. The little guy's gaze was wandering, and it was clear he hadn't eaten any. Forget it. I won't hold it against him this time. I turned to pat Ace's head, praising him for caring about his brother's height, and unexpectedly, he blushed all of a sudden. For dinner, I personally cooked roasted bear meat. It smelled amazing. Ace, who usually lets Luffy have everything, surprisingly guarded his food today and brought all the meat from his bowl to me. Sigh, these 2 kids are truly my heart's treasure. After dinner, I asked them where they wanted to go for training this time. Luffy's dream was simple and unpretentious, a place with lots and lots of meat. As for Ace, the kid hesitated for a long time, looking down, and for the first time, he took the initiative to mention that he wanted to go to the island where he was born, Balitai Island in the South Sea, to see his mother. I hugged him tightly and told him that as long as he was ready, I would take him there. Thus, our journey began. In the days that followed, I transformed into a devil coach, with Ace responsible for steering the boat and picking up Luffy, who kept falling into the sea. I took them on a journey of learning and playing, visiting various martial arts dojos, and challenging them one by one. Our kid was tough and resilient. As long as he was well fed and had a good sleep, he would be back to being a lively and strong warrior the next day. One day, we arrived at a small island in the South Sea called Kabushis. I threw those 2 boys into the local strongest dojo for some friendly exchanges and strolled around the streets by myself. As it turned out, what you fear often comes true. I turned around and, lo and behold, there was that familiar yellow-striped pants, that lazy yet lewd expression. Kizaru, what was he doing here? Why would an admiral of the Navy come to the South Sea for no reason? I hadn't had the chance to hide yet when he spotted me, slowly sauntering over and saying in his irritating tone, "Oh dear, how scary isn't this little Miss Leah? What a coincidence. Would you like to grab a cup of coffee together?" My heart skipped a beat. This old fox definitely has no good intentions. Just as I was thinking of making an excuse to leave, he said with a fake smile, "Miss Leah, it's better not to refuse. You know this task of mine is very important, and you, as one of the 7 warlords, just happen to be here. If I report truthfully, the CP organization might come to have a chat with you, a blatant threat. Fine, I'll give it to you." We were sitting in a CAF, and he ordered a strawberry cake for me. Then, after taking a sip of coffee, he casually said, as if commenting on the nice weather, "My task today is to blow up that capacious island, which is 20 kilometers away." I almost crushed the cup in my hand, because Ace and Luffy are right. On that island. The next moment, I received a call, and wow, it was Kizaru. This old fox didn't beat around the bush and directly laid it all out for me. He said there was a secret laboratory on that island conducting human modification experiments, which has now been exposed. A bunch of unfinished experimental subjects have escaped, and they're all antisocial elements. To cover it up, the world government has decided to wipe out the entire island along with the evidence, including those poor orphaned experimental subjects. And he was there to carry out the cleanup mission. At that moment, I felt my heart sink. Damn it, isn't this just a massacre? I forced myself to ask him, "Why are you telling me this?" And guess what? The old man leisurely took a sip of his coffee and said, "Because someone has seen you on that island, Miss Leah." Damn, I have 1,000 alpacas galloping through my heart, but I still have to pretend like nothing's wrong on my face and say, "Oh, my friend is over there. I'm going to see him." Let me tell you, my acting at that moment could earn me an Oscar. That old fox Kizaru seemed to see right through my thoughts, smiling and asking, "Is Miss Leah going to rescue her friend?" "Of course. That's my little brother." I gritted my teeth and said, "Of course I will." Then he gave me an ultimatum. I had to leave before 10 p.m. Once it hit 10, the cannon fire would wash the ground, and he would personally unleash a big move, the 8-fold hook, ensuring nothing would survive. I was puzzled. Why would a naval admiral kindly remind me, a pirate, about this? Then he covered half his face, turned his head to look out the window, and said with a sad expression at a 45-degree angle, "Maybe. I don't want Miss Leah to hate me." Dude, the way you said that, anyone who didn't know would think you were acting in some pure love drama. Unbelievable. I was internally rolling my eyes while still saying, "How could that be? I have always respected you." Yeah, right? After hanging up, my legs went weak. Who cares about the government's mess? I had to hurry and rescue people. I rushed back to the island, grabbed Ace and Luffy, and ran, not daring to stay a second longer. Later, I found out that just after I left, the Revolutionary Army arrived right behind me. Goodness, that old Kizaru turned out to be a traitor, playing the information gap. Huh? You should have said so earlier. I wasted my expressions, acting in front of him. We hurriedly arrived at Balitai Island in the South China Sea. This place, to be honest, is the hometown of my body. And it is also the resting place of Aista's mother, my Aunt Lugio. Let me tell you about my Aunt Lugio. She is truly an extraordinary woman. I have depended on her since I was little, and my memories are filled with her gentle smile. Later, she fell in love with that bearded pirate king, Roger. Although I didn't like that guy, my aunt was the happiest when she was with him. After Roger was executed, she never smiled again until Ace was born. To preserve Roger's bloodline, she carried Ace in her womb for 20 months, hiding it from the whole world. The moment she gave birth to Ace, she smiled through her tears, and then she left us forever. We went to the mountaintop to visit her grave, which faced the East China Sea, Roger's hometown. Luffy, that little guy, sensed that something was off. He was particularly well-behaved and quietly reached out to hold Ace's hand. I looked at Ace's complex expression and felt quite uncomfortable inside. What surprised me even more was that Auntie's grave was well taken care of, filled with blooming gesang flowers. Later, I found out that it was our former neighbor, Granny Sangu, who had been taking care of it. The old lady even recognized me and pulled me aside to talk about many things from the past. She said that back in the day, that big-bearded pirate king even went to her house to steal chicken legs, and she chased him around the street with a broom. Huh. I almost laughed out loud at that moment. Pirate king? More like chicken thief. Ace listened intently beside me, and upon hearing his father's embarrassing stories, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. I looked at the straw hat on Luffy's back and wondered if this hat had some kind of debuff. It seemed like all three of its owners weren't exactly the brightest. Once Granny left, Ace asked me and Luffy to step aside. He wanted to talk to his mom alone. I was waiting not far away, holding on to Luffy, when I heard Ace quietly say, "Mom, I'm 12 years old and doing well. I used to wonder if it was right for me to be born, but now I don't think about it anymore. I want to go to sea and find my own answers. I will get stronger and prove that my existence in this world is worthwhile. I also have 2 younger brothers, Luffy and Sabo. Don't worry, I will grow up well." Hearing this made my eyes a bit moist. After paying our respects, I took the 2 of them to the little wooden house where we used to live. Then I dug out a big treasure from the garden, the Sword of Roger. Guess what it's called? It's called Ace. Ace's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. I could guess he was thinking, this ridiculous name isn't worth keeping. But I still handed the sword to him. It was the only thing left to him by his father. Taking the sword and getting a photo of my aunt from Grandma, our mission was accomplished. As we crossed Reverse Mountain, the two little brats were excitedly shouting. When we burst into the Grand Line, my ship, the Liberty Goddess, was already waiting there. My crew member, Yuja, had long been holding my life car to block me. That is when I remembered I had been a hands-off manager for several months. As soon as we boarded the big ship, Ace and Luffy's eyes widened, like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, and in no time, they were mingling with everyone on board. Even our coldest crew member, Yuja, quietly handed them snacks. By the way, let me introduce these quirky crew members on my ship. First, we have our fighter, Quasimodo. This guy has two souls living in one body. He and his brother, Staliuri, are twins with two heads. Quasimodo himself is as kind as a bodhisattva, but because of his unusual appearance, he was bullied since childhood. He later became rich and built an orphanage in his hometown, but the ingrates he helped turned against him, calling him a demon and wanting to burn him alive. He was heartbroken and ready to wait for death. Then, his brother's soul woke up. Staliuri, once awakened, was a pure lunatic and tore apart that group of people on the spot. Since then, Quasimodo has been wanted, with a bounty skyrocketing because his brother always had to go out and slaughter a city to save the day. I later pick him up. This guy is absurdly strong, learning things as easily as drinking water, but he is too kind and always wants to quit to become an elementary school teacher, only to be scolded back by his brother. With our faces, don't scare the kids. Next, we have our swordsman, Vandal. This guy is a master of dual swords, but his lifelong dream is to become the world's best pianist. Let me tell you, his piano playing can send people away. Even dogs would shake their heads for 3 days after hearing it. He joined my ship because I gifted him a piano, thinking he could save money by following me. He also has a sad past. His first love was a frail, noble girl who died of illness before he could make something of himself. Playing the piano was her dream, and now he carries the dreams of both of them. Oh, and by the way, Vandal has a little girl with him named Cinderella. She used to be a noble girl too, but to follow Vandal, she forced herself to become a navigator, a cook, and even learned how to wield an axe. Who understands her family? Just looking at her makes me anxious for Cinderella. Vandal, with his thick-headedness, insists they are good brothers and swears to be her family, planning a grand wedding. Marry her already. It drives me crazy. I'm thinking of asking Doflamingo to introduce a bunch of handsome guys to Cinderella to see how eager he really is. Speaking of these troublesome ones, let me tell you, Leah's crew is truly hidden talent, each one a top-notch individual, or rather a weirdo. She has a mechanic named Boar, a pure tech geek who spends every day figuring out how to turn cargo ships into star destroyers, burning through money on research to the point where Leah gets a headache just seeing him. But this guy is really impressive. He has started tinkering with artificial intelligence, trying to create a robot army. Oh, and he is also a devil fruit user. Unfortunately, a speed fruit, and a low-tier version at that. No matter how fast he runs, he can't surpass the speed of light. He has practically a budget version of Kizaru, so his strongest weapon is still his genius brain. In addition to the tech geek, Leah also has a pig-raising class, led by a girl named Andy. Don't think that pig farmers are all burly. Andy is a little girl who wears Lolita dresses every day and is incredibly cute. But who understands her family? This little girl is fierce. If she sees a pig she doesn't like, she'll hammer it down, slaughtering pigs like chopping vegetables. Her lifelong dream is to create the best pig feed in the world, and Leah painted a big picture for her, saying she would build the world's largest pig farm, which lured this fierce yet adorable girl to the island. This girl treats pigs better than people, requiring each pig to have its own room, unless they are a couple. Goodness, she is all about pig rights. There is an even more ridiculous one named Kemu. This guy is a writer, once a prince of fallen kingdom, who spends his days pondering how to liberate the world. However, he got sidetracked and decided that words are power, wanting to establish an ideal country in literature. Even Uncle Dragon's Revolutionary Army thinks he is too abstract and chases him down. He was picked up halfway by Leah. With just a few words, Leah had him twisted around her finger, and now he listens to her every command, constantly praising her taste. You see, Leah doesn't have a normal person under her command, but she has a knack for tying this motley crew together into a single rope, all working together for the noble ideal of making money. Her rhetoric of collective interest over personal interest is, to put it bluntly, workplace PUA. But the benefits she offers are just too good to refuse. Getting sidetracked, back to the main topic. One day, after Leah finished a business deal with Doflamingo, she suddenly thought of that red-haired guy. Counting the days, it had been half a year since they last met, and she was feeling a bit nostalgic. So this girl, yet again, tossed her work to her subordinates and took a small boat, following the life card to find Shanks. I have to tell you, there was a little episode before I left. That silly Luffy, Not knowing what Shanks said, innocently asked Leah. "In Eichan, Shanks said you were his treasure, and he will eventually take you away. Has he taken you yet?" Ace, standing next to him, punched him and said manly, "If anyone's going to take someone, it should be an Eichan taking him. If you like that red-haired uncle, let us go and take him home." I couldn't help but laugh at these two clowns kidnapping people. Huh. Leo was sailing and following the directions to a summer island in a new world. Wow. As soon as we landed, the bar was bustling with noise. And that guy Shanks was indeed the center of attention. I tell you, at that moment, a hot, big-breasted beauty was twisting in front of Shanks. Her waist almost twisting into a pretzel. And Shanks? He was downing drinks from his cup, with alcohol dripping from the corners of his mouth, sliding down his throat. Wearing that kind of especially satisfied smile, I thought to myself, is this beauty really that good-looking? Better looking than me? From Leah's perspective, it was just pure enjoyment of watching beautiful women. But in reality, what this guy was thinking was, this drink is really damn good. But who would know? Leah's face darkened, and with a snap, her chopsticks broke, and she even bent her soup spoon. Beckman, who was nearby smoking a cigarette, had already noticed Leah. But this old fox was quite cunning, smirking and deciding to watch the fun without reminding Shanks. Leah was so angry that she decided right then and there that she was here to find Beckman, not that red-haired bastard. She pushed through the crowd and squeezed right in front of Beckman, grinding her teeth and saying, "Beckman, what a coincidence." Beckman exhaled smoke and pointed at Shanks, implying that she had the wrong person. Leah huffed, "I don't want to deal with that idiot. I've been here for so long." And he's just busy staring at beauties, his eyes almost popping out. Beckman, being clever, understood and decided to play along, inviting her to sit down and have a drink. As a result, the red-haired crew, with their poor eyesight, saw a woman sitting next to Beckman and thought he was hitting on someone, whispering amongst themselves. What's worse is that, as they chatted, they started loudly recounting Shanks' past romantic escapades, like the sisters from the North Sea crying to marry him, the Beyond Princess from Floral Island, and the saint from Cupid Kingdom, who said Shanks heroically saved her, and she chased after him on the ship for a long time. I tell you, their voices are so loud, afraid that Leah won't hear. Leah's face is getting darker and darker, and Beckman beside her is almost bursting out laughing. Finally, Shanks, that drunken guy, pushed the beauty who was almost sitting on his lap away and finally saw Leah's back. Although he was a bit drunk, that familiar feeling made him sober up quite a bit, and he hurried over, looking particularly wronged, as if to say, "Why didn't you come find me first?" He squeezed in front of Leah, his eyes sparkling. "Wow, it's Lily-chan. Did you hide here to surprise me?" Leah glanced at him, turned her head towards Beckman. Her voice neither loud nor soft, just right for the whole venue to hear. "Beckman, who is this?" "I don't know him. I came specifically to find you." In that instant, Shanks's red hair drooped down, and he was petrified on the spot. Goodness, an arena of chaos. Isn't this exactly what has come? Leah was genuinely angry because she cared, which is why she was mad. She ignored Shanks completely and instead walked over to help the beauty who had been pushed down, smilingly asking her, "Do you like Shanks? If you do, go after him. I support you. I can even help you." This operation completely dumbfounded Shanks, and the gossiping crew was so scared they broke out in cold sweat. Leah kept her word, directly taking the blonde beauty aboard the Red Force in the name of Beckman's friend. Once on the ship, Leah completely ignored Shanks, spending every day with Beckman, chatting about business and the market, enjoying their conversation. As for Shanks, he was like a neglected big dog, following Leah wherever she went, watching her chat with Beckman. And he could smell the jealousy from 800 miles away. The blonde beauty was also very proactive, sticking to Shanks every day to curry favor. But Shanks only had eyes for Leah. Life was so tough for Shanks that he was almost on the verge of internal injury. For example, when Leah said she would cook something delicious for Beckman, as soon as the dishes were on the table, Shanks would sweep everything in front of him like a hungry wolf, not letting anyone touch it. But when it came to the food made by the blonde beauty, he had to listen to Beckman and play along, taking a piece of everything. It troubled him so much that he couldn't control his conqueror's hockey, knocking out several newcomers on the ship, and he got beaten up by Beckman a few times. He wanted to act pitiful, but Leah completely ignored him. When he went to apologize, Leah just coldly said, "You did nothing wrong." Shanks was so aggrieved he was about to cry. "If I'm not wrong, why are you ignoring me?" Finally, on a dark and windy night, a nearly crazed Shanks decided to make a big move. He didn't care that Leah was sleeping soundly. He dragged her onto the deck. The sea breeze was blowing, and Leah, in her pajamas, was shivering from the cold, crossing her arms and refusing to look at. Shanks panicked and explained incoherently, I really made a mistake. This woman on the ship is a spy. Beckman asked me to cooperate with her to extract information. I only like you, really. Jesus, everything they said is nonsense. I've never liked anyone else. Leah coldly interrupted him. Didn't you already know why I was angry? Why are you only saying it now? Shanks held back for a long time, finally managing to say, I do have something to hide from you. I actually have a first love. Leah exploded in an instant, staring at him. Is she prettier than me? Folks, what's the standard answer? How could she be more beautiful than you, right? But this guy hesitated for a moment and said something that could go down in history as a stupid remark. As pretty as you. The next second, Leah's hockey-infused fist slammed solidly into Shanks's forehead. Ouch! Shanks crouched down, holding his head, tears welling up in his eyes. The crew members watching from the ship gasped, and from then on, the title sister-in-law was officially established. Leah was still not satisfied, squatting down and grabbing his face with both hands, shouting, "Do you still remember what she looks like? You're still thinking about her." Shanks instinctively wanted to nod, but seeing Leah's murderous gaze, he shook his head frantically. No, I don't remember. You're lying. Leah felt more and more wronged. You bastard. You're still lying to me now. Shanks was internally distressed, unable to argue. His first love was indeed her, but this involved the theory of time and space, and it was impossible to explain. Who would believe him? It could also bring her danger. But how to wrap this up now? This mess, I tell you. It made me so angry I laughed. I directly threw down a line. If you two are unhappy, then I'm leaving, and slammed the door back to my room, letting him emo on his own. What I didn't see was that as soon as I left, Shanks's fists were clenched as if he wanted to crush diamonds. In his heart, he had probably already torn that blonde bombshell into 8 pieces. What nonsense plan. He just wanted to throw her into the sea to feed the fish the next morning. But on the other side, that blonde girl was completely sober. She secretly pulled out a phone bug from her unfathomable chest, not to speak, but to tap out a code with her fingers. Translated, it means, the plan has changed. That red-haired guy seems to really care about the new girl. I'm preparing to kidnap her and use her as a bargaining chip to exchange for Momo Bet. The phone bug on the other end tapped back. Are you sure? Can red-haired Shanks be threatened? Let me tell you, the expression on that woman's face at the time was so fierce it looked like she wanted to eat someone, her nails almost digging in her flesh. She angrily struck back. Absolutely. 1000% sure. Who understands, family? This woman's jealousy is practically nuclear weapon level. She had been dreaming of becoming one of the 4 emperor's wives, but Shanks didn't even glance at her, and all that resentment fell onto me. All right, let me interject here so you don't get confused. Something big actually happened in between. After the Marineford War, Ace was gone, right? Hey, he didn't die completely. I was missing for over a year, and when I came back, I brought him back too. Although the Mara Nomi was gone, it wasn't a big deal. Hockey is what matters. I directly packed him up and handed him over to Shanks, letting him take Ace to train with the red-hair pirates for some devilish training. You wouldn't believe it, the results were outstanding. Ace, that kid, was already exceptionally talented, and after watching the precious footage left by his legendary father, Pirate King Roger, especially that earth-shattering move, the God Avoidance, he had an epiphany right there and awakened his conqueror's hockey on the spot. With one punch, half the island's force was gone. Later, we also threw him a super luxurious birthday party. Whitebeard, Grandpa Garp, Luffy, Sabo, Hancock, everyone who could come did. Shanks, that guy, took advantage of the crowd, shaking like he had Parkinson's, and incoherently proposed to me, to which I awkwardly agreed. All right, pulling the timeline back to the present. That blonde woman named Jessica, as planned, started her action. She brought me a cup of tea, and I could tell just by smelling it what was in it. But me? I focused on companionship, not even blinking, and just drank it down. Then, I closed my eyes, leaned back, and the show began. Guess what happened next? This woman looked delicate, but she had quite a bit of strength, and directly gave me a princess carry. I was filled with question marks in my head, like, wait, are you kidnapping me or inviting me to a party? ISNT this treatment a bit too good? I instantly suspected. Could this be a trap set up by that old Fox Beckman? Jessica was probably a double agent. By the time I groggily woke up, I was already in an iron cage, with sea-stone handcuffs on my arms and legs. I pretended to rub my head and looked around. Standard interrogation room setup. The air was a mix of moldy and bloody smells. The walls were painted dead white, clearly to cover up the bloodstains underneath. I thought to myself, taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, I secretly reached behind me and squeezed the iron bars of the cage. Hey, with just a squeeze, they deformed. It was definitely not some special metal. Then I shook the handcuffs and wow. The lock was so loose that I felt I could shake it open with just a sneeze. This kidnapping was way too careless. I was even more certain now that Beckman had definitely colluded with Jessica, just waiting for me, the bait, to take the hook, so they could trace back and catch the person behind her. Just as I was thinking about this, the big iron door creaked open, and someone walked in. I immediately adjusted my posture, shooting her a look as sharp as a knife. With her blonde hair and fiery figure, Jessica strutted over with what she thought was an arrogant catwalk, standing in front of my cage and looking down at me with a disdainful expression. Her lips moved as if she wanted to throw out a couple of harsh words, but when our eyes met, she swallowed them back. After a moment of hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to put on an act and said, "Don't you have anything you want to ask? You're my prisoner now." I looked at the subtle expressions on her face, and my heart felt as clear as a mirror. In the calmest tone, I silenced her with just one sentence. I said, "There's nothing to ask. If no one is watching us right now, you can stop talking to me in that silly, flirtatious way." After hearing this, Jessica's expression instantly changed, and the pretentious arrogance disappeared. She slowly crouched down to meet my gaze, looking at me with a complex expression. "You're a smart person. If you cooperate with me, you won't have any problems." I really want to laugh. Even if I don't cooperate, you can't do anything to me. But I still lifted the toy-like handcuffs on my hands and replied to her lightly, "Do you think I still have the ability to resist now?" The woman, Jessica, shook her head gently, meaning to say, "Don't worry, little sister, I've got your back." Let me tell you, her tone was as if we were very familiar, saying that for the sake of her future plans, she couldn't let this little beauty get hurt. I squinted my eyes at her and directly asked, "Have you already colluded with Beckman and the others?" Guess how she responded? She said it wasn't exactly collusion. It was just that the original plan didn't involve me. I thought to myself, what a stroke of luck did I win some kind of lottery to be chosen by you. She saw my displeasure and actually laughed, saying, "I've observed that kidnapping you is much more insured than kidnapping Jesus." At that moment, my mind went blank. Does anyone understand? The little argument I had with Shanks. All that was seen by this girl. The look in her eyes was as if she wanted to say that even an idiot could see the little tricks between the two of us. I just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was really too embarrassing. I felt like I had lived all these years just to end up like a dog. But this girl didn't team mock me much. She stood up, walked to the wall opposite me, and pressed a red button. Let me tell you, the scene was like something out of a sci-fi movie. The wall suddenly cracked open, revealing a huge transparent screen. She then pulled out a remote and pressed a button, and the screen lit up. The next second, I felt nauseous. What was displayed on the screen was not a place where humans lived. It was a factory. Rows of iron frames, with pregnant women lying on them. Some with big bellies, some with small, all wearing breathing masks, looking like corpses. People in white coats walked back and forth, checking this belly and that one. And when it seemed like a woman was about to give birth, they would just push a machine over, give her a shot of hormones, and force her to deliver. Those women had no reaction at all, like mere production tools. The newborns were taken away immediately, and then the women were subjected to artificial insemination for the next round. Until their bodies were completely drained, they were dragged away like rags to be burned. At that moment, the fire shot straight to the top of my head. These beasts! I stared at the screen, gritting my teeth, and asked her, "What do you want me to see this for?" Jessica then slowly spoke up, saying that these women were once dancers under Soy's command, and when they were no longer useful, they were captured and brought here, their nerves destroyed, completely reduced to breeding machines. The children born from them were secretly sent to laboratories to be experimented on by the celestial dragons. Those pig-like celestial dragons again. I asked her, "You used to work for Soy, so why are you betraying him now?" She suddenly couldn't hold it together. Her voice started to tremble, saying that she was a bad person, but she couldn't bear this kind of sin. Let me tell you, this woman is tough too. She told me that she has been an orphan since childhood and has done everything to survive. It was Soy who pulled her out of the mire and made her his lover. To say there were no feelings is false. But she accidentally discovered this hell on earth. The key point is, she is also pregnant and wants to be a mother. She doesn't want her child to experience the same childhood she had. She wants to find a way out for her child. So, she secretly kept one child, hiding it from Soy, and then sought out Beckman. The main idea is that a mother becomes strong, right? She figured that Soy definitely couldn't compete with Shanks. So she prepared an escape route for herself in advance. To be honest, after hearing all this, I felt quite complicated inside. In the following days, she didn't treat me poorly, provided me with good food and drink, but it was too boring. Boring enough that I bent and straightened the iron bars of the cage countless times. Just when I was about to lose my mind from boredom, Jessica suddenly rushed over with a key, looking flustered. Just as she was about to unlock me, the entire building suddenly started shaking violently, as if there was an earthquake. She hurriedly unlocked the chains on my hands and feet and pulled me to run. Hurry, it's not safe here. We rushed out in a zigzag manner, and just as we entered the dense forest behind us, there was a thunderous explosion that lit up the sky. Jessica immediately crouched down in pain, her face pale and cold sweat pouring down. It was at that moment that I sensed it. Wow, some experts have arrived. A large wave of killing intent was moving towards us at high speed. Jessica gritted her teeth and said, "It must be CP0's people." As soon as I heard it, I understood the world government's dogs are here to kill and silence, to destroy the evidence. They want to bury this dirty business. I'm going to make sure the whole world knows. I pulled out a phone bug from her pocket and called Morgan's just one sentence. "Big news, come quickly." After hanging up, those CP0 in black suits and ghost masks had already surrounded us. Let me tell you, I wasn't too scared at all. Villains die from talking too much, and I couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. First, I placed a protective charm on Jessica, transferring all attacks against her to me, and then, folks, you know what is coming? I unleash my power. A blood-red scythe instantly appeared in my hand, and black wings spread out behind me. Those bastards still thought I was an easy target. The leading guy, over 4 meters tall, dared to block my scythe with his knife when I swung it at him. I couldn't help but laugh. The moment my scythe clashed with his blade, the shadow beneath my feet exploded, wrapping around all the minions like a living thing. At the same time, I twisted my wrist, maneuvering the scythe around his sword, aiming directly for his neck. He was so scared that he quickly hardened his armament, but it was already too late. With a crack, his armament shattered on the spot, and I cleaved him down into the ground with one strike. I didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, jumping up and delivering a powerful kick, the force wrapping around and striking him hard on the temple. As for the others, let me tell you, that scene was like a nightmare party for a child. My shadow was frantically tearing at their bodies, their screams echoing, but soon fell silent. Those shadows were pure malice and unwillingness, feeding on flesh and soul. In just 10 minutes or so, the leader was beaten down, kneeling on the ground, vomiting blood, with not a single good piece of flesh left on him, and his wounds continuously expanding. The blood flowing out was completely absorbed by the shadows on the ground. I grabbed his hair and slammed his head into the ground, directly reading his memories. The mission objective, the location of a lab, all obtained. Done. With a wave of my hand, the shadows completely devoured him. I walked up to the remaining 2 survivors, planted some thoughts in their minds, ensuring that when the reporters came, they would spill everything they were supposed to say and not say. Then I approached Jessica, who was about to faint. I sighed, thinking about what kind of karma I had created, having to take on the role of an obstetric nurse as well. I directly picked her up in a princess carry, flapped my wings, and flew toward the direction of Shanks and their life cards. There was no choice. A pregnant woman was in distress, and I had to quickly find that unfortunate doctor from his hometown. By the time I reached the battlefield, wow, it was basically over. All of Soy's people were down, and he himself was still standing like a war god, getting knocked down by Shanks time and again, only to stand back up again. I found Ben Xiang while holding Jessica, and I was shocked. That guy's face was covered in scratches, and his clothes were torn, looking like he had just been forced by some big sister. My curious little eyes took a glance, and his face turned dark. He yelled at me irritably, "What are you looking at? What did you bring this woman over for?" I put the person down and called for help, asking how she was doing. The local doctor checked and said there was no major issue, just some stress from the pregnancy, and that she should rest and take some medicine. Just as he finished speaking, Jessica woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she fixed her gaze on the 2 people still fighting in the distance. At that moment, Soy had already been pinned by Shank's sword to his throat, and defeat was imminent. Shanks told him to admit defeat, but he shouted with red eyes, "I haven't lost. Someone has betrayed me. If I find out who it is, I will make her suffer 1,000 cuts." Hearing this, Jessica felt all her strength drain away in an instant, and tears streamed down her face. Suddenly, she burst forth with an unprecedented strength, breaking free from the people around her and crazily charging towards Soy. Of course, after just a couple of steps, she was restrained by the red-haired pirates. The situation had escalated to this point, and Soy still refused to admit defeat. At that moment, I saw that old Fox Beckman give a signal to the pirate holding Jessica. The next second, that pirate directly twisted Jessica's arms behind her back and carried her to Shanks and the others. Beckman nodded at Shanks, who understood and withdrew his sword, stepping back a few paces. Wow, this was about to turn into a dramatic confrontation. And guess what? As soon as that crazy leader Soy opened his mouth, I was completely thrown off. He didn't T-scold Jessica, but instead mocked Shanks coldly, saying, Oh, red-haired. I thought you were something special. But in the end, aren't you just like me, using a woman as a shield? I tell you, Shanks was completely stunned at that moment, probably thinking to himself, brother, this woman is someone you brought yourself. What does it have to do with me? But that soy, it seemed like his spirit just deflated all at once. He looked at Jessica with a complicated expression, then directly told Shanks, let me say a few words to her, and after that, I'll take care of myself. I admit defeat. Goodness, this guy is quite the lone wolf. Shanks nodded, and his men let Jessica go. The two of them stood facing each other like that. Soy spoke first, his tone eerily calm. I know you sold me out. From a moment the red-haired started a war with me. I guessed it. Jessica burst into tears on the spot, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, unable to say a word. Soy sighed and said, I've seen through your little schemes long ago. I just didn't expose you. Since you know I hate betrayal the most, why didn't you kill me earlier? Jessica choked out the question. It doesn't matter anymore. Soy shook his head, the blood from his wounds flowing even more profusely. I have no demands when I die. Bury me on a high mountain where I can see the sea. Consider it repayment for the years I took care of you. After saying that, this guy suddenly pulled out a dagger from his pocket. I didn't even blink, and with a thrust, he stabbed it directly into his own neck. No hesitation at all. He was so ruthless to himself. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering Jessica's face, but he was actually still smiling, laughing while choking on his own blood. Family, who understands the impact of this scene, was too strong. Jessica rushed up frantically, trying to plug the wound with her hands. But how could she stop it? Just at the moment when Soy's eyes were about to lose their light, Jessica leaned close to his ear and used all her strength to say one sentence. I'm pregnant. It's your child. I was right beside him. My jaw almost dropped in shock. What kind of drama is this? When Soy heard this, he laughed even crazier, his bloodied face looking terrifying. But it was clear to everyone that he was overjoyed. With his last bit of breath, he whispered a few words in Jessica's ear. I don't regret. Goodness, this guy pulled a twist right before dying, aiming for a no-regrets theme. Huh? Well, I guess that's that. The battlefield was in disarray, and Shanks stood there with his back to us, motionless in the sunset. At first, I thought he was just trying to look cool, but after waiting for a while, he remained in that position, and my heart sank. Oh no, could he be seriously injured and holding on? I hurried over, circled to his front, and saw that he had his head down, with tiny wounds all over his face. My heart ached for him, and just as I was about to call Ben to come and take a look, the next second, a large hand directly covered my mouth. Shanks suddenly pulled me into his embrace with great force. I tell you, that embrace was so tight that I almost couldn't catch my breath. He still carried an unresolved aura of killing intent, and his stubbled chin was resting next to my neck, his voice trembling. Leah, I'm so glad you're okay. I was stunned at that moment. Is this still the fearless red-haired Shanks? A nearly 2-meter-tall man, hanging on me like a koala, fragile like a child. He mumbled, just now I really thought I would never see you again. My heart softened all of a sudden. I quickly embraced him again, gently patting his back to comfort him. Later, I learned that during the most dangerous moments of the battle, all he could think about was what would happen if he died and I got taken away by another man. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, to the point where his fighting spirit exploded, and he directly overpowered and beat up Soy. Seriously, his thought process was something else. Once he calmed down, we reconciled. The crew members around us looked at us, each one clutching their hearts, saying, before, the injuries were only superficial, but now I feel my heart starting to hurt. Ha ha ha. Shanks held my hand, waved it grandly, and shouted, you guys, it's party time. In an instant, everyone revived on the spot, and cheers erupted like thunder. After the party ended, I went back, as my business empire was still waiting for me. Upon returning, I heard some good news. Yusha not only found the legendary divine medicine, but also developed an incredible ability to replicate plant seeds. What does this mean? It means we hold the lifeline of all the world's rare medicinal materials. I immediately decided that this couldn't be kept hidden. It had to be used as leverage for favors to build good relationships with the big shots around the world. This was our golden ticket to survival. Just as I was planning, an invitation from Doflamingo arrived. The letter was written in a way that highlighted a glaring lack of quality education, filled with curse words. The gist was, UXX, stop ruining my reputation out there. I got my hands on an interesting fruit, and we'll hold an auction in Dressrosa. And I'll introduce you to some fat sheep. Come if you want. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw it. This flamingo still has such a temper. The interesting fruit he mentioned, I guess it's probably that golden fruit. I definitely have to go. I headed straight to Dressrosa with Yuja. On the surface, This place is a toy kingdom of love and passion, filled with flowers, delicious food, and dancing girls, but behind the scenes, it's all a battlefield for Doflamingo. And the smell of blood from the gladiatorial arena can be sensed from afar. I was very familiar with the way and headed straight to the palace in Dover. At times like this, he would either be sulking in his room or throwing a party by the pool. I kicked open the door to his bedroom. Sure enough, he was there drinking heavily by himself. He was startled by my sudden entrance and was about to explode with anger, but when he saw it was me, his veins popped out in frustration, and he grabbed the back of my collar and lifted me up. I hung in midair, completely unafraid, and sarcastically asked him, "Oh, Doflamingo, are you short on cash? Auctioning off a devil fruit. You really are a generous person." He laughed heartily, put me down, and said, "I originally intended to give it to my subordinates, but unfortunately, there are no suitable candidates. This fruit costs too much in the early stages. I might as well invest that gold elsewhere. Besides," he covered half of his face and laughed wildly. "What I want to do can't be accomplished with just money." I rolled my eyes. "Don't make such a childish move. This guy can be quite cute sometimes." I bluntly pointed out, "You want to use the auction to fish for a talented person and then bring them into the family, right?" "Pretty much," he said, crossing his legs. "If you can't find anyone, there's always you, the big fool." "Do I really look like a fool?" I asked, pointing to my own nose. He nodded confidently. "Not just looking like one, you are one." Doflamingo was watching from behind, his mouth almost stretching to his ears, pretending to be calm. He made a gesture, and immediately someone came over to pack up everything we had selected. All of it was sent to the palace. Wow, this CEO vibe is just spot on. I have to tell you, I was actually a bit nervous at that time. This purchase was too bold. What if he changed his mind halfway and didn't pay? I would go bankrupt on the spot. No, I need to quickly win over my temporary financier. I immediately pulled Baby 5 and went to buy a table full of food and even doggedly handed him an ice cream. Doflamingo's expression was like he didn't love sweets, but still gave me face and slowly ate everything. Seizing the opportunity, I handed him the roasted meat. "Come on, eat up, don't be polite." He must have been thinking, "You want me to not be polite with my money? Ha and peha, mun." But guess what? He really started eating gracefully. Let me tell you, his subordinates were secretly saying things like the young master is so well-behaved, and the young master listens so well. Who understands, right? I felt like a tamer at that moment. I enjoyed that afternoon, and I also brought back a lot of good things for my sisters. When night fell, the main event truly began. That guy named D. Suller couldn't hold back anymore. Doflamingo and I had long set the trap, and the security intentionally left a flaw during the shift change, allowing that guy to slip into the exhibition hall. Just as he was about to touch the golden fruit, our people rushed in. But guess what? This guy was tough. He broke free from the crowd, not to escape, but to smash the glass of the display case. He was covered in blood, grabbed the fruit, and stuffed it into his mouth without even chewing, swallowing it whole. That thing is notoriously bad tasting. Even Luffy dislikes it, but he treated it like a delicacy, eating it cleanly. When he was finally subdued and brought before us, the scene was something else. He was bloodied, his clothes torn, still laughing maniacally, his face twisted, exclaiming, "I finally got it. With money, I could buy everything." But I could see clearly that tears were flowing down his face like they were free. Doflamingo's subordinates wanted to kick him a couple of times, but Doflamingo shot them a glare that made them back off. Doflamingo sat in the main seat, exuding an overwhelming pressure. No wonder he was born a celestial dragon. His aura was professional. He coldly asked, "Do you dare to steal from the Don Quixote family? Don't you fear death?" D. Suller acted as if he hadn't heard, still repeating in a daze, "I could buy everything. Buy everything." Doflamingo's subordinate grew impatient, kicked him down, and grabbed his hair to force him to look up. When a young master asked a question, you have to listen like this. I looked around and saw that it was almost time. Dover gave me a look, meaning it was my turn. I nodded and walked directly in front of Desaro, then suddenly threw a stack of documents at his face. What was on them? All photos of his beloved Stella. Some showed her tortured and battered. Some showed her locked in a dungeon, smiling at the moonlight, and others showed her being trampled by the celestial dragons. In an instant, Desaro was completely stunned, his pupils shaking. He hadn't shed a tear when he was captured, beaten, and humiliated, but now seeing these photos, he cried like a child, unable to stop. I gestured for my subordinates to let him go. He immediately crawled over like he had gone mad, his hands shaking like he had Parkinson's, picking up those photos and muttering to himself, "It's my fault. If only I had earned enough money earlier." I directly squatted down, grabbed his hair, made him look at me, and said with a cold smile, "You say money can buy everything? Can it buy back the family affection you have lost? Can it buy the so-called friendship of yours? Can it buy the love that you no longer have? I tell you, My words were as sharp as a poison knife, stabbing right into his heart with every sentence. I knew he was suffering, but I had to pull him out of his obsession with money in the harshest way possible. I continued to mock him. "Oh no, you did buy friendship with money when you were a child." As I said this, I slammed his head down onto the ground and forcefully slapped the documents against his face, saying, "A person like you, no matter how much money you have, is just a heartless, pathetic creature." He was finally provoked and started to fight back, but having just consumed the fruit, he was no match for me. I didn't dodge. I let him hit me and vent his anger. If a person even loses their anger, that's when they're truly done for. Doflamingo was watching from above, and I could feel his pressure decreasing. He was probably annoyed at how I was so invested in everyone. When Desoro got tired of fighting, I knocked him down with a single punch. He spat out blood, and his mind finally cleared up. Looking at me, he asked, "I've consumed your fruit. What's the price?" Seeing that he was catching on, I was satisfied. I laid out our entire plan. I wanted him to become the leader of the entertainment industry, our white glove, to build an entertainment empire. After hearing this, he fell silent for a moment and said, "It seems the rumors about your bad relationship with each other are all false." I laughed and took out a recording snail from my pocket. Throwing it to him, "Let me show you something good, so you won't say we're forcing you." As the image played, DeSoloro's eyes nearly popped out. In the footage, a celestial dragon was being manipulated by us like a marionette. For someone who had once been a slave, the impact was almost nuclear. He suddenly looked up at me and Doflamingo, his eyes full of shock. "These two want to poke a hole in the sky. So, have you made up your mind?" I looked down at him. "Join us, and in the future, I'll give you a chance to take revenge on the celestial dragons." This time, he didn't hesitate. "I agree. I want to avenge Stella, and I want to avenge myself." "Very good." I patted his shoulder and took out an old letter from my fourth-dimensional pocket, which I had someone bring from Mariewa. It was a letter Stella wrote to you before she died. "There are some things in this world that money can never buy." Doflamingo snorted beside me, saying there were plenty of clever tricks, but his expression was clearly smug. Many years later, I felt like I was becoming a villain boss. My business spread all over the world, dealing with Fishman Island for seafood, collaborating with Whitebeard on medicine. I occupied 80% of emerging industries, driving countless old manufacturers to bankruptcy. Doflamingo and I, as allies, met frequently. As for Shanks, he was busy establishing territory in the New World, hardly having time to touch the ground. We barely saw each other throughout the year. As for Rosie, he was now immersed in teaching and occasionally working with the Revolutionary Army, living a fulfilling life. Until one day, something went wrong. I was handling documents in the office when I suddenly received news that Rossi had set Andy's pig pen on fire. I broke out in a cold sweat and dropped everything to rush over. Family, you wouldn't believe the scene. A whole row of pig pens had collapsed, and our 3-meter-tall Rossi was left in nothing but his underwear, tied up in a chair, with a towel stuffed in his mouth. Our seemingly petite and cute Andy was holding her meat cleaver, ready to take action against the last piece of fabric covering him. The scene was absolutely outrageous. A group of piglets had formed a circle, as if watching a show. I was so scared that my soul almost flew away. I rushed over and grabbed Andy. "Andy, stop. Be careful of the long needle." Andy, with her lowly voice, said in a mature tone, "Pretty sister, don't pull me. I'm not done being angry yet. I didn't go hard on you because of your face." I quickly comforted her. "Be good, Andy. I bought you several boxes of new Lolita clothes. Shall we go try on the new outfits now?" Her eyes lit up instantly, but she pointed at the collapsed pig pen with a look of grievance. I was calculating in my mind and immediately said, "I'll have someone redo it for you. But right now, we don't have enough manpower. As for the task, let them come back to build the pig pen. I'll take care of the whole task." Andy patted his chest, full of bravado. After some persuasion, we finally managed to send this little ancestor away. Once we left, Yu Xiao went over to untie Rossi, only to find that this guy's face and neck were as red as a boiled shrimp. Yu Xiao was stunned. "No way, really? Wow, really? Time flies so fast." I tell you, in the blink of an eye, it's the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar, and Ace is 17 now, the age when our brothers agreed to set sail. For his coming-of-age ceremony, I went straight to the Revolutionary Army headquarters, and without a second thought, I kidnapped Sabo. I mean, come on, can a big brother miss such an important moment in his little brother's life? Absolutely not. I still remember that scene at the port. The ship I prepared for Ace looked quite ordinary on the outside, but inside, it was filled with high-tech gadgets I spent a lot of money on, armed to the teeth, focusing on understated luxury. Luffy, Sabo, and I stood on the dock to see him off. Ace stood on the ship, holding his iconic hat. smiling proudly and boldly as he shouted to us, "Goodbye, Luffy. I'm setting sail before you." Luffy, not to be outdone, pressed down his straw hat and shouted back, "No problem. I'll catch up to you in 3 years. We promised to meet at the peak of piracy." Sabo stood beside us, holding his pipe, smiling with a look of affectionate indulgence, as if he couldn't do anything about us. I smiled and reminded Ace to definitely go to Sicily and find me when he reached the Grand Line, as I'd left a big gift for him. And guess what happened? This kid, just before leaving, insisted on gossiping about my relationship with Shanks, scratching his head and asking Nissan, "How are things with you and Shanks?" Goodness. The moment he asked, Sabo and Luffy's gossip radar buzzed and activated, their eyes shining on me like searchlights. Ace even made a bold statement, saying he would personally ask Shanks, not just for Luffy's straw hat, but also for my sake. Sabo immediately followed up, saying that we would never allow anyone to toy with Nissan's feelings, even if that person was one of the 4 emperors. At that moment, I was completely at a loss. Does anyone in the family understand? The person involved, hadn't said anything yet, and my 2 ultimate younger brothers, who were obsessed with their big brother, were already getting anxious. I stuttered for a long time, and before I could finish the sentence that he didn't actually bully me, Ace's ship had already set sail and drifted away. After Ace left, life had to go on. The huge sea beast we raised, Xiaojin, was like a battleship, escorting Ace for a long distance before reluctantly swimming back, continuing to be the guardian of Windmill Village. But what upset me the most was our dog. We had 3 corgis, and in the end, only Makabaka was left. Wuxidixi and Yagubigu both passed away. Let me tell you, they seemed to know their time was coming. Before they left, they walked up to each of us, looked deeply into our eyes with those clear gazes for one last time, and then, in the dead of night, they staggered off into the darkness, resolutely. Does anyone in the family understand that feeling of watching life slip away and being powerless to stop it? At that time, Luffy wanted to cry and chase after them, but was bitten by Makabaka on the pants leg. That kid was only 12 years old, and looking at Makabaka, it seemed like he suddenly understood what life and death meant. After that, Makabaka never barked again, quietly lying beside me, with a gaze as profound as that of a wise monk. Luffy has grown up too. The difficulty of Core Mountain is no longer enough to challenge, so I randomly tossed him onto various dangerous islands I discovered, focusing on a companion-style extreme survival challenge. His ability to listen to the voices of all things has also become stronger. Although he still acts like the silly, cheerful glutton most of the time, occasionally, he would sit alone with Makabaka at the edge of the highest cliff, quietly feeling the sea breeze, mature enough to make me a bit dazed. Did you think I spent the past 10 years just taking care of the kids? Let me tell you, the big chess game I've been playing is so grand it could scare you. My Sicily island has long been transformed into a mobile super island fortress, a complete industrial system. The entire island is mechanized, and I even raised 2 giant sea kings as bodyguards. If anything goes wrong, I can drive the whole island into the doldrums, self-sufficient, and stay far ahead. Money? I've spent money to create a financial consortium that can move an entire system with just one thread. Arms, medical, food, entertainment. I want it all. I even built schools in various places to enlighten the people. Doflamingo, Gold Emperor Tezelo, they're all my secret allies. On the surface, we don't see each other. But behind the scenes, we've been manipulating the world government and those 4 emperors at our fingertips. I've spent 10 years laying the groundwork for absolute confidence, so that no one around me can be touched. After sorting out my affairs, I headed straight for the Whitebeard pirates to discuss a big deal. As soon as I got on the ship, I saw the legendary scene. First Division Captain Marco, that pineapple head, was actually gnawing on an unpeeled pineapple raw. Crunch, crunch. Does anyone in the family understand? You really can bite into it. I was so dumbfounded that I couldn't help but ask him, "Marco, doesn't your mouth hurt?" He swallowed a big mouthful of pineapple and surprisingly replied calmly, "No, it doesn't hurt." When he heard that I brought a new miracle drug for Whitebeard, he got excited and immediately led me to the captain's room. Along the way, the gossip from his crew never stopped. They were saying things like the god of wealth is here again. Miss Leah is prettier than the Empress. And the most outrageous thing was someone loudly explaining how I kicked Shanks into the sea for a whole day because I was irritable due to my period last year. Marco's face turned green on the spot, and he angrily kicked his 2 big-mouthed subordinates off the ship, then awkwardly apologized to me, saying they were straightforward and meant no harm. Let me tell you, his crew is truly straightforward, with no bad intentions, just a bit of mouthful. But Marco is a good guy. After collaborating for so long, we've become friends. I told him, "Marco, who are we to each other? Don't keep calling me Miss Leah. It feels distant." Only then did he nod and call me Leah. Let me tell you, when he called my name, I remember the gift I gave him last time, a comic I drew by hand, which almost made him leave. The picture was of him as a teenager, turning into a phoenix and burrowing into his father's arms, with old dad making a welcoming gesture. That scene could make someone pull out a magical fairy castle on the spot. If it were my hawk instead of Marco, he would have probably chased me with a knife for 800 streets by now. Joking aside, serious matters are important. Following Marco, I pushed open the door to the captain's room, and let me tell you, the visual impact was overwhelming. Right in front of me was a gigantic old man, hooked up to tubes for 4 drips, but the aura of a strong man was undeniable. No wonder he could go head-to-head with Roger. Then I noticed out of the corner of my eye that old dad was secretly hiding a bottle of liquor. Marco exploded at that moment, his housekeeper attributes fully activated, and he stepped forward, extending his hand. Old man, you're drinking again. Give it to me. Old dad's face couldn't he hold up, and he stubbornly retorted. Who says a son can control his father? Hey, he was pretty tough. Marco adjusted his glasses and began to recite the spell. I've put so much effort into helping you with your health, and Leah has contributed a lot too. Are you going to let us both down? As soon as old dad heard this, his momentum instantly deflated, and reluctantly, he handed over the bottle of liquor, looking as pitiful as a 200-pound child. I quickly went up to smooth things over and sweetly called out, Dad, long time no see, how have you been? But he just glanced at me and blurted out his thoughts. You're here too? One Marco nagging in my ear is already annoying enough. Family, who understands? At that moment, I turned into a drama queen, covering my face and turning away, my voice cracking as I said, Wow, Dad dislikes me now. I'm so sad this made Dad laugh right away. And he quickly waved his hand, saying it wasn't like that. He looked at me as if I were a particularly accomplished younger generation. After he stopped laughing, he finally asked, So, tell me, what does this little girl want to do this time? I put away my joking face, straightened my expression, and directly took out the new drug I developed. Dad, I brought you something good. I estimate that after using this medicine for 3 years, your old injuries and the aftereffects of overusing your fruit abilities will be mostly restored. Dad's expression didn't change, but his eyes lit up. For him, regaining strength means being able to better protect his sons. He didn't say anything, waiting for me to continue. I knew that in this world, there's no such thing as a free lunch. I took a deep breath and stated my conditions. However, I hope you can conceal the true state of your health. No one but Marco and I can know that you are recovering. You must continue to act, to play the role of a seriously ill old man. I tell you, as soon as those words left my mouth, the air in the captain's cabin instantly froze. Dad's gaze sharpened in an instant, and an invisible pressure akin to a king's domineering aura descended heavily upon me. He stared at me and asked, word by word, Why did you do this? Little girl, you have to give me a reason. I know he's confirming whether my plan poses a threat to his sons. I gave Marco a glance, and he understood immediately, quickly stepping out and closing the door. Only my father and I were left in the room. I looked him in the eyes and revealed my plan. Dad, times are changing. The sea may seem calm, but underneath it all are undercurrents. I want to fish for a big catch that can completely ignite this era. If the news of your full recovery spreads, your deterrent power will be too strong. Those fish hiding underwater won't dare to show themselves. Only if you continue to be ill will they feel there is an opportunity and will dare to reveal their tales. I share my predictions for the future and my differences with Shanks. Shanks wants to maintain the balance of the sea and pave the way for Luffy. But I can't wait. My brothers, Ace, Sabo, Luffy, are all central figures in the vortex. I can't gamble their lives on an uncertain future. Human nature is selfish, and my wish is simple. They all need to live. Therefore, I must plan ahead and take the initiative. After listening, Whitebeard was silent for a long time. His gaze was filled with surprise, and in the end, he slowly nodded in agreement with my proposal. Of course, I didn't mention Blackbeard. I know the guy named Teach is a schemer with great ambition, but as an outsider, it would be useless for me to say anything about it. It would only undermine the trust between me and the Whitebeard pirates. After all, they called him Dad for 20 years, and the bond is there. Don't worry. I have my own measures regarding this schemer. He wants to be a hidden player, and I will play along. After discussing everything with Dad, Marco, ever the hospitable one, insisted on throwing a feast to welcome me, but I stopped him. I didn't want to make a big fuss, so I just had a simple meal with the captains. At the table, I also got to see the uniquely styled Sachi and the beauty Izo. Of course, I made sure to glance a few extra times at Teach, who was always hiding in the corner. Every time I looked over, he would give me that innocent and harmless smile. Family, who understands? That acting is practically textbook-level pure cunning. Even the Oscars owe him a little golden statue. While I was making my plans, My foolish brother Ace was out in the snow, looking for Shanks all by himself. He had a serious expression and said to my red-haired boyfriend, "Shanks, I need to ask you for something. If one day, because of my bastard father-s identity, I become the enemy of the entire world, you must help me stop my sister. Don't let her stand against the world for my sake." After hearing this, Shanks laughed and directly refused. He said, "I can't agree to that. If I dare to do that, your sister would ignore me for the rest of my life. Besides, your sister is not as simple as you think. She doesn't need anyone to protect her." As soon as Ace left, I arrived at Shanks' place. The crew of the red-haired pirates greeted me with more warmth than they would their captain. Lucky Roo immediately grabbed a chicken leg and went to prepare food for me without a second thought. I have known Shanks for 7 years. We both have our own important things to do, but to avoid arguments, we never talk about them. He entrusts the future of the new world to Luffy, which I understand. But Luffy's growth takes time. What price will we pay during this period? What if he fails? I can't afford to take that risk. Shanks looked at me, grinning like a fool, but his eyes held too many things as if bound by chains. I couldn't help but speak up, noticing him wearing only a white shirt in the snow. "What do you think about the plan I discussed with you last time?" The smile on his face faded, and he turned to look at the snowflakes in the sky, his voice a bit somber. "I've thought about it, Lily, and I don't want to agree. Although that plan has the least loss, you would bear the greatest pressure and risk. I can't accept it. I have to say, this is the first time I've seen such a negative and vulnerable side of him in front of me." He sighed, covered one eye, and looked down, saying, "You are very important to me. I don't want you to be a choice I made after weighing the pros and cons. Do you really understand your position in my heart?" In that moment, my heart softened. I walked over, cupped his drooping, red-haired head in my hands, looked into his eyes, and said, "Of course I know. Isn't all that you see in your eyes me?" I brushed the snow off his head, then directly hung on to him, taking the initiative to hug him for the first time. "Shanks," I said half jokingly and half seriously, "we agreed that after all this is over, we'll be together." He tightly wrapped his arms around my waist, buried his head in my shoulder, and remained silent for a while before muttering a soft okay. I smiled and then kissed his lips. Snowflakes danced in the air as we pressed our foreheads together, eyes closed, enjoying this rare moment of warmth. Warmth aside, important matters must be addressed. After bidding farewell to Shanks, I immediately returned to Sicily, and a phone bugged summoned Aaron back. My next destination was clear, Fishman Island, and I was heading straight for the roots of the Sun Tree, Eve, which pierced through heaven and earth. That place was practically a sacred site of Fishman Island. Let me tell you, Aaron had long sent people to clear the area, just waiting for my grand arrival. Upon arrival, Aaron led me to meet the king of Fishman Island, Neptune. Wow, this king was really strong, like a little giant, with a face full of orange-red beard and a shiny golden trident in his hand, looking quite intimidating. But as soon as he spoke, I almost couldn't hold it together. He stroked his big beard and warmly shook my hand, saying, "Ah, you must be Miss Arena. It's a pleasure to meet you." I was speechless at the time. "My name is Leah." As a result, he laughed heartily, and his laughter was so infectious, scratching his head while saying, "Sorry, Miss Lilia." "Great." Leah became Lilia. "Fine, I won't hold it against him." I got straight to the point. "Your Majesty, to make a long story short, I want to see your daughter, Princess Baishing." Upon hearing this, his expression became quite complicated, but he eventually nodded and said that the matter regarding Baishing was not simple and that he was worried about my safety. So he wanted to take me to the inner room to explain in detail. All right then, I let Aaron go wait at the port. I figured the batch of teachers I had brought from the mainland should have arrived by now, and I needed him to keep an eye on them, making sure they didn't end up getting into trouble with the gangsters on Fisherman Street. Once we entered the inner room, King Neptune turned out to be a straightforward person, quickly revealing all his family secrets in just a few words. I felt a bit anxious for him and couldn't help but tease, "Hey, Your Majesty, aren't you afraid I'll turn around and sell you out for telling me all this so quickly?" You won't believe what he said. He actually thought for a moment and then replied, "Well, let us just pretend you didn't hear that this time. Family, who understands?" At that moment, I felt like kneeling down to him. This king is too innocent. I held my forehead and said, "Do you think that is possible?" Only then did he seriously say, "I believe Miss Lilia, you are a good person." Again, with the Lilia, forget it. I quickly brought the topic back. "All right then, you said you want me to save your daughter?" "Yes." He was particularly excited, saying that any reward I could think of would be fine. I waved my hand to interrupt him. "Your daughter's situation is not difficult, but now is not the time. She can't come out yet." "Why?" He became anxious. "I told you, I was like a fortune teller at that time," slowly picking up a piece of dessert. "First, you can't protect her. Second, she's too young and emotionally unstable. Letting her out now will only expose her to the world's malice. What I really thought was, such a glorious moment of saving the princess must be reserved for my silly brother Luffy. This is an exclusive side quest for the main character group, and I won't steal the spotlight. I added another cut. Moreover, do you think your daughter can control that kind of power? As soon as these words were spoken, Neptune's pupils trembled instantly, and his lips quivered. Miss Lilia, how? How do you know? I blinked innocently and said, I have a wide network. At this, he was completely speechless and looked defeated. I felt sorry for him and went over to pat him on the shoulder. Don't be too sad. The daughter won't be locked up forever. Someone will come to rescue her, but that person is not me. If you really have no clue, you can ask the prophet on your island. He then seemed to recover and agreed to let Bai Xing stay, even asking me to keep it secret. I thought to myself that I wasn't interested in your family's little troubles. I came this time to ask Bai Xing to accompany me to see Yang Shuya, as I had something to verify. Guess what? To my surprise, this guy readily agreed. He even said that as long as Bai Xing agreed, he had no objections. I was stunned and couldn't help but ask him, we've just met for the first time. Why do you trust me so much? He replied, because Miss Leah has done a lot for the people and doesn't he act like a big shot. I couldn't help but walk over and tap his shoulder, saying earnestly, Your Majesty, you should be more cautious. What if what I'm doing is just for show? Don't trust others so easily. I'm telling you, this guy is simply unreliable. If I were to trick him in the future, I would feel a bit guilty. Forget it. I'm too lazy to waste words with him. Let's just have him lead the way to meet the White Star. We quickly arrived at the huge shell tower. Just as I was about to go in, suddenly, wow, a shadow came flying towards us with a whooshing sound, heading straight for the shell tower. I frowned, took a step back, and suddenly gathered my strength to jump up, swinging my scythe directly, making a clang as I knocked that thing away. It landed straight into the ground, and when I focused my gaze, I saw it was a large knife, with a letter hanging from the hilt. Neptune's face turned green when he saw the letter, looking heartbroken. I walked over and tore the letter down. The more I read, the angrier I became. Isn't this pure sexual harassment? To relentlessly pursue an 11-year-old girl. Who is this pervert? I asked Nipton, how old is White Star this year? He actually had to count on his fingers. Ah, right, it's 11 years old. Damn, what kind of father are you? I directly crumpled that letter into a ball and tore it to shreds. Then with my hands together, a surge of red power enveloped the entire tower, and I casually left a line of big characters on the tower. If you want to marry Bai Xing, you're just a toad trying to eat swan meat. After taking care of all this, I walked into the tower and said to Neptune without looking back, I've set up the barrier. Your guards can withdraw. As long as Bai Xing is inside, nothing will happen. Once inside, I saw a huge mermaid girl and a shark that didn't look too bright. That girl was Bai Xing. Although she was only 11 years old, she was huge and really beautiful, with long pink hair and big blue eyes. She was just a bit timid. As soon as she saw me, she got scared and quickly hid behind her father, tears welling up in her eyes. I pointed at myself, a bit amused. Little girl, are you afraid of me? She stammered. The aura you emit, it's so frightening. Oh, this little girl has some guts. I directly asked Neptune to step out, preparing to have a private chat with her. Once her father left, I told her to concentrate and feel it again. She closed her eyes and softly said, Miss Leah, you are surrounded by a layer of red mist. I can also see some totems. It's so scary. My heart skipped a beat, and I instantly understood. Damn it, what a trick from the heavens. To target me. They actually gave someone else this kind of heavenly eye. I was so angry at that moment that I silently extended my hand and gave the sky the middle finger. Bai Xing looked at me, confused by my sudden outburst. I quickly explained, oh, it's nothing. Just feel like the weather isn't great today. I steadied my mind and decided to get straight to the point. I asked her if she would be willing to accompany me to a place where her problems could be resolved, and afterwards, I could take her to visit her mother's grave. As soon as she heard that she could see her mother, the little girl immediately agreed. Her expression serious, as if she were about to go into battle. I couldn't help but laugh. This child, although spoiled and prone to tears, is essentially a good kid. I pulled her out of the tower and said a word to Neptune, then headed straight for the root of the Sun Tree Eve with her. Once we arrived, I set up a barrier first and then directly took out my little light orb and waved it in front of her. Can you see it? Bai Xing's eyes instantly lit up, as if she had discovered a new toy. Wow, so cute. Great, if you can see it, then it will be easy. I handed the little light orb to her, and guess what? That little guy actually jumped onto Bai Xing's hand by itself and started to glow. The light grew brighter and brighter, completely enveloping Bai Xing. I watched in astonishment as my little light orb grew bigger and bigger in Bai Xing's hand, finally stopping when it was as large as both of her palms. Who understands this, family? My pet in front of me bonded with someone else and even leveled up on the spot. Bai Xing was so happy her eyes turned into crescent moons. She said the little light orb told her it hoped for peace among all races, and also mentioned that her mother was a great person. Well, this little thing is casually reading other people's memories again. But judging by the situation, it seems to have been completely acknowledged by Bai Xing. At that moment, I braced myself, thinking that in the coming days, I would definitely be chased by the heavens again. But then, something strange happened. For several days after that, everything was calm, not even a rumble of thunder. I actually started to feel a bit uneasy. The heavens must be brewing something big for me. After that incident, 2 years flew by in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, I was busy with my career. One day, I was supervising on a deserted island in the South China Sea, where we discovered rare mineral deposits that could be used to create new weapons. This stuff has radiation, so I firmly opposed using human lives to increase production and insisted on hiring professionals to work in shifts at high salaries. Just as I was busy, one of my subordinates ran over to report that a small boat was drifting in from the sea, and there was a green algae-headed person who, for some reason, started fighting with our people and had already damaged several boats. As soon as I heard this, I thought the situation seemed so familiar. I walked to the shore and saw a guy with a full head of green hair being pinned down by Camus, looking quite defiant. "Oh, isn't that Zoro, the future greatest swordsman? He set sail this early?" I decided to tease him. I walked over with a stern face and asked what's going on. A young man, bruised and battered, cried out that the guy with the green algae head had attacked him without saying a word. I turned to Zoro, who was so angry that his face turned green, who told him to call me green algae. The young man, feeling wronged, covered his face and said, "You were lying in the boat with only your head sticking out. It really looked like it." I couldn't be bothered to listen to their argument, so I interrupted directly. "All right, it's you, Zoro, right? You damaged my ship. What are you going to do about it?" Zoro stiffened his neck and said, "Fine, I'll compensate you." I said leisurely, "I don't lack money, but I have a special hobby of collecting human organs. If you can give me one of your kidneys, then we'll call it even." I thought he could tell I was joking, but this straight man, he actually said seriously, "One person does the work. One person takes the blame. If you want it, I'll give it to you." As he spoke, he broke free from Camus, pulled out a knife, and was about to stab it into his own waist. "Damn, are you serious?" I was so shocked that I knocked his knife away on the spot. This guy is also a weirdo. After dropping his knife, he didn't take care about his own safety and instead touched his green-haired head and asked me, "Where did you get your scythe from?" His train of thought is something else. I quickly changed the subject. "Why are you here? This place has no signs. You could easily get lost." His expression instantly became awkward and he stammered, I came here for sightseeing." I almost laughed out loud. "Are you sure? Visiting this godforsaken place? The main theme is to return to nature, right?" His face turned red, as if he was about to breathe fire. I asked him again, "By the way, do you know where this is?" He thought for a long time and uncertainly said, "East Sea?" I held back my laughter and slowly told him, "Oh, but this is the South China Sea." The expression on Zoro's face at that moment, I tell you, was just like a phone falling into the toilet. Absolutely spectacular. In the end, I still sent someone to take him back to the East China Sea, and the price? He owes me a favor. Now, let's talk about my cheap little brother Ace. Over the past 2 years, that kid has made some progress and ultimately joined the Whitebeard Pirates. But it's different from before. He went to find Whitebeard not to challenge anyone, but to seek an answer about his father Roger's past. Although he did end up fighting Jinbei, this time he won. In the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace found what he had been missing since childhood, a family. He gradually realized that what he truly wanted deep down might not be to become the Pirate King, but to be recognized and loved. He didn't want to live in Roger's shadow anymore. He just wanted to live as Ace, using his own strength to protect the family he acknowledged. I have to tell you, Ace finally figured things out and is no longer stuck on the question of who his father is. He has a dad, brothers, and a family now, and that's enough. But just when Ace was enjoying his peaceful life, his dear little brother Luffy, well, he officially set sail, ready to turn the entire East blue upside down. Time flew by, and it was already the year 1520 of his Sea Circle calendar. I didn't go to Windmill Village to see him off. That kid is definitely heading to Lowtown, so I decided to surprise him there. I had someone send him a small shabby boat, because, after all, that guy can't do anything but fight, and he wouldn't be able to handle a bigger ship anyway. And guess what? This kid took my boat and started his journey of collecting stamps. The first one he picked up was a pink-haired crybaby named Kobe. Then came the newbie package, Zoro. I'm telling you, with Zoro's sense of direction, if it weren't for the gears of fate turning, he'd probably navigate himself to the moon. The two of them teamed up and took down a Navy captain, and just like that, Zoro ended up on the pirate ship. Things sped up from there. They encountered the little thief, Cat Nami. Since I had already dealt with Arlong and his gang of fishmen, Nami had no worries. Seeing how Luffy matched her temperament, she thought, great, now we have a navigator. Then in Syrup Village, they tricked the big liar Usopp onto the ship and conveniently snagged a ship called the Mary. Guys, the protagonist Halo is just outrageous. By the time they stumbled into Lowtown, the place where GOLD, Roger started and ended, I was already waiting there. I bet $1,000 that Luffy would climb up that execution platform. Sure enough, just as I was thinking about it, the sky suddenly changed, dark clouds rolled in, and big raindrops began to pour down. I didn't bring an umbrella, and just as I was looking for a place to hide, an umbrella appeared over my head. I turned around and saw a guy with curly blonde hair and eyebrows, his eyes filled with hearts, who immediately said in a greasy tone, "This beautiful lady." Goodness. I was taken aback. This must be Sanji, right? So gentlemanly yet perverted. I mean, who understands? Sanji wanted to say something else, but Zoro suddenly dashed past us. Upon seeing this, he panicked, shoved the umbrella into my hands, and shouted, "Excuse me, beautiful lady, I need to go save our idiot captain," and ran off. I looked up and laughed. That kid Luffy was indeed on the execution platform, arguing with the clown Buggy. Buggy was so angry that he raised his knife and was about to strike down. I was standing in the crowd watching the show, and casually used my observation hockey to scan the area. Oh, there were quite a few familiar faces. Luffy's #1 fan, Bartolomeo, was there trembling with excitement, and his unreliable father, Dragon, was standing there in a cloak, cosplaying as an ordinary passerby. I was confused. Your own son is about to be executed. Why don't you step up? Instead, you're just posing? The men of the monkey family are something else. Just as the knife was about to fall, Luffy stood on the platform, grinning widely and shouted, "I'm the man who will become the Pirate King." The next second, with a loud boom, a bolt of lightning struck precisely, completely smashing the execution platform to pieces. I tell you, at that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Luffy is a rubber man. Electricity has no effect on him. He crawled out of the rubble, brushed off the dirt, and was completely fine. Instead, it was Buggy who got fried, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Taking advantage of the chaos, I quickly slipped over to Dragon's side and discussed the next plan with him. This big game was about to begin, as I watched Dragon unleash a gust of wind that held off the Marine smoker named Smoker. I ran towards the port with Luffy and the others. On the way, I casually handed a business card to that slippery fruit user, Aurita, from the Golden Media Performing Arts Agency, promoting a wealth-building companionship. This girl has a good image and could definitely become popular with some packaging. As a result, that gust of wind from Dragon was something else. It not only blew Luffy and the others onto the ship, but also sent me flying up. I quickly spread my wings to cushion my fall and landed steadily, but I was still spotted by the sharp-eyed Luffy. His rubber arm shot out and wrapped around me tightly, nearly choking me. "Luffy, loosen up. You're going to suffocate me." Once the pursuing Marines were shaken off, the people on the ship finally had time to look at me, the unexpected arrival. Nami was the first to recognize me. After all, I had saved her mother, Belle Emery. She stepped on Sanji, who had turned into a wavy line drooling over me, with her eyes sparkling. Before she could speak, Zoro came over with a ghostly expression. "How is it you again, woman?" Upon hearing this, Sanji was instantly petrified, lying on the ground with his soul flying away. Nanny, even the green algae head recognized this beautiful lady before me. I greeted everyone with a smile. "Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Leah, and I am Luffy's sister." As soon as I finished speaking, Usopp peeked out from behind Zoro, nervously holding my bounty poster. "For the legendary warlord?" After saying that, he froze in shock, his face turning black and white. As expected, the sister of monster is also a monster. Zoro crossed his arms and made a sarcastic comment. Nami looked at me not with admiration anymore, but with the gaze of someone seeing a treasure. After all, the title of the world's richest person is right there. She excitedly shouted "sister" and rushed over to hug me. Sanji had just gotten up, and upon seeing the two beauties embracing, he was overjoyed, spraying nosebleed all over the deck. I told Luffy that I was just hitching a ride on a ship to meet up with my people in the Grand Line. Luffy pouted and tried to get me to stay as a crew member, but I firmly refused him. "You're going to be the Pirate King. Don't be so childish," I said as I patted his straw hat. "Ace and Sabo will probably be coming to the Grand Line to find you soon." As soon as he mentioned his two brothers, Luffy started grinning foolishly. "Hee, this time I'm definitely going to beat them." Usopp weakly asked who Ace and Sabo were, and Luffy proudly said they were his sworn brothers. After hearing that, Usopp pulled out two bounty posters, one for Whitebeard's 2nd Division captain and another for the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. He and Nami huddled together in a corner, crying like two wide noodles. What kind of monster family is this? Zoro also took a sip of his drink, looking speechless. TSK. None of you siblings are normal. I looked at this group of lively characters and didn't bother to explain. I directly grabbed a large handful of jewelry from the pouch at my waist and stuffed it into Nami's hands. I also handed her a gold card that offered a 40% discount on all my businesses, saying with flair, "This is for the meal on the ship." And a little gift for Nami, no big deal. Nami, while saying how could she accept this, was quicker than anyone to take the money and the card. The atmosphere on the ship instantly became lively. I suddenly remembered to ask Luffy, "By the way, did you see your dad in Fusha Village?" Luffy had a puzzled expression on his face. "How would I know what he looks like?" "I am impressed." I can only remind him, "It's that uncle in the cloak who helped block the smoker." Luffy slapped his thigh, suddenly realizing, and then picked his nose and said, "Oh. So he's the lame uncle that Sabo was complaining about on the phone." Sabo said he loves to act cool. "I really can't bear to look. That's your dad." This kid even casually flicked a booger at Zoro, who immediately lost it, drew his sword, and the two of them got into a scuffle again. Luffy was dodging around and shot himself out like a slingshot, looking like he was about to fall into the sea. I sighed, spread my wings, and flew over to catch him just before his face hit the water. Sanji was once again being infatuated. "Oh, Miss Lilia, you're simply an angel." Just then, Usopp shouted from the lookout, "Look, the sea is climbing the mountain." We ran to the bow of the ship, and a towering red continent appeared before us, with a canal in the middle, and the seawater was actually flowing upwards. "This is Reverse Mountain," I excitedly explained, rushing forward. And right across from us was the Grand Line. The eyes of these guys instantly lit up, each one stepping on the wooden barrels at the edge of the ship, ready to declare their departure. Luffy pulled me over and said, "Nami, you come too. I haven't heard your dream yet." "All right, the atmosphere is set." "Luffy, I'm going to be the king of the pirates." "Zoro, I want to become the world's greatest swordsman." "Sanji, I want to find all blue." "Nami, I want to draw the world map." "Usopp, I want to be a brave warrior of the sea." Everyone's gaze turned to me, and I felt my blood rush. Took a deep breath and shouted, "I want to bring down the celestial dragons. I want a world without oppression, where everyone can live freely. Let's go." At Luffy's command, the Mary set sail against the current, heading for the peak. The process was thrilling. The ship's rudder broke, but luckily Luffy used his rubber balloon as a cushion, and we didn't crash into the stone gate. The Mary was pushed by giant waves, soaring into the sky, passing over the peak, and successfully landing at the entrance of the Grand Line. Everyone cheered for the first step towards their dreams, and I genuinely felt happy for them. Just then, a huge whale cry echoed, and Luffy was the first to spot the enormous shadow at the foot of the mountain, larger than the island itself. I felt a pang of anxiety. Oh no, I forgot to tell them that Laboon is still here. Sure enough, Luffy's special seat was accidentally damaged by Laboon, and when his temper flared, his fist was already swinging. The result was that Laboon felt pain, opened his mouth, and swallowed the entire Going Merry. I am holding Luffy, and the two of us are sitting on top of Laboon's head, looking confused. I quickly stopped Luffy, who was about to take action, and pointed to a small iron door on Laboon. "They're fine, just go in there. Don't be reckless." We entered through the door and slid into Lab's stomach. I spread my wings and landed steadily on the deck of the Mary. Looking up, I saw an old man in flowery shorts, leisurely sitting on the artificial beach reading a newspaper. As soon as I saw him, I said, "Oh, isn't this Uncle Kaloka's?" An old acquaintance. "Good afternoon, Uncle Kaloka's, long time no see." I greeted him first. He put down his newspaper and adjusted his reading glasses. "It's little Leah. Where are you off to this time? How did you end up on someone else's ship?" I pulled Luffy over and proudly introduced him. "Uncle, this is my little brother, and his goal is to become the Pirate King." Uncle Kuroka's only responded with an "oh," and didn't he show much reaction. But when he saw the straw hat on Luffy's head, his expression clearly changed. Before he could ask more, the entire stomach of the whale suddenly started to shake violently, and seawater and gastric acid rushed in wildly. I tell you, as soon as I heard that noise, I understood right away. Goodness, that big whale has started smashing its head against the wall again. Just smashing against that damn red earth continent. That old man named Crocus didn't say a word. Jumped out and gave it a huge dose of tranquilizer. Just as things calmed down here, two people popped up from the water, a man and a woman, carrying a cannon aimed at the whale's belly and ready to fire. I thought to myself, isn't this just pure abstract performance art? Without even thinking, I flapped my wings and used my beautiful feathers to intercept the cannonball. It was as easy as scratching an itch for me. The old man saw this and gave me a look that said, "Not bad for a junior." I had a decent relationship with him. I often brought him local specialties. Why? Just to get my hands on those precious medical books of his. My university library still has space, so I had to get them. That kid, Luffy, he has got some sense. He saw that those two ambushers weren't good people and dashed over, knocking them out with 2 punches. I crouched down to take a look, and lo and behold, it was Princess Vivi from Alabasta. To be honest, I'm not really into her. She is just a sheltered flower, completely useless and a total liability. How is someone like her supposed to become queen? Who understands this? A princess who needs to be protected at all times. It's infuriating just to look at her. I had a bad idea pop into my head. What if I spoiled her identity to Luffy in advance and see if my silly brother would still be hot-blooded enough to help her? But I put that thought aside. The old man had already opened the door for us. Just as we came out of the whale's belly, Luffy did something big. He directly slammed the main mast of our ship into the big scar on Laboon's forehead. Everyone on the ship was dumbfounded, wondering what he was doing. But I understood immediately. This silly whale had been waiting for its friend to return, waiting for decades until it was desperate, which is why it kept smashing itself against the mountain. Luffy may look silly, but he knows what he is doing. He was fighting with Laboon and re-establishing a promise that would give it a reason to live. Sure enough, after the fight, Luffy drew our Straw Hat Crew's symbol on Laboon's scar, telling it that once we circumnavigate the world, we would come back to find it. Once this was settled, a new problem arose. Nami was holding the compass, looking confused as the needle spun around like it was dancing. The old man was speechless, saying that the Grand Line requires a log pose. Don't you kids do any planning before you set out? Nami felt embarrassed right away. Then Luffy, like a magician, stripped one of the captives of something. While we were waiting for the needle to regain its magnetic power, that glutton finished off the heart-shaped lunch Sanji made for Nami, and Sanji was so angry that he kicked him away, which just happened to smash the log pose in Nami's hand. In the next second, Nami delivered a rising dragon kick, sending both of them into the sea to feed the fish. I quickly told Nami, "No worries, this kid is tough and needs a beating. Go ahead and hit him, don't hold back." In the end, it was the old man who couldn't stand it anymore and gave us his own log pose. Before leaving, I formally asked the old man to hand over his life's work, those medical books, to me. I promised him that this knowledge would not gather dust and would thrive in my university, allowing future generations to stand on the shoulders of this giant. The old man was a wise person and agreed gladly. I even secretly told Laboon that its friend Brook was still alive, so it could wait in peace. Once on the ship and saying goodbye to Twin Cape, my real business began. I locked up the man and interrogated Vivi alone. Let me tell you, my aura was off the charts at that moment. I pulled out a small knife, pressed it against her chin, and smiled like a villain. I said, "Your Highness, what do you think if I kidnapped you and extorted some military supplies and oil from your king? Wouldn't that be a good idea?" Nami and Zoro were also playing along, each acting more like a villain than the last. Vivi couldn't hold it together and spilled everything. It turns out she was an undercover agent, infiltrating the criminal organization Baroque Works led by the Shichibukai crocodile, just to save her country that was suffering under the old sand. I briefly explained to everyone that Old Shah is not easy to deal with. However, I changed the subject and asked Luffy, "Have you mastered the move that Camus taught you before?" Luffy responded with a huh, and then stretched out his fist, which was instantly covered with a layer of black hardening. This kid is teachable. I told him that Old Shah is a Logia user, so he needs to use the armament hockey to hit him. Finally, I took off my mask and smiled at Vivi, revealing my warlord face, and said, "Once your country's issues are resolved, Princess, would you be interested in discussing a big business deal with me?" When Vivi saw my face, her eyes nearly popped out. Anyway, Luffy and the others decided to help Vivi, so I figured it was time for me, the newbie village guardian, to log off. That kid Luffy has his own path, so I felt relieved. I need to go find Shanks. I'm telling you, this sea is about to blow up. The war on the top is unavoidable, and I have to light this fire myself. Those hawks in the Navy have long wanted to move against Whitebeard, so I'll take advantage of the situation and escalate this matter. I want the Celestial Dragons to bleed heavily. Ace, that kid, I have to keep an eye on him. He absolutely cannot become a pawn of this era. My brother Luffy is the one who is meant to become the Pirate King. Ace is his rival, not a stepping stone. So I need to go see Shanks first. When I found him, guess what he was doing? Sneaking food, sneaking drinks, acting like a foolish landlord's son. I swear, I could have just punched his head into the floor. Can't you act a bit like an emperor? But scolding aside, I still drag him to shave, change clothes, and soak in the hot springs. I just have this feeling that after this meeting, who knows when the next one will be. And this guy, while soaking in hot springs, is still showing off his food, making my forehead throb with anger. I couldn't take it anymore. Wearing a bathrobe and dripping wet, I just grabbed him and pulled him into the pool. Finally, I could shut him up. Wow. The water splashed everywhere, and as the mist rose, he was staring at me with those intense eyes, trying to act serious. I took a deep breath, leaned in, and kissed his lips. I didn't care if it hurt. At least he finally snapped back to reality and started responding. After all that, we were both out of breath. He held me tightly, suddenly looking serious, and with a sharpness that felt almost heightened, he directly asked me, "Are you planning to do something dangerous?" I felt a jolt in my heart. This guy, unbelievable. But what could I say? I could only speak ambiguously. As a result, when he heard that, he held me even tighter, as if he wanted to embed me into his body. In that moment, I got heated, my hand brushed over his chest, and I directly said, "Shanks, let us do it." He immediately became incoherent, saying things like respecting me, the woman being at a disadvantage, and not needing to force anything. I directly wrapped my arms around his neck and told him, "It's not forcing. Once all this is over, I'll marry you." Family, who understands? Saying such things at that moment, I felt both like a scumbag and deeply affectionate. In the end, he whispered not to leave him, but I couldn't guarantee that. I could only say he was a bad woman who had stolen his heart since childhood. As for what happened next, the waves got bigger. Those who understand. The next day I woke up super early, feeling great. Family, who understands? I slept with one of the 4 emperors, then pulled up my pants and ran away, even leaving money behind. Anyone in this situation would be confused, and let me tell you, it was my first time, purely thrilling. My neck was covered in hickeys, forcing me to find a turtleneck sweater to wear. Then I took out Ace's life card and left without looking back. Did you think Shanks slept like a dead pig? Not a chance. His observation hockey was like 24-hour surveillance. As soon as I left, he woke up. But he didn't stop me. This man. Sometimes he is so considerate it's heartbreaking. He knew I didn't want to face the scene of separation, so he let me go. What is even more outrageous is that he actually took the money I left behind to buy alcohol. Later, I don't know how this got out to his crew, but Lockie and the others laughed crazily, saying I was a complete female gigolo, sleeping with him and running away after paying. And they said their captain was still as lame as ever. Beckman, with a cigarette in his mouth, didn't even want to speak. Probably felt embarrassed. I've been chasing Ace's life card all over the world, and that guy is slippery like an eel. Wherever Blackbeard is, he is too, completely being led around. I was having a headache when that flamboyant flamingo, Da Flamingo, called me to dress Rosa. When we met, he still had that arrogant look. And even the fat bird I gave him before had been raised to act like him, wearing little glasses and flapping its wings to keep me away. Da Flamingo laughed heartily at my predicament. I rolled my eyes at him and asked why he called me here. It couldn't just be to mess with me, right? Then this crazy guy suddenly got serious and said, "I plan to stand by your side." I was shocked and said, "You're an underground emperor. Why are you meddling in my affairs instead of dealing with your celestial dragons?" He directly gave me a headbutt that made me cry out in pain. "Damn it, you dead flamingo." He actually said, "Do you really think I wouldn't know you're trying to get rid of me so you could do something dangerous?" Goodness. It's like both of you have opened your third eye. He told me we were originally on the same side, that targeting me was also targeting him. I blurted out, "Which beauty softened your tongue?" Almost got kicked across the room for that. After the commotion, I patted his shoulder and seriously told him that I'm a businessman and do anything that doesn't benefit me or let myself sacrifice randomly. He responded with a grunt, saying he had left the celestial dragons to Da Flamingo and wanted to join me. He said he wanted to turn this world upside down, making it never at peace. That expression was terrifyingly fierce. I sighed and started giving him a political lesson, advising him to marry someone and stop thinking about world destruction. Even using his brother Razanani as an example, saying he'd soon be an uncle of course. I ended up getting yelled at. I just finished the battle with Da Flamingo, and then a thunderbolt struck. That son of a bitch Blackbeard actually teamed up with the Navy and captured Ace, sending him to impel down. I was completely stunned at the time. My heart stopped for a moment. After calming down and analyzing the situation, I realized that the Navy had sent out the Vice Admiral Squirrel, Akainu's right-hand man. Ace was captured after he surrendered himself while fighting them to a standstill. Why? I couldn't understand at that moment, until I received Ace's last letter, a note with just 5 words, "At the cost of me." My hands tightened. That foolish kid has grown up, but he's still too foolish. He.S. using himself as bait to force Whitebeard and the Navy into war, igniting the fire of my plan. I understand the reasoning, but emotionally, I just want to pull him out and give him a beating. Meanwhile, Shanks and Whitebeard, the 2 top figures, are having a historic meeting. When these two meet, the eyes of the entire world are focused on them. Shanks knows everything. He understands that Ace's capture is just an excuse. The Navy has long wanted to strike against Whitebeard. He came this time to communicate with Whitebeard and to fulfill some kind of legacy. When their blades clashed, I tell you, the sky seemed to split open. Whitebeard looked at this kid in front of him and seemed to see Roger from back in the day. They drank and talked about the future, like they were handing over an era. Whitebeard is old. He wants to pave the final road for his children, for the new era, with his life. After the meeting, Shanks took his people and left. His current task is to keep a close watch on that mad Dragon Kaido, not allowing anyone to disrupt the chess game I have laid out. He didn't ask me anything, but he understood everything. This man has calculated everything about me, yet he still chooses to stand by my side. The scene shifts to Impel Down, the underwater prison. Old man Garp is sitting on the ground, looking at Ace locked up with Seastone. The grandfather and grandson, one a Navy hero, the other a pirate, are silent. Garp is troubled. His son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and both of his grandsons have become pirates. There's no peace for the monkey family. On the other side, my foolish brother Luffy has snuck on a Hancock ship, hiding in her clothes, successfully infiltrating Impel Down. Goodness, the Empress is helping Luffy by providing cover just to see Ace, using her powers to petrify the guards and diverting the conversation, allowing Luffy to slip inside. Luffy, holding Ace's nearly burned-out life card, goes deeper down. Who does he run in on the first underground level? Buggy, the clown Buggy. These two old enemies start fighting as soon as they meet, only to be chased by a bunch of blue gorillas, forcing them to team up. Luffy knocks out one after another, while Buggy is there just to be surprised. In the end, Buggy sees the bracelet on Luffy's hand, thinks it's some kind of rare treasure, and immediately betrays Luffy, saying if he gives him the bracelet, he'll guide him. Thus, one flies in the sky, and the other runs on the ground, and these two clowns rush deeper into the prison. Buggy is quite the talent. When they reach the second level, to create chaos, he starts unlocking each cell, releasing all the prisoners and getting them to shout Captain Buggy. But what they don't know is that the entire Impel Down has been filled with countless tiny surveillance devices smaller than ants. This is my new invention, an experimental product called monitoring soldier ants. Although it's not perfect yet, it focuses on surprise and has full map visibility. Their every move is under my watchful eye. I tell you, with so many surveillance feeds, it's like playing Spot the Difference, a huge test of eyesight. But who am I? My eyes are like they've got an 8-fold magnifying glass, instantly locking on a Buggy and his gang. Goodness, Buggy must have some incredible luck. The moment those prisoners were released, they treated him like a big brother, surrounding him with cheers, the scene comparable to a Top Stars concert. Among the crowd, an old acquaintance popped up, Mr. 3. That candle guy, excitedly clinging to the iron gate as if he'd just won the lottery, saying that the gods hadn't abandoned him. When he came out, he acted like Luffy was the big boss, but Luffy, being face-blind again, shouted the wrong name at him for ages. I felt embarrassed for him, even through the screen. Mr. 3 thought it was just a regular jailbreak, and when he heard Luffy was going to the 6th level, he was ready to make a run for it. Only be caught by Luffy. Luffy said, fine, tell me where the entrance to the 3rd level is, and you can go. On my end, I sent a Wasp King monitor, which quietly crawled on a Buggy's prison uniform, so wherever he went, my high-definition livestream followed. Mr. 3's mind started to wander, and while he agreed verbally, he thought about letting Luffy act as a decoy to draw away the monsters on the 2nd level. After a few steps, they ran into that monster with the head of a man and the body of a lion, ugly enough to be earth-shattering. This lion could even speak, chasing the 3 of them in a parkour frenzy. Mr. 3 had a clever idea, creating a bunch of clones with his candle ability, and the lion, clearly lacking in intelligence, couldn't tell which was real and started playing whack-a-mole. Just when Mr. 3 thought he could slip away amidst the chaos, the floor beneath them cracked and collapsed. The 3 of them, along with that big dumb lion, fell like dumplings into the negative 3rd level. While Luffy and the others were playing a real-life drop ride, the Marine headquarters was almost boiling over. Sengoku was so mad his hair was about to stand up, pointing his finger at Garp's nose and yelling, Garp, how is it again your grandson? Let me tell you, Garp, that old man, exuded a crazy vibe. Not only was he calm, but he was also laughing so hard he was in tears, giving a thumbs up, with a proud look on his face, as expected of my grandson, truly impressive. Sengoku, furious, snatched the sunbae from Garp and dumped it into his own mouth. After Akaina left, Sengoku pulled out a huge stack of reports from the table and slammed them in front of Garp. His face heavy. Take a look at the good things your granddaughter has done. She's trying to overturn the whole world. Can your family bear this responsibility? Garp squatted down picking up the reports one by one, still smiling, but I must say for the first time, I could see a hint of aging in that smile. He said slowly, "Sengoku, I'm old now. This is the world of the young." Back to Luffy and the others, they fell to the -3rd level, which was as hot as a sauna. Mr. Three's candle ability was immediately nullified. As soon as he came out, he melted. They went around in a big circle and returned to the same spot, only to be captured by the guards with a net made of sea stone. Just when they were in a dire situation, the Lion Man monster that fell with them woke up, struggled, and tore the net apart. Only then did Luffy and the others manage to escape. Buggy and Mr. Three, taking advantage of the chaos, sold Luffy out and ran away. Luffy, carefree, was still waving goodbye to them. But those two unlucky guys didn't get far when they heard singing. Following the sound, they found none other than Bon Clay. Mr. Dubon Clay. He was gracefully dancing ballet in his cell. Seeing a fellow countryman, they were all teary-eyed, and Buggy and Mr. Three let Bon Clay out. Meanwhile, Magellan was leading the Empress to inspect the 6th level. The Empress did a fantastic job, seizing the moment while Magellan was using his poison to clear the area, and during that split second, she quietly told Ace that Luffy was coming to rescue him. Ace was shocked at first, then lowered his head and smiled, his expression a mix of pride and helplessness. As expected of Luffy, always so worrisome. The scene cut back to Luffy, who was already under the lion's foot, hungry and hot, about to be dinner. Suddenly, a familiar figure descended from the sky, kicking the lion away. "Straw Hat, I missed you so much." Tears were flowing like a fountain. Luffy focused and saw it was Bon Clay. My goodness, this damned friendship. I could feel it through the screen. The two of them discussed. Luffy wanted to rescue Ace, and Bon Clay wanted to meet the Okama King. Both with the same goal, so they set off. Just as they reached the entrance to the 4th level, Buggy and Mr. Three came running back, crying for help, followed by a rampaging cow guard beast. Great, now we had a full table for Mahjong. The 4 of them teamed up, with Buggy launching cannonballs and using Okama martial arts. In the end, Luffy put on Mr. Three's candle boxing gloves and, with a rubber hammer spiral attack, finally knocked the cow down. But the next second, the floor collapsed again, and the 4 of them were wiped out, falling into the 4th level. True hellfire. Magellan received the news and turned pale. He immediately set up a trap, ordering Vice Warden Hannibal and Seda Suddy to guard the upper and lower stairs, vowing to block Luffy and the others on this level. Meanwhile, as soon as Luffy arrived at the 4th level, he smelled roasted meat and drooled as he rushed over, only to crash headfirst into Magellan himself. Bon Clay shouted at the top of his lungs from behind, "Don't touch him. That's the Poison Man. You'll die." But Luffy, being the iron-headed kid he is, didn't listen at all. He directly shifted into 2nd gear and charged forward. His rubber rocket punch hit Magellan's stomach. It connected, but his hand was now covered in poison. That stuff was lethal, instantly numbing his nerves, and Luffy's face turned pale from the pain. Magellan was practically a moving biochemical weapon, unleashing a barrage of poison dragons, toxic phlegm, and gas in various combos. Although Luffy was fierce, he was covered in poison and had inhaled a belly full of toxic gas, his movements becoming slower and slower, until he was finally engulfed by a massive poison dragon. Completely immobilized, his body corroded beyond recognition. Magellan looked at the fallen Luffy and coldly ordered his subordinates, "Throw him into the 5th level, the extreme cold hell." Just when Luffy was on the brink of life and death, Bon Clay was also busy. He transformed into Nami's form, using his beauty to deceive the lecherous Vice Warden Hannibal, successfully rescuing Buggy and Mr. Three. But upon hearing that Luffy had been defeated by Magellan and thrown into the 5th level, Buggy and Mr. Three got scared again, insisting they couldn't go to their deaths. "When I abandoned my straw hat to escape, I already lost my life there." With tears in his eyes, Bon Clay was exceptionally determined, saying that no matter what, he would rescue the Straw Hat, because he and Straw Hat were friends. Family, who understands? Just that one sentence made me tear up in the surveillance room. Bon Clay dashed alone into the 5th level, the extreme cold hell. He found out that there was no antidote for Magellan's poison, and the only hope lay with the legendary missing Okama King, Ivankov. In the sub-zero wind and snow, he was frozen to the bone, surrounded by wolves, but he dragged his battered body to find Luffy, who was locked up in the deepest part and barely hanging on. "Straw Hat, I'm here to save you." He opened the cell door with his frozen hands, carried Luffy on his back, and searched each cell for traces of the Okama King amidst the blizzard. In the end, he was tricked by a prisoner and stumbled into the wolf's den. Just as he was losing consciousness and about to collapse, an invisible shockwave suddenly erupted from Luffy's unconscious body, directly stunning all the snow wolves. When Bon Clay woke up again, he found himself in a place that looked like a bar, surrounded by people in all sorts of bizarre outfits celebrating. In the center of the stage, a man with heavy makeup and a huge purple afro was dancing flamboyantly. He was a transgender King Ivankov. Little Fong suddenly knelt down, crying and begging Ivankov to save Luffy. Ivankov's next words left me utterly speechless. With a delicate gesture, he said, "Don't worry, the treatment for the Straw Hat Boy started 10 hours ago. The special medicine used was sent by his sister, Miss Portgasty Leah. That's right, it was the medicine I sent." Ivankov took Little Fong to a door, behind which Luffy's heart-wrenching screams could be heard. Ivankov explained, "My medicine can stimulate all of the body's potential, detoxify, and strengthen the body, but this process is akin to dismantling and reassembling a person, and the pain is comparable to hell. Whether he can endure it depends entirely on his willpower. But honestly, no matter how strong the willpower, it can't withstand the limitations of life." I tell you, Ivankov's face darkened at that moment. He told us that Luffy's treatment would take at least several hours, but his brother Ace was scheduled to be publicly executed at 3 in the afternoon. Calculating the time, Luffy would be escorted out in about 7 or 8 hours. It was a deadlock. Little Fong couldn't take it anymore. His eyes turned red, but he didn't say a word. He ran straight to the entrance of the cave where Luffy was held and, like a broken record, began to shout at the top of his lungs, "Go, Straw Hat! Go, Straw Hat!" Passers-by laughed at him, saying it was pointless, but he ignored them and kept shouting for several hours. Later, when we went back to check, good grief. Little Fang's voice was hoarse, blood was coughing out of his mouth, and finally, he collapsed straight to the ground, just as we were about to help him. Ivankov stopped us and said, "Don't move him, let him shout. These two have already surpassed their limits. They're fighting for their brother's life." I almost cried when I heard that. Really, everyone present was moved by Little Fong. Everyone joined in shouting, "Go, Straw Hat!" They endured until 7 o'clock the next morning, when suddenly there was no sound from inside the cave. Not a single scream could be heard. Instead, blood began seeping out from under the door, and my heart sank. This couldn't be trouble, could it? Ivankov panicked too, saying if something happened to Miss Leah's people, he wouldn't know how to explain it. Just when we thought it was all over, suddenly there was a loud bang. The wooden door, locked tightly with iron chains, exploded open from the inside, and wood chips flew all over my face. Luffy burst out from inside as if nothing had happened, shouting with all his might, "Meat! I want to eat meat!" I was completely stunned at that moment. Who understands what family members go through? Just a second ago, I thought we were about to start eating, and the next second, they shouted to start the meal. Little Fong was so excited that tears were streaming down his face. Those guys were also impressive, rushing in and throwing all kinds of food into the mix, both raw and cooked, piling it up like a small mountain. Luffy's way of eating was incredible. In just a few minutes, he turned himself into a giant ball, and then whoosh, he returned to his original state. His digestion ability was comparable to that of a shredder. Everyone excitedly lifted Luffy and tossed him into the air to celebrate that this kid had bravely passed through the gates of hell. But at that moment, Little Fong collapsed next to him due to exhaustion, his eyes rolling back. Luffy quickly jumped over, looking worried. Ivan told him that Little Fong was just tired and then recounted how Little Fong had cheered him on. Let me tell you, after Luffy heard that, without a second thought, he gave a solid bow to the unconscious Little Fong. When Luffy got dressed, Ivan and the others urged him, saying that his sister had everything arranged and he should rest here for a few days. Luffy's eyes widened, saying, "I didn't see Ace come out with my own eyes. I won't feel at ease even if I die. I must go." His determination was even stronger than before. He took a couple of steps and suddenly turned back to Ivan, asking, "Aren't you coming with me?" Little Fong came to save you. Ivan flirtatiously blinked and said, "Baby, even if he doesn't come, I was already planning to go out because that man has already started to act." "Which man?" Luffy had a puzzled look on his face. "The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon." Ivan said this name with admiration. As a result, Luffy scratched his head and calmly replied, "Oh, my dad." I was listening next to them, and my jaw nearly dropped. The whole scene was silent for a split second, then it exploded. Ivan's big face was shocked and seemed to be embedded in the wall, unable to pull himself off. He pointed at Luffy, spitting saliva all over me, shouting, "Dad? How could that old fossil dragon have a son?" The people around screamed in unison. "You say he is your dad?" Luffy looked particularly innocent. "My sister told me, and later my grandpa confirmed it. Anyway, I've never met him." Someone in the crowd muttered, "ISNT Miss Leah, also Dragon's daughter? Wow, this dad really takes advantage of his own daughter." After hearing this, Ivan's eyes widened, remembering how Leah was negotiating business with Dragon, and it suddenly made sense. He trembled and asked, "Where? Were you born?" "In the East Blue." Ivan slapped his thigh, saying no wonder that guy Dragon always seemed lost looking at the East Blue. Turns out he was thinking about his kid. He immediately decided not to return to the Revolutionary Army and to follow Luffy to the Marineford War. But before he could wrap his head around it, he asked again, "Wait, Leah is your sister. Ace is your brother. Then aren't they also Dragon S kids?" Luffy had a confused expression. "No. Ace is my sworn brother, and Leah is Ace's biological sister. Ace's dad is Roger. My dad is Dragon. Nanny. Roger. Pirate King Roger." Ivan's eyes nearly popped out. Luffy didn't understand what was so shocking about this and nodded. Ivan, not giving up, pressed on. "So who is your grandpa?" "My sister said he seems to be some Marine Vice Admiral named Garp," Luffy said while picking his nose. "Marine Hero Garp." The whole place was once again frozen. Ivan had given up thinking, what kind of monsters is this family? Wow, this isn't just a family. This is practically a new script for all ruthless people released in 2025. No time to waste. Luffy said goodbye to the sleeping little phone, and our group set off in a grand manner. But when we rushed to where Ace was, he had already been taken away, leaving only Jinbei. As soon as Jinbei saw Luffy as Straw Hat, he immediately said Ace just left, and we should hurry and chase. What happened? Too late. We ran to the elevator, and that little brat Hannibal was in the control room like a whack-a-mole, pressing a button, and the iron chains dropped. Another button, the stairs were sealed, and they pumped in sleeping gas. Luffy fell asleep as soon as he rushed over. Thanks to that scissor person Amesu, who cut the floor down to use as a cover, blocking the gas. Now we were completely trapped on the 6th floor, with no way in from above or out below. Just when we were desperate, a sinister voice came from the cell. "Hey, Straw Hat Kid, do you want to cooperate with me?" I looked back and exclaimed, "Holy crap, crocodile." "Old Sand." He said that as long as we let him out, he would make a hole in the ceiling with his powers. He wanted to go to the Marineford War and personally take down Whitebeard. Ivan heard this and laughed. Stepping forward to say ambiguously, "Little Sand, long time no see," he made it clear that he had Old Sand's dark history in hand, and if he tried anything funny, he would expose it. Old Sand's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he bit his cigar, holding back his anger. At this moment, Jinbei also spoke up, saying he was friends with Ace and had received favors from Miss Leah, asking us to let him out to save people together. Luffy glanced at him and on instinct said, "All right, let him out." Good heavens, our prison break team instantly gained 2 former warlords of the sea. Ivankov used his powers to unlock the door, and as we just gathered with a large group of cross-dressers, Little Phone also injected some adrenaline and bounced up energetically. Ivankov raised his arm and shouted, "Brothers, let's party. Tear this place apart. Release as many prisoners as possible and create the biggest chaos." Luffy, Old Sand, and Jinbei, these 3 strong men, charged to the front, turning the door into sand and knocking down anyone they saw. Unstoppable. While we were having a blast on the other side, Impel Down welcomed an uninvited guest, Blackbeard. This guy came in through the front door with a bunch of people. Impel Down instantly turned into a chaotic mess. Magellan was pushed to his limit and had no choice but to release the 6th level's even more insane and murderous maniac, Shiryu of the Rain. As soon as this guy came out, he immediately killed the guard who released him and, not long after, joined forces with Blackbeard's crew, fitting right in. We fought our way to the 3rd level and ran into Vice Warden Hannibal. This guy tried to block our path, but Luffy, in his gear second, took him down with a barrage of punches. Just when we thought we could make a smooth escape, we heard a rumble behind us. Blackbeard and his crew had made it here too. Hannibal had just managed to get up when Blackbeard stomped him back down to the ground. The moment Luffy saw Blackbeard, his eyes turned red with fury. It was this bastard who caused Ace to end up like this. Blackbeard just added fuel to the fire, saying, "You should have been the one to die, Straw Hat Kid." I have to tell you, anger is truly the best buff. Luffy didn't say a word, but with a roar, a layer of dark metallic sheen covered his arm. It's the armament hockey. He shot forward like a cannonball, delivering a solid jet pistol punch right to Blackbeard's face. Blackbeard flew out like a bowling ball, crashing through a wall. Just as he got up, Luffy appeared in front of him like a ghost, predicted his attack, and kicked him on the head with hockey. Even his observation, hockey, awakened. Blackbeard was stunned, arrogantly shouting, "It's useless. I can already redirect your attacks." Just as Luffy was about to attack again, a lazy voice sounded. "Oh, really? Then why not? Try this?" A man elegantly stepped out from the corner, holding a glass of red wine. It was Kumo. With one hand holding the wine glass, he raised the other, and a familiar dark aura surged out instantly. I was stunned. "Folks, it's the dark fruit." Blackbeard's expression was worse than eating shit when he saw the ability he had always dreamed of in someone else's hands. Kumo swirled his wine glass, smiling. Miss Leah said, "Those who harmed Ace should not think of escaping. The conditions in Impel Down are quite nice. You might as well stay here." Luffy was also shocked, but Jinbei quickly pulled him back, saying there was no time. Saving Ace was the priority. Just as the standoff was happening, Magellan finally arrived. He saw the chaos, and without saying a word, he unleashed a poison dragon. The scene was chaotic, and Kamo and Magellan actually exchanged glances, tacitly attacking Blackbeard's crew together. Luffy and the others took advantage of the chaos to slip away, rushing to the second underground level. But guess what? The second underground level. Hey, it was empty. Not a single person. I was puzzled. Where did everyone go? When I got to the first underground level, good lord, Buggy the Clown and MR3 had already broken through the entire prison, releasing all the prisoners. Talk about exceeding the KPI ahead of schedule. Now, the entire Impel Down was in chaos, and we met up with Buggy and the others for a victorious reunion. But the problem was, the Great Magellan was still there. Before he arrived, the purple poison was pouring down like rain. Let me tell you, the scene was unbelievable. Just when we thought we were going to be wiped out, MR3 cast a spell on the spot, using his candle powers to withstand most of the poison attacks. Luffy saw the opportunity. He decisively made the call for him and MR3 to stay behind while Jinbei and Crocodile went to grab a ship first. I watched as Luffy and MR3 huddled together and whispered, and the next second, good lord, MR3 gave Luffy a full set of skin, a shiny candle armor. Luffy's eyes lit up. Excited like a 200-pound kid, feeling like he had his dream armor, his combat power skyrocketed. Just as they were preparing to face Magellan head-on, Magellan caught up with them. But he was accompanied by a guy named Kamo, who was also quite impressive, suddenly jumping out, using dark powers, and it seemed like he was an old acquaintance of Magellan. There was also a little assistant named Jessica, who was live-streaming, claiming she was going to expose Blackbeard's conspiracy to the Navy's upper echelons, letting them deal with their own backyard fire. While they were entangled, Luffy and the others quickly made their escape. On the other side, Buggy rushed to the main entrance with a large group of subordinates, only to be dumbfounded. There wasn't a single Navy ship outside. The sea was in front, and Magellan was behind. Wasn't this the end? Just when all the prisoners were in despair, Jinbei stepped forward. Without saying a word, he snapped the gate of Impel Down open. Can you believe it? He used it as a surfboard. Anyone with guts, come up. Jinbei shouted. Crocodile and MR1 coolly jumped up, but it was just the two of them, making the scene quite awkward. At this moment, it was up to our Buggy the Clown. He initially wanted to shrink back, but the little subordinates behind him were cheering, as expected of Captain Buggy. They pushed him up, and reluctantly, for the sake of face, he had to charge. Jinbei jumped into the sea, using Fishman Karate, and that gate shot out like it had rocket boosters, flying straight to the Navy ship. Crocodile and the others leaped up and swiftly took the ship. Inside the prison, Magellan was completely enraged. The poison on him started turning red, like he had entered rage mode. Seeing the situation, Kamo quickly led him toward Blackbeard, letting them fight it out. Meanwhile, Ivankov had also woken up, injected herself with a hormone, and revived on the spot. She's tough, directly casting a deathly wink, using the recoil to launch herself like a cannonball. Her big head crashed through the ceiling, landing right in front of Bon Clay. Not long after, Jinbei called to say they had taken a ship. Ivankov used the same trick again, letting everyone grab her hair, and she did another deathly wink, launching a large group of people straight through the prison wall, flying towards the sea. Even better, Jinbei had already attracted the fish. A group of whale sharks was waiting in the water. Just like that, we actually escaped from Impel Down. But before we could celebrate, a new problem arose. Just as we were about to successfully flee, we faced a huge gate of justice that wouldn't open no matter what. Everyone panicked, thinking it was all in vain. Just when Luffy was about to punch the door down, with a crack, the door opened. I'm telling you, family, who understands? It's Xiao Feng again. He pretended to be Magellan and tricked the control room into opening the door. Once our ship set sail, he even destroyed the power supply equipment. In the phone bug, Luffy got anxious and yelled at him. You're pulling this again. Didn't we agree to leave together? Xiao Feng's last words were, Straw Hat, you must save your brother. I tell you, everyone on the ship lost it at that moment. As the gate of justice slowly closed, communication was cut off, and we were safe. The scene shifts to the Navy headquarters, Marineford. That scene, with 100,000 elite Navy personnel and several Shichibukai present, was intense. Doflamingo was already scheming on how to elegantly slack off. The three admirals sat there, their aura filling the air. Then, Ace was brought up to the execution platform. Sengoku, that old man, took a loudspeaker and started revealing people's dark histories in public, insisting that Ace reveal who his father was. Ace was tough, saying, "I only have one father, Whitebeard." But Sengoku didn't care and broadcasted to the world. His father is the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. He even revealed that Ace's mother, Rouge, had carried him for 20 months to protect him, and he said it in the most unpleasant way. Just then, a bunch of submarines suddenly emerged from the sea. Leah was on the foremost one, holding a loudspeaker bug, and directly addressed Sengoku. "Marshal Sengoku, you say my aunt has ulterior motives? A great mother becomes a conspiracy in your mouth?" She turned to Ace, her voice loud and firm. "Ace, listen, your mom was absolutely happy when she was pregnant with you. You're not in the wrong. The world is." Wow, the whole place exploded. Sengoku's face turned green with anger, accusing Leah of betraying the Navy. Leah shot back. "I've always been a pirate. How can I betray? You say you can kill my little brother, just like that?" She looked at Ace and said, word by word, "Ace, I will definitely save you." Ace's eyes were filled with tears, and he nodded heavily. He straightened his back and shouted at everyone, "My father is Whitebeard. You will not slander my mother anymore." Just then, a panicking Navy soldier rushed over to report. "Marshal, the gate of justice. It opened by itself." "That's right. Our ship had arrived." But that wasn't all. Suddenly, a massive bubble emerged in the center of Marineford's harbor, and Whitebeard's Moby Dick rose straight from the seabed. Whitebeard, holding his great sword, stood at the bow and smiled at Sengoku. "Sengoku, it's been decades." Old man Whitebeard showed his strength immediately. Without saying a word, he punched the air, activating the Tremor Fruit's ability, and two towering waves surged like colossal beasts toward the Navy headquarters. Next to Leah was a little girl who looked like a lowly named Andy, whose mouth was sharper than anyone else's, muttering, "This old man is all thunder and no rain." Leah quickly covered her mouth, fearing Whitebeard's people might hear. Then she quietly told Andy, "Wait until you see a giant with a hat. Whoever hits him, you chop." The little lowly nodded and pulled out, wow, a shiny pig slaughtering knife. Leah even encouraged her, patting her head. "I can only say, you two are truly a pair of uniquely transformed good babies." The tsunami was like the sky collapsing, and just when everyone thought Marineford would be submerged, Aokiji flew out with a swoosh, saying Ice Age, and froze the entire tsunami into a massive ice sculpture, enclosing the harbor. Then, the Navy began their bombardment. But Leah's side wasn't weak either. A bunch of 30-meter-high mechanical giants emerged from the seabed, resembling Voldemort, holding shields to block all the cannonballs. Hawkeye was itching to try out the hardness of these mechanical monsters and drew his black sword, aiming to test them. However, Leah shot him a look that clearly said, "If you dare to chop my figurine, I'll stop updating." With no choice, Hawkeye had to turn his target to Whitebeard and unleash the world's strongest slash. But then, Diamond Jozu charged out, and with a clang, he took the hit with his diamond body. Kizaru, that old sly fox, also moved, transforming into light and rushing toward Whitebeard, only to be intercepted by the immortal Marco. Little Marco kicked Kizaru away, and I tell you, that acting was definitely Oscar level. Kizaru clearly crashed into the wall himself. The entire battlefield instantly turned chaotic. The giant army clashed with Leah's mechanical Voldemort, and three giants couldn't even hold down one mechanical one. Just then, Diamond Jozu pushed everyone aside and shouted, "Everyone, get out of the way." The next second, this guy smashed his fist onto the ice, and, I tell you, the scene was like tectonic movement. With a crack, the entire icy sea split. Then he forcibly pulled out an ice pillar as thick as a skyscraper, over 2 meters tall, performing a feat like Godzilla, leaving the Navy's little brothers dumbfounded with their jaws dropped. Jozu swung his arm and hurled that pillar toward the Navy. That thing fell from the sky, and those below were stunned. Feeling like they were being bombarded by a space-based weapon, they wouldn't come out unscathed. Just then, the strongest worker, Akainu, logged in. I thought to myself, dude, you're really working hard. He had a face that said, "You useless bunch still need me," and his arm turned into lava. With a big fiery spray, he turned that ice mountain into countless fragments with one punch. But that wasn't the end. The exploding lava fist transformed into a meteor shower in the sky, crashing down toward us pirates. Family, who understands? It was raining lava from the sky. Leah reacted quickly. The mechanical Voldemort immediately turned its gun, raised its metal shield, and with clattering sounds, caught all the lava, then bounced it back toward the Navy like playing ping pong. On the other side, it immediately turned into a scene of wailing and howling. The biggest chunk of lava headed straight for the old man. And guess what? The old man raised his great sword, and with a puff, extinguished that burning lava like putting out a cigarette. The old man even laughed. With such a temper, save it for the birthday cake candles, little lava demon. Akainu responded with a death smile. Don't you like the luxurious funeral I prepared for you, Whitebeard? I tell you, the trash talk between these two big shots was more exciting than the fight itself. Then, an even more outrageous giant appeared. Little Oars. This guy was from the ancient giant race, and his size was even bigger than the giant vice admirals, wielding a giant sword, just like a mobile demolition office, specifically chopping down the Navy's turrets, which were like paper in front of him. Andy, that little girl, transformed into a close-range accessory, darting around him, helping him block various sniper shots. Doflamingo was squatting nearby, watching the show with an indifferent expression, but I could clearly see the little glint in his eyes behind the sunglasses. He was looking for opportunities to get closer to Leah. Navy cannonballs hitting Little Oars felt like a scratch. They were smaller than his fingers. Little Oars grabbed a Navy ship and, like throwing a brick, smashed several giant vice admirals away, breaking a big gap in the encirclement. Our morale instantly skyrocketed. Poor Kobe, on his first battlefield, was so scared his legs went weak, standing there frozen. The few giant vice admirals, already entangled by the mechanical Voldemort, looked up only to be overshadowed by Little Oars. They probably had never looked up at anyone like this in their lives. A giant vice admiral finally managed to break free and rush towards Oz, only to have his sword snapped in half and himself knocked down with a single strike. That little girl Andy is really fierce. She jumped up and took down one giant after another with her sword, her red slashes resembling chopping vegetables, instantly finishing off the remaining giant vice admirals. Afterward, she added a delayed remark. Slaughterhouse. I thought, does your reflex arc take a bit too long, sister? Little Oz caught Andy as she fell and continued to charge forward, probably wondering to himself, this little one has some serious fighting power. Then, the Empress Hancock also unleashed her power, blowing a kiss that formed a huge heart, and then pulled, sending a rain of captive arrows flying. Let me tell you, this move is basically an AoE indiscriminate attack, whether you're Navy or pirate. Anyone hit would be petrified on the spot. Then she followed up with a flying kick, shattering the stone statues everywhere, truly a death to those who block me. So domineering. At that moment, the tyrant Kuma from the Seven Warlords also made his move. He compressed the energy ball in his palm smaller and smaller, preparing to launch it at Little Oz as he charged forward. Just as it was about to hit, Andy swung her sword and knocked it back, like hitting a baseball, sending the compressed energy ball crashing into the Navy's wall. With a loud bang, a huge hole was blasted open in the inner wall. Wow. Now there were even more breaches, and the pirates rushed in, shouting loudly. Doflamingo took advantage of the chaos to slip over to Leah's side, casually leaning against a wall with his hands in his pockets. He asked Leah, aren't you going to make a move? Leah calmly held her walkie-talkie and said, don't rush. I'm waiting for an opportunity to make a big move. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Just as they were about to reach the execution platform, Whitebeard ordered Little Oz to withdraw. His mission was complete, and going forward was the territory of the three admirals, which he couldn't handle. At that moment, an unaware giant vice admiral attempted to sneak attack Old Man, but was met with a punch from him, turning him into a two-dimensional being. Then Old Man raised his arm and shouted, you little ones, charge. On the other side, Kobe and Balumber, those two cowards, wanted to desert, but when they turned around, they saw a Kainu acting like a death squad, specifically targeting their own men. Whoever tried to run was killed without a chance to explain. The two immediately became weak in the legs, realizing they couldn't escape. The pirates had already rushed into the inner bay, and Leah and the others followed in. I noticed a young man in noble attire, holding a steel pipe, flash through the crowd. Leah's lips curled up, knowing it must be Sabo who had snuck in. On the execution platform, Sengoku was on the phone with Vice Admiral Tsuru, seemingly initiating some backup plan. Whitebeard shouted from afar, what kind of nonsense are you plotting, Sengoku the Buddha? At that moment, the most heart-wrenching scene unfolded. Old Man Carp, the Navy hero, stepped onto the execution platform, directly sitting down next to Ace. He looked at Leah, fighting desperately below, and then at Ace kneeling beside him, two kids he had watched grow up, one wanting to break through the Navy, the other about to be executed by the Navy. The weight of the word justice on his back felt heavier than a mountain. The old man's eyes turned red, tears streaming down his face. Ace, you brat. Why didn't you live by what I told you? Ace was also stunned, probably never expecting this iron-willed old man would cry for him. Just when the atmosphere was at its heaviest, Leah's loudspeaker rang out. Ji-chan. Both Carp and Ace looked over. Old man, after this fight, you should retire. I'll take care of you. Let me tell you, Leah's move was truly ruthless, openly trying to sway the Navy hero in front of the whole world, hitting right in the heart. Sweat began to bead on Sengoku's forehead. Carp certainly understood. He wasn't fooled and shouted back, "Stop the nonsense, you brat. We still don't know who will win this war." But his words were ambiguous, sounding as if he might consider it after the fight was over. Leah wanted to say something more, but suddenly a massive dark spot the size of a battleship fell from the sky. I thought who was so good at stealing the spotlight, and squinting, I realized it was Luffy and the others. Leah saw the opportunity and stopped pretending. She transformed completely. Black horns covered her body, red cracks like lava split her skin. Massive wings spread from her back, and she wielded a blood-red scythe. The aura, let me tell you, felt chilling even from 800 meters away, like a demon crawling out of hell, leaving everyone stunned. It turned out that the battleship Luffy and the others were on had been swept up by a tsunami and frozen on the crest of the wave by Aokiji. They heard the news that the Navy was going to execute early and panicked, directly shattering the ice beneath them, and the whole ship fell freely. They just happened to land in the huge pit left by Jaw's ice block, and thankfully, they weren't killed. They were lucky. Leah flapped her wings and flew over, grabbing Luffy's yellow vest, but then felt a weight on her leg. Goodness, it was Buggy hugging her thigh. Leah didn't care about him, dodged the cannonballs with these two attachments, and landed safely. She leaned close to Luffy's ear and whispered, "You just charge towards the execution platform. I'll handle the rest. Sabo is here and will help you." Luffy nodded seriously, climbed to the top of the mast, and immediately spotted Ace. With all his strength, he shouted, "Ace." Ace also saw him and shouted back, "Luffy." Sabo in the crowd adjusted his hat, feeling emotional. The three brothers had finally gathered in such a bizarre situation. As soon as Luffy landed, Crocodile attempted to sneak attack Whitebeard from behind, but Luffy kicked his golden hook away with gear second. Standing in front of Whitebeard, Luffy, though small, projected an imposing aura, shouting to the whole world, "I'm the one who will become the Pirate King." The entire venue was stunned. Who dared to speak like that in front of the world's strongest man? This kid is reckless. Yet, Whitebeard not only wasn't angry, but smiled appreciatively. Luffy informed Old Man about the Navy's plan to execute early, and Old Man simply smiled faintly, as if he had already anticipated it. Then Luffy began his reckless charge. Leah waved her hand, and the dual-personality giant, Kasimoto, released his crazy brother Staller to specifically target Aokiji, while also helping Luffy clear a path. Let me tell you, Leah is the real hexagonal warrior. She has long figured out Blackbeard's little tricks. Blackbeard thinks he's gotten the dark fruit. That's a lie. What he ate was a special version provided by Leah, a technological and ruthless one, laced with poison. The real fruit was bought by Leah long ago and given to her subordinate, Karmu. So, Sachi didn't die, and Ace went after Blackbeard because the latter had lost his strongest ability, which gave him confidence. But unexpectedly, a Marine Admiral showed up, and Ace got captured while trying to protect Luffy. Now Leah is going to use Blackbeard as a pawn. Kizaru was about to attack Luffy, posing and charging up for a long time when Leah directly threw a metal box at Sengoku's feet. Sengoku hesitated for a moment but pressed the button on top. The next second, the big screen behind the execution platform, along with live broadcasts from around the world, all switched. What was playing was a highlight reel of Blackbeard rampaging and impelled down. Of course, all the scenes of him being chased and beaten by Magellan were cut out, making it look like Blackbeard was invincible, releasing legendary criminals from the 6th level. Leah's voice echoed throughout the venue. "How? Is it Admiral Sengoku? What does it feel like to be used as a pawn?" Blackbeard's target from the beginning was not the 7 warlords, but impelled down. This move is truly dirty. A blatant strategy that forces the Marines to make a choice. Sengoku's face turned dark, and he turned to Kizaru to give a quiet order. Kizaru, that slacker, turned green. Well, time to work overtime. He transformed into light and flew straight to impel down. Just like that, an admiral was diverted by Leah. The morale of the Marines plummeted. But Leah didn't stop. She walked to the center of the battlefield, and the shadows beneath her feet suddenly spread out, swallowing the ground like a black swamp. The surrounding grunts, whether Marines or pirates, silently sank into it if touched by the shadows, without a single bubble rising. In her current devil form, combined with this move, she was practically the embodiment of death. On Luffy's side, he also activated Gear 3rd and knocked down a giant vice admiral with a rubber giant spinning kick. This made the escaping prisoners on Buggy's side anxious, insisting that their Captain Buggy should also show his face to claim Whitebeard's head. Buggy, flattered, was just about to charge in a pretentious manner when Whitebeard suddenly called out to him. "Hey, Red-Nose!" Buggy instinctively cursed back, and when he turned around to see it was Whitebeard, he was scared to death. However, Old Dad had no intention of attacking him. Instead, he proposed an alliance. This greatly satisfied Buggy's vanity, and he immediately agreed. "All right, Whitebeard, I'll team up with you. It's me teaming up with you." His little followers in the back were going wild. It was quite a sight. Smoker was also there, rushing over to catch Luffy. But the dog named Makabaka, next to Luffy, jumped up and bit through Smoker's seastone weapon. Smoker was dumbfounded. Luffy took the chance to slip away, and that crazy Stussy came up with a knife to confront Smoker. At that moment, Hancock caught up with Luffy and took out a key from her chest, handing it to him. It was the key to Ace's handcuffs. Luffy got excited and hugged Hancock tightly. I was standing right next to them, watching the Empress's CPU overheat as she gasped for breath, mumbling something about Luffy's body temperature. "This is marriage. Sister, wake up." On the other side, the cross-dressing King Ivankov was entangled with a pacifist, still pleading. "Kuma, wake up. It's us." Meanwhile, Doflamingo was enjoying the spectacle, blocking him while beginning to manipulate him. Let me tell you, that son of a B.H. Doflamingo is really something else. He just opens his mouth and tells Ivankov, "Hey, stop shouting. Your good buddy Kuma has been gone for a long time." He said Kuma had completely died a few days ago, voluntarily becoming a lab rat. And now he is just an emotionless fighting machine, a pure cyber zombie that only listens to the government's orders. Goodness, this information completely stunned Ivankov. His expression froze. Then Doflamingo, that sly fox, added another knife twist. "But hey, if you can take down the lab, then all these pacifist remote controls will belong to you." Ivankov was left speechless, thinking, am I out of my mind? We are ready to storm Marie Joie directly. Why would Kuma cooperate with the experiment? Just then, Luffy also charged over. The pacifist was about to raise his hand to shoot a laser at Luffy and Ivankov, but Doflamingo heroically stepped forward to block it, signaling Luffy and the others. "Aren't you going to hurry and get out of here?" Luffy snapped back to reality and ran off, with Ivankov quickly following. While running, Ivankov asked, "Luffy, do you know that flamingo?" Luffy replied, "No." Ivankov was puzzled. "Then why is he helping us?" Luffy said, "Oh, he's on good terms with my sister, and seems to be Corazone's brother." This left Ivankov even more confused. Wasn't it said that these two brothers had such a bad relationship they could be on the cover of gossip magazines? Never mind. Saving Ace is more important. Luffy, leading a group of transgenders, charged towards the execution platform, completely oblivious to the corgi named Makabaka that had somehow grown as tall as a small mountain. On the other side, Buggy was up to no good again, gathering his little followers and mysteriously announcing that he had a world-shocking plan. Once the plan was discussed, they suddenly tore open the wax house made by Mr. 3 and charged towards the execution platform, shouting something about Buggy Captain's grand operation. It was ridiculous. Meanwhile, Crocodile was still locked in a fierce battle with Whitebeard, and then out of nowhere, Diamond Jozu came flying in, turning into a giant diamond and sending Crocodile flying, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. "Want to touch Whitebeard? Did you ask his sons first?" Just as Jozu was about to go for another hit, Doflamingo, that sly fox, jumped onto Jozu's back, activated his string fruit, and controlled Jozu like a puppet, even trying to pull Crocodile into the mix. To be honest, I was watching from the side and thought the atmosphere between these two was really strange. Doflamingo definitely knew some little secret about Crocodile. But would Crocodile team up with you? Dream on. He unleashed a sandstorm that blew both Doflamingo and Jozu away. Doflamingo seemed to find it amusing and started fighting Crocodile with a smile. On Luffy's side, he was racing forward almost to Ace when, oh no, Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, stood there like a gatekeeper. He wanted to see if the man favored by Shanks could survive under his blade. Luffy knew this wasn't the time for a one-on-one fight. He activated his second gear and tried to slip past from the side. Would Mihawk let you pass that easily? Not a chance. He immediately countered with the world's strongest slash, and the green sword energy shot straight for Luffy's back. I saw that and thought, this won't do. Flapping my wings to shield Luffy, swinging my blood scythe to clash with his red slash. That scene, you know what I mean? The two energies exploded, sending everyone nearby flying. The ground where my blood slash passed began to sizzle and smoke, getting corroded. Mihawk's golden pupils lit up, asking me, "Do you want to fight me?" I quickly calculated in my mind, "All right, just right to lead you toward the execution platform." I said, "I can't beat you, but I can still trade a few blows." I even gave him an okay gesture, and the shadow under my feet instantly transformed into a giant beast, looming over him and swallowing him whole. What happened next? Mihawk really had no regard for courtesy, casually swinging his sword, the green light flashing, and directly splitting my giant shadow in half. That slash's residual power didn't diminish, flying out and cleaving the massive tsunami iceberg that had frozen Akiji in half. While I was having a friendly exchange with Mihawk, Buggy had already started his grand operation. He had his little brothers find a transponder snail, preparing for a global live broadcast. Meanwhile, the Navy began to play dirty, claiming they would execute early and order their subordinates to immediately cut off the official live broadcast signal, trying to close the door and do things their way. But they never expected that Akainu's scheme to sow discord would backfire. He had previously tricked Squard into backstabbing Whitebeard, but Ace had already cleared the air with Squard. They were pirates, and if there were problems, they would just fight it out. The brotherly rift was long gone. Akainu's face turned green, with plans failing one after another. Akainu, furious, started using a loudspeaker to spread rumors, saying Whitebeard colluded with the Navy, that today was just a show to sell everyone out. The Whitebeard pirates immediately stirred up a commotion. I was furious at that moment, swinging out a slash and pointing at him, shouting, "You're talking nonsense. No harm? To catch Ace, you killed all the newborn babies and pregnant women on the island, and you call that no harm? The Navy is just a violent organization serving the world government's dog. Don't elevate yourselves so high, Red Dog." I broadcasted this out through Buggy's live phone worm, spreading it all over Sabaody. Akainu was scolded so badly that he couldn't utter a word for a long time. In a fit of rage, he directly threw magma at me. Akiji couldn't stand it anymore, and immediately froze Buggy's live team into ice sculptures, just as the Sabaody screen went completely black. My business association started distributing a metal box that could watch videos for free all over the world, live streaming synchronously. No one could escape. At this point, Whitebeard finally got serious. He looked at Akainu, sneered coldly, then took a stance and threw 2 punches at the glaciers on both sides. Let me tell you, the space shattered like glass with a crack. All the ice walls collapsed instantly, opening up a clear retreat for the pirates. The pirates' morale exploded at once, shouting, "Old man." Whitebeard raised his big sword and shouted loudly, "Anyone who wants to come with me, put your life on the line." Sengoku panicked and shouted, "Prepare for battle. The world's strongest man is about to strike." Whitebeard led the charge, and the pirates rushed forward like crazy. I waved my hand, and a crimson mist spread out, instantly putting all the pirates into a frenzy, their eyes turning red as they became ruthless in their attacks. The Navy tried to raise the encirclement wall, but it got stuck because it was frozen too thick by Akiji. A giant Navy vice admiral tried to block Whitebeard, but Whitebeard caught his big sword with one hand and punched the air back, causing the entire island to tilt. Everyone was staggering, as if it were the end of the world. The giant was still unconvinced and charged again. Whitebeard jumped up and threw a punch through the air, shattering the space again, and a powerful shockwave pierced through the giant's body, crashing towards the execution platform. Akiji and Akainu barely managed to block it together. The Navy's encirclement wall rose halfway and got stuck, caused by my people whom I had bribed in advance. Akainu's face turned black with anger, and he directly activated his power, unleashing a meteor volcano, with countless magma fists falling from the sky. I clapped my hands together, and blood-red threads wove into a giant net, catching all the magma fists and throwing them back at the Navy headquarters building. Luffy seized the opportunity to rush to the execution platform, facing the 2 admirals head-on. That little guy, Andy, directly clung to Akiji's leg and wouldn't let go, while I charged toward Akainu. Akiji had no choice but to freeze Andy and throw him back to our side, just as he was about to strike at Luffy. A corgi named Makabaka suddenly jumped out of the crowd and bit Akiji's ice spear to bits. Right after that, a water pipe hit Akiji on the back of the head with a bang. A figure wearing a blue top hat appeared, smiling and saying, "Ah," as expected of a Navy admiral. Even a sneak attack didn't succeed. Luffy and Ace on the platform both exclaimed in unison, their eyes nearly popping out. "Sabo!" The entire place fell silent, everyone staring at this suddenly appeared man. The live viewers worldwide exploded. Wow. The second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Sabo waved to Ace and Luffy. "I'm here." Ace was so excited he couldn't speak. I went up and punched Sabo in the stomach. "What about me?" He quickly smiled and said, "Sister is of course the most important." We were chatting casually when Akainu next to us exploded with anger and swung his fist to attack. I exchanged a knowing glance with Sabo, and we both moved. Sabo blocked Akiji with a water pipe and, without hesitation, grabbed Luffy by the collar and threw him directly onto the execution platform, shouting, "Luffy, it's time for you to take the old man's iron fist." Then his expression turned cold as he glared at Aokiji, saying, "How could I possibly allow you to lay a hand on Luffy?" Sabo then engaged Aokiji in battle. Seeing the situation deteriorating, Sengoku immediately ordered the execution. Two executioners raised their swords and swung them at Ace. Just at that critical moment, Old Sand made his move. A sand blade instantly took out the two executioners. No one expected him to save Ace. Doflamingo, seeing this, laughed and knocked Old Sand's head off, of course, in his elemental form, and the two began to fight fiercely. Amidst the chaos, Luffy took down a rear admiral in an instant and continued to charge forward. Little Marco also flew over, kicking Aokiji away, and joined Sabo to surround him. At that moment, Little Oars used his last bit of strength to lift a coated ship that had surfaced from the seabed and smashed it into the inner wall of the encirclement. Everyone rushed into the inner area, and the Navy's artillery couldn't be activated again, giving us a chance to go on a killing spree. Whitebeard jumped off the ship, telling the kids to stay back. He was about to unleash his big move. Aokiji attempted to sneak attack, but was directly pierced by Whitebeard's blade, though he managed to elementalize and evaded in time. Diamond Jozu charged in, knocking Aokiji aside, and together with Sabo, they entangled him. Whitebeard bellowed, "Anyone who wants to risk their life, come on." He got into position, gathering terrifying energy with his tremor ability, and just the build-up made the clouds in the sky start to churn violently. He swung his blade down fiercely, causing a violent explosion. The shockwave tore the sky apart and swept away everyone in its path, heading straight for the execution platform. Wow, this move forced the fleet admiral into a corner. Let me tell you, Sengoku exploded with anger, transforming into a golden Buddha to barely block it. He was stunned, muttering to himself, "Didn't they say this old man was in bad shape? This power is like a dream from 20 years ago." Carp, standing nearby, also looked serious and got up. On Akainu's side, he shook off my sister Leah and charged forward, but what happened? He exchanged a punch with Whitebeard and was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and creating a huge crater, then stood up spitting out a mouthful of blood. The morale on the Navy side instantly collapsed. Who understands? Their own admiral was taken out in one punch. How could they continue fighting? Many people wanted to flee right then and there. My sister Liana is incredibly clever. Taking advantage of his illness, she used a blood net to tightly bind Akainu, making him howl in pain. As the situation seemed to be spiraling out of control, that old man Carp finally couldn't sit still anymore. He jumped down from the execution platform and went straight to challenge Whitebeard. If he didn't take action, the Navy would lose all face. When these two legends started to fight, it was like the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting. Carp shouted while fighting Newgate, "What's wrong with your body?" Whitebeard laughed heartily. "I have to thank your precious granddaughter Liana for this." Upon hearing this, Carp's fists hardened, not knowing whether to feel proud or bitter, muttering to himself, "This granddaughter of mine always gets me into trouble." While these two big shots were exchanging blows, Marco the Phoenix seized the opportunity and soared towards the execution platform with a flying leap. The Navy's attacks below felt like mere tickles and were completely ineffective. Sengoku tried to intervene, but was kicked off the platform by Marco. Now, the strongest fighters in the arena were all entangled, and I tell you, all hope in the arena rested on that man with the straw hat. Luffy. He held Ace's key and bounced up to the execution platform with a rubber rocket. Akainu wanted to pursue him, but he was still trapped by my sister's blood net, helplessly watching. With a click, the sea stone handcuffs opened. Ace is free. My goodness, that scene. The blazing flames instantly engulfed the entire execution platform. And let me tell you, that fire was strange. It was white. The flames weren't very hot, looking harmless. But the moment you got touched by it, no matter who you were, it would burn you down in nothing but bones. The Navy personnel, seeing this, were scared out of their wits and began to retreat, creating a path for Ace and Luffy to escape. The two brothers back-to-back looked incredibly cool. When Whitebeard saw that Ace was saved, he had achieved most of his goal and immediately ordered everyone, retreat, safely return to the New World. After saying this, he began to gather his strength, preparing to give the Navy a big surprise to cover for the kids. He threw a punch, and the entire Marine Forge shook, turning the Navy headquarters into ruins. This move was simply the trendiest physical feat of 2025. But just then, something strange happened. The sky suddenly darkened with clouds, and a massive black hole appeared out of nowhere. A lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel, struck down with a bang, aimed directly at my sister Leah She quickly dodged, but the lightning hit Akainu instead, breaking a blood net. Akainu, with his hair frizzed from the lightning strike, was furious, but he still prioritized chasing Ace. However, the lightning seemed to have a mind of its own, relentlessly targeting my sister. The black hole in the sky grew larger, like the mouth of a giant beast, starting to devour everything around it. On the side of Sengoku, he was also at a loss because the 5 elders called, saying that their hometown, Mariewa, had been infiltrated by the Revolutionary Army. A large number of celestial dragons had been captured, and all the slaves had been freed. He was overwhelmed and could only call Carp back, sending him to deal with the mess in Mariewa. Just as Sengoku and the recovering Akainu were preparing to team up to take down Whitebeard, an even stranger thing happened. My sister Leah suddenly snapped her fingers, and all the members of the Whitebeard pirates, including Whitebeard himself, instantly disappeared from their original spot, reappearing on the Sea Kings she controlled in the distance. Incredible. A group teleportation. Leah had blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating that this move came at a significant cost. Everyone was stunned, looking up to see my sister Leah standing alone at the very center of that terrifying black hole vortex. Ace and the others frantically pounded on the blood net shield she left behind, but this thing couldn't even be broken by Whitebeard's tremor fruit. At that moment, Leah's voice reached the ears of the 3 brothers. This is a fight I chose for myself. I won't be in any danger, so don't worry about me. I'm telling you, my sister is fighting against the consciousness of the heavenly way of this world. She's even carrying a new world consciousness little light orb in her arms. Just as she was about to unleash her power, a dragon-headed ship appeared in the distance. Red-haired pirates. That guy Shanks saw my sister from far away and was so anxious that he jumped into the sea and swam over here without saying a word. When Leah saw this, she was overwhelmed. He wasn't part of the plan. She quickly flew over and pulled Shanks out of the water. But this guy clung to her like an octopus and wouldn't let go. Leah said, "Let go. I have things to do." Shanks held on to her, his eyes turning red, stubbornly saying, "No. If I let go, you'll leave me." Saying this, he pulled out a ring from his pocket and directly put on my sister's hand. "Now you're my wife, and you must promise me you will come back." Who understands this? A battlefield proposal is too much. My sister looked at the ring and smiled. "All right, I promise you when I come back, I'll marry you." After receiving her promise, Shanks finally let go. Leah turned around and flew back to the center of the black hole. The dog named Makabaka, somehow caught up, was biting her calf tightly. Leah held the new world consciousness little light orb in front of her and resolutely charged into the bottomless void of the black hole. In the next second, the black hole disappeared instantly, as if it had never existed, up in the sky and down on the ground. There was no trace of Leah anymore. She had vanished. I tell you, my sister, after disappearing, directly time-traveled and fell into the chaos of time. When she woke up again, she found herself lying on the beach of a strange island, with most of her powers sealed. While she was in the city gathering information, she surprisingly heard about Doflamingo's family giving up their celestial dragon identity. Goodness, this was like going back several decades, relying on Makabaka's dog nose. She found little Doflamingo and little Razanani, who were being beaten by a group of adults in a junkyard. At that time, Doflamingo was only 8 or 9 years old, all prickly like a little hedgehog, trusting no one. But who was my sister Leah? She directly suppressed them with force and then conquered their stomachs with grilled fish. Just like that, she temporarily moved into their shabby little wooden house, took care of their sick mother, and taught these 2 celestial dragon young masters, who knew nothing, how to survive in the wild, chop wood, hunt, and identify herbs. That time was the only light in Doflamingo's darkest childhood. But the good times didn't last long, as his mother eventually died of illness. Not long after, the townspeople, incited by other celestial dragons, captured the 3 of them, tied them to a high wall, and piled firewood underneath, intending to burn them alive. When my sister arrived, Dover was almost driven mad by torture. He swore in front of everyone that if he survived, he would take revenge on the entire world. Leah kicked over the fire pit and rescued them, hiding deep in the forest. She knew it was time for her to leave. Before she departed, she returned a clean, sewn teddy bear to Dover. It was made by his mother and was the only comfort of his childhood. She told Dover that when they met again, she wouldn't remember him, but they would surely reunite. Did you think that was the end? Not yet. She was thrown into another time point by the time stream. And this time, it was even more ridiculous. She fell from the sky directly into the arms of a young Kizaru. At that time, Kizaru was still a handsome young man participating in the Navy's brutal trials on an island. My sister decisively activated her amnesia mode and that old fox Kizaru, while saying Kawai Nai, clearly understood what was going on but was willing to play along with her. Thus, a future admiral of the Navy carried an unknown amnesiac beauty while fishing and dating in the hunting grounds. My sister also confessed that she had a fiancé and didn't want to cheat. Kizaru just smiled and said, "Then I'll wait for you to get divorced." Eventually, she finally landed in the right place, directly falling onto Skypiea, where she met the young versions of Shanks and Buggy. At that time, they were still apprentice crew members on Roger's ship. Let me tell you, young Shanks was so cute that my sister kissed him, and he immediately cried, which was hilarious. Later, she followed the Roger pirates to complete their final journey, witnessing history and confessing to Roger about Ace and Luffy's future. After Roger disbanded the pirate crew and Shanks couldn't make it to Raftel because he was taking care of the sick Buggy, my sister also said goodbye to him, once again promising a future together. After more than a year, she finally returned. Guess where she landed? In Mihawk's home. With a loud bang, she smashed a big hole in his castle and conveniently fell into Mihawk's arms. Zoro and Perona were right next to her, their eyes almost popping out. Dover was the first to rush over when he heard the news, and he immediately gave her a big hug, saying, "Don't just leave like that," which was truly heart-wrenching. He told Leah that during her year of disappearance, the world had turned upside down. The Revolutionary Army and the world government had officially gone to war, Akainu had become the new fleet admiral, Akiji had defected from the Navy, and the entire world was in chaos. Meanwhile, her business empire, managed by Yushia, had become the strongest support for the Revolutionary Army. Not long after, Shanks also finished his affairs and hurried over. Let me tell you, when they met again, Shanks, a Yonko, cried like a child, holding on to my sister and refusing to let go. After Leah returned, the first thing she did was establish the University of Sicily, recruiting talented individuals to cultivate the seeds of the future for the New World. Ace inherited Whitebeard's will, and Luffy returned after his training. The two brothers were preparing for the ultimate Pirate King throne. Ultimately, with the united efforts of the people around the world and the joint efforts of the Revolutionary Army and the Pirate Alliance, they stormed Mary Geos and pulled the Celestial Dragons down from their pedestal. Emu and the Gorosei were ended, and the 800 years of dark rule came to an end. After the victory in war, Shanks and Leah's wedding was held on a beautiful small island. The villa in the woods was built brick by Shanks over several years for her. On the wedding day, all the big shots from around the world came. Ace and Sabo cried uncontrollably, cursing Shanks for stealing their sister. Luffy and the Empress also made a promise. Dover had a sour face the whole time, while Whitebeard and Garp sat together drinking and reminiscing. Mihawk and Marco were at a table, getting drunk. On their wedding night, Shanks held Leah nervously like a young boy and said, "I will always love you until the end of my life." Leah kissed his lips, the lights dimmed, and the sound of the liberation drum would eventually reach every corner of the world. After the smoke cleared, Sengoku used his powers to transform into the Buddha of Sengoku, barely managing to block the attack. His pupils involuntarily widened. What was going on? The intelligence clearly stated that Whitebeard's health had been declining due to previous injuries, and his body could no longer support the use of his devil fruit. Why? Why was there still such immense power? This was almost as powerful as that monster from 20 years ago. At this moment, Garp couldn't help but stand up, thinking, has Whitebeard found some way to recover? Akainu shook off Leah and threw a punch at Whitebeard. Their fists collided with a devastating force, sending Akainu flying, creating a large crater when he hit the ground. As he tried to prop himself up, he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. This scene greatly impacted the morale of the Navy. Some people couldn't help but start to retreat. Meanwhile, those watching the live broadcast couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the world's strongest man. He can knock an admiral of the Navy to this extent with one hit. It seemed that he had internal injuries. Taking advantage of the situation, Leah knew the principle of striking while the iron was hot, so she unleashed her blood net, wrapping around Akainu. At the same time, the battlefield was filled with fighting, and Hancock was still attacking indiscriminately, petrifying anyone she could, whether pirate or Navy. Leah's blood net could absorb a person's vitality, and the murderous intent would make it even stronger, having remarkable effects on those with intense, killing intent. Akainu, caught off guard due to his injury, became entangled in the blood net and began to struggle in pain. Seeing this, the Navy's desire to retreat grew even stronger. At this moment, Garp jumped down from the execution platform and charged at Whitebeard. He could no longer stand by. If the Navy didn't achieve some results, their morale would likely be drained by these vicious pirates. To win without a fight would be the greatest shame since the establishment of the Navy. Into this chapter, Chapter 165. Ace is rescued seeing that Dad had trapped the biggest variable in this war, the Navy hero Garp. Marco flew towards the execution platform. The Navy's attacks had no effect on Marco. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Marco. Could he succeed this time? However, at this moment, Fleet Admiral Sengoku jumped up. After Marco dodged Sengoku's attack, he then raised his foot and kicked down at Sengoku. This directly caused Sengoku to fall from the execution platform. The war had reached a fever pitch, especially between Whitebeard and Garp, who were in the midst of the battlefield. Around them was almost a vacuum, as no one dared to approach the two in combat. Even slightly weaker Navy soldiers could be torn apart by the aftermath of their fight. Whitebeard, your body. After throwing another punch, Garp said solemnly, I have to thank that little girl Leah. Whitebeard had nothing to hide now, as he had already made his move. Oh, it's that little girl, huh? Truly, she's my granddaughter, always causing me trouble. As Garp's punches became more vigorous, it was hard to tell whether he was genuinely proud of Leah or felt bittersweet. Forcing the last line of defense on the execution platform to take action indicated that the scales of victory had shifted toward the pirates. Everyone knew that over 20 years ago, Garp had fought against the Pirate King Roger multiple times, becoming famous worldwide. Before becoming the Pirate King, GOLD, Roger's reputation was almost on par with that of the Golden Lion. At that time, the Golden Lion created a commotion in Marineford over Roger's execution. Garp and Sengoku joined forces to counter him, and in the end, it was Garp who sent the Golden Lion flying and to impel down. Watching a father who could fight back against Garp, the pirates were reinvigorated. Everyone was giving their all. They would never be intimidated by Garp's reputation. Their father was the strongest man in the world. All of this gave Luffy a chance. He took the key and jumped onto the execution platform. Akainu wanted to rush to the execution platform, but he was currently trapped by Leah. The blood net wrapping around him was getting tighter, and he could feel his strength gradually fading. While everyone was entangled, he unlocked Ace's Sea Prism stone handcuffs. Ace was freed. A blazing flame engulfed the entire execution platform. Ace was free. Then, white flames erupted from his fingertips. Leah's eyes lit up at the sight. Ace had learned. With a wave of his hand, Ace sent a white flame along the retreating path, burning a way out for everyone. This flame wasn't very hot, easily lulling people into a false sense of security. But once it stuck to you, it would burn you to ashes. Seeing some people turn to ash when touched by this unquenchable flame, everyone instinctively distanced themselves from Ace. Luffy and Ace stood back to back, facing the surrounding enemies while looking for a chance to retreat. Whitebeard and Garp were still fighting. Upon seeing Ace saved, a smile flashed across Whitebeard's face. As long as Ace was saved, he had already achieved most of his goal for the day. But continuing the fight with Garp, it was truly hard to say who would win. So now, what he needed to do was create a chance for his children to retreat. Little Marco had entangled Akiji again, and Akiji glanced at Akainu, who was trapped in the blood net, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. At that moment, the sky began to darken. A thick bolt of lightning came crashing down towards Leah. Leah looked up at the sky, her expression changing as she hurriedly dodged. While Akainu took the hit for her, the blood net was torn apart by the lightning, freeing Akainu. But at that moment, his hat fell to the ground, emanating black smoke, and his hair stood on end from the strike. Akainu looked extremely angry. TSK, TSK, TSK. Damn, this lightning is starting to chase Leah. One bolt after another, and a big hole appeared in the sky, as if the heavens were brewing a big move. Akainu's primary target was still Ace. Although he was furious with Leah and wanted to pierce her chest with his magma fist, he still pursued Ace and the others. Their father ordered all pirates to retreat. He would hold the rear for all his children. Everyone had to return safely to the new world, Whitebeard said while fighting. He swung hard, sending Garp flying into the distance, and then began to gather his strength. Whitebeard concentrated all his power into his arm. He wanted the Navy to witness what true terror was. With a punch, the air exploded consecutively. Marineford shook and dust filled the air. Whitebeard stood among the ruins of the Navy headquarters, not looking back. His silhouette seemed to convey to his children the legend of his life. Do not look back. This is the change of the times. The new era no longer has a ship that can carry Whitebeard. He believed he had become a remnant of the old era, and the new world should be explored by his sons. He thought his life should end here, but that little girl changed everything. Thinking of this, Whitebeard glanced distractedly at Leah. That little girl seems to have bad luck. Why is she being targeted alone? If one had to say, Leah wasn't afraid of lightning because it wouldn't kill her. It would just leave her with a facial paralysis for a few days afterward, which was too embarrassing. On the battlefield, the pirates were retreating. They couldn't waste the opportunity their father had created for them. In the end, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy stood together. They worked together to retreat, and this formation was almost impossible for anyone to stop. They joined forces against Aokiji. Then, Ace and Sabo exchanged a knowing glance and tossed Luffy to Ivankov, who was on the way. Their fists collided. Fire Fist, Dragon Claw Fist. The two combined their strength to unleash this punch, intertwining white and red flames. A massive pillar of fire surged towards Aokiji. This combined attack successfully pushed Aokiji back, and they exchanged another glance, tacitly fleeing together. Leah also ordered her subordinates to leave the area. She looked at the enormous black hole in the sky, her face showing worry. But then she felt relieved. Admiral Sengoku stood not far away, watching his subordinates report on the information about Mariewa. Cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he clenched his fists. End of this chapter, Chapter 166. This is the battle I chose for myself. Mariewa was under attack. Slaves were freed, and many celestial dragons were captured. The key point was that the Revolutionary Army completed these actions and escaped from Mariewa with the captives and slaves, not giving anyone a chance to pursue. Furthermore, the Navy's main forces had almost all been deployed to Marineford to participate in the Paramount War. Even if they learned of it now, they simply couldn't spare the manpower to deal with the situation there. Additionally, the death toll of the celestial dragons was frighteningly high, with many being killed by the slaves rising up in revolt. Capturing the celestial dragons was for negotiation, pressured by the Gorosei later. The Navy would inevitably have to agree to many unreasonable terms. Thinking of this, Sengoku's head ached even more. That bunch of trash would be better off dead. After all, they guaranteed the Navy's military funding. Without funding, the Navy would be unable to sustain itself. Watching Carp fight more fiercely below, with each exchange causing the ground to crack, Sengoku thought that if they continued fighting, Marineford would sink. Sengoku didn't hesitate long. As one of the Gorosei, the bald Gorosei, called him, he instructed Sengoku to send troops to pursue the Revolutionary Army with the strongest forces. After Carp and Whitebeard exchanged another blow, Sengoku called Carp back. Reluctantly, Sengoku instructed Carp to lead troops to investigate the situation in Mariewa. There was no other choice. Both Aokiji and Akainu were not lightly injured, and Kizaru was still dealing with Blackbeard and impelled down. Meanwhile, he had to stay in Marineford to handle the aftermath of the battle. Carp instinctively wanted to refuse, but seeing Sengoku's more dejected expression than ever before, he silently nodded. In fact, with Carp's seniority, even the Gorosei wouldn't dare to show him disrespect easily. But the thought of facing those disgusting celestial dragons made him feel nauseous. Moreover, he planned to resign from his position as admiral. He had to take responsibility for this war. At this moment, Ace and Sabo also retreated to Whitebeard's side. White flames ignited, surrounding the three of them. Ace looked at Whitebeard and suddenly knelt down before him. A man doesn't need many words. Hot tears streamed down his cheeks, filled with gratitude towards Whitebeard. Ace, let me ask you a question, Whitebeard said. Am I a qualified father to you? Ace shouted, of course. Dad and my brothers have filled the void I've always had. And for that, I'm immensely grateful. Whitebeard smiled with satisfaction. Then his expression turned serious as he said, Ace, let that girl Olivia go first. I'll hold them off for you. In fact, after Garp left, there was no one present who could stop Whitebeard. Sengoku understood this, so the Navy focused more on clearing out the retreating pirates. However, Whitebeard stood there, and no one could pass him to harm his children. Some Navy soldiers even felt weak at the sight of Whitebeard. The tide of defeat was evident. Yet, as the fleet admiral, he had to bear the weight of the Navy's justice. At this moment, Akainu also stood up, seemingly recovering a lot, aiming at Whitebeard, and they charged together. Even though they usually had differing political views and belonged to opposing factions, at this moment, they had to cooperate against a common enemy for the sake of their justice. Even more surprisingly, just as Akainu's Magma Fist and Sengoku's Buddha form were about to collide with Whitebeard's slash from the sky, the 6-meter-tall Whitebeard suddenly vanished. Then, Whitebeard and the crew of the Whitebeard pirates appeared on the Sea King controlled by Livia. It was almost like teleportation. Blood trickled from the corner of Livia's mouth. With things like this happening, why fight? She wiped the blood away. The cost was something she could afford. Ace had been saved. They needed to escape quickly. Staying here would definitely get them caught in the crossfire. Sengoku immediately sensed something was wrong and looked up at the sky. The black hole in the sky had grown very large. Sengoku had noticed this black hole before, but he originally thought it was a result of the collision between Whitebeard and Garp's Conqueror's Haki. However, it seemed that was not the case. Lightning clashed violently between the clouds, and the airflow in the center of the black hole began to swirl. This cyclone lifted the shattered bricks from the ground, and eventually, small boats anchored on the sea were also sucked in. Continuous screams could be heard as some people were already being lifted into the sky. It was devouring. This time, there was no need for Sengoku to issue a command. Many Navy soldiers began to flee. Before natural disasters, everyone was equal. It was clearly unrealistic to expend energy chasing the white-beard pirates now. There was no denying that there were indeed people in the Navy who sacrificed themselves for their noble beliefs, but now they had no choice but to retreat. They would rather die under the butcher's knife than under such an inexplicable natural disaster. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, the three brothers, searched everywhere for their sister. But after asking around, everyone said they hadn't seen her. It was somewhat strange. They were clearly still running, and they had almost instantly arrived here. Ace almost fell into the sea because he couldn't stop in time. Fortunately, Sabo grabbed him, and the two brothers pulled Luffy, who was still mindlessly charging forward. The sharp-eyed Marco pointed to the center of the black hole. There stood a blurry figure. Ace hurriedly focused his attention in that direction, and he confirmed that it was indeed his sister. He immediately wanted to charge forward, but the arm guard on his left arm began to heat up slightly, and then red bloodlines spread out, weaving into a massive blood net that enveloped the entire Sea King. Many people tried to break free, but everyone was trapped inside. However, at the same time, this blood net also blocked the massive waves crashing towards them. The vortex in the center of the black hole was growing larger, hinting at the possibility of swallowing the entire Marineford structure. Thunder rumbled within the clouds, occasionally striking at Livia, who stood in the center of the black hole. But she dodged them all. How is she managing to stay stable in that place? Marco said, astonished. It seemed that the little girl still harbored many secrets. Whitebeard thought to himself. Ace struck the blood net with his hands, but it had no effect. Even burning it with white flames was completely useless. Sabo and Luffy also tried hard to break the blood net. They couldn't allow their sister to face that situation alone. Dad also tried with the Tremor fruit, but it was completely ineffective. Had her power reached such a level? If so, she could have avoided preparing so many schemes. It was unlikely. At that moment, Livia's voice rang out in the wind, only heard by Sabo, Ace, and Luffy. This is a battle I chose for myself. I won't be in any danger, so don't worry about me. End of this chapter. Chapter 167. The proposal today. The old consciousness of the heavenly path was desperately trying to drive her away. But what was the point of driving her away now? Everything had changed. This world would head in a different direction. The small light group nurtured within the Eve tree could continue to grow until it devoured the old world consciousness. So, is it aware that its time is over and is making a final struggle? The direction of the world cannot be decided by Livia alone. It is a choice made by everyone in this world together. Even the world consciousness, which can influence this world to a certain extent, cannot determine its direction. When most conscious beings in this world share a common aspiration and choice, a new world consciousness will be born. Livia merely materialized it. This also does not mean that Livia cannot harm the world consciousness. Initially, ignoring its targeting was out of respect. However, the increasingly aggressive targeting made Livia annoyed, especially since she had been busy expanding her business empire over the years, traveling far and wide, and witnessing too many human tragedies. In fact, those who truly possess divinity often hold more sympathy and compassion for these matters. Jean and Livia, as ancient god from the dawn of creation in the second world, were birthed from the birth of the world, but Livia governed death. Initially, she was bloodthirsty. Her humanity and divinity as a death god were constantly entangled in her mind, and she could not fully control her actions at that time. As the world began to decline, Jean died in a battle against outsiders and gods, but before he died, he bestowed his divinity upon Livia. Because of Jean, Livia gained the ability for autonomous thought and the right to decide her actions with her own consciousness. Compassion and sympathy were the gifts Jean left for Livia. He knew that in the end, everyone would turn to dust in the universe with the world's demise. However, he still hoped that Leah would have control over her actions in her final moments. Therefore, she did not intend to evade this so-called world consciousness any longer. Over countless years, she ultimately overcame the inherent flaws of humanity. She might still be greedy, selfish, and stingy, but she could also show a sincere smile for all the suffering people and choose to sacrifice something, whether it be her life or her personal fate. This was something that was inherently passed down through her spiritual bloodline. Thus, this was a struggle she chose for herself, a revolution of her own. No matter what would happen next or what she would have to pay, she would not regret it. But to prevent any accidents, she tucked the little light orb into her arms and brought it to the battlefield above. However, the little guy was very scared, hiding in her clothes and not daring to come out. Looking particularly timid, it seemed she could not rely on it anymore. Leah then began to gather her strength, and countless blood-red light points emanated from her body, quickly filling the air with this crimson glow. Leah stood at the center of the vortex, with countless light points surging upwards, like a heavy snowfall of blood. Soon, the blood-red light points in the center of the vortex exploded rapidly, and the clouds began to roll more violently. Accompanied by a huge sonic boom, a massive purple lightning bolt struck down towards Leah from above. This time, she had no intention of dodging. The thunder coursed through her body, and the crackling electricity exploded in her ears. Blood began to trickle from the corner of her mouth, and Leah smirked slightly, then swung her blood-red scythe as if to slice open the very sky. The black hole seemed to become unstable, its opening shrinking significantly. Just then, a dragon-headed sailboat appeared in the distance. It was the Red Furs. Leah glanced over and saw Shanks anxiously looking towards her from the bow of the ship. TSK. No matter how much she calculated, she never expected them to show up. She originally thought she could explain the top war without Shanks being present. And indeed, it was over. But wasn't there an unexpected situation? That fool would definitely rush over to save her regardless of everything. But she didn't want that. First, because the people of this world had absolutely no ability to resist against the world consciousness. They could easily be manipulated, which had nothing to do with strength. It was a battle of different dimensions. Second, Leah was a person with clear boundaries. During her career, she had never asked for Shanks' help, and now she was even less willing to let him interfere with her choices. Aside from win-win cooperation, she and Shanks had always kept their careers separate. Although she had to admit, she found it easy to soften her heart in front of him. Shanks left the other members of the red-haired pirates behind, jumped into the sea, and swam towards Leah. Leah frowned. She really wanted to seal this place off and not let him get close. But that felt a bit too cruel. Forget it. While it was still possible, she decided to take him away from here. Leah quickly shifted her thoughts and used her blood net to cover the black hole in the sky, which would at least buy some time. Then she flapped her black wings and flew to the surface of the sea, grabbing Shanks' hand and pulling him up from the water. To be honest, flying while holding Shanks was not difficult for her at all, but he clung to her tightly and trapped her in his embrace. She initially planned to place him on the Red Furs and leave, but now that was no longer possible. Shanks was indeed clever. He just usually didn't like to use his brain. By the way, don't you think I look ugly like this? Leah suddenly asked. Leah was now covered in black, with her skin on her face and body filled with red cracks. There was no beauty to speak of. It had nothing to do with her usual appearance. Not ugly at all. You didn't mind me looking like a messy old man. So how could I mind you? Shanks said contentedly, holding Leah. As they spoke, Leah stopped in midair above the Red Furs. Let go. I still need to deal with things over there. Leah pointed at the black hole above Marineford and said, No, if you let go, you'll leave me. I trust my instincts, Shanks said stubbornly, his eyes dimming. I shouldn't be in any danger. It can't do anything to me. Leah hesitated. Besides, if I don't handle it this time, it will find another opportunity to deal with me next time. And if I'm not prepared then, wouldn't that be even more dangerous? Leah continued to persuade Shanks. Shanks looked up at Leah again, then grabbed her hand, and a small ring slipped onto Leah's finger. He said, Now you are my wife. You promise me that you will definitely come back. Leah extended her hand to look at the ring on her right hand's ring finger, thinking, Not bad. So I'll reluctantly agree to him. All right, I promise you, I will come back to marry you, Leah said with a smile. To be honest, proposing in such a situation was somewhat inappropriate. Shanks had fantasized countless scenarios of proposing to Leah before, but at this moment, he felt he had to put this ring on her. He could always arrange a grand proposal later. Right now, he urgently needed a sense of belonging. Leah was always like a gust of wind. No one could guess what she was truly thinking, but as long as she made a promise, she would definitely keep it. He wanted a sense of belonging. They belonged to each other. End of this chapter, chapter 168. Crossing the boundaries of time, Shanks jumped back onto the Red Furs, watching Leah slowly fly away until she gradually became indistinguishable. Jesus Burgess wrapped an arm around his captain, teasingly saying, Captain, I've noticed that you get a bit of a wifey vibe when you're with Miss Leah. Lucky nodded vigorously while munching on a chicken leg in agreement. Meanwhile, Beckman stared at the black hole in the distant sky, lost in thought. Shanks scratched his head, proudly saying, How did you all know I proposed and succeeded? Banshan punched Shanks in the chest, somewhat angrily saying, no one asked you that. How do you know that Lily-chan spoke very gently when she accepted my proposal today? Shanks continued to dig his own grave. At this, several fists came together to punch Shanks. We already said, no one asked you that. Some crew members turned gray, becoming paper-thin and sticking to the ground, as if they had been hit hard. Why does even someone like Shanks have a wife now? Beckman suddenly asked, Shanks, aren't you worried about her? Hearing this, Shanks' red hair couldn't help but droop. He was worried, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't force her away. Respect every independent soul. Respect her choices. Her every action told me that if I forced her to do something she didn't want to do, she would definitely choose to leave me. Although it is hard to part, respect is more important. She liked me all along because I could accept everything about her, whether it was her glamorous side or her weak side. I could accept her, and I accepted her independent soul. Shanks spoke slowly in a deep voice. He had never shared his relationship with Leah with his companions before, and now he spoke, perhaps to ease the tension within him. He had initially planned to joke around to lighten his mood as he used to, but he still couldn't fully relax. Moreover, he always felt that this time was a crucial opportunity for her to return to the past. Doflamingo was silently watching Leah and that annoying Yonko from a distance. He said nothing, but his eyes revealed a silent anger. He was very dissatisfied. That damned woman took matters into her own hands without consulting him. No wonder she had earlier suggested moving the business to the island that the Revolutionary Army was secretly controlling. It seemed she had anticipated this all along. Wasn't it agreed that they were the best allies? Besides that brat Rosie, he had only this one acknowledged family member left in this world. Deep down, he hoped nothing would happen to her. No matter how many secrets she kept from him, it didn't matter. Even the fat bird Leah had given him jumped out of the cabin and perched on Doflamingo's shoulder, looking over there, adjusting its eyes, with a bird face that looked quite human-like. When Leah flew beneath the black hole, she suddenly felt something strange on her leg and looked down. It was Makabaka, biting her calf and not letting go, its body swaying in the wind, but its dog face showed little expression. It was just biting Leah tightly. It didn't hurt. The pressure was just right. Leah knew the dog wanted to accompany her, so she didn't blame it. Leah thought this dog had really become clever, managing to use the vortex to rise to this height and accurately bite her. Leah wanted to send Makabaka back, but clearly it was too late. Therefore, Leah just lowered her head and patted Makabaka's dog head, saying, you need to hold on tight. I might not be able to take care of you later. Makabaka's eyes turned, wanting to bark, but then realized it couldn't let go. Knowing the dog understood, Leah raised her head, aiming directly at the black hole above. She flapped her wings and flew straight into it. Inside the black hole was a void, with darkness covering everything in sight. Only a faint light came from a distance. Hesitating for a moment, Leah held Makabaka in her arms and flew toward that light. At the same time, she pulled out the small light orb from her clothes, holding it in front. Although it was timid, it always had more ways to help its kind. The small light orb trembled in Leah's hand, but did not break free. It could change size as Leah needed. It was fine to squish it into a ball and stuff it in her pocket. As they got closer, Leah once again saw a scene she could hardly forget in her life. The world was breaking apart, disappearing until it turned into cosmic dust. This was Leah's only psychological shadow. To this day, she had not been able to get over this hurdle, because she had experienced all of this. The unspeakable pain had left her with a shadow she could not forget. Her 5 senses gradually faded, leaving only her conscious thoughts. And then even her consciousness began to gradually shatter and disappear, ultimately losing all mental activity. This was extremely painful. A heroic death in battle would be much better than this. At least one wouldn't have to experience the fear of knowing they were walking toward death with no other way out. Just as her mind was about to falter, a person, a dog, and a light orb were sucked into a bright green vortex. During the drifting process, the small light orb passed by another bright green light orb, and then it swallowed that bright green light orb in one bite. Meanwhile, the black hole outside disappeared in an instant. It vanished so suddenly that many people couldn't help but rub their eyes to confirm they hadn't seen it wrong. In fact, many people chose to stay and watch. They also wanted to know what was happening. Leah's friends and family naturally looked very worried. Before the vortex completely settled, they rushed over to anxiously search for Leah's figure. But in the end, they found nothing. Leah was missing. End of this chapter. Chapter 172. Eating fish when everyone was happily devouring the fish. It must be said that it was really delicious. Fortunately, Leah had purchased a lot of basic spices early on when she was in the city, and now falling here. She couldn't predict what would happen, so it was always good to be prepared. Makabaka was also happily eating its pile of fish. So far, the biggest credit for figuring things out so quickly and finding Doflamingo and the others went to that silly dog. It was so clever. It clearly understood how dangerous this trip was, but it still followed along, proving that the dog was genuinely worried about Leah. Thankfully, the silly dog came along with her. Otherwise, being alone in a strange world would be so lonely. Although it was the same world on different timelines here, Leah really didn't know anyone at all. Thinking of this, Leah hugged Makabaka tightly, burying her face in its fur and taking a deep breath. So comfortable Rosie looked curiously at Leah's strange behavior. Doflamingo, on the other hand, was enjoying his meal. He was eating quickly, having not had fresh food for a long time. Their family couldn't cook and didn't know how to find ingredients. As soon as they showed up in town, people would hunt them down, so they could only go to the garbage heap to look for food that people had discarded. At first, he could barely swallow, feeling nauseous enough to vomit stomach acid. But because he had a weak mother and a young brother behind him, he had to endure all this suffering. He had to survive. Only by surviving could he repay all the humiliation. When he was half full, Doflamingo stopped chewing. He stared at the fish in his hand, hesitated for a moment, tore off a large leaf from the grass nearby, washed it clean in the river water, and wrapped up the remaining 2 fish. His mother was still waiting for them at home. He should save the rest for her. However, Doflamingo's eyes clearly showed a desire to continue eating, but he held back, prioritizing his mother. Rosie saw his brother's actions and imitated him. He also wrapped up some fish to take to their father. His brother hated their father and never cared whether he lived or died. He wouldn't share food with him. But Rosie always left a portion for their father and secretly took it to him behind his brother's back. There were times when Doflamingo caught him, but he just turned a blind eye and didn't really stop his brother's actions. However, he still hated that cowardly and naive father because their family had fallen into their current situation largely because of him. If it weren't for him, I should be living in Mary Joa now, casually commanding slaves, not worrying about making a living, and certainly not enduring the beatings and insults from those lowly people. My mother wouldn't be coughing more severely, unable to find a doctor willing to treat her, languishing in bed all day. All of this is because of his incompetent and foolish father. Thinking of this, he felt a bit uneasy. However, at that moment, Leah stuffed a piece of fish into Doflamingo's mouth, while she was also biting into a piece of fish herself, mumbling, "Eat up, don't hold back if it's not enough. I'll grill more for you." Saying this, Leah repeated the action and stuffed another piece of fish into Rosie's mouth. She didn't ask them why they were doing this. Everyone has their unspeakable difficulties, and she wouldn't pry or comfort them too much, only doing what she could. During her early ventures, Doflamingo helped her a lot. Although he didn't say it, his actions supported her. Now that they were here, the people over there must be going crazy. But she wasn't worried that her business would run into trouble. She had already moved her core industry into the Revolutionary Army's sphere of influence long before the war started. Even if the Navy wanted to strike, they couldn't touch the foundation. Sicily had been transformed into a multifunctional large warship after more than a decade. It had been relocated to the doldrums early on, and if the Navy wanted to issue a destruction order like the demon-busting order against Sicily, they would have to find it first. Moreover, they might be too busy dealing with the Revolutionary Army, which had officially declared war on the Celestial Dragons, to spare any effort. The first half of the Grand Line was already engulfed in war in many places. This was total war. As for the second half of the Grand Line, known as the New World, the Navy couldn't manage it, and the Revolutionary Army didn't care to seize it. That was the graveyard of pirates and an excellent battlefield for the One Piece. Until the new generation of Pirate King appears, it won't calm down there. Disputes among pirates won't stop, whether for fame or profit, unless the true king emerges. Leah felt quite at ease handing her business over to Yuja. With Doflamingo and Tesoro around, there shouldn't be any major troubles in the short term. As for whether there would be pirates coming to seize treasures, there definitely would be, but someone would handle it for her. If they couldn't even manage such a small matter, then the first thing she would do when she returned would be to make that person kneel on a washboard. They were all family, so Leah didn't bother being polite. The money she earned was also his money, right? With how recklessly their pirate crew spent, relying on the protection fees collected from those countries to maintain finances was really a stretch. Beckman was too stingy, hardly having spare cash to buy Shanks a drink. And maintaining the intelligence network and the exchanges of gifts among various connections required gifts too. TSK. Thinking of this, Leah felt that their pirate crew was even poorer. As the wife of a wealthy captain, occasionally giving a little money to support her man's career was acceptable. But how much to support would depend on Shank's performance coming back to her senses. Doflamingo and the others had basically finished eating. Leah then proposed to borrow a place to stay at their home, offering to take care of their food in exchange, as she didn't have a place to stay temporarily. Doflamingo instinctively wanted to refuse, but after hesitating at the thought of the grilled fish in his arms, he agreed. Our home isn't a good place. If you dare to complain, I'll beat you, Doflamingo said nervously, clenching his fists and pretending to be fierce. Leah noticed this small detail. She knew the child felt somewhat inferior, having fallen to a point where he could be bullied. Thus, Leah immediately held up 3 fingers and promised, I absolutely won't complain, as long as I have a place to sleep. End of this chapter. Chapter 169, perhaps back to the past? As consciousness gradually returned, Leah blinked her eyes. It felt like being exposed to bright light. Even before opening her eyelids, she felt a sting in her eyes. A hand shielded the bright light, and Leah opened her eyes. She felt a bit of heaviness in her chest and looked down to see Makabaka, that silly dog, lying on her chest, diligently grooming its fur. When it lifted its head and saw Leah was awake, it turned around, presenting its big butt to Leah, and continued licking its fur. Damn, so annoying. Why is Makabaka so full of itself? Leah shoved Makabaka onto the beach and stood up, brushing off her clothes. Lying on the beach, she was covered in sand. It felt uncomfortable, and the sun was too harsh. This seemed to be an island. Leah checked her body and almost thought she had fallen into another world again. The power inside her was beginning to slumber once more. However, when she looked at herself in the sea, her appearance hadn't changed. She was still the same as before. Though her clothes were tattered, they still vaguely resembled what she used to wear. She couldn't use much power now, so she had to be careful about the waves. Fortunately, Leah was someone who always liked to tie a pouch around her waist wherever she went, filled with gold and silver treasures. So even if she ended up alone, she wouldn't starve for a while. The pouch was full, which reassured Leah a bit. Then, Leah pulled the little light orb out from her sleeve. It showed no response at all. Leah shook it vigorously, but it still didn't move. Was this little guy dead? Hey, no way. It shouldn't be so fragile. However, a vague impression told Leah that she had been enchanted before and then fell into the time turbulence. Logically, falling into such a powerful rule would quickly crush her body. In the turbulent flow of time, the only thing that could exist was consciousness. The fact that she could still maintain this form meant that this little light orb had done something, but it also led to its current half-dead state. Thinking of this, Leah squeezed the little light orb into a small ball and stuffed it into her clothes, planning to find a place to settle down first and then figure out the situation here. Walking along the edge of the island, she saw small fishing boats along the coast, which made her feel more at ease. At least she hadn't landed on a deserted island. Or else having money wouldn't matter if there was nowhere to spend it, and she was unfamiliar with the area. With the guidance of passers-by, she made her way to the town on the island. Makabaka followed Leah silently, not making a sound. After entering the town, Leah's first task was to buy clothes. Her current outfit was so tattered that anyone would think she was a disaster victim, making her too conspicuous. Leah had money, but the clothes she bought from the clothing store were basically very ordinary outfits. Both should not be exposed. Right now, she has very little strength left in her body. If she accidentally draws the attention of a bad person, the situation could become very dangerous, especially since she is unfamiliar with this place. Thinking of this, Leah bought another mask, as her appearance could easily attract scum. However, after Leah left, the clothing store owner looked at her departing figure and revealed a malicious smile. The small light orb has not yet woken up, and she estimates that she will have to stay on this island for a while. So it's better to keep a low profile. After buying the clothes, Leah took Makabaka to a restaurant. She hadn't eaten for a long time, and she guessed Makabaka was hungry too, so it was better to fill their stomachs first. Leah turned a corner and walked into a restaurant. Though it was called a restaurant, it was essentially a bar that served both drinks and food. Leah casually found a spot in a corner and sat down without saying a word. After placing her order, Leah held Makabaka in her arms and quietly listened to the conversations of a group of rough men. This group was quite diverse. Some were dock workers, while others were young people from the surrounding area looking to go out to sea in search of treasure. Although they came from different professions, they were brought together by the drinks. Their conversations were lively, and many displayed signs of greed. From many details, it was clear that this was not a stable place, and the public order was not very good. Fortunately, Leah had not yet encountered anyone particularly powerful. It felt like just the day before she had opened a big can of worms, stirring up a storm in Marineford. But today, she suddenly became an ordinary woman, not much stronger than an average person. TSK, what a sense of disparity. But life has its ups and downs. It's just about overcoming hurdles. Though the feeling of dejection is hard to ignore. Still, she believes she will overcome it. This time she messed up because her mental resilience wasn't strong enough. She was actually scared by an illusion, and she needed to train more. Leah began to carefully listen to the men's conversation. Have you heard? A few celestial dragons have come to the city, and it seems they are all from the same family. I heard that the head of that family abandoned his celestial dragon identity, left Mariehua, and wanted to live among us commoners. How naive. Once they abandon their identity as celestial dragons, they are nothing. I don't care. Celestial dragons deserve to die. That's right, celestial dragons are trash. I heard many people in the city have started to deal with them. If you all hate celestial dragons so much, why not go after them? I want to observe for now. What if one day they suddenly regain their celestial dragon identity? Wouldn't I be in trouble then? That's true. Better to wait and see. If it turns out the celestial dragons won't interfere with that family, then I definitely want to get involved. Those celestial dragons, less than pigs and dogs, don't deserve to live in this world. Keep your voice down. It's fine to say that here, but don't dare to say it out. Leah listened to these words, feeling somewhat puzzled. Why did this sound so much like the Doflamingo family? Besides Doflamingo's naive father, Leah couldn't think of any celestial dragon who would willingly give up their identity and want to live equally with the lower classes. With this thought, Leah hastened her eating speed and also placed a large piece of meat from her plate into the dog bowl prepared for Makabaka by the restaurant. Leah patted Makabaka's big butt, signaling it to eat quickly. Makabaka complied, devouring the food like a whirlwind. When it came to eating, Makabaka really had the style of the monkey family. After finishing their meal, Leah settled the bill and quietly left. She needed to verify whether her guess was correct. End of this chapter, Chapter 170. Encounter. After a lot of inquiries, Leah arrived at the place where the celestial dragon family had originally lived. When Leah got there, the first impression was one of ruin. The windows and doors were all broken and shabby. Upon entering, she found that there was almost nothing left inside. Not only had the furniture been ransacked, but even the paintings on the walls and the carved railings, which may have once been inlaid with gemstones, were gone, and even the floor tiles had been pried up. The once white walls were now covered in bloody handprints, and the outer walls were stained with brown marks. The entire house exuded a decayed odor, and it seemed that someone had previously thrown rotten vegetable leaves or smelly eggs inside, which had now become moldy and particularly foul-smelling. Leah couldn't help but run out after a while. Makabaka, on the other hand, didn't even enter the door. It sat far away, watching while wagging its tail, looking very relaxed. Seeing this, Leah was quite angry. But then she suddenly remembered that the dog had another impressive ability, its sense of smell. If she could find something they had used before for Makabaka to smell and remember their scent, wouldn't that greatly reduce the difficulty of finding them? With that thought, she took action. Leah stood there, her mind racing, but her expression remained unchanged. She knew Makabaka was a very smart dog, and she must not show any signs of abnormality. Approaching Makabaka, Leah slowly squatted down and then picked it up into her arms. She did this to prevent Makabaka from realizing anything and running away. Once she had the meaty dog in her arms, Leah felt more at ease and headed straight for the second floor of the small building. Then she walked to the innermost part to the dilapidated door. Based on the layout, this should be a bedroom. However, the furniture, including the cabinet and bed, was all gone. Only a small bear remained in the corner. The bear was very worn and dirty, with its stuffing exposed. Even a homeless person living by scavenging might not pick it up. Makabaka seemed to sense something and covered its nose with its paws. Its expression showed clear disdain. Seeing this, Leah smiled at Makabaka and said, "Makabaka, if you just go and sniff it out, help me find the bear's owner, you're the best, right?" "This little task is nothing for you." Makabaka's eyes turned, and it jumped down from Leah's arms, heading straight for the shabby little bear. Leah knew that Makabaka had agreed. Makabaka sniffed the little bear and then exhaled a breath of murky air, nodding at Leah. Leah understood and walked over to pick up the bear, pulling out a piece of cloth from her backpack to wrap it up. Though this bear was old and dirty, it was clear that its original owner had cherished it. There were many signs of restitching on it, and the fur was very worn, lacking that soft feel. Before it was abandoned, it must have been washed and repaired many times, never wanting to part with it. Leah estimated that it had been left behind because they had been too hurried to take anything with them when they left. This point is at odds with their identity as celestial dragons. After walking for a long time, Makabaka brought Leah to a junkyard outside the city. Leah frowned, as their situation didn't look good. Although she was somewhat mentally prepared for their circumstances, seeing it for real still made Leah very angry. A group of adults was beating two small children, fists constantly raining down on them. The child with a shaved head shielded the long-haired child under himself, causing most of the adults' punches and kicks to land on the bigger child. The long-haired child shrank under the shaved-head child's protection, crying loudly. The shaved-head child gritted his teeth tightly, not making a sound. Due to the sunglasses, his expression was hidden, but it was certainly one of hatred. Leah picked up a water pipe from the junk pile and was about to rush in, but Makabaka bit onto Leah's pants, preventing her from moving forward. Then, Makabaka let go of Leah and charged ahead. Makabaka's body gradually grew larger, becoming as big as a small villa, charging towards the group like a truck. Before Makabaka could reach them, those people scattered in fear, wielding sticks. Seeing that they had all been scared off, Makabaka stopped in front of the two children. The shaved-head child kept the long-haired child behind him, staring intently at Makabaka. The shaved-head child's body trembled, revealing his fear. But his first reaction was still to protect the long-haired child behind him. Leah noticed that the long-haired child was holding food in his arms. Although it was some not-so-fresh food that looked somewhat spoiled, it was still good enough for them to fill their stomachs. Leah stepped closer and basically confirmed that this was the young Doflamingo, because Doflamingo's aura of looking down on everyone was truly hard for others to imitate. So it should be around the year 1990 of the C-Circle calendar. Makabaka stared at Doflamingo for a moment, said nothing, and extended its huge tongue, licking Doflamingo from head to toe, making him feel a chill. Doflamingo was surprised for a moment and then a bit annoyed, wondering what this stupid dog was doing. Then, without caring about Doflamingo's reaction, Makabaka reached out its claws and pulled out Rosie from behind Doflamingo, licking him from head to toe as well. Back in Sicily, Rosie spoiled Makabaka, often giving it special treats, and over time, Makabaka gradually regarded Rosie as one of its own. As for Doflamingo, Leah had been curious back then, as Doflamingo, who generally disliked animals, would actually pet Makabaka and wouldn't mind its proud little temper. Was that the reason? Rosie was so startled by Makabaka's enthusiastic actions that his legs trembled, scattering the gathered food everywhere. Then little Rosie met the murderous gaze of his brother and immediately burst into tears. Subsequently, little Doflamingo covered Rosie's mouth, saying, "Are you trying to attract those people again? Idiot, we can find food again if it's gone. Why are you crying?" When little Rosie calmed down, little Doflamingo finally let go of him. Then little Doflamingo glared at Leah and asked in a hostile tone, "Who are you? And what are your intentions in helping us?" After licking the people, Makabaka wagged its tail and sat next to Leah, its eyes sparkling, clearly asking Leah for a chicken leg. It was precisely because of Makabaka's actions that little Doflamingo realized that this silly dog had saved them, and it did so out of this woman's wishes. End of this chapter, chapter 171. Fishing Leah scratched her head, finding it a bit difficult to explain. With her sudden appearance, it was no wonder little Doflamingo suspected her intentions. Just as little Doflamingo was about to point at Leah and say something, his stomach suddenly growled. That was quite awkward. Little Doflamingo blushed and suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He wanted to scold her a few times to bolster his courage, thinking that as long as he wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassment would fall on others. But little Rosie popped out from behind him, saying, "Brother, I'm hungry." Little Doflamingo clenched his fists tightly, ultimately helplessly relaxing, grabbing little Rosie and heading toward the junk mountain. Doflamingo thought of his seriously ill mother and his weak father who could not protect them. He still had his younger brother and his beloved mother to think about. For them, this humiliation was nothing. One day, he would kill everyone who had bullied their family. He was born noble. How could those commoners be worthy? For his mother, what was the harm in enduring this moment of shame? One day, he would take revenge. Just then, Leah caught up with the two brothers and said, "I saved you. Aren't you going to thank me?" Little Rosie, however, was very obedient. Upon hearing this, he turned around and bowed to Leah, saying, "Thank you, big sister, for saving me and my brother." But little Doflamingo grabbed little Rosie and angrily said, "Why are you thanking her? Who knows if she has ulterior motives?" Doflamingo's temper really has been bad since childhood, however. After going through so much, a bit of vigilance is a good thing. What purpose could I possibly have? What is there about you two that I would be interested in? Leah shrugged her shoulders, feeling a bit helpless. This was true, but Doflamingo seemed even angrier. Back when their family went anywhere, they would have to sweep the streets, and people would kneel and welcome them. Now, it was all because of his useless father. Thinking of this, Doflamingo couldn't help but clench his fists again, shooting a hateful glance at Leah. Seeing him like this, Leah could roughly guess what Doflamingo was thinking. She took a few steps forward, standing emotionlessly in front of Doflamingo, staring intently at him. Doflamingo instinctively reacted by shielding Rosie behind him. This younger brother was timid, weak, and loved to cry. If anything happened, he would always cry the loudest, annoying everyone. It was better to keep him quiet. Then Leah squatted down and gently placed her hand on little Doflamingo's shaved head, seriously saying, "Don't worry, I really have no ulterior motives. But I can't clearly explain where I came from. In any case, let me take you to eat." Leah's gentle touch on his head felt warm. Apart from his mother, no other female had ever touched his head like this. When he was a celestial dragon, no one dared to offend him like this. After coming here, wherever he went, he was met with curses and beatings. During the beatings, he had never hated this world as much as he did at that moment. Doflamingo swatted Leah's hand away and turned around, refusing to look at her. If one ignored the redness in Doflamingo's ear tips, Leah would definitely think that little Doflamingo hated her. Rosie looked up, somewhat confused at Leah. Both children were very thin, with skinny arms and legs. And because of their young age, they were just two little beings. It was hard to imagine that Doflamingo and Rosie would grow to over 3 meters tall in the future. Rosie spoke up, "But those people will beat us as soon as they see us." Implicitly, this meant that the two of them couldn't follow Leah to the restaurant to eat. Leah thought about it and realized it was indeed the case. However, she didn't feel discouraged. After all, when she first brought Ace and the others along, they also relied on the mountains and rivers for sustenance. With this in mind, Leah asked Rosie, "Do you know if there's a river around here? Preferably one with fish. There's one over there, but the water is too swift. My brother and I are afraid to go in, worried about being swept away by the current." Rosie said quietly, lowering his head. This child, Rosie, was a bit introverted. "Then Rosie, you take me there. Once we catch fish, I'll make delicious grilled fish for you." Leah patted her chest and said earnestly, "Hey, that woman, the water is really swift. If you fall in, my brother and I won't rescue you. We won't care if you drown." Little Doflamingo turned around and shouted loudly. Leah squatted down and lightly flicked Doflamingo's forehead, saying somewhat irritably, "If you want to care about others, you should say it nicely. Who taught you to be so hard-headed? Who cares about you? I don't care about you at all." Doflamingo turned away with a bit of a blush. Indeed, as the saying goes, a child's character is formed by age 3. Doflamingo had grown up proud and aloof. Even when he expressed concern for others, it came out twisted. Under Rosie's lead, the two brothers and Leah, along with the dog, arrived at the rushing riverbank. Leah confidently patted Macabacca's head and said, "Get bigger. Then jump in and catch fish." Macabacca rolled its eyes dramatically, turned around, and faced Leah with its back, giving her no face at all. Leah had anticipated this, so she took out a sharpened stick from behind and said, "I'll say it up front, Macabacca, if I catch fish, you won't get any." Leah moved in front of Macabacca and continued to coax, "Look, I'm not slacking off either. I still need to take the two kids to gather some dry branches for fire. You have the easiest job." Macabacca glanced at Kizaru, then walked to the riverbank with an expression that seemed to say, "You look this miserable, helping you is not impossible." Then Macabacca grew larger and dove into the water, shaking fish onto the shore. Meanwhile, Leah took the two kids to gather firewood. Little Rosie was very obedient, doing whatever he was told without a hint of complaint. Doflamingo, although also gathering sticks, looked like his brows were about to furrow up to the sky. He piled the dry branches on the ground and shouted at Leah, "Why do I have to listen to a stranger woman doing this here?" Leah clapped her palms together and said, "Right? I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Leah. Is that the point?" Little Doflamingo was even angrier. "Big sister, my name is Don Quixote Rosinante, and the one wearing sunglasses is my brother, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Hey, you two, don't just talk amongst yourselves." Little Doflamingo jumped up in anger, but didn't do anything to Leah. End of this chapter, chapter 173. The mother with a serious illness. When little Doflamingo and little Rosie brought Leah back home, Kizaru was indeed surprised. As for Rosie, he had a hard time when he was out looking for a doctor with Rosinante. After Doflamingo took over Dressrosa, the palace was rebuilt in opulence, contrasting sharply with the current shabby wooden house. It was unexpected that Doflamingo could endure such an environment. The wooden house was very dilapidated, feeling like a slight breeze could blow the roof off. Leah stared at the wooden house for a moment longer and received a round of mockery from little Doflamingo. "I warned you before. If you dislike it, don't follow us. If you don't want to come, just leave early." Doflamingo pointed at Leah, saying nothing nice. "I didn't dislike it. I just got a bit nervous about meeting your family." Leah didn't hold a grudge against Doflamingo. After all, he was already pitiful enough. Little Doflamingo snorted at Leah and then took Rossi to the faucet to wash their hands and faces, cleaning off the dirt. He also changed out of his dirty clothes, tidying himself and his brother up considerably. Then he thought of something and threatened Leah. "You must not tell my mother that we got beaten outside. If you say anything, I'll kick you out, understand?" Leah silently nodded, suddenly feeling a bit heartbroken for the two children. She hated the celestial dragons, but seeing Doflamingo's family reduced to this state, she couldn't feel any schadenfreude. Little Doflamingo was out searching for food to support this weak family. Didn't he know he could get beaten if discovered? He knew, and as a celestial dragon who had never worked a day in his life, this process must be even harder. Although little Doflamingo had a bad temper, he was not a fool. He knew when to lose his temper and when to hold it back. He remained vigilant around Leah, and his fierce demeanor was partly to show Leah that, although he was young, he was not easy to bully. He was using a tough attitude to protect himself and his brother. The current situation could not be said to be entirely Doflamingo's family's fault, but the root cause lay not with them, but with this rotten world. Growing up in Mariewa, Doflamingo was certainly influenced by other celestial dragons and would have similarities in temperament. Fortunately, he had a pair of gentle parents who had been trying to correct Doflamingo's somewhat distorted perceptions, but it seemed that, at this point, their efforts had little effect. Not everyone can remain kind when faced with great changes. After the two children were ready, they brought Leah inside. Observant Leah noticed that Doflamingo had covered up all his injuries, not revealing a hint. It seemed he didn't want his mother to worry. As soon as they entered, they heard a violent cough, and it was clear that the owner of the cough was trying hard to suppress it, but couldn't he help it. Hearing the door open, a hoarse female voice came. "Are Doflamingo and Rossi back?" Little Doflamingo adjusted his expression and walked to the bed at the back of the wooden house. He rushed to the bedside and said to the woman lying there, "Mom, we're back. We had a great harvest today. You weren't hurt, were you?" "Doflamingo?" the blonde woman asked. "No, it seems the outside people are starting to accept us. Today I even brought a big sister home to play." Doflamingo knew this was what his mother wanted to hear the most. Rossi stood aside and glanced at his brother. He knew his brother was lying, but seeing their mother's smiling face, he ultimately said nothing. There are no inherently strong people. You cannot imagine how much a person has endured to become what you see now. Leah stepped forward, smiling as she greeted Mrs. Don Quixote. "Hello. I was a bit worried about the two little ones, so I brought them back. Please sit down. Due to health reasons, I'm unable to get up to serve you. I hope you understand." Although Madame Don Quixote has a hoarse voice, her tone is very gentle, and Doflamingo only softens his attitude in front of his mother, like a hedgehog retracting all its spines. Then Rossi asked where his father had gone. Doflamingo's mother said he had gone to the city to find a doctor to see her. He has no special abilities after leaving the celestial dragon identity. He is just an ordinary person, but he still has a wife and two children behind him. Even though he knows he will face insults, abuse, and even beatings, he cannot just sit by and watch his wife's health deteriorate day by day. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's face suddenly tensed, and he asked, "Mom, is your illness getting worse again?" No. Cough, cough. I think it's okay, it's just cough. Your father is too worried about me." Doflamingo's mother spoke weakly and intermittently, coughing after every few words. Seeing this, Doflamingo became more anxious. He sat up straight and said, "Mom, you can't do this. I'll go find a doctor for you." Saying this, Doflamingo jumped off the bed, intending to go out. Doflamingo's mother wanted to stop him, but before she could say anything, Leah intervened. Doflamingo glared at Leah with some hostility, and thoughts similar to Leah wanting to harm them again began to rise in his mind. "Let's wait until your father comes back and see how those people in the city treat him," Leah said, pausing for a moment before leaning close to Doflamingo's ear and whispering, "If it doesn't work, I'll accompany you to the city tonight to kidnap a doctor to see your mother. We can't let this drag on." Mentioning this method, Doflamingo quieted down and sat back down. He then took out the grilled fish he had brought back from the table, carefully picking out the fish bones. He then used a tool to cut the fish meat into small pieces, took out dusty bowls and chopsticks from the cupboard, washed them clean, and began to feed his mother the fish bit by bit. Doflamingo learned a lot during these days of fleeing for his life. However, his mother's body was too weak, and she began to vomit after eating only a little, looking really uncomfortable. Rossi frowned as he looked at his mother, feeling a bit like crying. But remembering his brother's warning not to cry in front of their mother, he held back his tears and picked up a broom to clean the floor. Leah thought for a moment and asked, "Is there rice at home? It's better for patients to eat something light." End of this chapter, chapter 174. Kidnapping the doctor by nightfall. Little Doflamingo led the way, while Makabaka and Leah followed behind, planning to kidnap a doctor. At first, they thought about bringing little Rossi along to help him build some courage, but considering that he was so careless that he could trip while walking, it was likely to cause problems, so Leah left him at home. Doflamingo's father also returned, and Leah greeted him, but Doflamingo ignored him, pulling Leah along and telling her not to pay attention to his father. To be honest, Mr. Don Quixote looked quite disheveled and had suffered quite a few injuries. However, Leah had little sympathy for him. She could only say that kindness is a good virtue, but it requires rational kindness. Little Rossi was afraid of being scolded by his brother, so after Leah and Doflamingo left the house, he handed the grilled fish he had left to his father, while Leah fed the porridge to Madame Don Quixote. It seemed that Madame Don Quixote's complexion improved significantly, and then Leah helped her to lie down. Afterward, she took Doflamingo out the door. While walking down the road, Leah asked Doflamingo, "Which doctor do you want to find? Do you have someone in mind?" "Of course. I want to find the best doctor." Doflamingo replied confidently. "It seems you already have someone in mind," Leah said. "Yes. I plan to go to the clinic in the most prime area of the city and kidnap the attending physician there. I've had my eye on it for many days. The books I've read describe herbs like the sleepy herb. I've been preparing for this for a long time, originally planning to team up with my useless father to bring the person back, but he is too stubborn and managed to convince my mother, who also disagreed. I can't carry out these plans alone." Doflamingo then clenched his small fist and said angrily, "A child's strength is really too weak. Even if I can knock someone out, I can't bring them back. Why did you choose the clinic in the prime area?" Leah asked deliberately. She knew Doflamingo was definitely not a fool and was curious about his true thoughts. Wealth gathers around capable people. If he can establish connections and open a clinic in a prime area, it shows he has some real skills. Moreover, the wealthy fear death more, so they're easier to control. As long as I grasp their lifeline, they will naturally treat my mother, Doflamingo said. Then he glanced at Leah with a somewhat ambiguous expression and continued, "The hardest people to deal with are those with firm principles and beliefs. Wealth cannot shake their determination. They might even sacrifice their lives to uphold their principles. Encountering such people would waste my efforts unless I kidnap their relatives and threaten them, which would require even more effort. Besides, as a child and you a useless adult, we can't handle so many things." Doflamingo pointed at Makabaka and said, "That dog won't do either." Doflamingo, only 8 or 9 years old, already had such a mind. He was indeed a good candidate for the underworld. Not really. "You mean there is actually someone more suitable, but for some reason, you can't deal with them, so you settle for another doctor?" Leah quickly realized the hidden meaning in Doflamingo's words. "Looking at your appearance, I originally thought you were a fool, but it turns out you're not that stupid." Little Doflamingo teased with a smile. This annoying expression overlapped with that of a certain infuriating flamingo years later. Leah gritted her teeth in anger. But considering Doflamingo was still a child, and she was a 27-year-old adult, she wouldn't stoop to arguing with a little brat. There is indeed a doctor living near the garbage dump who treats the poor for free, and his medical skills are excellent, especially in dealing with difficult cases. However, one thing is that the old man is extremely stubborn and hates the nobility who oppress the poor throughout his life. Moreover, our family is among the nobility, the celestial dragons," Doflamingo said proudly. Leah stepped forward and tapped Doflamingo on the head, saying, "You're getting proud now. What's so good about being a celestial dragon? Think about why your family is chased wherever they go. It's clear how much people detest the celestial dragons. Right now, these people are suppressed by the Navy and dare not resist. Their hearts are dead. But if one day their hearts come to life, what will happen to the celestial dragons? I really hope that day comes. If I can't have something, then neither should anyone else. I'd rather destroy it than let them ride on my head and act like tyrants." Doflamingo clenched his small fists and said, "The ideal state of the world is one without classes, where no one can stand on any position to oppress the weak." Leah's gaze drifted, as if recalling something. "That's too idealistic. People are inherently selfish. This is something that can never be achieved." Little Doflamingo spoke in a small adult tone. "Who cares? Whether it can be realized or not, people must have dreams. Without dreams, what's the difference between a person and a salted fish?" Leah smiled a little, feeling somewhat relieved. As long as she does her best and takes care of what she can do, that's enough. "You foolish woman," Doflamingo complained. "Don't always talk to me in that domineering tone. You're still just a kid," Leah said, giving Doflamingo a light tap on the head. "If you hit me again, I'll hit back, you know. Go ahead." Saying this, Leah picked up Doflamingo, pinching him at her waist like a handbag, and then gave him a few taps on the backside. Perhaps the most embarrassing thing for Doflamingo in his life was experiencing this with Leah. The visual was simply wonderful, you idiot woman. Doflamingo shouted at Leah with a flushed face and an angry expression. Leah ignored him and took him to the edge of the city. Upon seeing the city wall, Doflamingo reluctantly shut his mouth. Things went smoothly. Leah and Doflamingo managed to tie the person up and drag him out of the city. Then, Macabacca grew large and carried the person out of the city. After tossing him into a small grove, they stuffed him into a sack, leaving only his head exposed, and then began to hit him. They didn't hit his face or care about his threats or flattery. They just beat him until he had no temper left, making him obedient to Leah and the others. In the end, Leah even took out a small pill from her waist and stuffed it into the doctor's mouth. She warned him that if he didn't behave, he would die from the poison, and visibly, he became obedient. However, when they brought him to Doflamingo's house, Leah keenly noticed the disdain in his eyes, and he received a few more kicks from Leah. End of this chapter. Chapter 175 Urgency. It can only be said that the preliminary check results are very bad. Pulmonary fibrosis, commonly known as white lung. Pulmonary fibrosis is characterized by the proliferation of fibroblasts, the accumulation of a large amount of extracellular matrix, and inflammation damage, leading to the destruction of tissue structure. It is the end-stage change of a large category of lung diseases, where normal lung tissue is damaged and undergoes abnormal repair, resulting in structural abnormalities. It is a serious interstitial lung disease that can lead to progressive loss of lung function. Pulmonary fibrosis severely affects respiratory function, manifested as a dry cough and progressive shortness of breath. And as the condition worsens and lung damage increases, the patient's respiratory function continues to deteriorate. Under current medical conditions, there's almost no possibility of a cure. If there were surgical fruit, there might be some hope. Imagine pulmonary fibrosis is equivalent to your lungs being cooked. This kind of damage is almost irreversible. If this were to happen decades later, Leah could use her connections to find someone who could treat this disease. Another way is through a devil fruit. Besides the surgical fruit, there's also Marco's bird fruit, mythical Zoan, phoenix form. His blue flame has regenerative abilities and is quite effective for organ damage caused by natural diseases. Of course, the only drawback is that it doesn't work very well on wounds caused by Haki, as Haki is the natural nemesis of devil fruit abilities. And now, in this timeline, she is an illegal resident, her abilities are locked, and she's only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Leaving this island is already a problem, let alone crossing the reverse mountain and the first half of the Grand Line to seek Marco's help in the new world. Right now, the only way for her to leave is to wait for the little light orb to wake up. Only it can unlock the world's restrictions on her. Besides, Marco doesn't know Leah at all now, and she has no connection to the Whitebeard pirates. Why would he help her? Looking at little Doflamingo's pained and restrained expression, Leah felt a bit reluctant, but sometimes reality is that cruel. What is meant to happen cannot be avoided. Little Rossi was already sobbing, but because her mother was still inside, she held back her tears. The three men of the Don Quixote family all chose not to tell Madame Don Quixote the actual condition of the illness for the time being. What if a miracle really happens? Leah held the two children in her arms, allowing them to cry heartily. As for the doctor, Leah did not let him go. This person could thrive in the town, and once released, if he found out he wasn't poisoned, he would definitely find a way to retaliate. By then, not just the Doflamingo family, but even Leah would be in danger. Leah would never leave such a hidden danger, directly killing him and throwing him into the forest to let the beasts eat his body, leaving no traces behind. Leah is not a bloodthirsty person, but she is certainly not someone who is soft-hearted. Leah booked an inn in the city. She basically returned to the city at night. She didn't choose to stay long-term at Doflamingo's house. That would be too shameless. Leah knew that one day she would leave, so when she visited Doflamingo and the others, she taught them many survival methods in the wild, as their family was genuinely not well received. It was hard to procure supplies from the city without getting hurt. Many merchants would deliberately raise prices or refuse to do business with their family, making their lives even more difficult. By the way, the little bear Leah picked up before belonged to Doflamingo. At that time, Madame Don Quixote made it by hand to coax Doflamingo to sleep. It had actually been many years, patched up several times, and Doflamingo couldn't bear to part with it. However, the move was too hasty, and with many people chasing them at the time, it was left at their original residence. Doflamingo had always wanted to find a chance to retrieve it, but unfortunately, even entering the city was difficult for him. With his mother sick, he needed to take care of his younger brother, and he couldn't spare the time. If he brought Rossi along, he was also afraid he couldn't protect her well. If anything happened, it would be disastrous. After Leah cleaned the little bear and sewed its worn body back together. She returned it to little Doflamingo. When he received the little bear, it seemed like a piece of Doflamingo's heart melted, and he slowly began to accept Leah's presence. Moreover, because of his young age, Doflamingo didn't say it, but in his heart, he regarded Leah as his sister. Leah often took Rossi and Doflamingo into the mountains to identify mushrooms, find wild vegetables, and learn some basic pharmacology and common herbal combinations. At least before she left, she wanted to ensure they could survive well, waiting for their next reunion. Another important task was to chop firewood. They needed to start storing firewood in preparation for the upcoming cold winter. Leah took the two children to swing axes, chopping down large trees and splitting them into smaller pieces to take back. Although tired, labor can empty one's mind and temporarily detach from pain. After sweating and looking at the scattered wood on the ground, there is always a sense of inexplicable achievement. When a person is in a low point, if they are eager to escape their predicament, they may find themselves even more tightly bound by it, unable to break free. The truly correct approach is to prepare thoroughly before making a leap upward to achieve a decisive result. Little Doflamingo is still too weak right now, but fortunately, the greatest challenges he faces come from ordinary people. Humans are fragile. A cut to a vein can lead to death when the blood flows out, and severe injuries can also be fatal. In short, killing someone is much easier than saving them. If one's strength cannot defeat the enemy, then one should use their brain more. They may have once been pitiful people, whether reduced to slaves oppressed by the celestial dragons or for other reasons that led them to beat and insult Doflamingo and his group. None of that matters. Revenge is what counts, and even if it means killing them, that's fine. As long as the hatred doesn't extend to the perpetrators' families, it's not considered bad. It doesn't matter what reasons you have. The ones who truly established a friendship with Leah are Doflamingo and Rosinante. It doesn't matter what reasons those people had for bullying them. Leah only knows that actions have consequences. Between the moral bottom line and the people she cares about, she chooses the people she cares about. So she taught Doflamingo many underhanded tricks. In short, he cannot be bullied by others. Doflamingo's personality is inherently suited for being a villain. Expecting to educate him to become a great saint is unrealistic. As long as he isn't evil to the core, isn't condemned by the world, Leah will consider herself lucky. Whether he is a villain or a good person, Leah only recognizes one thing. Doflamingo treats her well, takes care of her, and has helped her a lot. Therefore, she will do her best to teach Doflamingo survival skills to help him survive in this cruel world until they meet again. End of chapter. Chapter 176. With nothing, Leah has been in this place for about 3 months, during which she taught Doflamingo many things. Most of it was related to daily life, as Doflamingo really didn't need much teaching when it came to cunning. Leah knows a lot, but mainly teaches little Rosinante and Mr. Don Quixote basic life skills like farming, doing laundry, and cooking. What she teaches Doflamingo are money-making skills. This isn't favoritism. It's just that Rosinante and the others truly cannot handle the rules of the dark world. And additionally, they aren't very clever, making them suitable for fixed, mindless work. Moreover, the celestial dragons of Mariewa seem particularly lazy, only enjoying the fruits of others' labor, and they lack any survival skills. One could say they have almost none. Cooking porridge can damage the pot, and washing clothes can ruin them. It's really frustrating. So Leah teaches them all these things one by one, and fortunately, they are willing to learn. Almost all the treasures they brought from Mariewa have been robbed, leaving only some personal jewelry of Lady Don Quixote. Lady Don Quixote wants to take out her jewelry to help the family, but she faces unanimous opposition from the others in the family. After all, when a person leaves, they still need some dignity. Time lost cannot be reclaimed, and those who have passed will ultimately turn to dust, remaining only in the memories of others. In fact, later Leah thought of many ways, even taking out her small treasury to hire other doctors to treat Lady Don Quixote. But the results were all about the same. There was simply no saving her. This is a fact everyone has accepted, but when that day truly comes, it is still hard not to feel sad. Death is cruel. You cannot refuse it, just as you cannot break the confidence of an average man. Not really. I digress. Lady Don Quixote seems to be quite aware of her own health condition. Is she sad? Of course, she must be sad, having to part forever from her young child and beloved husband. But until the very last moment, she continues to comfort her children, bringing them sunshine and hope. At least, Lady Don Quixote is a kind and gentle mother. From the beginning, Leah had told Doflamingo that she would definitely leave. It was just the timing that was uncertain. Even when Doflamingo faced the huge setback of losing his mother, Leah's answer remained the same when he asked about it. Her departure is inevitable. But as long as they survive living in this world, they will definitely meet again. If the pressure on a person is too great, it is highly likely they will collapse. Besides, Doflamingo is a bit extreme. He needs some hope. Furthermore, he has his brother with him. It's unrealistic to expect him to forgive Mr. Don Quixote, and at least for now, he isn't constantly shouting to return to Mariejoa. Because Doflamingo has come to hate the celestial dragons as well. That's good. Destroying the world isn't easy. And there are many people queuing up to bring trouble to Doflamingo. Leah's thoughts are quite lacking in morals. But it doesn't matter. Surviving is what matters. Only by living can there be a future. I feel like I have nothing in life. Doflamingo said while lying on the grass near the sea, speaking to Leah, who was sitting beside him. Life is originally a process from nothing to something. It is precisely because of having nothing that one must strive to possess. Moreover, even if you don't want to acknowledge Mr. Don Quixote, you still have Rosinante, right? If nothing unexpected happens, Rosinante should be able to accompany you for a long time. Of course, this is Leah's more optimistic view, and she says this to comfort Doflamingo. Even if later Rosinante is not adopted by the warlord, he and Doflamingo are not really on the same path. Right now, he is still young, and Rosinante doesn't have much opinion. When they grow up and their worldviews are formed, who knows if the two brothers will part ways. Moreover, Leah knows that in the future, they will reach such a point. Although Doflamingo secretly let Rosinante go even more than 10 years after the incident, Doflamingo still hasn't agreed to meet Rosinante. He can no longer trust anyone except Leah. However, Leah is quite invested in the Doflamingo and Violet pairing, though Doflamingo will probably never care about this matter. Moreover, Violet and Doflamingo are still enemies. Doflamingo was the one who forced the former king of Dressrosa to abdicate. Although he later conquered those ministers with his achievements, the differences and hatred between them cannot be resolved. In fact, Leah feels that Doflamingo and Violet must have known each other for a long time and might even have some unknown past. It's just that the possibility of these two being together is slim. Doflamingo's bedside cannot accommodate those with too many schemes. Furthermore, there is still the hatred between their families, and national grievances are not involved. Doflamingo's mercy in letting go of the Riku royal family is already quite generous. To put it plainly, it's enough to give Violet face. If it were Leah doing this, she would definitely uproot the Riku royal family, leaving no survivors. There is no bloodless regime change. However, Doflamingo indeed killed all the loyalists to the Riku royal family. The old king, now just a powerless figurehead, is nothing more than a mascot. They can't stir up much trouble. The little people have officially established cooperation with Doflamingo. Even if they wanted to resist, it would be difficult to rally domestic forces. In the face of vested interests, everyone knows what choice to make. It's contradictory. Leah wants the world to be better. Yet she can tolerate the existence of someone like Doflamingo and even has a good relationship with him. The reason for this is quite simple. Class will always exist. Disparities will always exist. Exploiters and oppressors will also always exist. They control social media, control the media, and control the channels through which ordinary people can voice their opinions. They exert mental control over the exploited, making them willingly become targets of capitalist oppression and harvesting, creating a false sense of happiness in society. Instead of letting others stand on the other side of the scale to oppose her, it's better to join forces with Doflamingo to first topple the largest mountain. However, Leah cannot tell Doflamingo any of this at this time. She must wait for fate to bring them together again. Moreover, the little light orb is about to wake up, and she still needs to spend some time figuring out how to have the little light orb send her back. End of chapter. Chapter 177. Living for revenge. Doflamingo and his family have been captured. The reason is simple. Perhaps the residents of the town want to take revenge. They cannot seek revenge on the celestial dragons in Mariejoa, so they set their sights on Doflamingo, who has come here and attempted to integrate into ordinary life. That day, Leah went out because the little light orb had awakened. However, due to the energy within Leah being locked, it was particularly difficult for her to communicate with the light orb. Yet, she couldn't let anyone other than Makabaka see the light orb, so she had to venture deep into the forest alone. After fiddling for a while, she had some success. At least part of her abilities were released. Although it was far from her peak, it was enough for self-defense on this small island. In a good mood, Leah even bought a lot of things, planning to return and celebrate with Doflamingo and the others, as well as to make a formal farewell. But when Leah arrived at Doflamingo's house, holding a pile of food and drinks, it looked like it had been ransacked. Some handmade furniture they had crafted was lying on the ground, and the chickens they had raised not long ago were all dead in the coop. Leah realized something had happened to Doflamingo and his family. Why? Why do these people keep making things difficult for two little kids? They had clearly learned to be self-sufficient. Leah had taught Doflamingo and Rosie a bit of carpentry. The first thing these two kids did after learning was to make a delicate vanity box for her. Although Doflamingo still had nothing nice to say and awkwardly shoved the item into Leah's arms, his face was already flushed, and it seemed particularly difficult for him to say anything nice. Leah dropped the things in her hands and hurried toward the town. Suddenly, she realized an issue. The people who had been bullying Doflamingo and them had actually been dealt with several times by her, the malicious Doflamingo. Logically, they shouldn't have the courage to provoke Doflamingo anymore. And the other ordinary residents should not either, because not everyone has the guts to be a bully. More just self-interested individuals who wouldn't want to stir up trouble for no reason. Unless someone was pushing all of this from behind or offering those people benefits, making them feel invulnerable. After all, the Don Quixote family was once celestial dragons, and this surname signifies their prominent status. Even if they're somewhat down and out now, if one day they restore their celestial dragon status, wouldn't these people be afraid of being held accountable? From another perspective, it means they have been tipped off in advance. They're sure that the Don Quixote family can no longer regain their celestial dragon status. And the one who can do all of this is most likely a celestial dragon. Is there anyone in this world who doesn't want to be a celestial dragon? Only a fool wouldn't want to. Could there really be other celestial dragons who want to renounce this noble status? This is an insult to the ridiculous vanity of those celestial dragons who consider themselves superior and look down on everyone else. This action tears apart their facade of vanity. They are angry, they are furious, and only when such people disappear completely can this shame be washed away. The Don Quixote family is a disgrace to the celestial dragon. How can they, as celestial dragons, lack self-respect and dignity, wanting to lower themselves to coexist equally with those commoners? Such disgrace must be eradicated. Homingu, look at the good things you've done. Seeing Rosie shot in the arm with an arrow and himself bound in a show of strength, Doflamingo couldn't help but vent his pent-up anger on his father. I am so weak. It's like this, I can't protect anything. Doflamingo's sunglasses were also lost. His eyes had been injured while evading pursuit and couldn't tolerate bright light. Now he could only cover his eyes with a rag. But tears still couldn't help but flow. Meanwhile, the voices of the crowd below continued to rise. They are celestial dragons. Now they no longer have the identity of celestial dragons. Even if they kill them, the Navy won't intervene. God bless. Finally there's a chance for revenge. I thought I would have to live the rest of my life crying every night. Smash their bones to pieces with an iron fist. Stick 1,000 needles in them. My wife was burned to death by the celestial dragons. You never cared, did you? Just to hand over heavenly gold to you. The entire country was destroyed due to famine. That person was agitated and continued to shout angrily. Have you ever tasted the feeling of hunger? When those people died, they were all skin and bones. My two children, only 5 years old and 2 years old, just because they ran past a celestial dragon, they were shot 16 times. Died on the spot, treating humans like ants. Do you know what pain is? What sorrow is? What hardship is? He wiped the tears from his face and sorrowfully questioned. Speak. Celestial dragons. Didn't you say you're equivalent to gods? Didn't you say you're different from mortals? Such an extent of injury. Surely they won't die, right? Saying this, he drew back his bow and shot another arrow at Doflamingo. Rosie, brother. Homingu urgently called out to the people below. As long as you let my children go, you can do anything to me. I beg you, let my children go. Doflamingo is still just a child, and he cries out in pain. Due to the violent twisting, the tattered cloth he used to blindfold himself fell off. Many people were holding torches, wanting to burn their family alive. The flickering flames stung his eyes painfully, but he forced himself to endure the bitterness and keep his eyes open to remember these people. However, soon sweat was dripping from his forehead, and he gritted his teeth tightly, veins bulging. Then he laughed wildly, looking down at those people with a gaze filled with hatred. He saw the hatred, anger, and sorrow in the eyes of those below, witnessing countless emotions, but he felt no pity in his heart. No matter what you have experienced, regardless of whether these matters are related to our family, I, Don Quixote Doflamingo, take full responsibility. If I can survive today, everything I suffer today, I will surely repay you tenfold, 100-fold. You, wait for me. From today on, I live only for revenge. Not just to take revenge on you, but to take revenge on this world. End of this chapter, chapter 178. Farewell, it must be very painful. When Leah arrived, Everyone had collapsed, feeling the residual waves in the air. It should have been the activation of Conqueror's Haki, but this was a very basic form of it. However, it was still difficult for ordinary people to withstand. Doflamingo and Rosie, along with their father, Homing, were all hung on high walls. A pile of firewood was set up beneath them, and those people were still holding torches. But now the torches had fallen to the ground and started to catch fire. Doflamingo's eyes were bloodshot, tears continuously streaming from the corners of his eyes, seemingly unable to be wiped away. But he smiled at the corners of his mouth. Whenever he wanted to stop smiling, he forced himself to keep a smile. He seemed to be in a state of madness. Leah hurriedly kicked away the firewood, sending the burning wood towards the residents lying on the ground. They wouldn't die. After feeling the heat, they would naturally wake up. However, doing such a thing would still require punishment. Leah held the two children in her arms and left this place of chaos with Homing. All of this was watched by 4 villains hiding in a corner. Doflamingo and the others could never return to their previous home. Once those people woke up, they would undoubtedly seek trouble with them again. But Doflamingo insisted on going back because there was the only remaining photo of their mother there, which had to be retrieved. Leah wasn't worried. Ordinary people posed no threat to her now. One by one, she could take them down. Killing was sometimes no different from chopping vegetables. Leah took them back there. Rosie looked at the furniture he and his brother had painstakingly made on the ground, feeling a bit down. But then he stood up again and went to find a medical kit at home. Both he and his brother were injured, and they could take this opportunity to tend to their wounds. Rosie was truly an angel. Even now, he had no thoughts of taking revenge on those people. Leah initially wanted to help treat their wounds, but was refused by Doflamingo. He instructed Rosie to pull the arrow out of his arm. Rosie's hands trembled a bit, but after receiving his brother's gaze, his expression became more resolute. Leah felt a bit at a loss. Doflamingo saw her expression and immediately understood what she was thinking. He explained, "It's not that I blame you for not saving us in time." "Then what is it?" Leah hurriedly asked. "Because we can't always rely on you. Didn't you say you would leave one day?" Doflamingo covered one eye, his tone somewhat gloomy. "From now on, Rosie and I need to rely on each other." At this point, Rosie pulled the arrow out of Doflamingo's arm, and Doflamingo couldn't help but cry out in pain. Little Rosie panicked again and hurriedly said, "Brother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "Fool, don't apologize. It's not your fault. If you leave me in the future, what will you do? You're such an idiot." Doflamingo covered his wound, softly scolding Rosie. "I am sorry. I already said not to apologize." Homing also wanted to come over to help, but when he got close, Doflamingo looked at him with hatred, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Leah didn't have the heart to comfort him. She was more worried that after she left, Doflamingo would knife his own father. "Rosie, stop the bleeding like I taught you." Doflamingo instructed Rosie. Long before Leah mentioned she wanted to leave, Doflamingo had begun to teach himself medicine. There was no other reason. They were really prone to injury. Knowing a bit of medicine was a certain guarantee for their lives. He also started to teach Rosie. After all, he only acknowledged Rosie as his blood relative. He was so useless. If he left him, he didn't know how he would survive. By learning more skills, as the older brother could feel a bit more at ease. After simply treating their wounds, Leah led them deeper into the dense forest. Although there were threats from wild beasts here, humans were still more terrifying. Leah had regained some of her strength, so she specifically cleared an area, killing all the surrounding beasts and piling them together. Animals, especially wild beasts, have a strong territorial awareness and are particularly sensitive to smells. By killing the large beasts in this area, their scent wouldn't immediately dissipate, and for a period of time, this area would be temporarily safe. Leah was just about to turn and give Doflamingo some instructions, but before she could say anything, Doflamingo was leaning against a large tree, sweat still on his forehead, enduring the pain from the arrow wound. "I know I should skin those animals and wear their hides so that I won't be attacked by other, relatively weaker animals. You taught me that, I remember." Doflamingo's voice was weak, but he still smiled at Leah. "You don't have to worry about me. I will live well, and I will become very strong. When we meet again, I will definitely be super strong. Strong enough to protect you from behind." However, he didn't say this last sentence out loud. "You want to say goodbye to us, right?" "I know." Doflamingo continued, "I won't stop you. You must have things you need to do. I won't use my current situation to gain your sympathy. If you want to leave, you should go now without guilt." Rosie looked at Leah with a reluctant expression, but he still said, "Sister Leah, what my brother said is right. When it's time for you to leave." Leah felt a bit touched. She and Doflamingo were really similar in some ways. Thinking of this, Leah walked in front of Doflamingo, squatted down, and said to him, "I won't say goodbye to you, because we will definitely meet again, but when you see me then, You definitely won't remember me. She touched his head and said, as a repayment for teaching you so much, next time we meet, please be a bit more patient with me, Dover. Dover's mind raced with thoughts. He wanted to ask something, but looking into Leah's gentle eyes, he simply nodded. Leah then leaned closer to Dover and whispered in his ear, no matter how much you hate your father, promise me to hold your ground, okay? This time, Dover didn't nod. He turned his head away, neither agreeing nor refusing. Leah felt a bit helpless, but didn't force him to agree. Then Leah looked at Rossi and said, Rossi too, when you see me next time, don't be surprised by anything you see, just treat it as if it's our first meeting. She pointed to the sky and said, that's the rule. End of this chapter, chapter 179, Chaotic Time and Space. Damn! Leah fell from the sky in anger. Then her waist slammed violently against a branch of a giant tree. Leah's face twisted in pain. But she had to keep her mind clear. If she fell any further, she would die upon hitting the ground. She concentrated all her strength and tried to spread her wings. Even so, she was still falling through the branches and leaves of the giant tree. After opening her wings, her body was continuously scratched. The buffering effect didn't help much, but at least she was still alive. She shielded her body with her wings and finally crashed heavily to the ground. Her waist hurt a lot, and she could barely move. She couldn't even retract her wings, but her pupils had barely returned to normal. Lying there slowly, she lay from dark until dawn. What Leah didn't know was that a one-sided massacre was taking place on this island, and her position was right in the center of the island. Those with strong observation haki might have already noticed her. It was all the fault of the little light orb, but it seemed she couldn't blame it entirely. This little guy had devoured the world consciousness of her original timeline. Speaking of which, every world consciousness has a kind of innate ability, specifically targeting the innate abilities of other world consciousnesses upon its birth. The little light orb's innate ability is devouring, which is considered an extremely powerful innate ability. This is on par with Leah's ability level. If her original form were still intact, she could instantly make everything wither and erase the source of life. Unfortunately, in this world, she could never unleash her full power, because not only was the world consciousness targeting her, but the world rules were also restricting her. Leah felt this was the basic structure of the world. Each world has different levels. Some have advanced civilizations, while others have divine beings, and some are ordinary technological civilizations. If the people from a highly developed world entered a lower-level world, one person's power could potentially explode the world. So there are reasons for such restrictions. And the current problem is that the little light orb devoured the original world consciousness and gained control over the time tunnel. However, because it was born not long ago, it couldn't fully control the time tunnel. It could take Leah back to the future, but how many years ahead was completely unknown. This time, when the little light orb brought her here, it was in the high sky, and there was no time to react. Later, Makabaka arrived late, biting the little light orb. These two had completely different landing points, but at least they were on the same island. Looking at Leah, who was leaning against a big tree and unable to stand, Makabaka rolled its eyes at her in disdain and turned away. Damn! Leah couldn't help but curse again, then gave Makabaka's big but a middle finger. At that moment, hurried, breathing sounds came from the distant bushes, as if someone was fleeing in the woods. Leah was still a bit reluctant to move because she could sense that the person in the woods was clumsy. She didn't need to stand up to deal with him. During this time of rest, the little light orb crawled in her clothing pocket, and with its influence, Leah could feel her strength recovering a bit. Then shadows spread out from beneath her feet. Those shadows rushed out, charging towards that person. They ultimately dragged a middle-aged man dressed in prison clothes, looking oddly shaped, out of the thicket. Upon seeing this person, Leah couldn't help but frown. Firstly, he was too ugly. Secondly, wasn't that prison uniform from Impel Down? Where exactly was this? As this small island clearly wasn't a surrounding island of Impel Down, how did these criminals escape here? This prisoner was still constantly looking back into the jungle, his expression one of sheer terror, yet it seemed he was not too concerned about being wrapped by her shadows. So, how terrifying were the pursuers? Oh no, it felt like she had gotten herself into trouble. Just as she was thinking of quietly letting the person go, a particularly tall man walked out from the bushes. Leah's mind raced, and she quietly pulled back the shadows. Makabaka, being considerate, bit down on the prisoner's leg at Leah's silent signal. With the prisoner's scream, blood oozed from his skin. Then, with a forceful tug, Makabaka knocked the prisoner unconscious. Yaikawa, Ainai, accompanied by this strange catchphrase, a leisurely footstep approached. That catchphrase sounded so familiar, almost annoying. Well, how could this lady be here? A man wearing orange fly sunglasses, a white knitted hat, and a yellow leather jacket squatted down in front of Leah. Leah pretended to be weak and propped herself up, saying, "I don't know, sir. I've forgotten many things. I only remember that my little dog Pochi and I fell from the sky." As she spoke, Leah deliberately waved at Makabaka. "Come here, Pochi." The man scrutinized Leah, smiling without speaking. In fact, he had seen this lady from a distance. Not for any other reason, but simply because the visual was too beautiful. Leah was sitting against a towering tree, with faint scratches on her face for being lightly scratched by branches, her complexion slightly pale, and her wings wrapped around her body. The morning sunlight hit her face, and one could still see the particles floating around her. Her long silver hair spread out, cascading down to the ground. She looked up at the sky, her eyelashes slightly quivering, and her purple pupils trembling, resembling a fragile doll. As a naval officer, he had seen many beauties and had countless girlfriends, unable to remember their faces, but strangely, upon seeing this woman in front of him, he remembered her at first glance. Perhaps it was because those other women covered themselves with thick makeup, using various cosmetic techniques to make themselves look increasingly similar, with no discernible uniqueness. Of course, there was also the reason that he only viewed those women as tools to satisfy his physical needs. After all, it was mutual consent, a transaction of money for goods. Makabaka felt helpless, wondering what this woman was doing to drive him crazy again. However, due to the presence of strangers, Makabaka hurried over to Leah and comfortably rubbed against her hand. "Yea, miss, I am Polyasolino." The man suddenly introduced himself. Leah's jaw nearly dropped in surprise, and she couldn't help but ask again, "What did you say your name was?" "Polyasolino, oh, Mississippi." End of this chapter. Chapter 180. Young Polyasolino, it seemed that the miss recognized me. Polyasolino supported his hand and looked at Leah with great interest. This scene felt familiar, and Leah, in a daze, seemed to think she had returned to the time when she first arrived in this world. But could this really be Kizaru? Looking this handsome. If he could remain this good-looking in the future, Leah thought about possibly falling for someone else. But there were no ifs. Speaking of which, Kizaru would later become a Marine Admiral. He trained every day and should age slower than others. Plus, he would be responsible for the science division in the future. Couldn't he use some high-tech to enhance his looks? If he continued to look like this, he would surely attract many young girls. Why would he want to look like a dried orange peel? In this current state, with full muscles and a strong masculine aura, there was also a carefree gentleman vibe. Family, who understands? Seeing the contrast between old Polyasolino and his young self truly felt like a heartbreak. Just felt like this name sounded familiar. As long as I can spout nonsense, it's fine since my current persona is in a state of amnesia. The way the miss said it was really heartwarming if it weren't for the timing. I truly want to go on a date with her. Kizaru revealed his signature smile, which was really hard to look at. Leah automatically ignored the earlier flattery and focused on the main point of Polyasolino's words. "So, is there something dangerous happening on this island if I stay here?" Leah asked eagerly. She adjusted her gaze to make herself look weak and helpless. With watery eyes looking at Polyasolino, she seemed very scared. "Well, this is still the military training camp's hunting ground. My teacher said that to remain in the Marine headquarters, I need to behead a sufficient number of impelled down prisoners," Polyasolino said with a smile. He knew this person was not simple, but no matter what her purpose was, it wouldn't interfere with him. "Leah, I understand, but I have to pretend not to." Naturally, she made a face of confusion and continued to look at Kizaru. "By the way, the wings behind the mist look a lot like the legendary Lunelia tribe that has disappeared. I don't know. What is the Lunelia tribe?" "The celestial dragons, who are said to be descendants of gods, live in Mariewa, while the Lunelia tribe are the indigenous people of the holy land of the Red Earth." Kizaru patiently explained to Leah. "I don't know any of this continuing to play dumb. Not knowing is just not knowing. If worst comes to worst, she could just run away later." Kizaru thought to himself. Every time he met someone, it was either a test or a test in progress. "By the way, miss, it looks like you're quite injured. Do you need me to take you out?" Polyasolino continued squatting down, curiously poking Leah's wings. It was a bit itchy, and Leah instinctively wanted to flap her wings to send this person flying, but she held back. "Is that really okay?" "But Mr. Polyasolino still has to participate in the assessment, right?" Leah asked gratefully. "Of course, as for the assessment, I have a workaholic teammate. Even if he does the task alone, we won T lose." Kizaru paused and continued. "He really likes to kill pirates, so I'm giving him an opportunity. Just say you want to slack off. I can guess that the teammate you're talking about is the grumpy Akainu. I'll carry you." Miss saying this, Polyasolino picked Leah up. She found it hard to refuse, and to avoid raising his suspicions, she decided to go along with it. If the island was conducting marine assessments, then she wouldn't be safe anywhere. It would be better to team up with Kizaru. Moreover, her waist was genuinely injured, and she couldn't move much right now. It was expected to take a few more days to recover. She couldn't recklessly call Little Light to take her away from here. With an injury, if Little Light took her to the wrong timeline, that would be the end. And if she appeared in the mouth of a sea king next time, wouldn't that'd be disastrous. While lying on Kizaru's back, Leah felt quite at ease. She merely had an extra bodyguard. In case of any emergencies, she could just call Little Light to help her escape. Makabaka followed behind Kizaru, tongue hanging out and panting heavily. There was no way around it. The corgi had no legs, and it wasn't convenient for it to grow larger right now. "I'm exhausted, you old dog." Halfway through, Kizaru suddenly stopped. He casually said, "Miss, I just remembered that during the assessment period, I can't leave this island. Otherwise, I'll automatically be disqualified." How cunning. Would this old fox forget something so important? It's impossible. So, this is clearly a test to see if I'm afraid of meeting other Marines. To indirectly confirm whether I am an enemy of the Marines. Or perhaps he considers me his assessment subject. Noticing Leah's silence, Kizaru continued, "How about you stay by my side, and when the assessment is over, I'll take you out. I have no objections. Anyway, I can't move right now." Leah said speechlessly, "Then I'll choose a mount for you, because if we encounter impelled down criminals, I still need to free my hands to deal with them." "Leah, thank you, Mr. Polisalino, I appreciate it." "No need to thank me. Serving a beautiful miss is my honor." The 30-something Polisalino was quite the smooth talker. Thinking of this, Leah decided to ask directly, "Mr. Polisalino, are you a playboy?" "Well, not really, since there are no real feelings involved. And my identity is that of a Marine. I might die on the battlefield one day. So I focus more on the present feelings. If I'm lucky, and I can land a high-paying job with less work in the future, then I'll be qualified to make promises to others." Kizaru seemed to have opened up, half-truthfully sharing some of his feelings. "That makes sense," Leah said. At this time, Kizaru set Leah down and went into the forest to catch a giant deer for her. The deer was very stubborn, but Kizaru managed to subdue it. Then, Kizaru placed Leah on the giant deer. Leah thought about her persona and pretended to be a bit scared, tentatively reaching out to hold onto the deer's antlers. Her eyes glistened with tears as she gazed at the clear lake in front of her, as if she wanted to see her current appearance clearly. Kizaru stood not far away, while Makabaka squatted beside him. A gentle breeze lifted her silver hair as she looked up at him. The pale purple pupils reflected the entire lake, crystal clear. The girl rode on a giant deer, its black wings fluttering slightly, testing their extension. The reflection on the lake overlapped with the girl's figure. Birds chirped and insects buzzed around her, and she completely blended into the surrounding environment. In a daze, Polisalino thought she was not human, but a guardian spirit born from this forest. It turned out that love at first sight truly was a matter of attraction. Just then, a scream echoed from afar, growing closer to Leah and Kizaru's ears. End of this chapter, Chapter 181. Hunting game miss, do you need to hide first? Kizaru asked intentionally. Leah thought for a moment and said, "I'll hide. I feel like staying here will cause you trouble, and I don't really want to see anyone else besides you." Polisalino glanced at Leah and then chuckled, nodding. It seemed she still had some reservations. Kizaru thought to himself. The giant deer's eyelids had swollen up, and Leah pointed towards the other side of the jungle, and it immediately ran that way. Meanwhile, Makabaka, too lazy to keep walking, jumped into Leah's arms. Leah then sat on the giant deer, watching this one-sided crushing. There was also vicious competition among the Navy, as a small group of people had actually joined forces with those prisoners, planning to take out the monster duo that posed the greatest threat to them first. Coincidentally, those two had split up. This was truly a great opportunity for them. However, it seemed they had forgotten one thing. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is futile. This assessment did not allow members of the Navy to kill each other. But if someone really died, who would know who killed them? They had intended to target Kizaru, but was this not also targeting themselves? Kizaru, who could become a Marine Admiral in the future, would definitely not be a soft-hearted guy. So even when killing those people, he didn't use his usual techniques. He even directly picked up the weapons of the fallen prisoners and stabbed those Marines through. But he didn't care that Leah was watching all of this. Polisalino was really a hard person to read. It turned out that those who play politics have dirty hearts. Leah lay on the giant deer, feeling that she had nothing to disguise, as this man was not easily deceived. Smart people don't need to use these little tricks. It must seem very funny to the other party. Leah rested her head on the deer's antlers, feeling somewhat bored. This scene did not scare her. as her methods of killing were even more brutal. Her shadow could devour people. She tried to clench her fist and suddenly felt something unusual. Looking at her hand, she saw the ring on her ring finger, thought of someone, and her heart suddenly felt hot. She missed him a bit. She had disappeared for so long. He must have gone crazy with worry. And Ace and the others too. They probably thought she was dead. It was all because things happened too suddenly. She didn't have time to explain anything before being swept away by the time-space turbulence to decades ago, and she was not prepared at all. So I don't even know when I can go back. The little light group can take him back to the future, but who knows which future it will return to. Now she had even seen a young Polysolino. Who knows if she would next see a young Big Mom. To be honest, Leah really wanted to see her. Big Mom's height of over 8 meters should have been quite attractive when she was young. She's a strong woman with great power. No wonder she could have so many children. One must admit the charm of the strong. Not long after, Kizaru walked over to her. His hands still stained with some fresh blood, dripping onto the ground as he walked. It seemed he didn't care much, and there was no killing intent in his eyes, as if killing was just a casual matter. A smiling tiger is the most terrifying. After interacting with so many people, Leah deeply felt this, like with Kizaru, who truly had a way with shadows. That's why Leah sent him to deal with Blackbeard, using magic to defeat magic. Kizaru shook his hand, seeming to realize something, and squatted down to wash his hands clean in the crystal-clear mirror lake. After doing all this, he finally walked up to Leah. Then he pulled out a long ribbon from his pocket, seemingly a memento from a beautiful lady. He tied the ribbon around the giant deer's neck and then led the deer forward. I'll take you to find a place to rest, and then we can look for something to eat, Kizaru said. Leah was a bit confused and asked, Isn't this place good? Kizaru pointed to the distance and said, This place isn't very clean. Someone will come to check here soon and disturb us. All right. Leah nodded, then seemed to think of something and asked, Mr. Solino, do you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid I might take action against you secretly? Kizaru chuckled lightly, then walked over and took Leah's left hand, placing a kiss on the back of her hand, saying, Being deceived by you is my honor. You really are smooth-tongued. You must have said this to many young girls. Leah pulled her hand out of his rough hand with some disdain. Not all. One of my colleagues, Akainu, says I speak very clumsily and easily offend others. Kizaru continued. Akainu, there's offense, but clumsiness is not necessarily true. And don't bring me out to take the blame for everything. Leah, the subway old man, is looking at his phone. This guy really talks nonsense. Not a word of truth. That dull Akainu truly doesn't know how to speak, right? By the way, are you going to stay here for a few days? Clearly, the others are no match for you, right? Leah chatted with Kizaru as they walked. The truly powerful characters have not yet been encountered. This time, several strong figures were released from Impel Down, and only by taking their heads could one be considered a true victor. What about those weaker Marines? They were clearly just there to be cannon fodder. If there were enemies, even Kizaru had to be wary of on this island. Those Marines were just there to deliver food. So what is the point of the assessment? So people at different levels have different tasks. Their task is to survive the pursuit of those people. And those who live through it are considered to have passed the assessment. A bit cruel, huh? Not really. These people are soldiers who have violated military law and are to be dismissed. They are here to participate in this assessment to stay in the Navy. And several colleagues at my level are here to participate in the assessment to increase their survival chances. Our task is to hunt the boss. I just don't know why those people are so foolish, so easily trusting those pirates and joining forces against me. So, this is a hunting game, right? Who says it isn't? I can't really understand Zifa's thoughts anymore. Hasn't he always cared the most for those new recruits? What Kizaru did not know was that these people's mistakes coincidentally stepped on Zifa's bottom line, which was colluding with pirates. End of this chapter. Chapter 182. I am a married woman. I don't want to cheat. Leah and Kizaru had been on this island for several days, growing more familiar with each other. During this time, Kizaru had taken care of quite a few people, but he wasn't in a hurry. With Akainu around, the goals would definitely be achieved. He really loved having such a reliable teammate. On this night, the little light had confirmed the coordinates, and Leah was about to head to the next future. Her injuries were almost healed, but to be honest, she had to thank Kizaru for his care over the past few days. There was one slightly awkward thing that Leah realized. There was never any goodwill without reason. Leah noticed that Kizaru, at this age, seemed to have developed feelings for her, as his gaze always had a certain intensity and ambiguity. The two of them sat face to face by a campfire, not afraid of attracting others. To avoid raising Kizaru's suspicions, Leah had kept her wings retracted. Now, they were sitting there having dinner together. Over the past few days, she had encountered the busy Akainu, but Kizaru had helped her avoid him. So she hadn't met Akainu at all. This was a good thing. At least in the future, when Akainu saw her, he wouldn't suspect her. However, when Kizaru saw her in the future, it would. No wonder when she encountered him later, he would behave strangely. My injuries have healed, and after today, I might have to say goodbye to you, Leah said, casually adding a few logs to the fire. So sudden, Kizaru replied, flipping the bear meat roasting on the rack. Didn't you already guess it? Leah continued her actions, saying, Miss, I haven't asked you anything about your matters. Leah understood that Kizaru meant not to speak too openly, as it would make things less interesting. Got it, Leah replied. Her gaze focused on the roasted meat over the fire. Is it almost done? But Celino, your grilling skills are really good. Leah said again. It should be ready soon. Celino paused and talked about his past. When I was a child, I mistakenly ate a devil fruit and was treated as a monster by the people in my village. My parents abandoned me, and during that time of being abandoned, I survived by hunting. I guess my grilling skills were honed during that time. Kizaru spoke in a calm tone, as if it were not a big deal. So why did you join the Navy? Leah had always been curious about this question. Because I met my foster mother at that time. I guess you could say she was a nun who adopted me. After spending some time with her, I seemed to treat her as my biological mother. Later, she sold me to CP0 for a high price and told me that she sent me there to learn the ability to protect others, and that when I became a general or a high-ranking officer, she would come to pick me up. I believed her wholeheartedly and worked hard during training at the Navy secret base, only to find out later that it was a complete scam. The unspoken thought in Kizaru's heart was, it turned out she never loved me. She only saw me as a tool for making money. Kizaru split a large piece of bear meat in half, sprinkled on some spices, and handed Leah her portion. Leah felt a bit guilty, as if she had brought up someone's sad memories. Kizaru leaned back against a large tree behind him. It's ridiculous, isn't it? I used to study hard every day as a child and didn't hurt anyone. Yet because of this, Kizaru looked at the golden light in his palm and continued, everyone abandoned me, including the nun who adopted me. Because of this, and in the end, she sold me to CP0. Everyone wants to have this unique power, and it did give me my current status, but it seems I have nothing around me. Why suddenly talking about your feelings, Borsellino? You really make me anxious. I feel more at ease when you're ambiguous and unclear. Everything will be there. A person's life always has to look forward. Leah comforted him dryly. To be honest, she understood the helplessness of life, the pain of these life experiences. Simple words felt pale, as she thought that her words couldn't change anything. She wasn't good at comforting others. Well there? Kizaru suddenly leaned closer to Leah and asked seriously. Leah nodded earnestly and said, there will be. Kizaru smiled lightly, leaning closer to Leah's neck, his breath tickling her neck. Will this also be there? Kizaru lowered his voice and asked deliberately. Leah's back straightened, her fists clenched, as if she was about to punch him in the face at any moment. But she held back, remembering the kindness he had shown her over the past few days. In the end, she chose to tolerate him a bit longer. Leah raised her right hand, extending it in front of Kizaru, saying, can't you see? I have a fiancé. I know. With Kizaru's insight, how could he not see the glaring ring? But that doesn't mean it's not possible. I don't have any strong moral principles. Kizaru continued. It can't be helped. I love him, and he loves me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be wearing this ring. Leah pushed Kizaru away, saying seriously, I am a married woman, and I don't want to cheat. Leah emphasized again. The flames danced wildly, reflecting in Leah's eyes, her purple pupils filled with determination. Thinking of this, Kizaru moved a bit farther away, as a sign of respect for Leah. He asked, if you had met me first, would I have had a chance? Maybe, but there are no ifs. I understand. If we were to meet again, I would wait for you to divorce. We might not meet again, because there's a long river of time between us. Leah left the place under the cover of night, thinking that Kizaru hadn't woken up, but in reality, he hadn't slept all night. Indeed, he couldn't possess anything. End of this chapter, Chapter 183, Little Shanks Dam. Leah's wail echoed from afar. Why is it falling from such a height again? Why is it always like this? The little light is so unreliable. Next time I believe her again, I'm just a fool. Fortunately, this time I can control my wings normally. And then she flapped her wings and leaped just before landing on the clouds. When she flew high enough, Leah finally stopped in midair and looked into the distance. She discovered that the people here could walk on clouds. Could it be that this is a sky island? Then Leah remembered that just as she was about to fall onto the clouds, there seemed to be a child trying to catch her. Once she realized this, Leah turned around and saw a red-haired boy standing there, frowning at her. Leah felt he looked somewhat familiar, and with that head of red hair, she thought of Shanks. So, with curiosity, Leah flew toward the boy. His lips moved slightly, as if he was frowning and complaining about something. Leah instinctively used her observation hockey and heard him say, "I thought it was some big bird falling down. I was about to catch it to add some afternoon tea on the ship. I didn't expect it to be a person." Leah, eat. Eat, that's all you think about. Leah was already in a bad mood, and hearing him say that made her intentionally crash into him. When she was on top of the boy, Leah instinctively wanted to punch him in the face. After the boy struggled in vain. He didn't use his hands to block his face, but instead protected the straw hat he was wearing with both hands. Hot. Leah then saw the familiar intelligence-dulling straw hat. She was stunned. Then Leah lowered her gaze and carefully stared at the boy's face. The boy had his eyes closed, and his long eyelashes fluttered down. He seemed a bit nervous, and his eyelashes trembled slightly. His hands had thin calluses, and his fists were tightly clenched, seemingly ready to fight back at any moment. Leah looked at his face. Yes, the familiar features. Wasn't he this Shanks? So young. His face was so chubby, and his lips were soft. He really looked kissable. Leah maintained a calm expression, but inside, she was screaming. He was really so young. He was nothing like that smelly old man from later, who was all stiff and had stubble on his face. Every time she kissed him, it felt like her face was being pricked and hurt. No, she really wanted to kiss him, but how old was Shanks right now? Her conscience felt a bit guilty. Shanks opened his eyes because he noticed that the person's fist had not come down for a long time, but the way she looked at him fell off, like she wanted to eat him. He frowned and reached out his hand, wanting to push the woman off him. "Mister." Rayleigh said that men and women should keep their distance. Otherwise, it would be easy to have a child. But before he could touch her, she leaned in closer. What did he just touch? So soft. Then Shank's pupils slightly widened because this woman actually violated him. But it really felt so soft, it was completely different from the feeling of a boy like Buggy. A woman's body seemed to be all soft. Even her lips were soft. No, what was he thinking? Then he seemed to remember the jokes the people on the ship made, and his mind began to run wild, turning his face bright red. He hurriedly pushed Leah away and crawled out from under her. After running far enough away from Leah, he stopped to lean on his knees and breathe heavily. Waves of heat rolled over his face, making his heart feel warm. He usually didn't care about these things. Why today? Moreover, he was kissed by a woman. How embarrassing. He absolutely couldn't let Buggy and the others on the ship know about this, or else they would definitely laugh at him. Then the boy's competitive spirit ignited, and he was about to turn back to Leah to regain some face. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his back, and then two soft things pressed against him. When he realized what it was, he felt the spot where they touched ignite again. His face turned even redder, and now it wasn't just his face. The redness spread to the tips of his ears and his neck. In short, he felt like he was going to burn up. What was going on today? What kind of person had he encountered? He was still young, and his goddess was the famous singer Miss Adele. How could he lose his first kiss to another woman at this moment? He felt like crying just thinking about it, made his shoulders tremble a bit, and tears welled up in his eyes, but they just sat there, not falling down. Realizing something was off, Leah jumped down from his back. When she went around to the front and saw him, while he was actually crying for being kissed, what should she do now? Should she comfort little Shanks? Of course not. She was going to continue kissing him. Who told him to pretend to cry to seduce her? What wrong had she done? She just made the mistake that all women make. So, Leah wrapped her arms around Shank's neck again, hanging onto him. Then Leah kissed the corner of Shank's eye, trailing kisses down to the corner of his mouth, almost pressing against his lips. But just then, a small boy with a red nose ran over, shouting, "Shanks, what are you doing here?" "Mister," Rayleigh said to find the historical text. Hearing this voice, Leah felt a bit regretful. She felt like she hadn't kissed enough. With that in mind, Leah jumped down and bit down hard on the shoulder that was exposed on Shanks. Shanks was completely blank, unable to react, his hands shaking from nervousness. When he was bitten, a tingling sensation spread from that spot throughout his body. He felt like he could barely stand now. No, he absolutely couldn't lose face in front of Buggy. With a rather peculiar thought process, Shanks hurriedly pulled Leah, who was trying to leave his embrace, back into his arms, then covered her mouth with one hand, signaling her not to say anything. But because he was too anxious, the sudden collision made Leah a bit unsteady as well. The two of them fell onto the clouds, and this scene happened to be seen by Buggy, who had arrived. He exclaimed, "Shanks, no. This will make you have a child." End of this chapter, chapter 184. Lucky Shanks really couldn't help but cover his face. He felt quite helpless toward this childhood friend who grew up with him, but was indeed not very bright. Although he had just thought about having a child too. Mizuki raised an eyebrow, looking at the little Shanks lying on him, intentionally asking, "Do you want to take it a step further?" "No. That's not right. I'm sorry. What am I even saying?" Little Shanks hurriedly climbed up from Leah, feeling like he didn't know where to put his hands, hanging in the air, flailing randomly. On one side, Buggy looked at Shanks with suspicion. It was the first time he had seen this red-haired bastard in such a way. What exactly was that bastard Shanks doing? Could it be that he was secretly hiding a treasure map from him? Thinking of this, Buggy rushed over and grabbed Shanks by the collar, angrily questioning. Hand it over quickly. Where is it hidden? Shanks pushed Buggy away and asked in disbelief, I haven't hidden anything. What are you thinking, Buggy? Buggy let his hands drop in boredom and sighed. Then, after realizing something, Buggy widened his eyes and pointed at Leah, shouting, Who is she? Shanks. Shanks hurriedly covered Buggy's mouth, glaring at him with dissatisfaction. What are you shouting about? This is Sky Island. Isn't it normal for a woman with wings to appear? Not normal at all. Have you ever seen such a beautiful woman? She's clearly an angel. Buggy's focus was always peculiar, and it was this statement that shifted his attention to Leah's face. Such a delicate face, indeed, looked very much like an angel. Shanks' face turned red again. What was he even saying? He was really a bit off today. Leah found Buggy amusing and wanted to tease him a bit, saying, I really am an angel. God told me that the person I've been looking for is here, so that's why I came. I guess it right. But who are you looking for? I can go back and ask our captain to help you find him. He knows a lot of people and can definitely help you. Buggy said with a serious expression, as if deep in thought. This time Leah was puzzled. Was Buggy really that kind when he was a child? But then she thought about it and realized that they grew up on Roger's ship, so Rayleigh would naturally protect them well. At this moment, Leah turned her gaze to Shanks, saying nothing, just smiling at him. Shanks avoided Leah's gaze, feeling a bit shy to meet her eyes. TSK. Clearly he hadn't done anything wrong, so why did he feel so guilty? Thinking of this, Shanks lifted his head to look at Leah, but within 3 seconds, he turned his head away, looking cowardly. Watching the interaction between the two, Buggy seemed to have realized something. No way, no way. Could it be that the person you're looking for is Shanks? Buggy held his face in shock. Then, Buggy grabbed Shanks again, angrily saying, What special thing do you have? Why are you the only one being sought after and not me? Buggy then released Shanks and looked at Leah, asking, Are you here to deliver treasure to Shanks? Leah thought for a moment and said, Yes. Really? Buggy exclaimed. Then Buggy knocked on his own head, saying, Why is Shanks so quiet today? It's like he's letting me take control. Is he planning something bad to trouble me again? At this time, Shanks slowly calmed himself down. He heard Buggy's words and helplessly said, Buggy, you just blurted out your inner thoughts again. Buggy hurriedly covered his mouth, although it didn't help much. Then little Shanks coldly looked at Leah and asked, What is your purpose in approaching me? Now Shanks suspected whether Leah was a spy sent by a rival pirate crew or the Navy to gather intelligence on their crew, no matter how he looked at it. This person was very suspicious. The beauty trap or something was really too cunning. As Mr. Rayleigh said, the prettier the woman, the less you can trust her. What purpose could I have? I'm just. Leah deliberately trailed off. But what? Shanks frowned and asked. But I just think you're cute and want to see what it feels like to kiss you. Leah was no longer the Leah from before. Saying these suggestive lines was like second nature to her now. Shanks' face turned bright red, and he felt like he was about to start steaming. Buggy tilted his head, innocently saying, Why does Shanks like to fight with me all day? After fighting, he sweats so much and doesn't take a shower. What exactly is so attractive about him? Buggy, when did I not take a shower? The exposed Shanks finally couldn't stand this guy anymore. He rushed over, jumped on Buggy, and started punching him in the face. Buggy really couldn't beat Shanks, but the two ended up just exchanging punches with each other, lacking any technical skill. Leah, feeling helpless, stood up and pulled each of them apart, then asked, Your captain is Roger, right? Shanks waved his arms, saying, That's right, our captain is Roger, the greatest Captain Roger in the world. Buggy covered his red nose and asked, Are you looking for our captain for something? Leah released both Buggy and Shanks, stretched her joints a bit, and said, It's about him. But it's a personal matter. The two exclaimed in shock simultaneously. Then Buggy and Shanks took Leah to where the Golden Jackson was docked. They saw a middle-aged, scruffy man dressed in traditional medieval pirate attire being chased around by a familiar corgi, while in his hand, he was holding a small orb of light. Damn, this guy can actually see it. Leah widened her eyes in surprise, but then she felt relieved. After all, this guy was the former pirate king, so it was not surprising that he could see it. What was the captain doing? Buggy stood there, confused. Isn't he always doing nonsensical things, and then getting beaten up by Mr. Rayleigh? I'm used to it, Shanks said helplessly. Leah felt the same way, secretly complaining in her heart. You're no different. All day long, Beckman just follows behind you to clean up the mess. You really deserve to be beaten. Shanks, Having you is my blessing, Beckman. Do you want this blessing? In a chapter 185, when Roger ran in front of Leah and the others, curiously staring at Leah, Makabaka jumped up and bit his butt. Ouch! Roger couldn't help but exclaim in pain. Before Roger could remove Makabaka from his butt, Makabaka let go on its own. After jumping down, Makabaka slowly moved its short legs to sit beside Leah. Then it rolled its eyes, raised its paw, and pointed at the small orb of light in Roger's hand. Then it reached out its paw to pat Leah's pants. The meaning was obvious. That stinky old man stole their things. Leah squatted down, approvingly patted Makabaka's head, saying, "Good bite, but your teeth are getting better. You can even bite the Pirate Kings, but now..." What? Roger covered his butt, feeling a bit sad that he was actually looked down upon by a puppy. How upsetting. Then Leah stood up, walked in front of Roger, and extended her hand, saying, "Give it back to me." Roger immediately tucked the little light orb behind him and said, "No way, I found it first. It's mine." Leah frowned, wondering what was up with this familiar, infuriating demeanor, even when he hadn't done anything. But Roger opened his big hand and said innocently, "It really likes me." The little light orb transformed into two small hands, hugging Roger's outstretched fingers. Leah felt curious, although she couldn't pinpoint the reason. She was really angry. "You." Leah pointed at Roger, hesitated for a moment, but then decided there was nothing to hide and bluntly retorted, "You scumbag who abandons his wife and child." Huh. Roger's pupils dilated. What did he just hear? Would it have a wife and child? He only had a crush on Miss Lugio and didn't dare confess, especially since he was on borrowed time. As she spoke, Leah stepped forward and punched Roger right in the eye. Damn it. Her hand hurt so much. Was this guy made of sea prism stone? She couldn't even hurt him. Leah turned to glance at Makabaka again, once more admiring the stupid dog's toughness. "I'm sorry." Roger scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed to apologize. Why apologize? Leah was puzzled. Was the Pirate King really that low profile? "I don't know why, but it seems like I did something to make you so angry. No matter the reason, I should apologize," Roger said, listening to the voices of all things. Leah asked uncertainly, "What is that?" Roger scratched his head, looking just like Shanks would in the future, or rather, Shanks looked like him. "Can you hear talking?" Leah pointed at the little light orb in his hand. "Yeah." Roger paused and said, "It says you have a really bad temper, like a tigress." Shank's inner voice. "Is this something you can just say?" Buggy's inner voice. "Bad temper, but it doesn't show much." "Leah, what did you say?" Leah asked expressionlessly. Although Roger lacked emotional intelligence, he could keenly sense changes in others' emotions. He realized he had said something wrong and awkwardly asked, "What is wrong?" "Did I say something wrong?" Leah smiled slightly and said, "What you said was wrong. I really am a tigress." Then Leah kicked Roger, sending him crashing into a big tree. Indeed, consciousness could control a person's behavior. Shanks and Buggy, standing behind Leah, were stunned. This was a violent woman. With a crash, the big tree toppled over, and the noise attracted the attention of others on Roger's ship. This can't be good, Leah thought, still feeling angry as she clutched her chest, desperately trying to suppress her rage. When she looked up again, Leah found herself surrounded by a circle of people who seemed unfazed, pointing at Roger, who was getting up in the distance. What did the captain do this time? Who knows? I remember last time he lifted a girl's skirt in the South Blue. The time before that, he ate everything from someone's stall, making the first mate apologize and bow for money. And once he tied Marco from Whitebeard's ship to ours and hung him on the sail. Just thinking about it gave them a headache. If they had to pay again this time, their ship's finances would go over budget, and the captain would probably get beaten to death by Rayleigh. A few more beatings wouldn't hurt, but the captain never learned his lesson. Then, from the noisy crowd, a blond man with glasses and a scar on his left, I stepped forward. Although he was smiling, there was not a trace of mirth in his eyes, which seemed filled with conspiracy and calculation. Leah's first impression of him was danger. She hated dealing with smiling tigers, and her inner alarms went off. As the atmosphere grew tense, little Shanks stepped in front of Leah, shielding her and saying to the man, "Mr. Rayleigh, there's been a misunderstanding. It's the captain who..." Rayleigh glanced at him, thinking, well, kid, you're starting to turn your elbow outward. As the first mate, he was used to investigating the surroundings whenever he arrived at a new place. And with his observation hockey, how could he not know what was happening here? This kid immediately pushed all the blame onto that bastard Roger. TSK. Rayleigh smiled and asked, "This young lady just said that Roger is a scumbag who abandons his wife and child?" Leah nodded emphatically and said, "Yeah, he is a total scumbag." It was infuriating. Ace had faced so much discrimination and ridicule as a child. Wasn't it partly because of this bastard father? What? The captain has a wife and child? No way. Even someone like the captain could have a wife. So jealous. Having the Kazuki family on board is already enough to deal with, and now even the captain. Shanks, hearing these discussions, instinctively glanced at Leah, and for some reason, he suddenly felt a bit choked up. Rayleigh adjusted his wise glasses and smiled, saying, "But as far as I know, our captain is not married. I've been on this ship for over 20 years and never knew of such a thing at the same time." A dangerous aura emanated from Rayleigh, warning Leah not to spread rumors casually, or else they were not to be trifled with. Into this chapter, Chapter 186. Don't escape your fate. After the crowd dispersed and went about their business, Roger, covering his chest, walked into Leah's little circle. Leah pointed at Roger, angrily saying, "I said there is, and even if there isn't now, there will be in the future." When Roger heard this, he was even more confused, but looking at Leah carefully this time, he asked, "Do you have a sister? You look a lot like that kid from Miss Lugio's family." "I have a brother, no sister, and I have a little aunt who died when she was very young giving birth to my brother," Leah replied irritably. Upon hearing this, Roger had a very bad premonition. He suddenly grabbed Leah's shoulders and asked excitedly, "What is your name?" "My name is Leah, Portgasti." "Leah?" Leah said coolly, looking at Roger right in the eye. Roger seemed to understand something. He released Leah and sat down on the ground, looking a bit dejected. He lived an extraordinary life, without regrets or anything to lament. However, the only person he felt he owed something to seemed to be Miss Lugio. Even when he knew he would die, he never felt that sad or powerless. Perhaps after completing his final journey, he should not have met Miss Lugio. That way, she could live safely and find a husband who loves her and can protect her well. Rayleigh looked at Roger, who was sitting on the ground. He had never seen Roger so dejected. This man, since Rayleigh had known him, had always been carefree, as if nothing could overwhelm him. He would become very impatient and willful when angered, but his actions were as innocent and pure as a child's. He valued his companions highly, earning their trust, and would never run away even when faced with strong enemies, unwilling to let them harm his friends behind him. How could such a person now be brought so low by certain matters? Rayleigh shifted his gaze to Leah. When he saw that Leah did not show any signs of anger at Roger's state, he felt relieved. It seemed she was not Roger's enemy. She was merely a bystander, witnessing some tragedy unfold. As Roger's first mate, Rayleigh had sailed the seas for over 20 years and had seen many things. He was quite perceptive. After having some idea in his heart, he asked, "So, did Roger abandon his wife and child in the future?" Leah glanced at Rayleigh, then at Jabba, who was sitting silently beside them, and at Shanks, who was happily fighting with Buggy in the distance. Ultimately, she decided to reveal some information. Leah silently nodded. Rayleigh asked again, "Is it Miss Lugio?" As Roger's first mate, he naturally knew who his captain had a crush on. Leah nodded again. Rayleigh looked at Roger, who was sitting on the ground, and helplessly patted his shoulder. Between men, there was no need for more words. Just standing behind him to support him was enough. No matter what decisions he made in the future, he just needed to respect him. Leah saw Roger like this, and she felt a bit reluctant. Setting aside the matters concerning Lugio and Ace, he was a great man. Thinking of this, Leah took out a photo of Lugio with the newborn Ace from her pouch, feeling fortunate to have captured that great moment. She had a habit of carrying photos of everyone in her family, as she loved documenting these important moments. She then handed the photo to Roger, who was sitting on the ground. In the photo, Lugio looked very healthy, not all like a woman who had just given birth. In this photo, Lugio sat on the bed, looking at the newborn Ace with a happy smile, while Ace, in his innocence, reached out his chubby little hand towards his mother's gentle face. A new life had been born, but Lugio had withered. Just like the fiery hibiscus flower she wore in her hair. Roger looked at the photo, his hand holding it trembling slightly, and then large tears fell, wetting Lugio's smiling face. Even a tough man has a soft side. She was Portgasti, Lugio, the wife of the pirate king Joel D. Roger. Leah paused for a moment before continuing. If it was a girl, she would be named, and if it was a boy, he would be named Ace. My aunt said, that was the promise she made with you when naming Ace. And my aunt, in order to prevent the Navy from killing the remnants of the pirate king's bloodline during their investigation, endured for 20 months to give birth to Ace and then died exhausted. Leah spoke these words in a calm tone, but her eyes were red. Even though she had experienced it all, to this day, she could still be moved by Lugio's greatness. Lugio was an ordinary woman in a vast world, but she was also an extremely great and respected mother. Not to mention Roger, the protagonist of this matter. Even Jabba, who was sitting beside them listening, could not help but feel teary-eyed as if he was recalling something. After calming down, Roger eagerly looked up at Leah and asked, "You can travel through time, right? Can you help me? No matter the cost, please save Lucio." Saying this, Roger knelt before Leah. It was admirable that he could think of this. Leah hurriedly avoided his bow. This time, Leah shook her head and said, "I was a witness at that time, within the same world line. I cannot meet another version of myself, or else my existence in this world would be erased. Moreover, Lucio is my aunt and Ace's mother. If it were possible, I would have saved her long ago." Roger fell silent, thinking that if he never saw Lucio again, would she be able to live well? Leah looked at Roger and asked, "If you don't see her, she won't come looking for you?" "Roger, my aunt chose to protect Ace because of her love for you and her natural motherly instincts, and ultimately went to her death resolutely. Throughout this process, she was happy. So, you can discuss all of this with her, but you absolutely cannot decide Aunt Lucio's choices based on your own subjectivity. You should respect her. Do not desecrate her love for you. Although I hated you when I was younger at this age, I understand this principle much better and can comprehend Aunt Lucio's choice. In short, do not evade your fate." End of this chapter. Chapter 187. Roger's journey. After calming down, Roger ultimately made up his mind. He would seek a shield for his wife and child. The price would be his life. This was quite clever. Even without Leah, Roger would likely have made the same decision in the end. However, now, Leah had become the catalyst for Roger's final decision. Subsequently, Leah proposed that she would travel with them for a while, but she would not accompany them to the final island. Leah hoped to witness some things and also needed to help the small light group gain the recognition of the former Pirate King. I was convinced that there was another island. Reaching there would be the true beginning of an unprecedented journey, a complete circumnavigation of the world. The location of that island was indicated by 4 red stones inscribed with these characters, which the world government had long ago prohibited reading. The historical text. I originally thought it was merely a cultural heritage, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be what we needed, hinting at the location of the final island. The legendary island that hid many treasures. If we could reach there, we would be the truly greatest pirate crew in the world. Roger raised his hands high, embracing the distant white sea, and proclaimed such bold words. "Later, I borrowed Odin from Whitebeard. With him, we would certainly be able to reach that place." Roger pointed at Odin and laughed heartily. At this moment, it seemed he had already forgotten the sadness Leah brought him. But Leah knew very well that he had never forgotten for a moment. He was just nearing the end of his life. And reaching the final island was his last wish. He could not let his life end with regrets. Odin scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, as he pulled his wife Kazuki Toki close and took a big gulp of wine. Among men, there was no need for more words. Friendship was forged over drinks. "I am honored to witness the final chapter of Roger's grand adventure," Odin said. This was a banquet held to welcome Leah's brief visit. Leah sat there, feeling that the atmosphere was truly wonderful. Even though she could not see Roger reach the final island, just thinking about that scene ignited a fire in her heart. However, Shanks at the banquet seemed a bit distracted, not enjoying himself as he usually would, as he couldn't help but steal glances at Leah. Yet, he was also afraid she would notice. He felt truly conflicted inside. Sitting in the middle of the hall, strategizing, Rayleigh naturally observed his young charge's reactions. A slight smile forming on his lips, clearly understanding the situation. Meanwhile, Barrett sat in a corner, somewhat puzzled as to why the captain would accept this woman on their ship. She looked so weak at first glance. After that, Roger and the others resumed their adventure. They first found the stone tablet that recorded the true history. Odin approached the historical text, caressed the inscription, and said, "Convey the true meaning to the heart. Nothing more needs to be said. We are the weavers of history." In sync with the chimes of the great clock tower, Roger, using his ability to hear the voices of all things, sensed and found the golden bell. Buggy immediately asked, "Captain, how are we going to take this back? It's so big." Roger replied helplessly, "I have no time left. When you become captain in the future, you can come and get it yourself, Buggy." Roger commented that the voice from this stone was powerful and asked Kazuki Odin if it recorded a great power. Odin replied that it mentioned a weapon called Poseidon. Roger instructed Kazuki Odin to carve a message on the steps of the golden bell that would guide the historical text of Sky Island to Laugh Tale. "I come to this place," guiding this text to the final land. Pirate Gol di Roger. After that, he brought everyone back to the Blue Sea. The descent was still unique. With an octopus hot air balloon, a romantic fantasy. After reaching the Blue Sea, just like Luffy and the others, Roger and his crew's first city was Water 7. Mr. Tom, upon seeing Roger, excitedly exclaimed, You came here with a bang, Roger. Before Roger could respond, everyone on the ship warmly greeted Mr. Tom. And Buggy had already climbed onto Mr. Tom's back. Long time no see, Roger. Mr. Tom also greeted him. I miss you so much. Roger replied enthusiastically. After a short stay, they continued their journey. During this process, Odin's daughter, little Toki, was born. After returning to the Blue Sea, they led the crew to Fishman Island to seek the truth about Poseidon. Upon arriving at Fishman Island, they discovered Neptune guarding the gates alongside soldiers. Neptune said that recently, the fisherman fortune teller Shirahoshi predicted that the gates of Fishman Island would be destroyed, so he brought soldiers to guard the area. However, not long after Roger and Neptune entered Fishman Island, the gates were still destroyed by sea kings. Along with that, the mischievous Shanks was also captured, but fortunately, Leah brought him back shortly after. In fact, Roger originally wanted to retrieve Shanks himself, but Rayleigh stopped him with a smile, having seen a lot over the days. Mrs. Kazuki Toki, who was also stifling a laugh, seemed to have sensed something, while the few men present looked somewhat puzzled. Seeing Shanks being captured, Buggy was almost in tears, complaining about the captains. Although he and Shanks had never gotten along well since childhood, they had grown up together, and if something happened to Shanks, Buggy would be the first to worry. After little Buggy was comforted by Rayleigh, Leah returned with a sleeping Shanks in her arms. Now, Shanks was just a teenager. After settling Shanks, Roger took the crew to meet the fortune teller Shirahoshi. Upon meeting Shirahoshi, she informed them that the Sea Kings were causing a commotion because they were waiting for the birth of the mermaid princess. Roger asked Neptune, "Is your daughter the weapon that will destroy the world?" Neptune replied, "The use of power varies, and the results will differ." Roger then inquired when the mermaid princess would be born, to which Shirahoshi answered, 10 years from now. Leah once again took Roger to the Eve tree, this time just the two of them. Upon seeing the tree, little Toki wanted to stay and not leave, but Leah ultimately allowed Roger and little Toki to complete the ceremony, just like the one done with Princess Shirahoshi. In the halo, Roger seemed to see the face of a boy grinning foolishly. He felt a mix of comfort and relief. Everyone would have their chance to shine, and he had things he must accomplish. At night, Shanks had a rare nightmare. Startled, his forehead felt slightly warm. This was the first time in his life he experienced the sensation of being sick, feeling very uncomfortable with no strength in his limbs, and he had no energy to quarrel with Buggy. Leah entered his small room, taking care of him and soothing his restless dreams. This was his first intimate interaction with a woman, and he did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he felt an immense sense of security. At that moment, Shanks thought about spending a lifetime with this woman. Young people often have different fantasies about the opposite sex, and the face of that singer gradually faded from his mind, leaving only Leah's purple eyes. Shanks slowly fell into a dream, and Leah looked at his youthful face, silently smiling. The current scene seemed to overlap with many years ago. Time truly is a mysterious thing. It cannot be grasped or taken away, yet it allows fated individuals to meet in different times and spaces. The waning moon hung low, and Roger's journey would continue. Into this chapter, chapter 188. The reason for loving him. After the Roger pirates learned the truth, they left Fishman Island. During the ascent, Roger overheard a conversation among the Sea Kings. The Sea Kings said, "Our king is about to be born. There is another in the distant sea. The two kings will surely meet again one day. We have been waiting for that day, and it is coming soon. This time, it will go smoothly." The waves of the sea continued to roll, and they sailed on. Everyone began to sing Bink Sake. I send you Bink Sake on the vast ocean. We lead the trend waves like pillows. Warships as nest the skull flag flutters in the wind in the vast sky. The sound of wind and thunder rises, waves dance. War drums rumble, tomorrow the rain will pass, and the clouds will disperse. A man of honor does not fear difficulties and dangers amidst these songs. The Roger pirates passed through the fur country and made an agreement with Pedro. "Roger, Lord Odin, I want to go too. Please take me with you," little Pedro said with a face full of longing. Roger stepped forward and patted Pedro's head, saying, "Kid, you should wait for now. Listen, everyone will have their own time to shine, and when that time comes, you must come help me." Roger laughed heartily. "Got it. I will definitely come help you then," Pedro replied with a smile. With his back to Pedro, Roger waved goodbye to him. "Goodbye, Pedro. This is a farewell for eternity." Leah watched all of this, feeling a bit emotional. Only when witnessing history firsthand can one understand the impact of time. It was for this promise that Pedro later bet his life. Along the way, Leah also observed that Roger actually liked children. Although he looked like a rough captain, he was very patient when holding and coaxing children. Especially when dealing with Tama and little Momo, he was quite skilled. He must have taken care of young Shanks and Buggy quite a bit in the past. But unfortunately, he never held Ace. As time passed, Roger and the others gathered several pieces of the poneglyphs and 4 road poneglyphs. The end of their adventure was approaching. At this moment, whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, the pirate apprentice Buggy suddenly developed a high fever. Therefore, he was unable to go to the final island. Shanks decided to stay on the island closest to the final island to take care of the feverish Buggy, but Shanks did not seem too dejected. He still looked very energetic. Leah also stayed behind. She never intended to follow Roger and the others to the final island, as she had no interest in the so-called great treasure, because she already possessed everything in this world that was worth cherishing. Of course, no one would force Leah, but when saying goodbye to Roger, she gave him that photo. He always kept more than one precious photo, placing backups in different locations to prevent loss. Naturally, the most complete one was kept in the place where they originally set off, that little fishing village in the East Blue, Windmill Village. Roger also handed Leah the handwritten letter he wrote to Ace. He was destined not to meet Ace, but he had this opportunity to leave him some words. Meanwhile, Shanks had the mind to tease the sleeping Buggy by his bedside, joking that he caught a cold on the eve of the great adventure. "Are you a child?" Buggy immediately propped himself up and retorted, "Shut up. Didn't I say I was better already?" His face was already flushed. He should just behave, Shanks said helplessly. But he hadn't mentioned that Buggy's nose was already red from the fever. Hearing this made Buggy even angrier. He climbed up and grabbed Shanks' collar, shouting in dissatisfaction, "Whose nose is red and big? I didn't say that." In the tussle, Buggy had already rolled over to his captain's side. He then got up and hugged Roger's leg, pleading, "Captain, take me with you." Saying this, Buggy also started to cry sadly. Shanks supported himself with his hands, feeling even more helpless. "Are you a monster?" It was hard to say whether their relationship was good or bad. Shanks actually chose to stay and take care of Buggy just as they were about to reach the final island. Even in his sleep, Buggy was mumbling, "Please take me with you." On the night before their departure, Odin and Roger came to the children's room and asked, "Is it okay for you not to go with Buggy, who always makes such a fuss?" Red-tailed, "Mr. Odin, Captain, if we go, we will take our own ship." Roger was pleased and walked over to pat Shanks' straw-hatted head, seemingly recognizing the boy once more. Leah sat aside, watching the spirited Shanks, recalling the time when he willingly sacrificed his arm to save Luffy. At such a young age, he was ambitious, wanting to sail his own ship, which just showed his determination not to be overshadowed by others. The next day, everyone on the ship waved goodbye to Shanks. Shanks also smiled back at them. What a carefree and handsome farewell. Just like that time, he stood in front of Luffy, and although he lost his arm, he showed no signs of dejection. Luffy was crying, but he comforted Luffy, saying he was a real man. "You are fighting for us. Hey, don't cry, aren't you a man?" "But Shanks, your hand. It's just one hand, no big deal. As long as you're okay." Shanks hugged Luffy, smiling unconcernedly. Shanks was indeed still Shanks, no matter what age. He was still that Shanks she liked. What was the reason for loving him? Who knows? Love is the most unreasonable thing in this world. And now, it was time for her to say goodbye to Shanks. It was time to return to the future. She was really satisfied with this journey. End of this chapter, chapter 189. Transition. Leah was now sitting face to face with Shanks, but neither of them spoke. After much inner turmoil, Leah decided to wait until Roger and the others returned from the final island before going back to the future. Buggy was still in a deep sleep due to his high fever. While Leah was in distress, Shanks suddenly leaned closer to her and asked, "Do you have something to say to me?" Leah found it hard to say, as she wanted to say goodbye. "Let me go first. I have something to say to you," Shanks said with a smile. "I really like you. So can you wait for me a few years until I become a captain and can stand on my own?" Shanks paused and continued, "Then I will come to pursue you. I asked the seniors on the ship, and this is a more polite way to confess." Leah was a bit surprised. Was it so sudden? Although she had previously kissed her future man a bit more than she should have. She didn't expect Shanks to like her this early. "But I heard Buggy say you like to sing her." When she heard this before, Leah had been quite angry. But thinking back, she hadn't done anything since she had no right to interfere in his matters before they confirmed their relationship. But little Shanks was really easy to kiss. Soft and much better than the older guys. In fact, Shanks had been an intern on Roger's ship since he was young, and in terms of gender recognition, he was much more mature than his peers. Pirates are wild and rugged, always more direct in expressing their desires through strong liquor. Whether it's power, status, or money, they openly share their ambitions. Shanks is one of these pirates, inevitably adopting these traits in his character. Unlike in the future, the teenage Shanks is filled with youthful spirit and pride. He harbors ambitions that encompass the vast sea. Similarly, he dares to express his feelings for the opposite sex and to make promises. Unlike later, when he becomes entangled in worldly affairs. If it weren't for Leah eventually responding to Shanks, they might not have ended up together. That big mouth buggy. No, I just really like her songs. They are so free, and the messages they convey are beautiful. She hopes that women like her can attain happiness and freedom. Shanks hurriedly clarified, but this was indeed the reason he liked that singer. In the grand context of the era, having the courage to voice the hopes of the weak through song requires immense bravery. In fact, his aesthetic has remained unchanged since childhood. He admires independent and brave women. He seeks a partner who can progress alongside him, someone who can stand tall and move forward together. He is a natural-born strongman, having witnessed the fiercest storms of the sea from a young age. So naturally, he seeks a partner with similar strength. He wants a lifelong companion, not a fleeting bedmate. Furthermore, while he admires strong women, he does not look down upon weaker ones. Women are inherently more tender-hearted. The captain is his ideological mentor, giving him a preliminary understanding of the world, but it is countless women who have softened his view of it. It's hard to imagine what the world would be like if it were only men. The existence of women brings more warmth to the world. Many of the gentle yet strong individuals he has known were influenced by their mothers. Honestly, as a man, he has to admit that men find it difficult to control their desires. Therefore, they can easily become sinful due to their desires. When it comes to love, Shanks dares to say that for the vast majority of men, it is based on a woman's appearance or physical beauty, ultimately leading them to pursue sex. A real man should have the spirit to stand tall, as the captain told him. Mr. Rayleigh taught him to respect the weak. Being weak is not an excuse to bully others. He yearns for women, but first, he needs to respect their wishes. This understanding has been ingrained in Shanks since childhood, which is why he respects Leah so much, not interfering in her matters. Although he feels jealous of the relationship between a certain flamingo and his wife, he still wouldn't question him about it. He understands Leah's boundaries too well. He chooses to trust her and respect her interactions with the opposite sex. There have been people questioning whether Shanks contributed too little to his relationship with Leah. Shanks readily admitted that he indeed contributed very little. He and Leah are both independent individuals with their own careers. Their collaboration in business is a strong partnership in itself. Contribution? What kind of contribution are you referring to? They don't need to sacrifice anything for each other. He is the renowned sea emperor, and she is a famous businesswoman with ventures all over the world. They are both whole individuals, not needing a partner to elevate their status or wealth. So why is there a need for contribution? After Leah promised to wait for Shanks to grow up, she said goodbye to him in advance. She instructed him that when they next meet, it should be as if it were their first meeting. Although he didn't quite understand why Leah made such a request, he agreed. It wasn't until many years later, after he sailed and searched the entire sea without finding her, that he understood the reasoning when he encountered her again in Windmill Village. Roger and the others had not yet returned from the final island, and the news of him becoming the Pirate King had already been spread worldwide by seagulls. Newspapers reporting his achievement circulated through every street and alley. Countless people excitedly shouted in the streets, "Roger's pirate crew has finally done it. Pirate Roger has accomplished the unprecedented feat of sailing around the world. The overlord of the sea has finally been born. He is truly the king of the sea, the Pirate King." After returning, Odin left a note. "On the day we reached the final island, we learned everything about this world. The so-called blank 100 years, the so-called D-Clan, and the so-called ancient weapons. Wano country was also once connected to the world. Faced with the immense treasure that truly exists before us, Roger smiled. We all smiled. Even tears of joy streamed down our faces. Unable to contain himself, Roger laughed and said, "Joy boy, I really wish I could have been born in the same era as you. Ha ha. To think you left behind such an incredible treasure. What a remarkable joke. Speaking of which, everyone for 800 years this unvisited final island deserves a name. Let us call it Laugh Tale." After returning from the final island, Roger announced the disbandment of the pirate crew. After exchanging a few words with the oldest member, known as Dark King, he disembarked. He accepted a large quantity of medicine from the ship's doctor, Kuroka's. His illness had reached its late stages. But this was a man's farewell. No one shed tears. Roger was an extraordinary man. He lived the most splendid life. End of this chapter, chapter 190. Dracula Mihawk. This was the first time Leah saw Shanks cry. After returning from the final island, he asked Roger a few questions, and upon receiving the answers, it seemed his pride was shattered, and he couldn't control his emotions. covering his hat and crying bitterly. However, he held back any sound. Leah didn't ask him what was wrong because she knew this was likely one of the important reasons Shanks chose to pass the straw hat to Luffy later on. Leah ultimately said goodbye to Shanks. When she was about to leave, Shanks said he would definitely become a captain in the future and asked her if she wanted to join his crew. Leah replied that if she were to board his ship one day, it would certainly be as the captain's wife, knowing that the little light group was quite unreliable. Leah secretly asked Odin's wife, Kazuki Toki, to send her back to the year 1521 of the Sea Circle era. After more than a year, Leah finally returned to the time and space she was originally meant to be in. However, the landing spot was always inexplicably strange. For example, this time, when she fell with Makabaka, she smashed a big hole in Mihawk's castle. By the way, it just so happened that Zoro was learning swordsmanship from Mihawk at that time. When Leah fell, Mihawk happened to be sitting in his designated spot, reading a newspaper. Then Leah fell into his arms with a dog. It was quite dramatic, and even the stone chair was smashed. Leah held her waist and exchanged glances with Hawkeye. Then she quickly pushed her hand against her chest and thought, damn, making eye contact with this guy is terrifying. Leah felt that if she didn't run away, she might be killed by Hawkeye wielding a big black knife in the next second. Now Leah was sitting on the ground of the castle, quickly backing away. Hawkeye stared at Leah in a daze for 3 seconds, then stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. He slowly approached Leah. Hey, Hawkeye, I really didn't mean to. I didn't know I'd fall into your castle and land right on you. Please don't come any closer, Leah said while retreating. Hawkeye ignored Leah's words and walked towards her with a blank expression. Soon, Leah found herself with nowhere to retreat as she was backed against the wall. Hawkeye's outfit was very casual. He wore a white shirt with a small cross around his neck, but he only buttoned one button. He wasn't wearing his usual black top hat, and his eyes didn't seem as sharp, filled instead with a sense of everyday life. Honestly, Hawkeye didn't look as dangerous and aggressive as usual, but Leah felt guilty for what she had done, so she was quite nervous. Then Hawkeye approached Leah and squatted down in front of her, gazing at the woman who had disappeared for a long time. Leah wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she thought she saw a hint of relief in the eyes of the world's greatest swordsman. Before she could process her emotions, Leah's palm felt warm. It turned out that Hawkeye had grabbed her hand and pulled her up. Seemingly sensing something, Hawkeye immediately let go of Leah's hand after pulling her up. Hawkeye looked over there, and it turned out that Perona was helping the seriously injured Zoro back. Perona's cheeks were puffed up as she kept complaining to Zoro. Zoro impatiently dug at his ears, and his gaze shifted to Leah. His expression changed to one of surprise. "Isn't this Luffy's sister? So you're still alive?" Zoro exclaimed. Leah awkwardly scratched her head and said, "I had a little accident, so I was considered missing, but you guys can't be hoping for my death, right?" Leah then looked at Perona and asked, "Peepo, how did you end up here? Where's Moria?" Leah vaguely remembered that Luffy and the others hadn't been too harsh on Moria because of her. Once Moria healed, he should have stayed in the Devil's Triangle with Peepo. "Hey, it's Leah's sister. Wow, I thought you were dead," Perona said as she released her grip on Zoro's clothes and dove into Leah's arms, crying. "Hey, this is Moria's little princess, and when the dark little loli cries, it's just too cute." After finally calming Perona down, Leah learned that she had sneaked out to play and then couldn't find her way home. By chance, she ended up on Claykana Island, where she found a castle suited her preferences and decided to stay after her love-hate relationship with Hawkeye. Leah gently patted the little loli's head and asked, "I'm not feeling well right now. Once I recover, I'll take you back. You miss Moria a lot, right?" "I really miss Lord Moria. www. Perona said, about to cry again. But then she stopped, turned, and pointed at Hawkeye and the stunned Zoro, complaining, "These two are always bullying me and don't take care of me at all. I really hate them." Oomph. Perona pointed her little finger at the two clueless men and huffed at them, thinking it was very aggressive, but it was actually adorable. However, at this point, Zoro and Hawkeye didn't get it. Zoro looked at Perona with a confused expression and said nothing as he went to take a shower. Hawkeye, on the other hand, showed no reaction at all and casually said, "You take this woman and help her change clothes. She's all dirty." Hawkeye glanced at the hole in the castle that had been smashed open, then looked at Leah. Leah was about to say she would take responsibility for the repairs when Hawkeye said, "Forget it. Since you're injured, I'll fix it. I won't hold it against you this time." After a pause, Hawkeye continued, "Before Shanks or your pirate crew arrives to pick you up, you have to continue writing novels for me." With that, Hawkeye turned and walked toward what looked like a kitchen. "Hey, no way. I'm like this and you still want me to write?" Leah put her hands on her hips, looking indignant. Hawkeye took a few steps, then turned back and said, "Yushia hasn't sent me any sequels." This sentence was abrupt, and after saying it, Hawkeye walked into the kitchen, leaving Leah unable to see his expression. However, Leah read a lot from that sentence, like gratitude that she still thought of him and sent him previously written novels before she went missing, and relief that she could still write the sequel, among other complex emotions. But with Hawkeye's personality, he would never say such things out loud. End of this chapter, Chapter 191, Clay Cunna Island. After Leah changed clothes and took a shower with Perona's help, she went downstairs and saw the food already laid out. To be honest, Mihawk was a very disciplined man, a complete contrast to the messy and heavy-drinking Shanks. You could tell just by looking at the dishes on the table. Various vegetables, which he grew himself, very light, and of course, there was plenty of meat. After all, he worked out every day, so protein was essential. There was also a lot of staple food, and Mihawk's ever-present red wine. Back then, she had scavenged a lot of red wine for him to help him with some matters. But unfortunately, she didn't have much knowledge about red wine, so she didn't remember what she sent, just that it was expensive. She wasn't very close to Mihawk, but they weren't strangers either. At least they could have a conversation, as you could see from the whole OP that Hawkeye had actively spoken to a few people. He had mastered his aloof persona. Additionally, there were some details. Hawkeye needed to control his surroundings and the people within a certain range. The food he prepared for Perona, Zoro, and her was different, and the portions were just right, neither too much nor too little. He was appropriately controlling everything around him. In conclusion, this mild desire for control wasn't off-putting. Who could tell her why her pirate crew and Shanks were so busy? Why did they even have no time to send a ship to pick her up? Shouldn't everyone have been waiting to welcome her back and hurry to find her? Wow, there's no love anymore, and now, Pepe goes to watch Zoro train, bringing him back to the castle after he finishes to prevent him from accidentally getting lost and ending up in Raftel. As for her, Mihawk set up a small shed next to the vegetable garden, with a table and chair underneath. She sits there writing a novel for Mihawk, while he plows the field with his black sword. He just harvested a batch of vegetables and now plans to plant something else for the season. Bored and stuck on her writing, Leah has nothing to do but stare at Mihawk. She initially suggested helping him with the vegetables, but Mihawk just looked at her with his golden eyes and said nothing. All right, I was just kidding. I know I'm injured and can't move around. Leah waved her hand helplessly. When the weather gets a bit warmer, Leah suggested that Mihawk come in the evening. After Mihawk shook his head in refusal, Leah, who really didn't want to sit there any longer, proposed going back to the castle to get him a sun hat. Mihawk thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. When Leah returned, Mihawk was bending over sowing seeds in a small hole in the ground. Leah ran over, holding Pepe's Lolita dress, and placed the hat on his head. Then Leah stood aside, clapping her hands in satisfaction, smiling with a relaxed and pleasant expression. Mihawk is very tall, and when he stood up straight, he said nothing but just stared at Leah. Leah felt a chill run down her spine from his gaze, because she was really afraid that this big Sundra Mihawk would get angry and chase her with his black sword. Last time, she witnessed Mihawk using his black sword to row a boat, and now she was witnessing him plow the field with it. Although the plowing effect of the black sword is excellent, it definitely shouldn't be spread around. I'll tell Shanks when we get back. The world's greatest swordsman should have some class. I was wrong. Just as she was about to admit defeat, Mihawk said, "Thank you." Huh? Mihawk, have you been possessed by something strange? You actually thanked someone. Leah was quite surprised. Mihawk ignored Leah and continued sowing seeds, while Leah didn't want to make things awkward and returned to her little shed. What she didn't know was that Mihawk wanted to express his gratitude as a friend for her understanding of his lack of eloquence. But in the end, all that came out was just the two words, "Thank you." This is just a personal interpretation. Please don't criticize. In fact, Mihawk is quite considerate towards those he is familiar with, but he just doesn't say it. Of course, he thinks about hitting Shanks every day. For instance, right now, Mihawk is comparing the number of times he has cooked with Pepe. Are you speaking ill of Lord Moria? You ungrateful guy. I never owed him any favors. And you owe me, right? Do you have any idea how many meals I've made for you? I've done it more times than you. I even helped in the fields. Did I let you stay here? You're really not lovable at all. I don't want to stay here anymore. Sister Leah, let's hurry and go to Lord Moria. www. Pepe jumped into Leah's arms. Leah scratched her head and then patted Perona's head. And then she forced a laugh towards Mihawk, saying, "Mihawk, you really are a good homebody man." And for example, imposing a ban on alcohol for Zoro. Mihawk asked Zoro, "Has your sword ever been broken?" Zoro raised an eyebrow and said, "A few times. You broke it once too. If you infuse hockey into your sword, even the same sword won't break. Even if there are chips on the blade, it's a disgrace. All sword can become black blades." Black blade? Before you understand this, alcohol is prohibited. Huh? Perona was gloating on the side, while Leah curiously watched them train. The training methods of swordsmen are completely different from those of physical practitioners. But what they ultimately pursue is the same. The rules that fists want to break, swordsmen want to sever their bonds. Leah was watching with great interest. Then she took out her red scythe. Mihawk looked at her and asked, "Do you want to fight again?" Leah hurriedly shook her hands and said, "I want to try using haki to practice my slashes. I don't have the heart to become a king. And without the Conqueror's haki, I can't reach the peak, but I want to try the other two types of haki. This way, I can save energy." Mihawk nodded in understanding, and then a large black sword slashed towards Leah. 2 days later, Leah had mastered this unique technique. Not to mention anything else, her comprehension ability is quite strong, but it's still her innate ability that gives her an advantage. In teaching swordsmanship, Mihawk is a professional, but he is limited to those with talent. If someone has very ordinary qualifications, what Mihawk says might be incomprehensible, and even if you understand, you might not be able to do it. Also, after Leah came here, she brought some bad habits, mainly dragging Pepe to eat late-night snacks. Later, Zoro also joined in, and in the end, Mihawk was also pulled over by Leah to help with the barbecue. In short, life on Kleka Island has been quite enjoyable. What no one expected was that the first person to come looking for her would actually be Doflamingo. Into this chapter, Chapter 192. Return and conversation after disappearing for so long. Where have you been? Dead woman. Doflamingo stood on his flamingo pirate ship, looking somewhat happy. Leah, remembering the gold chain in Doflamingo's hand, said nothing and lightly tapped her foot on the ground, leaping onto Doflamingo's ship. Leah stared intently at the gold chain in his hand and, somewhat dissatisfied, said, "Who hasn't seen me for so long and just calls me dead woman? I'm not dead yet. You can call me that when I'm dead. TCH, it's good to be back." Saying this, Doflamingo hung the gold chain around Leah's neck. "If I told you that I haven't gone anywhere in the past year and just stayed with Mihawk, would you believe it?" Leah examined the gold chain closely, wanting to tease Doflamingo a bit. "I believe you, my foot. That red-haired Yonko has already circled around several routes looking for you, implying that you can't possibly hide. Moreover, Doflamingo is only stopping the ship here and not getting off because he doesn't want tomorrow's newspaper to have news about two warlords going to war." Behind the sunglasses, Leah couldn't see Doflamingo's expression, but she knew he was watching her intently. Then Doflamingo's tall figure overshadowed Leah as he hugged her tightly. Their heartbeats synchronized for a moment, and Doflamingo's soft whisper reached her ear, "Don't leave carelessly anymore." This hug was almost instantaneous, very measured. "I won't leave again unless my life comes to an end. You can rest assured." Seeing the young Doflamingo, Leah clearly understood how insecure he was. He had lost too much. "I followed your advice and met that Rosanani kid. I forgave him," Doflamingo suddenly said. "That's really great. By the way, how are he and Andy doing?" Leah asked curiously. Doflamingo smirked and said, "You'll find out for yourself when you go back. I won't spoil it for you." Leah paused for a moment before bringing up the main topic. "How did the war end?" Doflamingo knew Leah was referring to the situation in Mariehua. As for Marineford, it was almost sunk by the massive thunder that descended from the black hole later on. The surviving Navy members could be considered strong fighters. The casualties among pirates were also significant, as a strong tsunami later appeared in that area, and many people were forever buried beneath the sea. In such circumstances, Leah was still at the center of the disaster, and many believed she wouldn't survive. However, they did not believe that. As long as her body was not found, it meant she was very likely hiding somewhere in this world, watching them anxiously. After all, she had always been so troublesome. The Revolutionary Army had officially declared war on the Celestial Dragons, and the Navy was left with only some old remnants. The former admiral had resigned and brought his faction to join the Revolutionary Army. Akainu became the new admiral, but he seemed unwilling to let the Navy be driven by the Celestial Dragons, making many small moves. However, constrained by military funding, the Navy still appeared to serve the government on the surface. Among the affiliated countries of the world government, some had formed alliances to openly support the Revolutionary Army. Led by the king of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi, more countries, unable to pay the heavenly tribute, joined the ranks of resistance. In short, the power of the Revolutionary Army was continuously growing, and the two sides were currently roughly evenly matched. Your deputy, Yushia, has been making decisions in your absence, providing a lot of logistical and medical support to the Revolutionary Army. Their ability to hold on until now is largely thanks to her assistance. During the time you were away, she handled these matters very well. Yushia really is something. I knew she would do well, even better than I could. Leah paused and said, I want to create an environment where even those with such great military power and superior backgrounds can realize their self-worth. I can't change the overall environment of the world in a short time, but my business can. I want to make it the strongest enterprise in the world, using the profits to invest in basic education, providing employment opportunities for students, and promoting capable individuals. At the very least, my business will be the first institution in the world to set an example. Doflamingo, this was my youthful fantasy, but now it seems not too far-fetched. Leah's eyes were filled with hope for the future as she said this. If it were 10 years ago when I first met you, I would say you were being delusional, but now, maybe it really can be done. Doflamingo leaned back, adjusting his glasses, his tone casual yet with a hint of seriousness. Right? You feel that way too, don't you? I actually managed to make the world move in the direction I wanted with my own strength and the support of everyone. That's what you deserve. Leah's eyes suddenly became a bit moist at these words. Personal strength is very small. There's a reason you stand in any position. Individual effort is one part, but connections, money, and timing are all indispensable. Behind one person's success lies countless denials from others, and a simple compliment like that, which you deserve, is actually the greatest affirmation of that person. Doflamingo, as Leah's biggest partner, was very clear about what she had gone through over the years. Wanting to carve out such a large gap in the original financial operation system and establish such a large business group was really not an easy task. Struggles and deaths were inevitable. Very few of the middle and lower level employees who had followed her early on remained. It was basically a complete turnover. The reason is simple. They all died. Although Leah provided generous compensation for their families, ensuring they could live well without their labor force, and also ensured their descendants received education, allowing the children of those who had accidents in the business to attend school for free. Even so, she still felt a bit guilty. To say it again, her rise to her current position was not solely her effort, but was achieved by everyone working together. They should have enjoyed a higher victory, like she does now. End of this chapter, chapter 193. The ending, part 1. How about you take me back to Sicily, Doflamingo? I need to go back and oversee everything. I feel bad making Yushia busy every day. Leah said, I can take you back, but aren't you going to check on your 2 younger brothers and your friends to let them know you're safe? Doflamingo raised an eyebrow and asked, I did call them before, but I didn't tell them exactly where I am. I can't let them all run to Kuraikavana Island. After all, this is Mihawk's territory. Also, with things like life cards, as long as I don't want them to know where I am, they can't find me. Doflamingo glanced at Leah and said, I know, that's why I gave you that big gold chain. Leah blinked and asked, is there something special about it? I thought you just sent me gold to please me. Doflamingo replied speechlessly, don't ask if you already know the answer. By the way, did you accidentally go back in time? Doflamingo suddenly asked. Leah's eyes widened in surprise. Just as she was about to ask how he knew, Doflamingo continued. Even if you went back in time, you're not the only one who remembers. Leah came back to her senses and said, that's true. But you really did dislike me when you were a kid. Leah couldn't help but exclaim. I didn't dislike you. I just didn't like saying those cheesy things. Doflamingo said, straightforwardly for once. Meanwhile, Mihawk stood nearby under a large tree, quietly watching the two talk without saying a word. Perona floated around Mihawk, curiously looking at him, then at them, and said, you're acting strange today. Mihawk ignored Perona, withdrew his gaze, and returned to his castle alone. In the end, Doflamingo took Leah back to Sicily. However, when saying goodbye to Mihawk, his eyes seemed a bit off. Additionally, Leah also returned Pepe to Moria, who was somewhat nicer to Leah this time, since she had raised him as a daughter. However, later on, Perona insisted on going to find Mihawk, but that's another story. As for Shanks, he didn't come to find Leah right away because he didn't know what was going on. During that time, other pirates kept coming to challenge him. Uninterrupted. That sort of thing. The red-haired pirates generally do not go for total annihilation, but due to his urgent feelings, Shanks lost control and acted ruthlessly. After several groups of people died, he finally found the time to look for Leah. In summary, Shanks went to find Leah in a disheveled state, still nursing his unhealed wounds. For nearly a year, no one had been around to remind him to shave, change his clothes regularly, or avoid excessive drinking. He looked much more haggard, somewhat like a vagabond uncle, though no vagabond could exude the same presence as he did. Shanks didn't want his appearance to affect their long-awaited reunion, so he specifically asked Beckman for advice on what to wear. Even though they were already engaged, he felt a bit nervous at the thought of meeting Leah. To be honest, he suspected that Leah might have accidentally returned to the past. However, he was still worried. What if Leah got lost in time, or returned to an even more distant past? Would they miss each other forever? Noticing something was off, Shanks even sought out Doflamingo to discuss it, gaining a rough understanding of which time period Leah had returned to. To ensure her safety, he even collaborated with Doflamingo to find everyone who had seen Leah during that time to confirm whether she had encountered any misfortune. The results were relatively optimistic. At least, in the world line they both came from, Leah had left safely. What was frustrating, however, was that Leah had actually encountered Kizaru in the past. This was something that both Shanks and Doflamingo found somewhat irritating. As for how they knew, it was of course because the old man Kizaru, aware that some things were already set in stone, deliberately mentioned it to annoy Shanks. To get the news, even though Kizaru spoke ambiguously about that past, Shanks had no choice but to listen with a frown. Although he knew some things happened because Leah was injured, he still felt displeased. This displeasure couldn't be directed at his dear wife, so he could only quietly feel annoyed at Kizaru. Unfortunately, Kizaru was such a clever person. Unless it was a matter of raw strength, it was unlikely anyone could make him suffer in this world. When they met, Shanks gave Leah a big hug. Others watched this scene and voluntarily stepped back to give the two some space. This was the first time the red-haired crew showed Shanks such courtesy. Perhaps it was because they witnessed how lost and despondent Shanks was during Leah's disappearance. This was the second time Shanks cried in front of Leah, but it was tears of joy. Only when he touched her could Shanks feel the reality of her return. Crying was embarrassing, but crying in front of his own wife wasn't too shameful. The two agreed to hold their wedding officially after the victory in the final battle. After Leah returned, the first thing she did was to formally establish the university on Sicily. Now, with the war raging, the lives of the impoverished masses were quite difficult, and there were many refugees. But it was also during such times that geniuses and talents, who would play significant roles in the future development of the world, were most likely to emerge. War would give birth to true heroes. Establishing a school at this time was precisely to ensure that those seeds of wisdom were retained. After discussing with Uncle Dragon, hundreds of thousands of books stored in Elbaf were collected into the library of the Sicily University. Many years later, Sicily became a holy land for countless scholars. The gravestone of Leah's teacher was one of the first to leave behind the seeds of wisdom at the university and was regarded as a symbol of the spirit of inquiry, forever preserved there. After seeing Shanks, Leah also went to meet Ace. Whitebeard survived the Marineford War, but due to his age, he ultimately retired to his hometown, planning to enjoy his twilight years. Marco stayed by Whitebeard's side to take care of his health. Ace inherited Whitebeard's will, and after accepting the White Flame, his strength increased significantly. As for hockey, under Leah's influence, Shanks took over Ace's training in hockey. Into this chapter, Chapter 194, Conclusion, Part 2. When Leah saw Ace again after her return, she felt he had matured a lot. He had become a real captain who could stand on his own. The Whitebeard pirates had disbanded, but many old members chose to continue following Ace, forming a new pirate crew to compete for the final great treasure. Luffy, having trained under Rayleigh for 2 years, had made rapid progress in strength, and, similarly, the members of the Straw Hat crew had also significantly improved. But Ace was no different, right? After mastering the White Flame he received, his strength also saw a great boost. This White Flame, which Leah had obtained in the previous world, had the biggest flaw of having no upper limit on temperature. As long as there was something to burn, it could keep burning until everything flammable was destroyed with tremendous destructive power, even in the sea. It could continue to burn until all the surrounding moisture was completely evaporated. Moreover, Shanks guided Ace in hockey. It could be said that Shanks's mastery of hockey was top level, making him very suitable to guide Ace. Ace's overall strength was rapidly increasing. After more than 2 years of training, Ace returned to the crew, but this time he was the one carrying the weight. A battle between him and Luffy was inevitable, and in the final competition for the great treasure, the outcome was still uncertain. Ace might not have such great ambition for One Piece. He never thought he had to become the Pirate King. But he did want to know what Roger left behind there. He wanted to know all the answers. Law mistakenly believed that Rosinante had been killed by Doflamingo, so after becoming a supernova, he constantly sought trouble with Doflamingo, even temporarily becoming a warlord of the sea for this reason. Doflamingo knew where the blame lay, but he was not the kind of person who would patiently explain things to his former subordinate. Rather, he was quite interested in the duel with Law. In short, watching the little brat who was desperate to defeat him was quite exciting for Doflamingo, providing a lot of amusement in his otherwise dull life. Until this matter reached Rosinante's ears. Rosinante had a good temper, and he felt somewhat guilty towards his older brother. At least, no matter what kind of person Doflamingo was or what position he held, he had never treated him harshly. In fact, he had been surprisingly good to him. Upon learning the truth, Law felt relieved, but he did not intend to ease the tense relationship between him and Doflamingo. The two were inherently mismatched in energy. Meanwhile, as the war between the Revolutionary Army and the Celestial Dragons reached its peak, Yushia revealed the information she had kept in her hands all along. The Celestial Dragons had secretly been conducting longevity experiments on humans, attempting to rule the world forever in this way. The most crucial point was that the experimental process was extremely cruel. Moreover, among these experimental subjects are not a few powerful, old, noble offspring. Although they are not celestial dragons, these individuals may control the economic lifeblood of several countries, making them not easy to deal with. Due to the prolonged stalemate of the war, they do not know how to choose sides. Watching their own kin treated this way by the celestial dragons, and continuing to support them in their positions, they are uncertain about what their ultimate fate will be. Consequently, they directly shifted their support to the Revolutionary Army, injecting a large amount of funding. One can only say that the influence of the Celestial Dragons is waning. A series of reports about the actions of the Celestial Dragons against civilians have sparked denunciations and uprisings worldwide, regardless of individual combat strength. It is this global outcry and resistance that are the most terrifying. No matter how powerful you are, can you really wipe out everyone in the world? The five elders, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, requested him to use the divine dragon to kill the leaders of the Revolutionary Army. Just like in the past, after eliminating the main forces, those commoners would naturally fade away. But can they really be eradicated completely? Anyone can become a rebel. When the avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Moreover, the seeds of freedom have already been sown through education, and those students will carry these seeds around the world. This is the importance of education. Only those with spirit and independent pursuits can be regarded as complete individuals. Of course, the world government loves to keep people ignorant, but Leah is determined to ensure they are not ignorant. She wants them to have the opportunity to pursue the lives they want, instead of being trampled by those nobles throughout their lives. Like everyone else in this world, she is waiting for the ultimate liberation. The ultimate romance of this world is to hold a grand banquet that all people can attend, but in reality, true liberation will not be achieved by pirates, but by those revolutionaries, countless unnamed liberators who fought so that future generations would no longer be oppressed. When they engage in revolutionary struggles and sacrifice their lives for it, they do not know whether they will succeed, but in their hearts, they should aspire to humanity's ultimate longing. Heroes are nameless because they have transformed into a spirit of striving forward, inspiring generation after generation. When all forces unite and storm the world government's headquarters, tearing down the flag that symbolizes the supremacy of the Celestial Dragons, tears fill everyone's eyes. The war lasted a full 7 years, and they finally arrived here, carrying the beliefs of all the sacrifices to achieve the final victory. Perhaps it was a tacit understanding. While the pirates were still competing for dominance over the seas, they coincidentally formed an alliance during the final battle, joining the fight against the five elders and him. To form this alliance, Shanks and the others fought hard, whether through brute force or other means. In any case, Luffy, Ace, and the others integrated the power of the pirates. Pirates are inherently unruly, especially those who have entered the New World. How could they willingly accept being beneath others? Their ability to form an alliance must have required a lot of effort. They participated in the final campaign. Additionally, Sengoku retired, and Carp, as promised to his granddaughter, left the Navy to temporarily reside on Sicily. Naturally, Kobe and the others followed Carp's footsteps and exited the Navy. However, Akainu had long been dissatisfied with the Navy serving the Celestial Dragons, and seeing the situation unfold, he switched sides to the Revolutionary Army during the war. But it was only a temporary collaboration. He would eventually form a new navy to create a new force to defeat the pirates. After experiencing countless brutal wars, Kobe steadily improved his strength. He had a new goal: to form a team that truly serves the people and fights for their safety and property. Coincidentally, the new Admiral Fujitora, after the Great Conscription, had similar ideas, and the two hit it off. They embarked on a new round of team building. Ultimately, after the victory in the war, the wedding of Shanks and Leah also took place. End of this chapter, Chapter 195. Conclusion 3. The wedding of Shanks and Leah was held on an island with beautiful natural scenery. In fact, he had been preparing for it for a long time. This island was discovered during his early travels, and it had stunning views. Among them, he valued the magnificent waterfall on the island the most. The island was lush with vegetation, a spring island with a mild climate, very nurturing and suitable for living. He had long fantasized that once he stopped being a pirate, He would bring Leah here to settle down. There were also natural hot springs, which Leah would definitely love. However, Leah is quite delicate, so if he were to bring her here, he would need to prepare a lot of things. Shanks took this into account. So the usually extravagant Shanks, who would host feasts that left his crew's finances in the red, began to cut back on expenses. He saved the pocket money that Beckman usually gave him. He planned to build a house with his own hands. He diligently recalled all of Leah's preferences and incorporated what she liked into the design. In fact, Shanks's design was something only he could understand. Others could not decipher his chaotic sketches. But as a pirate, he had done his best. He couldn't manage intricate designs. However, when he truly began to build the house, he found that his practical skills were quite good, and he basically applied his imagined concepts to the construction. Because he was personally building the house, he was meticulous about every detail, even dismantling and reassembling many times. Beckman was also seeing Shanks so seriously invested in something for the first time. To be honest, Leah was already one of the richest people in the world, although her stingy nature made her seem like a miser. However, it was genuinely hard to stir her emotions with valuable items. But truly, when she saw the wooden villa that Shanks had gradually built for her, she was genuinely touched. Shanks, who was usually careless, actually had the patience to do carpentry work. All the furniture in the small villa was handmade by him, and for this, he even specifically inquired about Leah's preferences, such as styles and patterns, things that only women would notice. He was very attentive and spent an enormous amount of time and effort. Because their pirate crew often sailed around, they had no fixed residence. So each time he could only stay on this island for about half a month. When other crew members came here, it was for vacation, while Shanks was purely focused on building this small house. Every time he thought about living here with Leah in the future and possibly having their children, Shanks was filled with motivation. Watching Shanks busy alone, the red-haired crew felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to help, but Shanks refused them all. He wanted to complete this gift for Leah independently. He was poor, or rather, the poorest among the four emperors. He had no intention of obtaining money and treasures through plundering. He had never been interested in such things. Moreover, the ship's finances were controlled by Beckman, making him even more cautious, sometimes not even having enough money to drink. In fact, he had thought about taking out the treasure maps he had collected in the past to search for treasure, so he could have extra money to buy more expensive gifts for Leah. However, his wife didn't lack valuable items at all and often gave him extra pocket money. So he thought he wanted to create a unique gift for his wife. The only thing that could be called one of a kind was the house he built himself. Because he would never build for anyone else, he was already completely devoted to Leah in this lifetime, leaving no room for others. The island was large, and the fruits and other resources were abundant, making it suitable for hosting banquets and weddings. He had never thought that a person could look so beautiful in a wedding dress, even exuding a sense of purity. When she was led to him by Old Man Carp, he even felt a sense of unreality. He was very nervous, and his palms were sweating. What should have been a happy occasion made him want to cry a little. It wasn't until he held the bride's hand that he felt a sense of reality. It was that feeling of, today is my wedding and Lily is my bride. To marry Leah, he had taken 3 punches from Uncle Carp last month. It hurt so much that he almost couldn't stand up. Uncle Carp was really going all out, but it was worth it. This was the one thing he would never regret in his life. Of course, Ace, Luffy, and Sabo all attended the wedding banquet. Even the revolutionary leader, whom he had barely seen in person, was there. Because of Luffy, the Empress of Amazon Lily was also present. Ace and Sabo were sitting there drinking, both brothers crying and cursing the red-haired bastard and such. Luffy was happily eating, while the Empress sat beside him watching Leah and Shanks exchange rings, already beginning to fantasize about her own wedding with Luffy. But Luffy was completely oblivious. Suddenly, he looked up and asked, "Hancock, is that what marriage is like?" Pointing at Shanks and Leah, who were kissing. Hancock's face instantly turned bright red, and she hesitantly nodded. Luffy then said, "Then let's get married when I become the Pirate King." When Luffy said this, his eyes sparkled with determination. Don't get it wrong. He definitely meant he would become the Pirate King. Of course, even if she understood, it was enough to make Hancock happy. Chopper, sitting next to Luffy, was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out, and he exclaimed loudly, "Luffy, proposals can't be that casual. Do you even know what marriage is?" "I don't worry about the details," Luffy scratched his head and said. However, it would be impossible to say that the foolish Luffy knew nothing. After all, he had the ability to hear the voices of all things. Doflamingo was also present, watching the wedding with a sour expression, looking very displeased. Rosinante was taking care of the happily eating Andy, occasionally glancing at Doflamingo, fearing his older brother would cause some trouble. Whitebeard, Old Man Carp, Sengoku, and other older generations were sitting together, reminiscing about the past. It was quite pleasant, but there were tears glistening in Old Man Carp's eyes. The old friends around him knew the reason, but did not break the silence. Everyone wanted to give Carp some face on this joyous day. After Kizaru left the Navy, he gradually improved his relationship with Leah and their trading company. At this moment, he sat at the banquet, watching the wedding with a calm expression, having no intention of causing any trouble. Having experienced so much, he naturally could not be as passionate as he was in his youth. Marco and Mihawk were sitting together. Being of similar age, they had more topics to discuss. Mihawk was usually not talkative, and even less so today, but he was drinking quite freely, which surprised Marco, who knew him well. However, upon seeing a hint of jealousy in Mihawk's eyes, Marco couldn't help but be secretly astonished. Buggy was lively throughout the event, dedicated to stealing all the treasure maps from the Red Force. It felt like a wedding had gathered all the big shots together. At night, in a new house, Shanks walked in, full of alcohol. It seemed like he was drunk, but his eyes were very clear. Leah urged him to take a shower. The smell of alcohol was unbearable. When Shanks revealed his toned upper body and climbed onto the bed, Leah chuckled and teased him. "You actually blushed. It's not your first time." "No, I'm not nervous about that. What I want to say is, I will love you until the end of my life." "Isn't it too early to make such a promise?" "No, it should have been said long ago." Leah wrapped her arms around Shanks' neck, temporarily trusting him. "If you lie to me, you know the consequences." Then Leah kissed Shanks on the lips. The lights gradually dimmed, and their figures intertwined. One day, the sound of the liberation drum will spread to every corner of the world, freeing people from suffering. The main text of this book ends here. Chapter 196 Extra. Law versus Doflamingo. Forced love. It was unclear when it started, but Doflamingo felt that the frequency of that brat Law appearing in his sight was increasing. Originally, if Law could become a knife in his hand, many things would inevitably go smoother than they are now. However, he hated that brat, because every time he appeared, it reminded him that he had personally killed his own brother. He had killed his only family member. Even though Rosinante was later saved by Leah, in his heart, Rosinante had already died once. They had the chance to become family, but lacked the fate to support each other and become the top overlords of this world together. His heart felt too empty, as if there was nothing, and that brat Law seemed to mistakenly believe that Rosinante was dead. He must be planning to take revenge for Rosinante. 2 years ago, he wasn't strong enough. 2 years later, he allied with the Straw Hat Pirates, seemingly planning to take action against him. He found all of this rather interesting. He also wanted to see how much Law had progressed over the years, as all the schemes and tricks he would use were things he had taught him. He hated him, yet could never escape the shadow he cast. To Doflamingo, this was a very amusing matter. The bird cage opened, and the entire Dressrosa was shrouded in a shadow. This time, it was a direct matter, Law's revenge against him. After all, he had never mistreated the people of Dressrosa. Even the Navy couldn't find a reason to act against him. Dressrosa was originally the territory of the Don Quixote family. He was stripped of his identity as a celestial dragon, and he was merely reclaiming what rightfully belonged to his family. But to be honest, it's just a throne of a country. He doesn't really care about it, because what he holds is more than just the power of a single nation. He has defeated the surrounding countries and integrated their armies into a single force, ready to be commanded at any time. When someone tries to bring him down, he can mobilize those armies to deal with them. Of course, this only applies to those with a sense of compassion. He has done so much for them, winning their hearts, and when he needs them, they should be willing to serve him. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Fortunately, he has a strong ability to win people over, and many are willing to serve him voluntarily. It's just a pity that during the final battle with Law, he was interrupted by Corazon's arrival. It was quite disappointing. He wanted to enjoy a good, wild moment to soothe his heart that quietly lingered in the darkness, gradually corroding away. When one focuses too much on a person, the atmosphere always becomes inexplicably tense. Previously, in his quest for revenge against Doflamingo, Law had thoroughly investigated all the factions associated with Doflamingo, leaving no stone unturned. However, after verifying the facts, Law found that Doflamingo was too cunning. With a complex web of relationships, pulling one thread could affect the entire network, and anyone connected to him would inevitably be implicated. It was too troublesome to target one person and end up provoking a series of powerful figures behind him. After all, their interests were interconnected. This was something Doflamingo had grasped during his long association with Leah. When Law learned that Corazon was not dead, his feelings toward Doflamingo became complicated. At times, he hated him intensely, but he also had to admire his capabilities. He had charisma, but it was the kind that belonged to a villain. It wasn't until he was completely exhausted, with Beppo also locked in a cage and taken away by several of Doflamingo's subordinates, that Law realized he had underestimated him. How could Doflamingo let go of someone who had once targeted him? With no strength left, and his ankles shackled with C-prism stone handcuffs, he found himself in the resplendent palace of Dressrosa, with no means of escape. Moreover, he was trapped in a birdcage created by Doflamingo. The only way out was to defeat him. The agreement he had made with the Straw Hat Captain to challenge Kaido now seemed impossible. The lights gradually dimmed, leaving only a small, weak light shining on Law's face. Growing weaker, he could only lie on the cold ground, gasping for breath. What kind of drug was this? To have such a strong effect that even attempting to use his Nomi abilities was futile? Doflamingo's footsteps drew closer, and Law helplessly clenched his sleeves, feeling utterly powerless. In fact, this drug was something Leah had developed previously for pranks, colorless and tasteless, but rendered the person completely powerless. Moreover, unless the drug's effects wore off, there was no antidote. Doflamingo's arrogant and flamboyant laughter grew nearer, and Law looked at him with a gaze full of hatred. A strange fragrance wafted through the air again. Instinctively, Law tried to cover his mouth and nose, but it was of no use. Doflamingo grasped his neck and lifted him off the ground. Then, fine threads emerged from Doflamingo's back, weaving into a white hammock high above the enormous birdcage. Doflamingo seemed to never be without his feathered coat. He took off his coat and wrapped Law entirely in it. Standing at 98 meters tall, he effortlessly enveloped Law in his embrace. Then, Doflamingo leaped high and tossed Law onto the hammock woven from the threads. Under his shadow, Law weakly gritted his teeth and questioned, "What do you want to do? Isn't it obvious, little ghost?" Doflamingo laughed arrogantly. "You were supposed to be my most loyal subordinate. Even after your betrayal, I accept it. But now I have spared you for the second time, and you don't appreciate it all, so why are you, who should be sailing freely in other parts of the New World, still appearing in Dressrosa? Am I really worth your time?" Upon hearing this, Law's face suddenly turned red. He was flustered, realizing that Doflamingo had known about his earlier observations. "I was just." Law began to defend himself, but Doflamingo placed a finger on his lips, silencing his unspoken words. "I am a pirate, little ghost. I revel in the feeling of plunder, just like now," Doflamingo said, his finger tracing over Law's exposed abs under the light. "If you dare to step on my territory, you must be prepared to face my revenge." At this moment, Doflamingo buried his head into Law's neck. Cold sweat broke out on Law's forehead because Doflamingo was biting him. The blue veins pulsed slightly with the rhythm of his heart, further igniting Doflamingo's desires. Except when facing Leah, Doflamingo was mostly reckless. Just like now, facing the increasingly flushed little ghost, he decisively ripped open Law's shirt. A man's body is different from a woman's, but without a doubt, both can be beautiful. Law's athletic build stirred Doflamingo's primal desire for conquest the most. He didn't care whether it was a man or a woman, as long as it satisfied his desires and kept him from rotting away in the dark corners. Doflamingo's massive figure loomed over Law, the pink feathered coat covering both of them. The two overlapping figures swayed, and the coat seemed insufficient to cover them, leaving glimpses of springtime that were impossible to hide. When the gossiping Leah learned of this, she couldn't help but give Doflamingo a thumbs up. "You really aren't picky," Leah observed Doflamingo's bulging veins and then said, "You really have an eye for talent. Even Law's explosive personality has been conquered by you." Doflamingo raised an eyebrow, non-committal. Meanwhile, in the submarine, Law, wrapped in the black feathered coat, couldn't help but sneeze again. It's strange. Ever since they escaped from Dressrosa, their captain had caught a cold, and it showed no signs of improving. It's just that their captain was skilled in medicine, leaving the others at a loss. Only Beppo silently gazed at the red marks that occasionally appeared on his captain's neck. End of this chapter. Chapter 197 bonus chapter. 2. Mihawk versus female protagonist. 1. Note: this chapter assumes Leah is not with Shanks. The timeline is set when Leah is 23 years old. If you dislike, please do not enter. Mihawk finds Leah to be a very troublesome woman, always talking and never quieting down. As long as she is around, you can forget about finding a moment of peace. Just like his friend, she is always a headache. When did his perception of her begin to change? Perhaps it was when she went to great lengths to find him a variety of fine wines to please him. Perhaps it was because he was bored and didn't want to pay attention to her. She thought he was angry, so she handed him a large bag of seeds she somehow found, wearing a flattering smile. His temperament was usually very calm, and there were very few things in this world that could shake his heart. Therefore, the things that could make him care in life were really very few. He had always thought that women were the most boring creatures in the world. They were troublesome, pursuing nothing more than things that made them look more like butterflies, or getting angry over inexplicable matters. Even to become more beautiful, they would go so far as to undergo surgery or make a fuss. He didn't quite understand why women pursued such superficial things. But later experiences made him realize that not only women were superficial, humanity had a common flaw. However, all of this should still have nothing to do with him. He just needed to pursue the peak of his swordsmanship, right? Of course, it wasn't that Leah didn't pursue these things. She did, and because of better financial resources, her attire and lifestyle were much more exquisite than others. When he casually asked if doing all these things every day was not troublesome, she said it wasn't troublesome. She did it to please herself. Every time she saw her smooth, fair skin and beautiful clothes in the mirror, she felt very happy. She said this was to please herself. When he saw her radiant smile, he suddenly had an epiphany. They were just pursuing what they liked. There was no significant difference between that and his pursuit of swordsmanship. It was just a different choice in life. This had nothing to do with value, because in the matter of pleasing oneself, the effect of their pursuit of beauty was the same as his pursuit of swordsmanship. Just with that in mind, Leah seemed no different from other women. No, she was very different. She could wear exquisite dresses to attend various events held by their business association. And she could also wear simple clothes to mess around in the fields he personally managed. When she got some dirt on her nose, and he pointed it out, she wiped her face with her little dirty hand. As a result, her profile also got smudged with dirt. Even so, when she took out a mirror to check her face, she burst out laughing. Although she was covered in dirt, under normal circumstances, he should have frowned and called her a messy girl. But listening to her clear and natural laughter echoing in his ears, he felt that she was cleaner at that moment than at any other time. It seemed that she only became so carefree when she was by his side, so unrestrained. When he came back to his senses, Leah's face was already very close to his. "My hawk, what are you daydreaming about? This feels so strange. You're not thinking about the last time I knocked over your dish, are you? I'll say it first. I've already bribed. No, I've already apologized, so don't pick a fight with me, okay?" Leah defensively crossed her arms in front of her. "No. I was thinking that it seems to be dinner time." Looking at the face that seemed close yet far away, Myhawk reminded himself in his heart not to have such an illusion. Myhawk thought for a moment, his eyes flickered, then he set down the farming tools, intending to return to the castle. At that moment, Leah's voice came from behind. If you're going back now, then I'll go wash up by the river first. I got too dirty playing today. By the time I come back, dinner should be ready, right?" "Sure." He didn't want to answer, but when he turned around and saw her expectant smile, he couldn't help but blush. To cover it up, he quickly turned around and replied. Then, as if chased by a ghost, he left quickly. Today, Myhawk was acting strangely. When Leah finished washing up and wanted to walk out of the small river, she suddenly remembered a problem. She hadn't brought a change of clothes. Originally, she had planned to stay long when she came to Myhawk's place. But she found Myhawk's pastoral life too comfortable and couldn't help but disturb him for a few more days. Normally, she would carry several sets of clothes with her when going out, but now she had used up her last set. Should she wear those dirty clothes again? No, absolutely not. On the other side, Myhawk, who had been waiting at the dining table for a while, couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. However, he wasn't worried because there was nothing on this island that could harm that woman. So was she caught up by something? Out of curiosity, he activated his observation hockey. Soon, his face inexplicably felt hot, and he hurriedly retracted his observation hockey. At that moment, Leah was struggling with what to do, revealing her beautiful back, holding her clothes, and contemplating whether to wash them too, and then wear them back while they were still wet. She would catch a cold, but would it be too embarrassing? Myhawk sat at the dining table and thought for a moment. He went to his room and found a white shirt and pants he usually wore and held them in his hands. Shortly after, he brought them to Leah. Then, with a very unnatural expression, he said, "If you don't mind, you can wear these first." Leah hurriedly took the clothes Myhawk tossed over, and when she looked up, she saw that Myhawk had already turned around. A slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. He was quite gentlemanly. After a bit of fumbling, she put the clothes on. They were a bit big. The shirt almost reached her knees, and the pants piled up at her feet. But as long as she had something to wear, it was fine. She still needed to hurry back to wash some clothes and then return this outfit to Myhawk. However, unexpectedly, the clothes had a faint scent of sandalwood, which made her feel relaxed. Myhawk had quite a taste. No wonder he had been a noble. Since she planned to wash the clothes and return them to Myhawk, Leah stayed a couple more days in the castle. But every time Myhawk saw his clothes on that woman, he always felt a strange sensation. End of this chapter. Chapter 198 Extra 3. Mihawk versus female lead 2. Besides going to find Shanks to play, Leah often came to Cricana Island to bother Mihawk. Over time, she and Mihawk gradually became familiar with each other. For instance, right now, she was wearing Mihawk-esque clothes, living in Mihawk-esque castle, and eating the food Mihawk made. I have to say, this was really enjoyable. However, Leah suddenly realized that this state resembled that of an old married couple. Only when one person takes an interest does he become curious about her inner world, wanting to know her thoughts rather than just surface-level understanding. Mihawk put down the red wine glass in his hand and asked, "Why are you so obsessed with making money?" "Because money allows me to do the things I want to do," Leah replied, taking a bite of her food. "Then what are the things you want to do?" Mihawk raised his wine glass and took another sip, asking, "Apart from material satisfaction, I want everyone to be able to bravely express their dreams. I want to create such a society. Those burdened and oppressed do not dare to speak of their dreams. And I want to create a society where they can bravely pursue their true selves." When Leah spoke about this, her eyes seemed to shine. Hawkeye, hearing these words, instinctively frowned. He knew too well how difficult it would be to achieve this. At present, it seemed impossible. Hawkeye said objectively, not deliberately denying Leah's viewpoint. "Everyone's dreams deserve respect. It's okay. I'm not doing this alone. There's so many people behind me working for our common belief. And even if my generation can't achieve it, there will definitely be successors who will carry on this cause with my belief. As long as there are still people persevering, then I won't consider myself a failure." Leah put down her chopsticks. Yes, although she was eating Western food, she still preferred using chopsticks. Whether it's low-end or high-end, as long as it feels comfortable, isn't that enough? But what if it can never be achieved? He had to admit that he hated most of this world. But to live a more comfortable life, he had made many compromises. For example, becoming one of the 7 warlords. Well, if it can't be done, then it can't be done. I'm starting to do it step by step. That's what's most important, right? Leah shrugged and continued. "After all, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't do everything, can I? But from your usual tone, it seems you really dislike this world. Why do so much for it?" Hawkeye continued to ask. "It's precisely because it's disgusting and loathsome that I want to make it better." Leah raised her head with a smile, saying that no matter how much the world disgusts her, there are always things that make her choose to stay. "I'm striving for the people I cherish. I have beliefs that support my progress. This feeling is wonderful, just like you embrace the belief of becoming the strongest and continuously accept challenges from various swordsmen. I'm fighting for them too. Life is so short. Having dreams, beliefs, and things you want to do is a very lucky thing. In this short life, I don't want to live it in a daze." Hawkeye nodded at Leah, his gaze carrying a hint of appreciation. He enjoyed being around such people. They made him feel that he was not alone in this world. There were many people in this world, many like him, still on their way. Perhaps this was a turning point. After this conversation, Hawkeye and Leah began to talk more when they were together. Eventually, they even talked about Zoro, and he later showed Leah Zoro's bounty poster, expressing great expectations for him. Of course, the feelings between the two were subtly changing as well. Leah often hung out with Shanks and Hawkeye. It should be said they were not just chatting, but gathering together to talk. Of course, there were more than just the 3 of them. There were other members of the Red Hair Pirates. Hawkeye spoke little and often struggled to keep up with Leah's thoughts when discussing certain matters since her ideas were quite outlandish and not something an average person could follow. However, unlike Hawkeye, when Leah spoke about topics they couldn't grasp, Shanks would actively cheer her on, even if he didn't understand. Hawkeye carried some burdens, but they were not heavy, especially when facing familiar people. Each time he saw himself sitting there alone, coldly sipping red wine. It was simply due to his personality of not liking to talk much. He particularly despised stupid people, especially those who required him to waste words on one matter. However, Leah was clearly not one of them, and Shanks was also not the type to engage in deep conversations. Reflecting on this, it seemed that Leah was the only person he could share his inner thoughts with. Realizing this, Hawkeye felt a rare sense of conflict. Across the flickering campfire, he saw Leah mingling with the members of the Red Hair Pirates, especially Shanks, who shamelessly threw his arm around Leah's shoulder, made him feel a sudden discomfort. This feeling was strange. He had never felt it before. Hangovers had almost become an unchangeable habit for Shanks, wanting to confirm his thoughts. Hawkeye bore with it, and didn't he leave halfway with his black sword? He quietly watched Leah and Shanks play rock, paper, scissors, and drink, having a great time. He observed them downing bottles of alcohol, unable to suppress his frown. It wasn't he that he was worried about Shanks drinking himself to death. With Shanks' physique, even if someone stabbed him with a knife, it would be questionable whether it would break the skin. There was no need for concern. This guy had a terrifyingly strong metabolism and recovery ability. He just wondered if Leah would have any issues with her drinking. Beckman noticed Hawkeye's gaze and exhaled a puff of smoke, looking somewhat surprised. Beckman had never seen Hawkeye show interest in anyone other than swordsmen. This was, however, Beckman preferred to see through things without speaking out. Many things lose their meaning when voiced. Watching Leah's face turn red, it seemed she was on the verge of passing out. She hadn't tea yet, but Shanks had already collapsed on the table, fast asleep. Other pirates were still cheering around the two, celebrating Leah's drinking victory. Leah barely opened her eyes, waving at the surrounding pirates to express her thanks for their support. She was already quite tipsy, but she could hardly stand, swaying. Hawkeye didn't hesitate for long, because if he didn't intervene soon, Leah might fall onto the hard wooden table. Reluctantly, he pulled Leah into his arms. End of this chapter, Chapter 199 Extra 4. Hawkeye versus Female Lead 3. The surrounding air fell silent for a moment, then began to bustle again. The members of the red-haired pirates had indeed not completely gotten drunk, but Hawkeye should have been aware of this. He just didn't want to care too much. As long as he followed his heart and grasped what he wanted, wasn't that enough? So, what did he really want? Hawkeye brought Leah onto the Red Force, where rooms had long been prepared for them. He placed Leah on the clean sheets. As soon as he laid her down, Leah reached out to hold his hand tightly, making it hard for him to pull away. He could have easily escaped with a bit more force, but he didn't want to wake her. He must still care, right? Leah had lived in her castle before. He knew she had a habit of hugging dolls or pillows while sleeping. Therefore, he stuffed another empty pillow into her arms. Sure enough, once she felt something in her embrace, Leah released her hold on Hawkeye's hand and instead wrapped her arms tightly around the pillow. Perhaps he should carefully think about the relationship between him and her. He pulled up a chair and quietly sat by the bed, watching Leah's blushing profile. The moonlight fell on her face, and Leah's impression in his heart became increasingly vague. Perhaps he was also eager to know everything about her. Shanks knew this woman far better than he did, but whenever he casually asked about her, the usually nonsensical Shanks would fall silent. Shanks was hiding some things from her. These secrets could lead to many changes, which is why even someone as carefree as Shanks chose to deliberately keep them from her. Feeling a bit of a headache, he seemed to care more and more about this woman. The next day, when he opened the door intending to go out, the red-haired crew was crowded at the entrance. When he suddenly opened the door, they nearly tumbled over each other. Mihawk stepped back with a look of disdain, his golden pupils staring at them, making their hearts race. Being struck by the world's #1 swordsman was no joke. So, those pirates quickly got up and vanished in the blink of an eye. Mihawk exhaled a breath of stale air and rubbed his brow. After staying up all night, even he felt a bit mentally exhausted. He had never realized that life could present so many questions worth pondering. When he lifted his head, he locked eyes with Beckman, who was smoking outside. Under Beckman's scrutinizing gaze, Mihawk was the first to look away. After this incident, Mihawk began to intentionally avoid Leah. For instance, when Leah came to visit him on Clay Kana Island with something in hand, he hardly acknowledged her, treating her as if he didn't exist. Aside from practicing swordsmanship and feeding the gorilla, and when he encountered her while out doing business, even though he didn't go as far as to strike her down with a sword, he truly acted as if he hadn't seen her. It was infuriating, but Leah had no way to deal with him. The world's #1 swordsman, who was impervious to both soft and hard approaches, had no weaknesses at all. She really had no way to handle him. After being ignored once more, Leah stood outside the ancient castle, watching the tall figure that showed no signs of attachment. Her eyes began to well up, and she didn't even realize tears were streaming down her face. It wasn't until the droplets fell, sliding down her cheeks, that Leah reacted, wiping her face with the back of her hand. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She simply squatted down, not making a sound, but tears continued to fall. She never cried, but facing this stubborn man, she felt genuinely sad. Had she upset him? Why could he simply ignore her? After crying enough and no longer shedding tears, Mihawk had already been standing in front of her for quite a while. To be honest, Mihawk didn't know how to comfort a crying woman. He had never had such an experience. So he stood there, wanting to say something multiple times, but ultimately all the words got stuck in his throat, and he simply couldn't bring himself to speak. He had never been good at expressing himself. But seeing Leah cry made his heart ache. In his impression, Leah had always been strong and optimistic. Why was she suddenly crying? He didn't quite understand, but his intuition told him that the problem must be with him. Not knowing the reason, he couldn't even bring himself to say comforting words. After pondering for a moment, Mihawk reached out his hand to Leah, indicating for her to get up. Leah looked up at Mihawk's expressionless eyes, propped herself up on her knees, and then turned to leave. Mihawk suddenly felt anxious and grabbed Leah's wrist, saying, "I." Leah shook off his hand and asked, "Do you hate me?" "No." "Then why have you been ignoring me lately?" "I just don't know how to face you. Recently, I feel a bit nervous when talking to you." "Nervous about what?" "I just don't know how to deal with." As expected, Mihawk, given our relationship, you actually have to use the word deal with now. "You really do hate me," Leah said, turning to leave again. This time, Mihawk decisively grabbed Leah's hand, and then he said seriously, "I'm not good at expressing myself, but I don't hate you. In this regard, I truly am clumsy, but I prepared this for you. If I did something wrong, I apologize." Mihawk added. Although he said that, his face remained expressionless. Very well, that seems quite insincere, Leah thought. But after knowing Mihawk for so long, she understood a bit. He was simply expressionless. Mihawk handed Leah the dagger he was holding. It was the first time she received a gift and apology that was a dagger. Was he telling her to commit suicide later? But considering her friend's emotional intelligence, she let it slide. Leah took the blue, diamond-studded dagger from his hands, opened it to find it very sharp, and the forging material was excellent. Something even Leah had never seen before. Leah looked up and surprisingly saw a hint of avoidance in Mihawk's gaze. Suddenly, Leah leaned closer to Mihawk, her eyes sharp as she asked, "What do you mean by this?" Looking at Mihawk's averted gaze, Leah seemed to understand something. Her expression changed, and she put the dagger back into the brocade box. She looked at Mihawk, holding her hand, seemingly still in disbelief. When Mihawk wanted to let go, Leah had already clasped Mihawk's hand back. He had never felt so flustered. Even when facing stronger enemies, he had never wanted to avoid someone like this. Leah had a bit of crush on Mihawk. Whether it was wearing his clothes or eating the meals he cooked, everything felt very natural, as if it had always been this way, and it should be this way. Mihawk was not good with words, but Leah felt he was a rare, gentle, and attentive person in this world. He was quite frugal, had low material desires, was disciplined, and had a great physique. He could handle both the parlor and the kitchen. Leah thought, if she missed this chance, where would she find such a capable and strong man again? If Mihawk didn't reject her, why couldn't she fight for herself? Thinking this, Leah decisively hugged Mihawk, resting her face on his solid chest. All right, Mihawk's whole body went stiff, and his hand froze in midair. The body's reaction was always honest, and Leah sensed this. She realized Mihawk didn't hate her. Otherwise, he should have pushed her away or, more directly, drawn his sword. "I understand now. You don't hate me." Leah paused and continued. "So do you like me?" "You don't need to rush to answer me. Since you don't dislike me, why can't we try to spend some time together first?" How to spend time together? This question already implies a default. "Let's live together," and see Leah lifted her head from his embrace and looked at Mihawk with slightly heated eyes. "Don't misunderstand. Just like before, but this time, you need to take the initiative to come to Sicily to find me, to talk to me, to chat with me. Chatting is not forced. I know you don't talk much," Leah added casually as she thought of this. Besides being cold-faced, Mihawk is definitely a top-notch boyfriend. For example, when going out, he always takes the initiative to carry things, never requiring you to lift a finger. He doesn't talk much, but when Leah shares something with him, he always listens attentively. He cooks well, and as for fighting, there's no need to mention it. A person who can stand at the pinnacle of swordsmanship is certainly not weak. Mihawk often drives his coffin boat out to procure supplies, and when Leah finishes her business on Cry-Ka Island, she occasionally accompanies him. Leah noticed that Mihawk never avoids anything, whether it's raining or snowing. His expression seems to remain unchanged. He faces the natural disasters with his body. When Leah is around, he will pull her into his arms, taking out a large umbrella from the cabin of the coffin boat to quietly shield her head. When asked why he does this, he says, "A swordsman's training is not disturbed by external matters." Although Leah doesn't quite understand his approach, she respects it. What troubles her the most is that Mihawk never takes the initiative when it comes to intimate contact. He seems somewhat resistant to it. When Leah sincerely asked him this question, Mihawk lowered the newspaper covering his face and looked at Leah with an inexplicable gaze. He didn't expect Leah to be so direct. It's not that he doesn't want to get closer to her, but he prefers to respect her. He wants her to receive the same respect that all girls should have, and for that, he is willing to be more patient and accommodating, and to take good care of her feelings. Eagle-Eye put down the newspaper and moved very close to Leah. He then wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Looking into her sparkling eyes, leaned down and kissed her lips. He is not good with words, but he can respond to her with actions. Leah blinked her eyes as they kissed, both keeping their eyes open, gazing at each other. The initially awkward scene now seemed to carry a hint of tacit understanding. The smile in Leah's eyes deepened, and with a playful bite on Mihawk's lip, she slipped her hand inside his clothing, exploring his firm abs. Then she closed her eyes, using her soft tongue to pry open his defenses, invading all of him recklessly. Leah has never been a pure saint. She has always been highly possessive of what is hers. This is not only reflected in words, but also in actions. I watched the woman before him, fluttering her eyelashes, letting out a helpless sigh in his heart. He then closed his eyes and actively began to respond to Leah. The two seemed to be in a contest, neither yielding to the other, and the kiss gradually became longer. But in the end, Leah lost. As she couldn't catch her breath, she leaned on Mihawk's shoulder, breathing heavily. Leah then gently laughed. Her soft laughter echoed in Mihawk's ears. "You're not so rigid, after all I'm a normal man." His magnetic voice lingered in Leah's ears, low and smooth. He then pulled her close, one hand supporting her waist and the other around her hips, bringing her fully into his embrace. In fact, Leah is not considered small among women. She is over 1.7 meters tall, but when she lay in Eagle Eye's arms, she appeared particularly petite. In her purple pupils, light flickered. She then bit the vein on Mihawk's neck that was faintly exposed, not biting too hard but not too lightly either. Mihawk then lifted Leah and placed her on a nearby stone table. At this point, Leah had already left a strawberry mark on Mihawk's neck. Feeling her increasingly heated heart, a hint of desire finally appeared in Mihawk's eyes. His fingers moved slightly, pulling down the delicate strap of Leah's dress on her shoulder. Then he paused, looking at Leah with questioning eyes, as if asking, "Can I?" Leah didn't speak, only responding with a delicate kiss. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as the sky darkened and the temperature gradually dropped, but the atmosphere between the two grew denser. Feeling the man above her breathing more rapidly, Leah chuckled to herself. "So he has this side, too. The mountains do not see me. I will go see the mountains." Climbing the proud snow mountain and then melting it away, this process piqued her interest. Into this chapter, Chapter 2, 01 Extra 6 Zoro vs. Sanji in Wano Country. Sanji faced Queen, knowing he couldn't defeat the enemy before him unless he used the technology of the Vinsmoke family. But if he did that, he would gradually lose his emotions as a normal person. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the figure that had fought alongside him countless times. At this point, the first person he thought of was actually him. With this thought, Sanji took out a transponder snail and called Zoro, who was fighting somewhere. Zoro picked up, but with him came the sound of an intense battle. "Are we going to defeat the beast pirates?" Sanji suddenly asked, listening to the loud clashing of swords and blades coming from the transponder snail. Of course, even facing a strong enemy, Zoro promptly responded to Sanji. But it seemed that the two had a natural mismatch in aura. They never softened their tones when speaking to each other. Sanji thought of this and felt a bit self-deprecating, but then he thought of that aspect, and his expression became very serious. "If after the final battle I become abnormal, you must kill me." Sanji said this calmly, but in his mind, he began to imagine the figure that was fighting. Sanji knew that with Luffy's personality, he would definitely not be able to make that decision at that time. This matter could only be entrusted to the more stable Zoro, who could support him and the entire Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro closed his eyes, a hint of sourness suddenly rising in his heart. But he was not good at grasping those fleeting feelings, treating it as a normal bond between comrades. Between him and the curly-browed cook, it seemed that there was nothing else but arguments and fights. Right? They share an understanding that others could never comprehend. Even if they were arguing 1 second, they could back each other up the next. "Okay, I understand. I will make sure to kill you well." Zoro agreed to Sanji's request without any hesitation. "Although I don't know what happened, I'm looking forward to the decisive battle. Since that is the case, you have to live well until then." Zoro expressed his hope for Sanji's safety in a roundabout and awkward way. He was conflicted. He fought with the belief that he would win. But whenever he thought about Sanji asking him to kill him, it felt like a heavy hammer was striking his heart, making it impossible for him to calm down. Rather than being excited, it was more like panic. Sanji was special to him, right? However, as a swordsman with a heart of iron, he was destined to be unable to express these inner feelings in words. But upon thinking about what that curly-haired guy might do that could be irreversible, Zoro frowned again. "Sorry about that." After saying this, Sanji hung up the phone. Seeing this, Zoro became even more restless and hit harder against the enemies. Sanji recalled the past. "What are you talking about? Your sword is just pathetic compared to that guy's." This was something Sanji said when defeating a swordsman who claimed to be stronger than Zoro. Meanwhile, Zoro also defeated an enemy famous for his kicking techniques. There's a guy in this world who can kick better than you, even though he always makes me mad. They always argued whenever they faced each other. But when separated to fight enemies, they couldn't tolerate anyone insulting the other in any way. Both of them were tsundere. Perhaps when someone eventually exposes this when they face each other, neither would admit to complimenting the other. Sanji, I'm talking about Mihawk. Zoro, I'm talking about Kizaru. Sanji, Zoro, and they turned their heads away from each other. Zoro recalled that time when he faced the warlord, Kuma, alone. After Sanji woke up, he hobbled over to him and scolded, "What if you die? What will happen to your ambitions? Idiot, you." At that moment, he was stunned to see Sanji, and even though they were in such a dire situation, he still felt that Sanji was so spirited, with astonishment and warmth flowing in his heart. Sanji then stood in front of him and said to the towering Kuma, "Compared to this green, algae-headed swordsman, take my life. Although the Navy looks down on me now, in the future, I will be the most troublesome existence in our group. Blackleg Sanji, how could I let him bear all of this alone?" Zoro stood up and knocked Sanji out. You bastard," Sanji said as he lost consciousness. Later, he bore everything alone until the next day. "Hey, where did that warlord go?" Sanji naturally asked when he woke up, but his eyes were checking for any serious wounds on himself. What an idiot, can't you even hide it now? It's so obvious. Even with blood flowing all over and his body trembling, Zoro stood there, guarding all the unconscious companions. What else with this blood loss? "Hey, are you still alive? Don't scare me. Where did that guy go?" "Hey, Zoro, green algae-headed swordsman." Sanji stood there looking at the heavily injured Zoro, not even daring to touch him, his lips trembling as he called out his name. "What on earth happened here? Green algae, speak." And nothing happened. Struggling to catch his breath, Zoro managed to say this. Sanji supported the collapsed Zoro, his heart filled with panic. "You are someone I absolutely cannot lose. I should have said this to the green algae-headed guy long ago. I should have said it during that phone call. It's just, he still lacks some courage. What would he do if he said it and ended up with no companions?" Zoro slashed out again, and when he saw the enemy fall, he had a moment to catch his breath. The closer he got to death, the more he wanted to bicker with that curly-haired cook and wash dishes together in the kitchen. Although he was infuriating, thinking back, it was truly enjoyable to be with him. After the battle with Kaido and Big Mom temporarily ended, Sanji took care of Zoro's wounds. "Can you wrap bandages?" Zoro lay there unable to move, looking speechlessly at Sanji, who was fiddling with the bandages. "This is easy, I assenti it. It's just like wrapping ham, right?" Sanji said this with a hint of a smile in his tone. "Oh, Emihome." Although he wanted to sit up and argue with the curly-haired guy, he really didn't have the strength. "You're not as high-end as ham," Sanji instinctively retorted. "So, who made you get hurt like this?" Sanji held the cigarette to the burning candle and took a puff, exhaling smoke rings as he asked. "Kaido and Big Mom." "No wonder. You really went up to the rooftop, right? Is Luffy okay?" "He seems to have a way. He will win. I know that without you saying it." Looking at Zoro, who was wrapped up except for his face, Sanji extinguished the candle. In the darkness, in the unspoken understanding between them, Sanji approached Zoro and gently kissed his lips. A fleeting touch. "Nothing happened," Sanji said awkwardly. "Ah, I see. I understand the feelings we both share." End of this chapter. Chapter 202 Extra. Doflamingo vs. Crocodile 1. Note: this chapter is a bit cheesy. If you don't like it, please don't read on, and it starts with the Marineford War. Old Sand was just hit and spat blood by Jozu at the beginning of the Marineford War. Doflamingo noticed this and rushed out to control Jozu. Doflamingo greeted Crocodile, asking how he was doing in prison, trying to persuade Old Sand to join his pirate crew, saying that as long as Old Sand teamed up with him, Whitebeard's era would end. Doflamingo was also aware of how deeply Crocodile was obsessed with Whitebeard, so he deliberately used this to tempt Crocodile. Crocodile hesitated for a moment, and then retorted, "Shouldn't it be you who becomes my subordinate?" Saying this, Crocodile used his ability to blow Doflamingo away, breaking this so-called deal. As Doflamingo watched Crocodile move further away from him, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. The problem was that he was attracted to the fact that Crocodile would never submit to anyone regardless of his circumstances. Then Leah caught up, and since they were on the battlefield, always needing to be on guard against sudden enemies, she kept her observation haki activated and naturally understood what was happening here. Leah then swung her scythe to clear the people surrounding Doflamingo, standing back-to-back with him. Suddenly remembering something, Leah asked, "By the way, Doflamingo, you seem particularly concerned about Crocodile." Doflamingo's expression stiffened, and he replied somewhat awkwardly, "Stop talking nonsense." "No, really, Doflamingo, if you're genuinely interested in him, I actually have a way. It might be a bit extreme, but Crocodile might end up hunting you down all over the world." "Oh." Doflamingo's attention was instantly diverted. "Forget it, we'll talk about this later. You should handle today's matters first." After that, when Crocodile tried to rush to the execution platform to save Ace, Doflamingo, standing below the platform, suddenly decapitated him. "You want to ditch me to cooperate with Whitebeard? It makes me jealous that you still ignore me. What am I supposed to do with you, the former Desert Eagle?" Doflamingo mumbled as he was once again cast aside by Crocodile. In his anger, Doflamingo fought with Crocodile again, due to Leah's disappearance. The issues between Doflamingo and Crocodile were postponed until Leah returned, while Crocodile and others like Mihawk and Buggy joined forces to establish the Cross Guild. In fact, Leah knew a little secret about Crocodile. A long time ago, when he was still a rookie pirate, he was actually female. Crocodile's famous battle was a draw against Barrett, after which he rose to fame on the seas. At that time, the proud Crocodile chose to challenge the strongest man at sea, Whitebeard. The result, of course, was a crushing defeat. It seemed that battle crushed his spirit, and since then, Crocodile began to search the world for the ancient weapon Pluton, hoping to defeat Whitebeard and reclaim his former pride. He was only defeated by the Straw Hat Brat, who emerged halfway, and then he was imprisoned and impelled down. Doflamingo had seen Crocodile when he was female, stubborn, unyielding, and strong, like a lone eagle in the desert that never submits to the scorching sun. Every aspect of her attracted Doflamingo, who was just beginning to experience love. However, at that time, when Doflamingo wanted to pursue Crocodile, he learned the bad news, that Crocodile had chosen to become a man. This bad news bothered him for over 20 years. During this time, he had also troubled Crocodile, only to find out it didn't seem to matter to him whether Crocodile was male or female. Yet, this little selfish thought was indeed hard to voice. That guy Crocodile was really frighteningly rigid. It would be quite difficult to make him realize something. Ironically, the reason Crocodile hated Doflamingo was precisely because this guy was too clingy. Every time they spoke, he would get too close, and his ambiguous words made Crocodile think his secret was exposed. What Crocodile didn't know was that Doflamingo had indeed seen his female form. It was very hot, and back then, Crocodile was slim, but not in a scrawny way. His muscle lines were really beautiful, and he fought very coolly. It would have been better if the target wasn't him. After Leah returned, the two cunning little men began to discuss what to do. In short, both had malicious smiles on their faces. Then, one day, while Crocodile was taking a relaxing bath, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at his waist. He immediately realized he had been ambushed. However, strangely, no one came to attack him afterward, and there were no reports of any invasions of the Cross Guild. After suppressing his doubts, Crocodile fell asleep peacefully. But in the middle of the night, he felt a heaviness in his chest, a strange yet familiar sensation that woke him up. He then pressed his hand against his chest and suddenly gasped for breath. He was very angry. He then pinched his limbs, feeling limp. The muscles he had been proud of over the years had disappeared. Why did he suddenly revert to that form he disliked? He recalled the sharp pain earlier. Could it be that Ivankov had come? That shouldn't be possible. By Ivankov's level, if he came, neither Mihawk nor he would fail to notice. In fact, any strong person in this world coming here shouldn't go unnoticed. But the more pressing issue was how to deal with what was to come. He didn't want anyone to know he had once been a woman. With this body, he couldn't reach the top. After Whitebeard's death, his new goal was to participate in the greatest struggle for dominance in nearly 30 years. So what use was his body? But he had to find exaggerated clothing to hide his shape, yet his skin had also become smooth, which was hard not to raise suspicions. Fortunately, Mihawk was focused on the way of the sword, so he probably wouldn't care about these details, and Buggy wasn't that meticulous either, always thinking about collecting treasure maps. They probably wouldn't find out for now. After dealing with the matters at hand, he must seek Ivankov from Revolutionary Army. They had no grievances or hatred in the past. Why should he toy with him like this? Unfortunately, as of now, the only person he could think of who could change gender was Ivankov. But why after dawn? Would that guy Doflamingo linger in the Cross Guild, using that lame excuse of wanting to take on a mission? How could someone who hangs out with Leah, that dead woman, be short on money? Into this chapter, Chapter 203 Extra, 8, Doflamingo versus Crocodile, 2. It's really annoying. Does that flamingo have nothing better to do? It just stays here all day bothering him. Whenever he wants to kick him out, that guy would come up with some excuse about needing to discuss cooperation with the Cross Guild, presenting some nonsensical proposals that were completely impractical. It was too clingy, making it impossible for him to find a chance to restore his body. Over the past couple of days, Mihawk had already looked at him a bit strangely. If this dragged on, he might be exposed. In a moment of unbearable frustration, Crocodile finally exploded. Previously, he had refrained from tearing his face off in public due to concerns about the flamingo's background, especially since Mihawk had a good relationship with that red-haired Yonko. Other than bothering him, the flamingo hadn't done anything excessively outrageous. That smiling flamingo wearing a mask was truly detestable. What do you want? After pushing Doflamingo's big face away again, Crocodile frowned in dissatisfaction. Nothing. I just feel like something's off with you these days. Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and smiled as he spoke. What's off? When Crocodile heard this, he felt a moment of unease, but with his mindset, he naturally couldn't show it. So he calmly retorted. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow and casually said, for example, "You've been wrapping yourself up tightly lately. It's clearly midsummer. Are you cold?" Then Doflamingo took a few steps closer to Crocodile and asked, "Or is it that you're sick, perhaps with some unspeakable illness?" "No, and you don't need to worry so much." Crocodile replied, dissatisfied. "Upon closer inspection, it seems your skin has become much more delicate. Are you researching these things all day like that dead woman, Leah?" "No way," said Crocodile. Doflamingo's expression began to show disdain. Of course, all of this was the result of his collaboration with Leah. Even so, he couldn't say anything now, otherwise, Sand Crocodile might just chop him down. Crocodile sent a sand whirlwind towards Doflamingo, trying to shut his mouth. But that half-hearted attack was easily dodged by Doflamingo. It seemed that since his body had changed into a woman's, Crocodile had become increasingly irritable lately, unable to control his emotions. This wasn't due to any other factor. Crocodile would never lose his composure just because of suddenly becoming a woman. This abnormal emotional state was mainly caused by hormonal imbalances, commonly known as endocrine disorders. Just imagine. A few days ago, he was producing male hormones, and now his body was rapidly secreting female hormones. Anyone would feel uncomfortable in such a situation. What drove Crocodile to the brink was that he couldn't control his tear ducts. Whenever something didn't go his way, tears would start to gather in the corners of his eyes. This made him want to wear a hood to cover his face for the past couple of days. A notorious pirate of the Grand Line, also the second in command of the Cross Guild, crying at any moment was hardly dignified. But to be honest, seeing flamingos was annoying. He had reached a point where he felt disgusted at the sight of pink. However, he was also suspicious. The obnoxious flamingo was not a good-tempered person. On the contrary, he was known for being vengeful, a notorious underworld boss in the New World. He had once tried to get involved in the human trafficking business. Doflamingo didn't have a conscience. Many things he chose not to do were merely to consider Leah's feelings. So why, after being treated this way, was he still there? And why was he smiling at him so kindly? This was somewhat irritating, and amidst this irritation, he sensed a hint of indulgence from the flamingo. Just thinking about it gave him goosebumps. What on earth was happening? Just when Crocodile had finally managed to get rid of the obnoxious flamingo and wanted to enjoy a bath alone, the flamingo barged in. It was so awkward that he wanted to turn into elements right there. But alas, this was in a hot spring. If he turned into elements, he wouldn't be able to revert back. Also, if it were a man-esque body, he could stand up boldly, but now he was in a woman-esque body. He had to hide. He didn't want this flamingo to know his secret and laugh at him. He then naturally slipped into the hot spring. The sound of the water masked his movements, and it seemed that Doflamingo didn't notice anything. He just stood there commenting on the hot spring, then pretended to call out a few times, confirming that no one was there before he took off his pink feather coat. He then entered the water. After becoming a woman, Crocodile's reaction speed seemed to have slowed down a bit. By the time Doflamingo swam in front of him, he was startled and wanted to escape. But Doflamingo would not let him have his way. Doflamingo reached out and hugged the escaping woman, pretending not to recognize that this was the transformed Crocodile. "Beautiful lady, your waist is so slender. Let go." Crocodile kicked at Doflamingo. Doflamingo didn't dodge. He took the hit solidly, but also pulled Crocodile closer. He even pinched Crocodile's waist. Just when Crocodile was about to take the risk of exposing himself and give this bastard a good beating, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. The pain made him bend over, almost curling his back like a shrimp. This familiar, extremely annoying feeling of weakness was something he and felt in nearly 20 years. Being a woman was truly troublesome. Seeing Crocodile's lips turn pale, Doflamingo immediately raised his hands and said, "Hey, I didn't do anything to you. On the contrary, you just kicked me, and I wasn't planning to hold it against you. Don't try to make excuses. Faster, Flamingo, get out of here." Crocodile gritted his teeth, forcing himself to scold Doflamingo. "And miss, we're meeting for the first time, and you already gave me such an affectionate nickname. You really have a special fondness for me. I love you, I love your ancestors for 8 generations. Doflamingo truly pushed Crocodile to the point of cursing. So impressive. Doflamingo Leah, who was secretly eavesdropping, thought to herself. End of this chapter. Chapter 204. Side story 9. Doflamingo versus Crocodile 3. Crocodile didn't know whether to be angry or in pain. His face gradually paled, and even his cursing sounded much weaker. Doflamingo seemed to realize something was wrong and hurriedly moved closer. Crocodile instinctively resisted Doflamingo's approach, but his weak push was very much like a ploy of feigned resistance. The female-bodied Crocodile was very sexy, and her voice was somewhat androgynous. When she glared, there was always a flirtatious look in her eyes. Seeing that Crocodile wasn't in good shape, Doflamingo stopped teasing her. He picked her up and wrapped her naked body in his heavy feather coat. Feeling Crocodile's resistance, Doflamingo understood her thoughts and tightened his embrace, covering her face with the coat. He knew she didn't want anyone else to know her secret. As they moved, her smooth, delicate legs occasionally showed, which was unavoidable due to Crocodile's fierce struggles in Doflamingo's arms. She struggled so much that Doflamingo could barely hold on to her. Those around them, witnessing this scene, took it as Doflamingo having found a rebellious little mare somewhere, which wasn't too surprising among pirates. Not everyone was as abstinent as the second and third in command of their cross guild. Pirates would forcefully take what they liked. That was the way of the sea. As for whether the woman in his arms was willing, sorry, they didn't care. This world was about the survival of the fittest. Leah watched this scene, feeling inexplicably excited, but she also sensed something was off, so she decisively followed them. Doflamingo, slightly considering Crocodile's feelings, didn't take her to her original resting place, but instead carried her to the room that had been arranged for him when he came to the Cross Guild. What is even more embarrassing is that Crocodile is now not only without clothes, but even the red feather coat wrapped around his body has started to stain with specks of blood. When Leah, who had been chasing after him, saw this scene, she immediately understood what had happened. Poor Crocodile, thinking of this made her cover her mouth. She really couldn't laugh in front of him, as Crocodile held grudges, and she feared being chased by him to be fed sand later. But Leah also recalled that Doflamingo had mentioned before. Would he really take all the blame for this? Suddenly, Leah became bold and spirited, as if she had truly straightened herself up. However, when faced with Crocodile's scrutinizing gaze, her eyes inexplicably wandered. All right, he was just too sexy and too handsome, hitting all of Leah's preferences. www. She really wanted to get close. In short, Doflamingo, your luck is really good. As a woman, Leah could definitely help Crocodile deal with the issues he faced. After this incident, Crocodile's gaze towards Leah finally became a bit friendlier, but she really hoped he wouldn't discover that Leah had used some high-tech tricks to prank him. The main raw materials, of course, came from Ivankov, and only he could resolve Crocodile's issues. It was just unfortunate that he had encountered this situation during her period, which was quite helpless. Moreover, since Crocodile is a transgender person, the pain she experienced was far worse than that of an average woman. And now, she also had a tear incontinence condition. Whenever it hurt, tears would flow down her face as if they were free, making Doflamingo feel a bit uncomfortable. If he had known such a situation would arise, he wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures. Perhaps because the little bit of conscience left in his heart was subtly aching, Doflamingo took on the task of caring for Crocodile during this time. Actually, at the beginning, when Doflamingo discovered that Crocodile had turned into a woman, she was still angry that he had found out and had deliberately played tricks on her at the hot spring. But suffering from a complete lack of strength and a painful lower abdomen, she couldn't get up to fight that bastard again. He had been male for many years, so he should have long gotten used to the embarrassment of being seen naked. But really, turning back into a woman, being seen naked, she felt extremely uncomfortable. But she couldn't take it out on Doflamingo over such a minor issue. Otherwise, when she turned back into a man, chasing Doflamingo for this reason would be too absurd. She couldn't afford to lose face. A woman's body was really delicate. She couldn't even touch cold water. She even had to make that annoying flamingo personally bring her a cup of hot boiled water, which was so pretentious, but fortunately, the annoying flamingo didn't despise or mock her for it. Otherwise, she would really want to die once to see how it felt. Since becoming a woman, the nonsense in her heart had only increased. She really wanted to die for a moment. Moreover, the members of the Cross Guild were looking at the two of them with increasingly strange eyes. Usually, she wouldn't care about these things. But now those gazes were really piercing. She had covered herself up tightly. What more could she do? Wasn't just being stubborn and saying she wanted to go out to eat, only to end up weak-kneed halfway, and had to be carried by the annoying flamingo? Why was everyone staring at her? Thinking of this, Crocodile extended her slender finger and pinched Doflamingo's waist hard, then buried her face in the new pink feather coat that emitted the scent of sandalwood. When she felt Doflamingo let out a slight cry of pain, Crocodile finally released her hand with satisfaction. Being a woman was really too annoying. She had to turn back as soon as possible, but if she did, that annoying flamingo wouldn't be so considerate anymore, and he would revert to that annoying demeanor of his. Thinking of this, Crocodile suddenly felt a bit melancholic. Leah had already slipped away in advance. After all, she was a busy person and couldn't cling to Crocodile all day like Doflamingo, chasing after a wife. She understood that. She still felt a bit apprehensive about Crocodile settling the score with Doflamingo afterward. Thinking of this, Leah couldn't help but pray for Doflamingo again, hoping he wouldn't have a terrible end, and that she could return in time to collect his body. From Doflamingo's perspective, taking care of Crocodile during those few days was actually quite pleasant because, although Crocodile's emotions were volatile and she could easily get angry over trivial matters, it was also the first time she had relied on him so much. The feeling of being relied upon by someone he cared about was really nice. However, next, he would have to accompany Crocodile to find Ivankov, and it seemed that their little secret would be hard to keep. Should he order a C-Prism stone armor in advance? That way, if Crocodile wanted to hit him, they would both suffer. End of this chapter. Chapter 205 Extra. Doflamingo versus Crocodile. And Doflamingo didn't care whether Crocodile was male or female, but Crocodile herself was very concerned. Doflamingo had recently declined many jobs, especially escorting Crocodile, whose strength had greatly diminished due to becoming a woman, to find Ivankov. Crocodile was a bit suspicious, wondering if Doflamingo looked down on her, always wanting to do things before her, and whenever she asked, he would always laugh, not taking anything seriously. In short, the relationship between the two was quite delicate. Since this was a personal issue, Crocodile couldn't openly bring people to the Revolutionary Army's base to find Ivankov, as she represented the Cross Guild, which would lead people to mistakenly believe that the Cross Guild was about to go to war with the Revolutionary Army. Furthermore, she didn't want her little secret to be exposed. Just before setting off, Doflamingo called Leah again to discuss what to do next. Leah's advice was very direct. Doflamingo had to find a way to take down Crocodile, otherwise, both of them would suffer, and of course, if he succeeded, Doflamingo would suffer alone. In short, for her future peaceful life, Leah actively provided Doflamingo with strategies. As for how they would interact in the future, that was beyond Leah's consideration. After all, she knew Doflamingo was resilient and wouldn't be easily killed by Crocodile if she acknowledged him. But if Crocodile didn't acknowledge him, it was hard to say. Crocodile had once gained fame in the Grand Line for evenly matching Barrett in battle. If he truly angered her, it was hard to imagine what she would do. Moreover, Crocodile was Leah's most hated intellectual type, which was troublesome. Why did she have to get involved with him back then? Praying once again for Doflamingo to take down Crocodile, Leah had never hoped so much for Doflamingo to showcase his charm. Meanwhile, Doflamingo and Crocodile were sitting side by side, leisurely fishing. To be honest, Crocodile had already gotten used to Doflamingo's flattering behavior in these days. However, there was something off about it. Crocodile guessed that Doflamingo must have done something behind her back to wrong her, which was why he was so eager to please her. But she would never appreciate it. Once she found out what the stinky flamingo had done behind her back, she would definitely deal with him as usual. Unless the stinky flamingo chose to be his little brother. Otherwise, she would absolutely seek revenge. No, why is she being so pretentious? Just as she was thinking this, the fishing rod started to shake, indicating that a fish was on the line. They had sat there for an entire afternoon, and after such a long time, finally catching a fish made Crocodile naturally happy. However, he suddenly realized that he couldn't pull the fish up by himself. Fortunately, Doflamingo came around behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist to help him pull the fish up. Luckily, the quality of the fishing rod was excellent. With both of the former warlords of the sea using all their strength, it surprisingly didn't break. Crocodile felt that ever since Doflamingo started helping, she had gradually stopped exerting herself. While once again lamenting how troublesome a woman's body could be, she suddenly felt a bit shy, as her whole body was filled with the stinky flamingo's scent. As if that wasn't enough, even more strangely, she was gradually getting used to the flamingo's closeness. Accustomed to having him around asking this and that, accustomed to his sarcastic remarks when dealing with others, and accustomed to his gaze filled with wild desire when he looked at her. The world of pirates is straightforward. He had understood this for many years. Crocodile wasn't a fool. He just hadn't thought about this aspect of things in all these years, aside from aiming for the top. However, now, this guy who was entangled with him seemed to be worth considering, because he wouldn't be an obstacle on her path to the top. On the contrary, he would become an asset, and he wouldn't mind his inexplicable gender identity. It seemed he was the most suitable candidate in this world. While pondering these questions, Doflamingo pulled a huge sea king out of the calm sea. What a grotesque creature is that a sea dog. Seeing the furious sea king about to swing its tail and smash their boat, at that moment, a thin line emerged from Doflamingo's fingers. In an instant, the sea king was sliced in half and lay dead in the sea. The huge waves that were stirred up drenched both of their clothes, but for some reason, Crocodile suddenly felt a bit excited. It seemed, being with the stinky flamingo wasn't so annoying after all. Doflamingo was also chuckling, and then Crocodile followed her heart for the first time and actively threw herself into his embrace. It was wet, and the feeling was quite unpleasant, but Doflamingo's body heat seeped through the damp clothes and reached her skin, which made her feel at ease. Taking advantage of the fact that she hadn't transformed into a male body yet, it seemed they could do something else. With this thought, Crocodile reached out her hands to wrap around Doflamingo's neck, curling herself up in his embrace, and then she kissed Doflamingo. Their clothes gradually slipped off, and the atmosphere between the two became increasingly heated. Doflamingo carried Crocodile into the cabin. He casually pulled down the curtains and laid them on the floor, then pressed Crocodile beneath him. Love bites gradually started to cover both of their bodies. Crocodile originally did not want to show weakness, but unfortunately, her current female body was slightly unable to compete with Doflamingo. Moreover, the feeling of her abdomen being pressed against something hard was really uncomfortable. So in the end, she still let Doflamingo break through her last line of defense. A woman's body was indeed very soft. Even Crocodile herself quite liked to knead it. By the time they finally calmed down, it was already after midnight, and the two of them were leaning against each other, breathing heavily. What was Doflamingo doing now? That's right, he took out a din mushy and called Leah, not caring that the two parties involved were present. He immediately shared his accomplishments of the day with Leah. During this time, Doflamingo even overlooked the eye rolls Crocodile shot at him. Ignoring Leah's surprised cheers on the other end of the line, Doflamingo directly hung up. At this moment, Crocodile leaned closer to Doflamingo, grabbing the pants he had just put on, and angrily said, "What is your relationship with that woman, Leah?" Doflamingo chuckled lightly, then directly pulled Crocodile into his embrace, rubbing his slightly stubbled chin against her smooth cheek, and said, "She is my most important family, and you're the most important lover in my life." End of this chapter. Chapter 206 Extra 11 Doflamingo versus Female Lead 1. Is there still hope for someone like him? Doflamingo had asked himself this countless times during the nights. Whenever he took off his sunglasses, he felt as if the world was completely dark, devoid of life. Happiness was a luxury for him. When he was still a celestial dragon, rather than speaking of happiness or anything else, he experienced more numbness. The celestial dragons were like puppets raised by the Gorosei and the highest authorities in Marieva, making them foolish and arrogant, causing everyone to attribute all the suffering in society to them. Perhaps escaping from there was also a kind of luck? He didn't understand it at the time, but looking back now, it was indeed so. It was just that the psychological gap he experienced at that time was too great, and the blows he received were too severe, filling him with a hatred for the world and a desire for destruction. Leah's existence was a ray of light that pierced through his life. Reflecting on the entire process of getting to know her, he truly felt fortunate. There would never be another person like her in this world, someone who, even knowing most of his thoughts, had no disgust for him. Leah offered him some beneficial suggestions based on respect, without ever forcing him to accept them. She never demanded that he must become a good person. She was the only one who clearly understood what kind of person he was and was still willing to stand by his side. They were really similar in certain personality traits and shared a unique understanding that others couldn't match. They were the most compatible people in this world. From the first time he met Leah in his childhood, he had recognized this. He wanted to drive away everyone around Leah. He wanted her to belong only to him. But there was no way. Leah respected him, so based on that respect, he had to respect her freedom to make friends as well. This was the first time Doflamingo had placed the word respect on someone other than his mother. After all, what he wanted to do most was destroy this world. So no matter how the people in this world changed, it didn't matter. As long as he could ensure that the people he cared about could accompany him well, that was enough. Including the cadres within his family, no matter what kind of people they were, what they ultimately did was to serve him in becoming the Pirate King. Even though he didn't want to be this so-called Pirate King at all. When he was young, Leah appeared and helped him preserve his last shred of bottom line. At least he didn't personally kill his so-called father, who died from a prolonged illness. It's easy to imagine that, having lived a life of luxury as a celestial dragon without experiencing the hardships of the world, he wouldn't live long after being hunted by those commoners. When he died, the first emotion that surged within Doflamingo was regret. This so-called father, who had never stood up to shield their family from the storm, had now left behind a mess for them, which felt like a relief to him because he could now be by his mother's side again. However, all the pain would have to be borne by those of them who were still alive. Losing both parents in one day, Rashi broke down emotionally. As the older brother, he should have taken more care of Rashi's feelings. But at that time, he was busy trying to survive and building a force to protect the two of them, neglecting that aspect. During that time, the most he did while carrying Rashi was to take revenge on those commoners who had bullied their family. Regardless of the reasons, he felt that he had a part in losing their mother, and he would not show mercy or let them off the hook. He would retaliate in an even harsher way, no matter the means. He was that kind of person, but his brother Rashi was not. Rashi resembled their mother, easily soft-hearted and filled with so-called compassion. But he did not share those feelings. He felt completely out of sync with his family and had no sympathy. He thought that in the end, he would not have a good outcome. A killer must be prepared to be killed by others, right? After Rashi went missing, upon learning about everything he had done, he found himself without family, left with only himself. After taking revenge on those commoners, he began to wildly expand his power. When he grew strong enough, he would take revenge on those lofty, celestial dragons, and he would have the ability to search every corner of the world until he found her. Later, after searching everywhere he could think of, he found nothing. It was as if she didn't exist in this world, which often left him in a daze, wondering if that person was merely a dream he had imagined as a child. Eventually, Rashi returned to the family. He was very happy. The Don Quixote family was thriving, and now his brother was back by his side, as if everything was heading in a positive direction. The first thing Doflamingo sought to confirm with Rashi was not what he had experienced over the years, but rather whether she had ever appeared in their childhood. When Rashi nodded, he felt an immense sense of relief. Rashi had not truly returned to his side. He was merely an undercover agent sent by the Navy, a fact Doflamingo discovered shortly after Rashi's return. Yet he still held onto a glimmer of hope that if he treated him a little better, he might think of him a bit more. After all, weren't they supposed to be connected by blood? Why did even his own brother have to betray him? If that was the case, he would rather Rashi had died many years ago. At least then, he wouldn't have to endure the pain of betrayal by a loved one again. On the night he and Rashi completely severed ties, the person he had searched for nearly 20 years returned. She seemed unchanged, perhaps even younger. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, landing on her bright red coat and her dark hair. She was slowly walking toward him. The ground was covered in white snow, and the entire town was overshadowed by his birdcage. How had she arrived here? It didn't matter. By that time, he could no longer delve into those questions. He only remembered that he had to suppress the urge to pull her into his arms with all his might. He also recalled that she had said, when they met again, to act as if they had never met. So, could they start anew upon this encounter? He no longer wanted to stand beside her merely as a little brother or a weakling. When he realized that he truly no longer knew her, he felt a bit broken. His greatest fear was that she would mind that he was a bad person, but fortunately, she sought him not only to rescue that kid Rashi, but primarily to become partners with him. Yet he endured it, as it helped him establish a new identity beside her, didn't it? This way, all his previous concerns would soon be resolved, right? Who would only want to be her partner. Into this chapter, Chapter 207 Extra, 12 Doflamingo versus the female lead, 2, becoming partners with Leah, forming an alliance, and jointly building their kingdom. This should have been a delightful affair, but why were there always so many people around her? He should have thought that with her outgoing yet balanced personality, she would attract quite a few people, especially since her ambition was no small matter. But they shared one common goal. They both wanted to bring down the celestial dragons. What kind of world should it be? It shouldn't be decided by that small group of people. It should be collectively determined by everyone in this world. This was Leah's thought. He had previously scoffed at it, but as certain things changed subtly, he gradually began to accept her from the bottom of his heart. If the world could become better and make her happy, then it had its necessary value to exist. He was willing to offer all the beautiful things with both hands, leaving all the darkness for himself to digest alone. But Leah said she was willing to share everything with him. To win together, to cry together, they should always stand together. It was hard not to be moved. He wanted to stand by her side for a lifetime. And for that goal, what was so difficult about complying with her a little and listening to her not-so-excessive suggestions? In this world, you will always encounter someone for whom you're willing to take a step back, even someone as bad as him. If asked about the person he hated the most, It used to be the celestial dragons, but now it was Shanks, the red-haired emperor. Because he was so clingy, especially when he kept hanging around Leah, which he found quite unsatisfactory. They were simply not compatible, and they wouldn't even speak to each other if they met. Although the two of them inevitably had overlapping cooperation on certain projects because they both knew Leah, their relationship was still not very good. This was rare for Shanks, as he usually makes friends wherever he goes and rarely encounters someone he cannot get along with. But Doflamingo truly counted as one. But what did it matter? They wouldn't fight over it. If they did, not only would there be losses, but Leah would probably be very angry. He didn't want to make things difficult for her, so as long as the two of them didn't meet, it was fine. Fortunately, he usually signed contracts with the vice captain of the red-hair pirates. Beckman was a steady and cunning partner, not one to give up profits, but at least he was reassuring. If it were that red-haired guy in charge of these matters, he would really need to think twice about it. Every year, Leah held an annual meeting to celebrate a year of profits. Their scale had grown to a point that even surprised him. The investment projects were growing at a terrifying rate each year, and the returns were not just considerable, but truly terrifying. Leah was indeed a person with a remarkable business acumen, as well as great vision and foresight. But none of these were the reasons he liked her. What he cherished was the sense of security she brought him. Even the closest people would betray him. He had long been aware of this. But he was certain of one thing: Leah would never betray him. Even if he were cast down to the deepest hell, Leah would be the one standing at the edge of hell, desperately trying to pull him back up. As long as she was alive, he was willing to continue living in this hell on earth, and this sense of belonging gave him hope for the future. Perhaps they could never stand together as lovers, but as long as they accompanied each other, that was enough. From inviting each other to dance at the annual meeting to visiting each other's homes. Sometimes Leah would get inspired and cook herself, inviting their close friends to join the feast. This was far more heartwarming and refreshing than the large annual meetings held by the business association. At least, after dinner, when he and Leah sat together watching the stars, he felt their hearts were very close. Looking at the shining stars in the sky, Doflamingo believed there were many things they could do together in the future, and he wanted to go back and make a list. He wanted to spend the rest of his life with her, even if only as friends. As long as there were no other people standing by her side, he still had a chance, right? But he never expected the change to come so suddenly. He originally thought that after the war, they would hold a grand celebration, because by then, the Revolutionary Army would officially declare war on the Celestial Dragons, and their power would relatively increase. Moreover, since Yushia was a user of the plant fruit, whoever she sided with would have infinite food supplies, making them prime targets for both sides in the war. And the immense wealth they had accumulated over the years would allow them to do many things during the war. Why, at the moment they were officially stepping onto the historical stage, did she have an accident? She disappeared, and they searched that place many times, turning the ground over but finding not a single clue about her. Just like when he had searched for her many years ago. Would she disappear from this world forever? Once this thought arose in his mind, he found it hard to suppress his destructive impulses. During that time, he killed quite a few people he had previously disliked. Desoro believed Leah was dead and proposed that he replace Leah as the head of the business association to advance his own goals. As soon as this idea was brought up, Doflamingo beat Desoro badly. No one could replace Leah's position in his heart, and thus, no one should covet her things, including himself. He knew all too well how much Leah had sacrificed for what she had now. Living beings have a competitive instinct. He alone could not fend off the sharks wanting to come and take a share. Fortunately, Leah's subordinates, family, and that annoying red-haired emperor firmly protected everything that belonged to her during her disappearance. They would not tolerate anyone touching even the slightest bit. In some ways, even the world's greatest swordsman, who usually did not concern himself with worldly affairs, stepped forward. His intuition told him Leah would return, but he feared this was just his wishful thinking. After forcing himself to calm down, he reviewed everything that had happened since Leah and he met. He vaguely guessed that Leah might have accidentally returned to the past while fighting against that unknown force in the black hole. Of course, that would be the best scenario. Leah had been missing, and no one could confirm whether she was alive or dead. In fact, that could be considered good news. At least, she still had the hope of returning. He promised that if Leah could come back, he would not miss any opportunity. Even if he was scolded for being thick-skinned, even if she kicked him away, he would cling to her until she accepted him. Only after losing did he realize that relationships in life are very shallow. If one does not actively strive for them, they can be easily lost. Into this chapter. Chapter 208 Extra 13 Doflamingo verses. The female lead 3. She is redemption, a beam of light that falls when life descends into its deepest, darkest moments. So he was unwilling to lose her again and did not want to give her to anyone else. The moment he learned she was back, he wanted to see her right away, wanting her to stay by his side forever. But he knew he had to take the time to eliminate those threats to ensure a more secure future for them. He even thought that he would handle all the dirty business in the future so that she would not have to get involved with these dangerous matters again. But Doflamingo knew very well that Leah would never agree to that. She would not stand by and watch her companions dive into danger while she waited for the final outcome from safe distance. She was hands-on with many things. Only by standing on the same level as her companions and successfully completing tasks would they truly acknowledge her as their captain. This was completely different from him. He sincerely treated the members of his family's cadre as family, but when necessary, he would make them pay with their lives to achieve his goals. That was his principle of action, but Leah would not. As long as she took someone into her circle, even if it meant sacrificing benefits, she would still find a way to save her friends. Well, even if that's the case, he still liked her. At worst, he would help her protect everything she cared about. As long as she was happy, that was enough. So now, he diligently dealt with everything that would disturb her mood. And then he would go to meet her with the best of intentions. He would express his feelings, and even if she disagreed, it would not matter. He absolutely would not leave her again, although she also cared for the other people around her. It was precisely because of this that she had reached out to help him when he was young and annoying. So he would maintain and respect her ways, as he was also a beneficiary of this. The feeling of being enveloped in kindness was really nice, but he wanted more than that. He wanted to have more of her love that belonged solely to him. She was still the same, carefree and oblivious to everything else. Her face was still smeared with some dirt, but her smile was genuinely beautiful. The sunlight was blinding, but the warmth she brought him was just right. Running toward him barefoot, she looked forward to seeing him. Leah was not tall, of course. That was relative to his nearly 3-meter height. She was so small in front of him. Why did she possess such tremendous strength? Even he, a person who was bad to the core, could not bear to destroy her. He just wanted to walk closely behind her and watch her create waves that would shake the sea. And her brother, who claimed he wanted to be the Pirate King, also had a power that made people unconsciously follow him. Their family was indeed strange. He held her in his arms, and it was only at that moment that he felt the reality of her return. She was really small. He could hold her entirely with one hand. It was wonderful, but it would be even better if that so-called world's greatest swordsman did not come over to disturb their little world. Except for Leah, everyone else is quite annoying, including Rossi, who is also quite bothersome. I can't think too deeply about these things, or I'll get irritated. But thankfully, Hawkeye didn't follow us. We didn't chat for long before Leah started asking about work matters. She really is quite the workaholic. But there's nothing I can do. He knows he has a sharp tongue and can't say anything nice, but after complaining, he can't refuse her either, can he? Doflamingo is a self-aware tsundere. After taking Leah away from Kuraikana Island, for some reason, he felt completely refreshed, probably because he was far away from those annoying people. In any case, even though the first familiar face Leah saw when she returned was Hawkeye, he was the first one to seek her out, and she returned to Sicily on his ship, which he was quite pleased about. Even if they rushed back, it would take several days to return to Kuraikana Island. This means they could spend several days alone together. As for the crew on the ship or other officers, Doflamingo had already mentally blocked them out. Leah had previously worn Perona's clothes, which were now nowhere to be found. It wasn't that Leah disliked them, but when Doflamingo visited her, he had prepared a whole room full of clothes. Those clothes weren't ugly, but they definitely weren't very attractive, at least not to her taste. They seemed more like Doflamingo's style. Really, where did he find so many strange clothes? By the time she managed to find something somewhat decent to wear from that pile, the previous Lolita outfit was already gone. But after putting it on, it was really too revealing. She struggled to pull it off. Her figure could handle it, but psychologically, she wasn't accustomed to this type of clothing. "This suits you very well," Doflamingo said calmly as he walked in. Leah turned around and looked at him speechlessly, asking, "How much have you fantasized about me in private? With this room full of tight lace crop tops, and the front opening is way too big, or the back has no fabric at all. How am I supposed to wear this out? Am I just supposed to stick a Band-Aid on my chest?" Leah pointed at her chest with exasperation. Doflamingo thought for a moment and said, "That's not impossible." Leah threw a punch at Doflamingo's chest, somewhat annoyed, and said, "Just because you like showing off your chest doesn't mean I do, you stinky flamingo. Who said you had to wear it out? You just need to wear it in front of me," Doflamingo said, wrapping Leah tightly in his pink feather coat, turning her into a ball. "This is good enough to go out like this." After wrapping her up, Doflamingo even ruffled Leah's hair, expressing his satisfaction. Leah rolled her eyes, speechlessly took off the heavy coat, and tossed it aside, saying, "Please, look at what the weather is like now. Are you trying to make me heat stroke?" Doflamingo shrugged, showing his helplessness. "By the way, Doflamingo, you've become a lot more straightforward since you came back. You used to always have to belittle or hit me a bit before expressing your true feelings. I used to only listen to the second half of what you said. Do you feel proud of not listening to me?" Doflamingo asked. Hearing this tone, Leah thought Doflamingo was about to get angry again and planned to quickly back down, but Doflamingo continued, "If you don't listen to me, then I'll just say it a few more times. I will always have the utmost patience with you." End of this chapter. Chapter 209 Extra 14 Doflamingo versus the female protagonist 4. Hey, hey, hey. You're really acting strange. Leah exaggeratedly covered her mouth. "Honestly, it's a bit uncomfortable not to hear you insult me for a day." Leah continued. "No, I just want to be a little nicer to you." Doflamingo turned his face away, speaking very unnaturally. "No, come on. We're sisters. Why be so polite? If there's anything, just say it directly. I'm not shy about it. I'll definitely help. Your sudden niceness is really creepy." As she spoke, Leah patted Doflamingo on the shoulder casually. "Ugh, you really are a headache." Doflamingo couldn't help but hold his forehead. "I'm telling you, dead woman, you're neither my family nor just a friend to me, so stop bringing up those nonsense claims. Who wants to be your so-called sister?" Doflamingo stood up, gradually closing in on Leah. Leah blinked, not panicking much until Doflamingo got really close. Then she said, "Doflamingo, you're really low-key. You didn't even think about your confession beforehand, and you didn't say anything touching, no flowers. I originally wanted to prepare and say it formally, but you kept teasing me, so I accidentally let it slip." Doflamingo looked somewhat nervous, which was quite rare. "What if I say I don't like you?" Leah asked. "Not liking. Then I'll just like you, but you have to promise not to dodge me." Doflamingo's tone was very strong, but his words were quite gentle and even a bit submissive. It made him seem thick-skinned, yet somewhat adorable. Leah couldn't help but laugh. Doflamingo like this was really quite charming, even more so than when he was silent. Seeing Leah laugh to the point where she couldn't stand up straight, Doflamingo felt helpless. He didn't use much force to help her up, then reached out to pinch Leah's cheeks, saying helplessly, "Is it really that funny?" Doflamingo looked quite cute now. Leah tried to push Doflamingo's hand away but couldn't. "This is the first time I've heard someone use that adjective to describe me. It feels like you're not afraid of me at all. Why should I be afraid of you? You wouldn't eat me," Leah said, reaching out to try and pinch him back. Doflamingo noticed her movement and immediately understood what she wanted to do, so he leaned his face closer. Leah was satisfied and really managed to pinch him. At this point, the distance between them was very close. Leah felt that Doflamingo's subordinates were probably the most capable in the entire OP world. They were very good at reading their boss's mood, except for the not-so-great baby Phi, who had her eyes set on a man. Doflamingo couldn't help but frown at the moment he saw him, wanting to go up and stab him. But there was nothing he could do. Leah had said that subordinates' love affairs shouldn't be too involved. Besides, if they really got hurt, wasn't the Don Quixote family behind baby 5 still standing strong? If they couldn't solve it, couldn't the few of them who allied together handle it? In this world, was there really a situation they couldn't turn around? They dared to mess with the celestial dragons, let alone anyone else. If it were a ruthless pirate, the solution would be even more direct. Offering a high price or using someone else's hand to take his life would be a better way, right? It seems someone is about to enter to report something to Doflamingo, but when they see this scene through the small window outside the room, they decisively leave quietly. It's really clever of them. They exchange glances, however. Doflamingo is still wearing sunglasses, which makes Leah feel a bit disadvantaged. So she reaches out and takes off his sunglasses. The light in the room isn't too strong, and Leah isn't worried about hurting Doflamingo's eyes. She knows he got injured as a child and has long been used to wearing sunglasses. But now, the sunglasses serve more to conceal his emotions. So Leah looks directly into his eyes. In them, she can know everything about him and feel his current mood. When she first heard Doflamingo say that, she thought he was joking and planned to brush it off casually, but now it seems he wasn't. The reflection in his eyes shows her shadow. So when did she move into his eyes? Doflamingo suddenly asks, "Do you really not like me at all? Your eyes clearly aren't without waves." Not disgusted. There's some fondness. Wait, is that something she can say? Leah blinks and replies, "That's good." Doflamingo chuckles lightly. Leah's gaze is entirely focused on his Adam's apple. For some reason, she suddenly feels that this version of Doflamingo is quite charming. Looking at him like this, Doflamingo is also quite handsome, with a typical bad boy look. But it's strange. After Rossi removes his makeup, he looks like a decent person. They are clearly brothers, but their styles are completely opposite. Indeed, Appearance reveals character, but Leah doesn't mind. She tends to ponder meaningless things. Just as she is lost in thought, Doflamingo suddenly pulls her into his arms. He is quite direct, not being polite with Leah, and kisses her immediately. Seeing Leah's surprised, wide-open eyes, Doflamingo focuses even more on kissing her. Her fair cheeks gradually flush red, and Leah closes her eyes, focusing on enjoying this moment. She isn't a child anymore. They're all adults, and after being a pirate for so long, she can understand intentions with just a glance. So let us be direct. She doesn't dislike Doflamingo, otherwise she wouldn't have become friends with him. Moreover, facing Doflamingo, a selfish and cold-hearted villain, doesn't feel like a passionate overture, but at a certain moment, Leah indeed has a bit of a heart flutter. Without a doubt, Doflamingo is one of the few people she trusts in this world. This has the prerequisite that there is something about Doflamingo that attracts her, even if it's not related to love. Trusting him is a gamble, and Leah dares to take this gamble because of that attractive point and their friendship. It feels irrational to say so, but they are both people with very clear psychological boundaries. They understand that if someone truly enters the other's heart, they will definitely offer the greatest compromise, so she trusts Doflamingo. This kiss came so suddenly, yet it somehow felt reasonable. Therefore, both of them enjoyed it. Sometimes, the feelings between bad guys are just this direct. If there's no disgust, then love away. As long as someone feels hurt by someone they care about, they will retaliate without the slightest hesitation, regardless of the reason or situation of the other person. They will deal with it without any guilt. Unhesitating favoritism. How could it not be captivating? End of this chapter. Chapter 210 Extra, 15 Doflamingo versus female lead. And in fact, Leah and Doflamingo have many areas where they resonate. For example, in dealing with certain matters, they always share the same views. Leah has a humanitarian spirit. She cares about the suffering people and does her part to help them. But this help is limited to providing them with job opportunities. She absolutely will not accept those who want something for nothing. Moreover, people are selfish. If she has to choose between a group of strangers and one of her own, she will definitely choose her own, and she will not feel any guilt about it. She is willing to help, but she never feels indebted. After being with Doflamingo, if she had to mention something she finds a bit hard to adapt to, it would be that Doflamingo is a bit too clingy, and he is very insecure. He isn't worried that she will run off with some wild man outside, but rather that she might encounter danger while doing business outside. When she asks him, he just holds her in his arms without saying a word, quietly feeling her presence, which helps him calm down. An unhappy childhood really requires a lifetime to fill, and Leah happens to be the medicine that can relieve his tension. No one knows that the infamous warlord Doflamingo actually experiences uncontrollable panic at night, waking up and sitting alone until dawn. After dawn, he is still the king of Dressrosa, still a warlord, still that joker. As a child, he was often awakened in the middle of the night by being chased by those lowly people. Once, when he and Rossi woke up, they found themselves surrounded by a sea of fire. He can no longer remember how he protected Rossi to escape. He only remembers the burning pain that almost rendered him numb all over. Since then, he has been unable to sleep peacefully. His nerves often hurt, to the point that even with his current pain tolerance, he still breaks out in a cold sweat. He has never shared these things with anyone, including Rossi. As the eldest brother who lost his parents at a young age, he had to show a strong and tough side, making his brother feel that he could rely on him so they could support each other in that unbearable world. When Rossi betrayed him, he truly felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness from deep within. Since then, he has never allowed anyone to approach within 10 meters of his bedroom at night. He has spent countless nights sitting alone until dawn with no one to care for him, and he has no desire to gaze at the moon. When his thoughts become chaotic, his nerves start to hurt again. The things he has always wanted to grasp seem to have been lost, and it was after he had exerted so much effort. It seems that everything he has pursued has turned into an illusory bubble, and his thoughts of destroying the world have become stronger, while Leah's appearance is the last thread that ties him. She is the only one who approaches him without him having to exert effort. Let us trust again. He also desires love, and those secrets that cannot be spoken, cannot be shown to others, and absolutely cannot be revealed in front of outsiders or subordinates, can finally be shared with her. In the end, he still can't say it, because he doesn't want Leah to think of him as a weak person, nor does he want her to feel that he cannot protect her. But it really is good, she understands. Even without words, she understands. He would massage his nerves when he couldn't sleep at night due to pain, hold his hand when he was so agitated he felt like killing someone, and accompany him to watch the stars when he suffered from insomnia. Holding her, he would always feel at ease. Doflamingo ultimately determined that Leah was the most important person in his life. Even the executives placed their shared ideals on him, hoping he would reach a certain position and gain a prominent identity. This way, their life values seemed to be realized through his life value. However, Leah was different. She had no demands on him. She had acquired everything on her own, whether it was status, position, money, or anything else. So she didn't need to gain anything from him. What she wanted had never required obtaining from others, no matter who she loved. She didn't want that love to be tainted by any interests. Whether one calls her a mental perfectionist or something else, it didn't matter. After all, people can't live solely on love. It's a luxury. But when she had it, why shouldn't she be a little picky about that love? Perhaps it didn't need to be picky. Doflamingo was great. He was willing to postpone other matters because of her discomfort, drive away others to create a quiet environment for her, and focus solely on taking care of her. Aside from jealousy, he would never force her to do anything she didn't like for any reason. He was willing to understand all her thoughts, and even if he didn't understand, he would do everything he could to help her achieve them. Hearing that there were stunning views in the South Sea, he was willing to spend several days preparing a guide and tirelessly take her there by boat, of course, after handling his work first. He would also resolve all her concerns regarding things on Leah's side, even if it meant taking her on a trip. They loved each other, and it was this mutual affection that allowed their relationship to endure until the end of life. Only when both parties are willing to give for each other can this love remain vibrant. But life is rare. When you encounter it, seize it. She had never imagined she would put so much effort into treating someone, but fortunately, the other party had not disappointed her. She had to learn to cherish. She didn't want to make any mistakes that all humans make, only to understand the value of cherishing after loss. She wanted to cherish Doflamingo always. She knew how much he loved her. She would absolutely not lose someone who loved her very much because of any impulsiveness or personality reasons. But equally, she would never fall for someone who didn't love her. She would only love those who loved her. Let them both sink into this relationship where they couldn't lose each other, which is why she said love is difficult and loving the right person is even harder. If Doflamingo heard these thoughts of hers, he would surely be very happy, because he harbored the same feelings for her. They were both cowards, but fortunately, when he finally mustered the courage to seek what he desired, she also bravely accepted him. Rashi was his relative, but he had betrayed him. The broken mirror could never be mended, so Leah would always be his best choice in life, without exception. He would use everything in his life to cherish her. End of this chapter. Chapter 2, 11 Extra, 16 Shanks vs. Beckman. Beckman recently felt that Shanks was looking at him in a strange way. Too aggressive. Although their pirates often looked at interesting things this way, Shanks often made him feel uneasy, especially when they were approaching an island. Sometimes he would go out to flirt. This should have been a normal affair since he was a playboy, and no one should have been unaware of that. Even if the ship was filled with idiots, no one would disturb him at this time. Moreover, he had always been clear about money matters, never leaving any romantic debts. They yearned for the sea and would not stay in one place. Everyone was a bachelor, so these matters were presumably more common. This was originally a consensus on their ship, but Shanks was increasingly strange. Beckman knew very well what kind of person Shanks was. This guy was a natural black. Beckman also knew that Shanks was originally an intern crew member on Roger's ship. One could say he was a child raised on the Pirate King's ship. He inherited not only the optimistic and open-minded charisma of the former Pirate King, but also the rumored cunning of the Dark King. The environment one grows up in can to some extent determine a person's character, deciding some unchangeable aspects of their essence. Just like he still couldn't figure out why he agreed to join Shanks's pirate ship back then. Every now and then, he would see the terrible expenses in the accounts. And while he felt a headache, he would start to regret joining the Red Hair Pirates. Countless regrets, but he had never actually proposed to leave the Red Hair Pirates. He vaguely remembered that back then. Shanks had pestered him for more than a month, and finally, he was so annoyed that he reluctantly agreed to go see Shanks's pirate ship. But after going there, it was just a small fishing boat. Moreover, Shanks took him far away from the island where he lived, without giving him any time to react. Most importantly, he hadn't purchased any supplies on that island. He just set off with him. How he managed to endure that period of wandering with a lack of water and food, Beckman could no longer remember clearly. He only remembered that at that time, Shanks was so hungry that he wanted to gnaw on his little fishing boat. He was probably only in his teens back then, still somewhat immature, but he showed a complete cunning nature. At that time, he hadn't built the Red Force yet. He was just driving a small fishing boat, looking for crew members. In fact, Shanks didn't lack money. His small boat's cabin was filled with precious jewels. Using those jewels to customize a high-quality pirate ship was more than enough. When Beckman asked where those jewels came from, Shanks said he had taken them from a treasure-loving friend. Since they had parted ways before, and since they had known each other for so long, Shanks said his friend wouldn't mind him taking such a little bit. Yeah, Buggy had been so angry that he hadn't slept well for several days and swore that the next time he saw Shanks, he would definitely kill him. Beckman knew exactly what Shanks had done, and during that time, he had specifically guarded against someone suddenly jumping out to cut Shanks, which might also affect him. But in fact, nothing happened. After finding him as the first mate, Shanks took him to Water 7, where they stayed for about 2 months before the Red Force was built. Then Shanks began to gather other partners. After that, Shanks heard about a famous sniper in the East Sea. Even with a family, Shanks managed to take Jesus Burgess away. The number of partners on the ship kept increasing, and he watched Shanks grow more and more like a captain day by day. The red-haired pirates became stronger and stronger, and they experienced many battles together, with both victories and defeats, as well as the hardships of fleeing everywhere, and they shared painful and sorrowful memories. No matter what kind of difficulties they faced, they overcame them together. Shanks became increasingly capable on his own. They could no longer count how far the red-footed falcon had traveled. They only knew that on this ship, they had formed lifelong bonds. Shanks was very popular with girls, especially those young girls who were inexperienced in the world. There was nothing they could do. Although Shanks was messy, gluttonous, and would get lost when he drank too much, he had the face of a charming scoundrel. Much better than those brutish idiots on the ship. Moreover, it must be said that Shanks was gentle in certain aspects. And one could even say he had a lot of masculine charm. When talking to those young girls, he was also very measured, not making anyone feel awkward. While he might not handle it as smoothly as he did, he was more than capable. Shanks had an aura that attracted others, something that others did not possess. However, the most puzzling thing for him over the years was, did Shanks not like women? He had never seen or heard of Shanks having a significant other or any rumors about him. Back in Windmill Village, there was originally a tavern owner who seemed likely to develop something with Shanks, but that never happened. Not even until now. So, was Shanks asexual or just lacking the ability? He didn't know where Shanks had heard his unintentional question, but since then, Shanks had become more clingy. When he was processing documents, a red head would suddenly pop up on the desk. When he went to the island to look for women, he could vaguely feel a hot gaze on his back. This made him suspect for a while that their crew was being watched by some new guys that had appeared at sea, and he even sent people to investigate for several months. But it turned out to be nothing. It was just Shanks, the idiot, following him wherever he went. Finally, that night, he couldn't take it anymore. In his room, Beckman picked up a stack of documents from the table and threw it at Shanks's red head, which was peeking from outside the door. Shanks eagerly organized the documents one by one, then carefully placed them on Beckman's desk, saying, "Don't do that, Beck. If you break it, you'll have to reorganize it again, right?" "Shanks, what are you going crazy about lately?" Beckman asked with a cold face. "I'm indeed a bit crazy." Shanks's formulaic smile seemed to falter. Beckman frowned in confusion, then noticed Shanks's gaze focused on his collar. He looked down and saw a kiss mark left by some unknown woman. This was a common occurrence for him, but when he looked up, Shanks had moved very close to him. "You're clearly my vice captain whom I worked hard to bring on board, mine alone. Why are you still thinking about others? Am I not enough to occupy your attention? I think leaving a blank here would be better." End of this chapter. Chapter 212 Extra 17, Marco's Otome 1. The female protagonist is a phenomenon-level courtesan who has fallen into a life of debauchery. But she contracted a strange infectious disease while performing in other places. Out of fear, the ignorant townspeople planned to burn her alive. She was saved by Marco, who happened to pass by while looking to buy medicine. After a checkup, it was confirmed that she did not have the rumored highly lethal infectious disease, but rather a special skin condition. Symptoms: elevated body temperature, and her fair skin would develop pink flower petal-like marks resembling cherry blossoms. Protagonist character setup: antisocial personality. Proud of her beauty, double-faced, using her fragility to gain sympathy. Protagonist name: Haneon, nickname Dada. The protagonist is a bad seed. Please do not enter if you dislike. Marco left the Moby Dick to take care of business and has just returned. Unfortunately, it was already quite late, and he had been traveling for many days. Feeling somewhat fatigued, it was time to find a place to rest. However, he was still worried that the group of idiots on board would not know moderation and would hold continuous banquets, forcing him to come up with ways to resolve the budget deficit. And then there was his father, having not returned for so long. He would definitely take advantage of his absence to sneak a drink, even though his health was already like that, not following the doctor's orders at all. But who made his father the one he respected the most? Passing by a nearby island, He could see from afar the massive town buildings on the island. It was deep into the night, but the island was still brightly lit. Seeing this, Marco's lips curled up slightly, feeling much lighter in spirit. He could find a place to stay over there. Marco originally intended to head straight for the city, but after flying over half the island, he noticed a huge bonfire set up by the sea from a distance. People were dancing around the fire with torches, looking exceptionally joyful. Marco thought it was a local traditional folk activity, so out of curiosity, he deliberately flew a bit closer to take a better look. Upon closer inspection, he realized that a person was tied to the large cross frame. It was a woman, barely alive in the midst of the flames. Why were they so excited about burning someone alive? So happy that they danced around her? And what was Hane-on, tied to the fire, thinking? She was wondering why the fire hadn't reached her yet, why these fools were so easily deceived by the panic she created. They had even killed quite a few innocent people for it. No matter how the world changed, people in this world were so foolish. She admitted she had a self-destructive desire, but so what? Soon, she would know what the dead world was like. Thinking of this, Hane-on suddenly felt excited, her nerves heightened, and tears welled up in her eyes due to her emotional turmoil. There was nothing she could do. This was her flaw. She would easily cry when her emotions surged. But she couldn't express any of her emotions at all. She was a very strange person. When she was sad, she would laugh wildly, but when she was happy, she couldn't manage to smile at all. Now she was only wearing a thin garment, tied to the wooden frame, not even wearing shoes. Her skin, exposed to the high temperature, began to bloom with cherry blossoms, looking exceptionally vibrant. Even at this moment, there were still people in the crowd talking about her face, her figure, and how they would act if they had her beneath them, disgustingly vulgar. Absurd to the extreme. But because she was about to die, Hane-on was very happy. So her tears dripped into the rising flames, looking exceptionally innocent. No wonder so many people had pursued Hane-on before. Even knowing that burning the last infected person would end the disaster in their town, simply because Hane-on pursed her lips and cried silently. Just a single expression made someone willing to risk getting burned to save her. It's truly bizarre and absurd. Marco, who blended into the crowd, probably understood the sequence of events. He was puzzled that there wasn't a single doctor in this town who had studied abroad. The doctors here practiced medicine solely based on generations of inherited experience, and there were many elements of feudal superstition involved. And Hawaiian was the phenomenon of a courtesan in this town, highly sought after. Some are even crazed enough to abandon their wives and children just to obtain a lottery ticket for a handshake with Hawaiian, to meet her, to spend time alone with her. Some people sold their houses. Just to see her once, they could go to such extremes. However, an infectious disease later broke out in the town, and those who died from the virus had marks on their skin resembling Hawaiian's. The women in the town who lost their families because of Hawaiian believed she was the root of all this. So they united together with the intention of burning her alive. The king, in order to appease the anger of the people, approved the women's request. It is worth mentioning that all the dead patients were men. Hawaiian was seen as a scourge, and this was the unanimous perception of the crowd here. Hawaiian lived within people's fantasies about her. She existed in people's fantasies of beauty, sex, and all things wonderful. Therefore, Hawaiian felt that her life was illusory. She possessed beauty that placed her at the top of this world, but she also had the coldest and most ruthless heart. She feared chaos in the world. She hoped everyone would suffer. Every day she longed for great disorder, as only in pain could she feel real. She was born a bad seed, with the most perfect appearance, but her heart was rotten to the core. Hawaiian began to sweat as the temperature around her rose. Her skin started to feel a burning sensation, but this stimulation only excited her more, causing her tears to flow faster. From Marco's perspective, even though this girl was in pain, she remained silent, tightly pursing her lips. He heard her reputation in the crowd and saw the women's spitting curses at her. But he also noticed the expression of enduring pain on her face. Marco thought, could there be some misunderstanding? In the end, he couldn't just stand by and watch a young girl be burned alive in front of him. The blue flames erupted around him, and Marco saved Hawaiian. The cross was engulfed by the flames below, collapsing amidst the terrified screams of the people. Hawaiian opened her eyes, feeling the sudden height change, her nerves exhilarated. She saw the blue flames up close and couldn't help but reach out to touch them. Surprisingly, there was no burning sensation. Instead, it made her feel comfortable all over. Thus, her tears flowed even more fiercely. The hand gripping Marco's clothing tightened a little more. Sensing the tension of the girl in his arms, Marco earnestly comforted her. It's okay, don't be afraid. End of this chapter. Chapter 213 Extra, 18 Marco's Otome, 2. Who are you? Hawaiian was placed on the ground by Marco. She had never left that island and was very curious about Marco, the outsider. Hwine felt no fear of the unknown man at all. Even if Marco were to kill her the next second, she wouldn't be surprised. Even though they had moved far away, her skin had yet to cool down as the pink cherry blossom marks occasionally revealed on her shoulder seemed to beckon desire. Marco instinctively averted his gaze. Hwine, this woman, seemed to embody desire itself, making it easy to conjure bad associations just by looking at her. She was only wearing a white garment, her long black hair cascading down. Standing on the shore, moonlight shimmered on the surface of the sea, highlighting her fair face even more. Moreover, based on Marco's keen observation, he noticed the red blood vessels in Hwine's eyes, clearly indicating she had cried very sadly just moments ago. But what was with that innocent, doe-like expression now? Although Marco was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' First Division and had seen many beauties, he was indeed adept at handling women. After all, spending all day with a bunch of rough and careless pirates, no one would have experience in dealing with women, even though many on the ship had lovers. Generally, only those on their ship knew about it. There was no choice, having too many enemies, if these messages were exposed. They could easily be targeted for revenge by other ruthless pirates. Thus, few pirates dared to settle down, let alone have children. However, within Whitebeard's territory, having one or two familiar lovers was quite normal. But Marco didn't have any. He had when he was younger, but now he had passed that passionate age filled with longing for women. His greatest hobby now was self-cultivation and eating pineapples. His biggest wish was to take care of his father's health and to have the brothers on the ship worry a little less. If he could maintain the status quo, that would be quite good. Life indeed has many uncertainties. For instance, at this moment, Marco, no matter how much of a straight man he was, realized that women were different from men. It wouldn't do for a girl to be in such close quarters with a big man while only wearing a single garment. So, although he was only wearing a light coat, Marco took it off to drape it over Hwine. His toned muscles were exposed. And just as Marco had taken off his coat, Hwine embraced his waist, pressing her small face against his chest, appearing to surrender to him completely. Hey, don't do that. It's dangerous to act like this with a man you just met, little girl. Marco's words sounded firm, but in reality, his ears were already starting to turn red, although it wasn't noticeable in the night. But Mama San said, if I don't do this, no one will like me. If I lose my value, I'll go hungry and be abandoned. The only person I can rely on now is you. Isn't it? This strange, sir. Hwine leaned against Marco's chest, breathing sweetly, her words delicate, and her fingers gently gliding over his muscles. Hwine was not the type to fall in love at first sight. She simply found him interesting and wanted to see how he would react to her actions. Now it seemed he wasn't the naive and boring man she imagined, which piqued her interest even more. But at that moment, Marco grasped Hwine's hand and stepped back slightly, saying, "You don't have to do this from now on. Since I saved you without permission, I will take responsibility for you. I will help you find an uninhabited island where you can start new." Would someone like me really have a new beginning? Hwine laughed, gazing deeply into Marco's eyes. At this moment, she recalled the excitement she felt before facing death. The solemn death ritual had been interrupted, and her mood instantly soured. Therefore, she laughed more excitedly. To Marco, this was just a young girl's disdain for her own life and deep self-doubt. How can one save a lost girl? After all, he is a pirate himself. So what exactly went wrong with him to get himself into such trouble? Is it too late to just leave this person here and fly away? The girl in front of him looked at him, tears welling up in her eyes, but she was holding back, not letting them fall. She was dressed lightly and didn't even have shoes on, looking fragile and delicate. How on earth is she going to survive in this deserted place? Maybe he should take her back to the Whitebeard Pirates first. Then he could decide where to settle her after getting the map. But right now, he really didn't want to travel anymore. He could easily find a tree to lie down under for the night, but this woman couldn't. Just looking at her, it was obvious she had been pampered and had never endured hardship. Her skin would probably leave marks if he touched it lightly. Such a hassle. Marco rubbed his temples. He was used to considering others, and although he was feeling a headache, he wasn't too impatient. So he started gathering some soft leaves in the forest, clearing a flat area, and then laid the leaves down. He managed to create a space big enough for one person to lie down. After finishing all this, Marco looked at Hanyo and pointed to the big tree above, indicating that he would sleep up there while she lay below, and he would keep an eye out for any wild animals. Hanyo, wrapped in Marco's purple coat, shivered slightly and nodded gently. Yes, the temperature had dropped, and with his physique, he naturally didn't notice these subtle changes, but the girl was just an ordinary person. Hanyo was indeed complaining in her heart about why he would find her such a simple place. It was freezing. Then she looked up at Marco, seemingly having made up her mind, and walked up to grab his hand. Their eyes met. Hanyo slightly exerted some force to pull Marco. Thinking she had something to say, Marco, worried about accidentally hurting her, moved in the direction she was pulling. Unexpectedly, she yanked Marco down, and then she lay in his arms. Just as Marco was about to push her away and stand up, Hanyo said, "My name is Ishihara Hanyo, but you can call me Dada. I won't do anything to you, sir. Thank you for taking care of me today. I'm really too cold. Please don't resist." Hanyo softly said in Marco's embrace. Marco pinched his brow, feeling he had really gotten himself into trouble, but he didn't want to push Hanyo away at this point. "I'm Marco, and really, there is nothing I can do about you," he said, but his hands honestly wrapped around the girl's waist to prevent her from falling out his arms. End of this chapter. Chapter 214 Side Story 19 Marco Otome 3 Note: I find typing troublesome, so I want to add Marco's speech quirks. Marco is quite the nice guy in the OP world, and in this piece, I want to explore a more self-interested side of him as a pirate, with the female lead seemingly drawing out his desires, so this may be a bit longer. "Are you asexual?" Henio asked, her body inching up as she found a suitable position to see Marco's expression. At that moment, Marco was bare-chested, shielding himself from the glaring sunlight filtering through the tree branches. It was really blinding. The sunlight also hit Henio's face, reflecting off her dark pupils without giving back any light. Marco covered his forehead with his hand, helplessly saying, "Why is the first thing you say when you wake up this?" "Not really. I just feel like I suddenly have no allure." Henio propped her arms on Marco's chest, resting her chin casually. "Are you not planning to keep pretending?" Marco asked. "If you're willing to keep playing along with me, I'd be more than happy to continue pretending because the crying child gets candy." Henio paused, then continued, "You don't have to judge me from a moral standpoint. Can you honestly say that you saved me without any regard for my beauty? It's just lust. I don't owe you anything. Moreover, I was actually enjoying the process of dying, and you interrupted it yesterday, so you need to compensate me." Henio said matter-of-factly. "Then should I send you back?" Marco supported his head with his hand, glancing up at the dense branches of the tree. "I don't want to see the same faces and the same acts as those people anymore. It's meaningless. Just like you said, find me a new place. I want to seek new fun." Henio reached out to touch Marco's lips gently, making him feel a slight itch. "What kind of fun are you looking for?" Marco suddenly asked. "I'm a fragile vase that can't carry or lift anything. A vase, of course, has its own way of finding fun." Henio grabbed Marco's belt, her eyes sparkling, and asked, "What kind of fun do you want to try with me?" Under the tree? As she spoke, Henio began to untie the buckle with force. Marco caught Henio's hand and said, "Stop it. I admit that there are factors of that nature in saving you. Although you're beautiful and can enchant people, you're not my type." "Not my type?" Henio looked at Marco, raising her eyebrows in disbelief, and then said, "I'll remember that." Feeling a bad premonition, but recalling his earlier imaginings of marrying a gentle girl and taking care of his father together, Marco pushed that fleeting feeling aside. Just as he was deep in thought, Henio had already climbed off Marco and stood up, stretching lazily. "Take me to find a water source. I want to wash up." Henio said. "Okay." Marco casually agreed, remembering that there seemed to be a river nearby. So when Marco turned his back to guard Henio while she bathed, he regretted it immensely. He really had no guard up against her. No, if he really did something to her, she would probably be even more willing. Marco felt that since he met Henio, he had become somewhat unhinged, as if the bad things hidden inside him were being gradually drawn out. The only reason he hadn't done anything worse so far was because of his self-control. After Henio finished bathing, she casually wrapped her clothes around herself and then ran straight to Marco, jumping into his arms and saying, "Take me away. Now I belong to you." The clothes were thin and short, and Henio had wrapped them around herself a few times, so they barely covered her thighs. Marco awkwardly lifted Henio's pert bottom, feeling her wanting to slide down, and he instinctively lifted her up and jiggled her a bit. Marco's face was so red it looked like it could crack. So soft Henio looked at him with interest, instantly seeing what Marco was thinking. She wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning in close, and asked, "Is it soft?" Feeling exposed, Marco stammered, "I don't think it's just below that's soft." As he spoke, Henio playfully squeezed her chest. The size is really nice. What the heck am I thinking today?" Marco decided to stop answering, blue flames erupting from his body, and then he stepped back a little, taking Henio up into the sky. The feeling of flying in the air was exhilarating, at least for Henio it was. And because Marco was holding her, she boldly spread her arms wide, embracing the clear blue sky. "Hey, be careful, okay?" While Marco tightened his grip around Henio's waist, continuing, "What if I just let go right now? What would you do? Could you handle it?" Henio looked at Marco and asked, "Maybe I could. You know, it's the simplest way to solve this trouble of yours." Marco said with a deadpan expression. Then just let go. I wouldn't mind dying from falling from high up. I haven't tried dying from a fall yet. Hanyo became excited again, but her tear ducts betrayed her, starting to well up. Don't cry. I was just joking, Marco said, a bit panicked when he saw her tears. Hanyo wiped her cheek and said, a bit choked up, if I said I can't control this. Would you believe me? I understand. It's normal for people to not be able to control their emotions sometimes, and it's okay for girls to cry. Yuan Marco replied. Then, as if he thought of something, he covered Hanyo with blue flames, making her feel comfortable. But they couldn't play around forever. After asking Marco to do a few thrilling flips and jumps, Hanyo seemed to get a bit bored. She closed her eyes and said, I'm going to take a break for a bit. Remember to call me when we land, Uncle Marco. Hey, don't call me Uncle. Joy Marco complained helplessly. But at that moment, Hanyo had buried her head in Marco's arms, hiding herself completely. Honestly, Hanyo's weight was almost negligible to Marco. Carrying her was no burden at all, though her feminine features were quite pronounced. End of this chapter, Chapter 215, Extra, 20 Marco's Otome for Marco brought Hanyo to the Whitebeard Pirates. It actually caused quite a stir. It was the first time they brought a woman on board, and more shockingly, a disheveled woman in his arms. Hanyo was beautiful, and even for the members of the famed Whitebeard Pirates, her beauty was still considered rare. The captains of the various divisions surrounded Marco, starting to ask questions. Marco, did you have a romantic encounter this time? Marco, you lucky dog. Should we start calling her sister-in-law? Everyone was very interested in this topic, some even making suggestive jokes in front of Hanyo. Of course, they probably didn't mean any harm, but the way pirates interacted was always so direct. They either talked about battles or women. Their conversations revolve around desires and the warrior spirit. Otherwise, what was the point of living? They all set sail because they admired the pirate flag. Sachi looked at Hanyo and Marco with concern because Hanyo seemed like the type of woman who couldn't fight back. And in a pirate crew with many enemies, she could easily be captured by enemy ships and used as leverage against them. If Marco really had feelings for her, it would be troublesome. Marco shielded Hanyo behind him and explained that she was a woman he rescued on the way, and he brought her on the ship because she was homeless and had nowhere to stay. Once Marco found a suitable place for her, he would send her off. Just as Sachi was about to relax his furrowed brow, he saw Hanyo looking like she was about to cry, looking at Marco as if he were a scumbag. Then Hanyo covered her face with her sleeve, appearing heartbroken. However, her arms were exposed to everyone, including her thighs. It seemed that due to her emotional turmoil, her skin began to bloom again. But the pirates lacked the discernment to understand. They glanced over and thought those were hickeys, almost covering the girl's entire body. Coupled with the way Hanyo looked at Marco, the brothers began to regard Marco with a strange gaze. Hanyo was, of course, acting. This was a bit of fun she came up with on the spot. And she also wanted to establish a perception among the crew that her relationship with Marco was not simple. She had indeed seen the pirate flag flying high on the Moby Dick. Since she was in a pirate crew, she knew that with her eye-catching appearance, some unsavory characters would likely come to harass her, so she needed to find a backing for herself to prevent others from bothering her. Although she was not a pure maiden, she was quite picky about intimacy. She had to find something she appreciated in a person. But such people were rare. And among the entire crew, she only found Marco somewhat pleasing to the eye. She didn't want to be harassed by those she had no feelings for. She was finicky and not easily pleased. Although Sachi trusted Marco's character, after seeing the girl's seemingly genuine behavior, his gaze towards Marco began to change subtly. This kid wouldn't actually take advantage of her and then not want to take responsibility, would he? After all, such people were not uncommon among pirates. Marco shouldn't be one of them, right? But he heard from others with more experience that Marco changed girlfriends quite frequently when he was younger. So was he rekindling his youthful passion? While everyone was discussing, a deep yet powerful voice came from afar. Marco is back. Yeah, Dad, I'm back. Marco immediately pushed through the crowd, pulling the crying Hanyo along as he walked up to Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at Hanyo with a scrutinizing gaze. Feeling the immense pressure, Hanyo lowered her sleeve and looked up at the towering giant before her with tear-filled eyes. To Hanyo, Whitebeard was indeed a giant. After all, she had never seen anyone so tall before. Even though he was hooked up to 4 drips, he appeared to be just an elderly man, casually sitting but exuding the aura of a strong man. Hanyo was not afraid. Rather, her curiosity stopped her tears. She approached Whitebeard and curiously poked his calf with her hand, wanting to confirm that the person in front of her truly existed in this world. It feels just like the touch of an ordinary person, Huayin thought to herself. Although Huayin's actions seemed offensive to many, this bold and fearless behavior instead amused the old man with the white beard. He He smiled and asked, "Little girl, aren't you afraid of me?" Huang shook her head and said, "I don't know why, but the first time I saw you, I felt you were very kind. You shouldn't harm a weak girl like me. Ha ha. You little girl are quite interesting." Even when laughing, the old man's voice sounded particularly deep and resonant, filling the air with a kind of echo, full of vitality. "Were you crying so sadly just now because my foolish sons on the ship bullied you?" The old man asked kindly. "No. The other uncles on the ship were just a bit too enthusiastic, which scared me a little, but they didn't bully me. The only one who could bully me is that bastard Pineapple Head," Huang said, and it seemed she was about to cry again. Marco frowned and said, "Don't just give people nicknames. Well, I couldn't help but think you looked like a pineapple the moment I saw you. Even your hairstyle looks like it." Huang immediately retorted with dissatisfaction. "Is it my fault? Huang-chan, you're so unreasonable." Marco crossed his arms, continuing to express his discontent. At this moment, voices of complaints came from the crowd. "That's not the point. Compared to your pet names, I want to know, Marco, how did you bully the girl?" "Yeah, Marco, what exactly did you do to bully her? Where did I bully you? You tell me." Marco's head started to ache again, based on this woman's black-hearted nature. How could he return safely? This woman was someone who loved to have fun. "We just slept in the same bed yesterday, and now you want to deny it? Marco, I misjudged you." Huang's accusatory voice inexplicably made the pirates present feel pity, and they began to condemn Marco's scummy behavior. "Where's the sleeping to? You were the one who crawled into my arms. I didn't do anything to you." This was truly giving him a headache. Huang immediately covered her face, and the red marks all over her exposed skin were laid bare. "Marco, I really don't know what adjectives to use to describe. A man should stand tall and take responsibility. You should be responsible for this young lady." A voice of condemnation came from the crowd. "Yeah, scum. What I care about is, after everything that has happened, why hasn't Marco made a move yet? Is he even a man?" End of this chapter. Chapter 215 Extra. 21. Marco Otome. 5. Note: this chapter can be skipped. NetEase Technology News, March 26th. Reported that writer Han Han wrote an article on his blog titled "In Defense of Oil," condemning Baidu, calling on writers to consider their livelihood and condemn Baidu. The following is the full text of the article. "Yesterday, March 24th, my friends, who represent the industry, broke off negotiations with Baidu. In the earliest times, Shen Haobo, Liu Jinbo, and Ho Xiaoqiang all told me at various times and occasions about the harm Baidu has caused to the entire publishing industry. I said, sue Baidu. They said, we've all sued, and no one has won. Baidu is very wealthy and has connections. It said they can influence many courts. Baidu's public relations are also very strong. It said they can handle many media outlets. I couldn't help but sigh. Could it be that Li Yanhong's father is Li Gang? Thus, the author's rights protection on March 15th came about. During yesterday's negotiations, I felt that the Writers Association should step in because last time the Writers Association negotiated with Google, they ended up withdrawing from China, which was quite effective. I vaguely remember the last Google incident. Google scanned the books of Chinese writers, paying a few $dozen for each book, then displaying the directory and content summary. If you wanted to read the full text, you had to pay to download it, and Google Library would share the revenue with Chinese writers. As a result, everyone overlooked that Baidu, Wenku, has always allowed all writers' books to be read and downloaded for free, while they attacked Google for protecting copyright, claiming that they should have asked for permission before scanning. Looking back now, everyone should feel quite ashamed. Google and Baidu are different. Google cares about its reputation, so everyone wants to tear its face off, while Baidu has no shame, and when people see there's no face to tear, they scatter. Baidu claims that the spirit of the internet is free and shared, but I strongly disagree. I believe the spirit of the internet is freedom and dissemination, not free and shared. If the spirit of the internet is free, then why do you have to spend money on advertising and search rankings on Baidu? If the spirit of the internet is shared, then why have we all shared? While Li Yanhong became the richest man in China. And why aren't your wealth and Baidu's assets shared with the netizens? Baidu is a large marketplace where the goods inside are free, thus becoming the largest marketplace in China. And because there's a lot of foot traffic, they make money by putting up advertisements on the walls. This model has no problems. But I hope this marketplace remembers that buying goods from suppliers still costs money. Baidu's idea of sharing should be that I bring my things out, you bring your things out, and then we put them together for everyone to take what they need. But the problem is, now both you and I are bringing out other people's things to share. This is what Baidu calls free and shared. Baidu has caught up with the right era, because only in this era can you wantonly infringe on writers, musicians, and filmmakers. Of course, the key is that Baidu has caught up with the right country, where after infringing on almost the entire cultural industry, you can still receive protection. Of course, Baidu has many supporters, and I understand them very well. Sometimes you feel buying books is troublesome. Sometimes you feel reading books costs money, so you go to Baidu Wenku. It's just like how I also watch pirated DVDs and download music from Baidu's MP3. But I know very clearly that my behavior is wrong. Although it's not a big mistake, I must not seek legitimacy for my wrongs, nor can I insult those who fight for their copyright. I've seen many people leave messages saying, "You must be crazy to want to make money. The internet is all about sharing." Can you even call yourselves writers with that level of writing? Can what you write be called literature? Support Baidu. Friends, I deeply understand the plight of writers. Most writers take 2 or 3 years to write a book, earning only 10 to 20,000 for a single book. These writers may have an annual salary of only 10,000 or a monthly salary of 800 with no social security, and they still have to pay taxes, which is worse than you. Except for a few top-selling authors, the vast majority of Chinese writers have meager incomes, and many online writers have to write 10,000 words a day, relying on a meager 2 cents per 1,000 words for their living. In this day and age, who the hell is still selling things by the cent? You see, a fresh serialized story of 5,000 words only costs a dime. A dime is something you wouldn't even give to a beggar, but you can read it for free, and yet you still blame them? And that person has over 60 billion RMB in assets. Please leave a way out for China's publishing industry and writers. As you pursue the road for oil, please spare our cooking oil. The long-standing fact is that in China, almost any best-selling book or original novel will appear on Baidu Wenku, the flagship product of the largest internet company in terms of market value, led by China's richest person, allowing users to browse, download, and store it on their e-readers. As of today, users can freely share 56 million documents on Baidu Wenku, of which 79 million are literary works. The use of the term share implies that, in the eyes of the brilliant people at Baidu, everything is merely a document, akin to a serving of fried noodles or a sample of urine. However, among those 79 million light documents, there are complete works of Jin Yong, new works by Wang Meng, Han Han's The Triple Door, and Mu Rong Shuesiyuan's Chengdu, Please Forget Me Tonight, which has been downloaded 40,000 times, while Nanpai San Shu's Tomb Raider Notes has 760 versions. In fact, all Chinese literary works with market value are included in these 79 million free documents. Baidu's defense is, how do I know that these works weren't uploaded by Jin Yong, Wang Meng, Han Han, Mu Rong Shuesiyuan, or Nanpai San Shu themselves for users to share? Yes, you don't know. You don't know how authors painstakingly create a document word by word over several years. You don't know that copyright is a sacred and inviolable property right. You don't know how difficult it is for creators to live in this expensive country. You don't know how thin the law is in the anonymous online world and how rampant theft is. What we don't know is, does the Earth really have to be destroyed in 2012? Does the order of civilization no longer need to be maintained from now on? For many days, we have engaged in deep discussions with representatives from the literary, publishing, and legal sectors to study the absurdity behind this truth. We have organized the facts, logic, and legal analyses we obtained, and with a pragmatic attitude, we propose feasible solutions to Baidu in hopes of fundamentally improving the operational model of Baidu Wenku and providing a model for online copyright protection. 1. Baidu Wenku operates illegally and maliciously infringes copyright, and the relevant responsible persons have violated the criminal law. 1. Baidu Wenku constitutes internet publishing behavior. According to Article 5 of the Interim Regulations on Internet Publishing Management, Internet publishing refers to the online dissemination behavior of Internet information service providers that display their own or others' works after selection and editing, making them available for the public to browse, read, use, or download. Baidu Wenku's operational behavior conforms to the aforementioned description, as it involves storing publicly, selecting, editing, publishing, recommending, categorizing, ranking, merging chapters, adjusting fonts, and providing browsing, reading, and downloading to users via the internet, thus confirming that Baidu Wenku's behavior is indeed internet publishing. In just a year or two, Baidu Wenku has published 56 million works, including 79 million literary works, with tens of millions of users. And the distribution volume, browsing downloads, amounts to hundreds of millions, generating substantial economic benefits. Further details on economic benefits will be provided later, making it the largest-scale internet publishing commercial activity currently. 2. It has been verified that Baidu does not possess the Internet Publishing Business License issued by the National Press and Publication Administration and has been operating illegally. Article 6 of the Interim Regulations on Internet Publishing Management states that engaging in internet publishing activities must be approved. Without approval, No unit or individual may carry out internet publishing activities. Article 24. Anyone who engages in internet publishing activities without approval shall be banned by the News and Publication Administrative Departments of the provinces, autonomous regions, and municipalities directly under the central government or by the National Press and Publication Administration, and shall have the main equipment, special tools, and illegal income confiscated. For illegal business amounts exceeding 10,000 yuan, a fine of more than 5 times, but less than 10 times the illegal business amount shall be imposed. For illegal business amounts less than 10,000 yuan, a fine of between 10,000 and 50,000 yuan shall be imposed. 3. In fact, in the internet publishing commercial behavior, Baidu maliciously exploits the safe harbor principle to infringe copyright on a large scale. Article 22 of the Regulations on the Protection of the Right of Communication through Information Networks states the relevant provisions of the safe harbor principle as follows. Network service providers that provide information storage space for service objects to provide works, performances, and audiovisual products to the public through the information network, and meet the following conditions, shall not bear liability for compensation. 3. They do not know and have no reasonable grounds to know that the works, performances, and audiovisual products provided by the service object infringe. 4. They do not directly obtain economic benefits from the works, performances, and audiovisual products provided by the service object. Analyzing point by point. 2. According to the third provision, among the works included in Baidu Wenku, there are many works by well-known authors and popular bestsellers, all of which are infringing works, and Baidu Wenku has sufficient reason to know. The Chinese publishing industry and author community have continuously protested Baidu Wenku's infringement behavior in various media over the past 2 years. A typical case, on December 2, 2010, Nanpai Senshu and 22 other online authors issued an open letter attacking Baidu Wenku for piracy, which attracted extensive media coverage. But the works of these 22 online authors still exist in large numbers on Baidu Wenku. According to a search on Baidu Wenku on March 23, 2011, Nanpai Senshu alone had 760 infringing documents. So Baidu Wenku has no reason not to know of its serious infringement behavior. Even by searching Baidu Wenku through Baidu's search box, a large number of reports about Baidu Wenku's infringement can be immediately displayed. So Baidu Wenku must know and should know of its serious infringement behavior. Attached, a screenshot from Baidu Wenku showing 760 works by Nanpai Senshu http. Wenku. Baidu. Conserche. Word LM0OD0. 3. According to the fourth provision, Baidu Wenku is a subdomain of the Baidu website, and its pages have direct entrances from other subdomains, and its enormous traffic brings Baidu substantial direct advertising revenue and other benefits. Recently, the Patriot and Baidu collaboration on the Baidu Reader has been launched for sale and in public advertisements. It clearly states, Patriot collaborates with Baidu Wenku to support wireless internet access, logging into Baidu Wenku, Baidu Know, Baidu Encyclopedia, etc., with millions of documents easily downloadable, which is no different from directly selling stolen goods. In addition, Baidu Wenku uses a point system that encourages users to upload documents, and the points can be directly exchanged for physical items, possessing monetary function, indicating that the point system is indeed a commercial behavior. http Jidao. Baidu. ComShop View. ID 219 attached. Advertisement about Baidu Wenku in Baidu's ebooks http www.baidu.com search Wenku help. HTML. In summary, Baidu Wenku does not specify the detailed information of the uploaders. Baidu is aware of its infringement behavior. Baidu obtains substantial benefits through its infringement behavior. According to Article 23 of the Regulations, network service providers, knowing or should know that the linked works, performances, or audiovisual products infringe, shall bear joint infringement liability. Conclusion. Baidu Wenku is completely inapplicable to the safe harbor principle, and its malicious exploitation of this principle as a shield for infringement behavior is completely untenable. 4. Baidu and Li Yanhong himself should bear criminal responsibility for the large-scale infringement actions of Baidu Wenku. 1. According to Article 10, Paragraph 2 of the opinions on several issues concerning the application of law in handling criminal cases of infringement of intellectual property rights, hereinafter referred to as the opinions, issued on January 12, 2011, If someone disseminates others' works through information networks or utilizes infringing works uploaded by others to provide paid advertising services on websites or web pages and directly or indirectly charges fees. Baidu Wenku can be identified as a profit-driven infringement of copyright criminal case. Who thinks that Baidu, as a commercial company, is just doing good deeds without seeking profit? 2. According to Article 11 of the opinions, in cases involving a wide variety of works and dispersed rights holders, it is indeed difficult to obtain all the above evidence. But if there is evidence proving that the copies involved are illegally published and distributed, and the publisher or distributor cannot provide relevant proof of obtaining permission from the copyright holder, it can be recognized as a criminal case of copyright infringement without permission from the copyright holder. 3. According to the clear identification in Article 12 of the opinions, distribution, including overall distribution, wholesale, retail, dissemination through information networks, and activities such as rental and exhibition, illegal publication, reproduction, and distribution of others' works that constitute a crime of copyright infringement shall be convicted and punished according to the crime of copyright infringement, and shall not be recognized as illegal business operations or other crimes. Therefore, Baidu Wenku can be identified as a criminal act of copyright infringement through the illegal distribution of others' works. 4. According to the above 3 points in Article 13 of the opinions, the total number of disseminated works exceeds 500 pieces. The actual number of clicks on disseminated works reaches over 50,000. The dissemination of others' works through a membership system reaches over 1,000 registered members. Belongs to the other serious circumstances stipulated by criminal law. If the acts specified in the preceding paragraph reach the amounts or quantities mentioned in items 1 to 5 of the preceding paragraph. Chapter 216. Supplementary Section 22. Marco and the Maiden. End. Since then, Kaguya has been living with Marco. Although Marco often mentions wanting to find a suitable place for Kaguya to stay, everyone knows how reluctant he is to leave that little girl. He often hides her away from others, fearing that if they see her too much, he might become jealous. They never knew that Marco was such a possessive person. In fact, Marco doesn't have to be with Kaguya every day. It's just that when he asked Kaguya what special skill she had, her answer was seducing men. When he asked Kaguya how she wanted to make a living in the future, her answer was opening a kabukichi and becoming a mama-san, so how could he let her go? He has always known that Kaguya is a cold-hearted person, who might like him a little, but definitely not deeply. Kaguya had scolded him before for being a scumbag, but in reality, she is a complete scumbag. Things like abandoning people after getting what they want or quickly falling in love with someone else are just basic operations for her. The way she can't move on when she sees handsome men drives Marco a little neurotic. He does like Kaguya. As a famous pirate on the sea, how could he allow his woman to covet other men? However, he can at least guess that simple appearances can attract Kaguya. Otherwise, he wouldn't have an advantage as the so-called uncle in Kaguya's words. At least so far, Kaguya shows the most interest in him. He is still at ease until Ace goes out on a mission and returns with his team. Marco does not deny that Ace has the pride and vitality unique to young people of his age, but he also possesses the charm unique to mature men. However, Ace is indeed in a position of being favored by the heavens. His talent can be said to be among the strongest Marco has ever seen, but his temperament is slightly lacking. However, he is still young, with endless possibilities, and thinking about it this way, he is indeed very attractive to young girls. But Kaguya belongs to him. Marco is very clear about this. Not to mention that Ace has no intention of competing with him. Even if he did, he wouldn't allow it. Watching Kaguya and Ace chatting happily together, Marco feels that the pineapple today is not as delicious as usual. Of course, Kaguya initially listened intently, but after a while, she became bored because this young second division captain named Ace kept talking about his younger brother. The younger brother he mentioned is indeed interesting, but he can't keep talking about him. It seems this guy is even more of a straight man than Marco. He is handsome, but he doesn't seem to be her type. She prefers someone who is a bit more sexually charged. Thinking about this topic, unexpectedly, the first person that comes to her mind is Marco. Every time before a meal, she would specifically tell Sachi to make her favorite food. And when they go to some islands to buy supplies, she would specifically ask what girls like, then bring back a bunch of pretty little things. He pays attention to what she is thinking, cares about her internal thoughts, and wants to make her happy. Is this liking? Perhaps it is. In the past, when she was a courtesan, there were always people who would spend lavishly just to make her smile. But that kind of happiness is very short-lived, because their ultimate goal is always to possess her. If she didn't have this beautiful appearance, perhaps what she had would be greatly discounted, but the people she came into contact with would also be more pure. When you don't possess something that others desire but cannot obtain, you no longer have to guess why those people approach you, because you have nothing worth their effort to scheme for. Is Marco attracted to her for her looks? This answer is almost without question, yes. But are the subsequent respect, patience, and care really just because of her face? Marco would jump into the sea without hesitation to grab her hand when she wanted to commit suicide by jumping into the sea. Marco is a devil fruit user. If he jumps into the sea without others saving him, he would surely die. Moreover, Kaguya even tied a heavy stone to her ankle to ensure her suicide success. Kaguya holds her breath underwater, watching Marco continuously blow bubbles without letting go of her hand, suddenly feeling a bit confused. She always thought they were just engaging in a physical transaction. Moreover, during their first encounter, it was she who deliberately seduced him. She was so confident that no one could resist her charm after spending time with her. Marco was not surprised. Since then, they often shared moments together. But due to technical reasons, Kaguya didn't reject it too much. However, she still wanted to die. No one could stop her from doing anything, including Marco. He was just one of her countless lovers. So, in such a simple relationship, why hasn't he let go? Seeing Marco's complexion becoming increasingly pale, she did not give up holding his hand, and the members of the Whitebeard Pirates kept their distance to give them some privacy. Huayin comforted herself, thinking that her actions were to avoid drawing the attention of the infamous Yonko crew in the future. She pulled out a dagger from her clothes and cut the rope around her ankle. Then she swam closer to Marco, grabbed his collar, and kissed him to give him some air. After that, she used all her strength to pull Marco and swim towards the surface of the sea. It was really tough. She had never liked overly clingy partners. It was annoying. Why did he have to cling to her even if he wanted to die? If Marco fell with her into this deep sea today, this guy would probably continue to cling to her after she died. Wouldn't he? He wouldn't even let her have peace in death. Marco was really bothersome, but now Huayin felt a little reluctant to leave him. Thinking of this, Huayin stood up, suppressing the thought of using that tactic on Ace. She decided to choose someone else. They were brothers, and if she really did that, it would cause Marco a lot of pain, wouldn't it? Although it didn't matter much to her whether he felt pain or not, she still felt a bit heartbroken for him, didn't she? Even if he worked late into the night, he would never forget to prepare fresh milk for her the next day, knowing she liked desserts. So he would specifically ask what new desserts were available when negotiating business with Cake Island and bring them back for her. His many acts of care were reflected in the details. How could such a perceptive person like her not notice? Huayin stood up and waved at Ace, then pointed at the man with the pineapple head hiding in the corner, spreading her hands. Even someone as dull as Ace caught on, smiling and nodding at Huayin to indicate he understood. Then Huayin kicked off her shoes and rushed towards Marco. Marco caught Huayin steadily and pinched her cheek lightly, expressing his dissatisfaction. Marco, I'm hungry. Huayin didn't care about that. She could be a little willful in front of him. After the Marineford War, Marco returned to his father's hometown to live in seclusion. Of course, he brought Huayin with him. On a beautiful spring day, with cherry blossoms falling all around, Huayin asked Marco in a plain tone, Marco, do you want to be a dad? What? What are you saying? Nanny. End of this chapter. Chapter 217 Extra Story 23, Kizaru versus Female Protagonist. 1. Leah sometimes wondered why fate was so clever and reunions could be so unexpected. Just when Leah proposed to go out and independently form a pirate crew, officially spreading her wings and competing with various industries, she was captured by Garp and taken to the Navy headquarters for supervision. Old Man Garp wasn't completely opposed to Leah starting her own business. It was just that he found it hard to accept her being a pirate. It was one thing for those brats like Luffy. Once they got out to sea, they would have their own adventures, and boys were less likely to suffer. As a vice admiral, he knew too well the dirty business on the sea. If Leah was just a merchant, he could use his position to protect and favor her infinitely. But if she became a pirate, then they would be enemies. In fact, no matter who in the family became a pirate, the old man would never agree. But Leah was a girl, and his concern was even more intense and urgent. In short, after failing to argue with Leah, the old man brought her to the Navy headquarters, hoping to let her experience the Navy's atmosphere to dissuade her from wanting to form a pirate crew. But that was impossible. Leah's desire to build a pirate crew was not something that could be easily dismissed. She had considered multiple factors before making her decision. She was not someone who would act recklessly based solely on her passion. She would think about the situation and thoughts of those who supported her. After all, she was not alone. Therefore, the old man's actions had little effect on Leah. She just needed to stay at the Navy headquarters for a while. Leah and the old man lived in a family building arranged by the Navy during that time, which was a standalone villa. They were keeping a close eye on her, but in reality, it wasn't necessary. She wouldn't suddenly run away. Even when going to work at the Navy headquarters, the old man would keep her by his side. Leah thought that if her strength hadn't been unsuitable for the new recruit training camp, the old man might have really thrown her in there. Moreover, Leah had no intention of becoming a Navy officer at all. She couldn't stand that kind of treatment. Just the thought of working hard to become a military officer, only to be treated like a dog by the celestial dragons, was more unbearable than death. There were indeed those who joined the Navy to uphold justice. But she wasn't one of them. She didn't have such a strong sense of justice, and could be said to be both righteous and wicked. She didn't possess that kind of fearless spirit of sacrifice. She felt that being able to do things her own way was already doing good. Only by changing the larger environment could everyone benefit, right? But even so, it wouldn't necessarily take care of everyone in the face of personal tragedies. She was powerless because she couldn't save everyone. Human strength has its limits. During her days at the Navy headquarters, Leah discovered that there was a high-ranking Navy admiral who was even more morally ambiguous than her. Although it wasn't their first meeting, every time she saw him, Leah felt deeply impressed. Lazy, lacking any motivation, always clocking out on time. There were no particularly important matters, nor particularly important people. For some reason, she always felt that this person had a great deal of contradiction within him. Moreover, Leah had seen him when she was a child. It had only been 10 years. Yet the way he looked at her always felt strange, different from how he looked at others. Curiosity mixed with a hint of longing? Leah wasn't sure at first, but when the old man was sent out on a mission and instructed Kizaru, the only one still at the headquarters, to keep an eye on her and not let her make mistakes until he returned, Leah gradually confirmed her suspicions. She was getting a bit impatient, thinking about whether she should just go beat up a celestial dragon. Once the bounty was issued, it would make sense for her to become a pirate. However, going out to sea in this way would indeed affect some of her plans. Noticing her thoughts, the old man assigned Kizaru the task of watching her. She could go out normally, but he hoped she wouldn't do anything beyond the limits. Even if she wanted to become a pirate, in such a large environment, taking action against the celestial dragons would be entirely different in nature. What they would face was also the pursuit of the Navy's high-ranking officers. After the old man left, Leah was sent to Kizaru's office by the old man. Borsellino's day was quite simple. When the pile of documents on the table reaches a certain level, he will ask his adjutant to secretly stuff them onto Sakazuki's desk. Sakazuki, who is burdened by work and unable to straighten his back, rarely notices this detail. He handles whatever comes his way, completely in the style of a workaholic. Akainu is truly a blessing for the Marine headquarters, because Kuzan also naturally shoves documents onto Sakazuki's desk. Then, once the desk is clear, Borsellino will start lounging back, trimming his nails, and goofing off until the end of the workday, occasionally checking in on the scientific department to see their research progress. Kuzan also slacks off, but when he does, he likes to take the team out on patrol. Whether they catch pirates or how many they catch completely depends on his mood, as long as they meet that month's targets. However, he will definitely catch those pirates who are truly heinous. As for those who pose little threat, Kuzan mostly chooses to let them go, and he will also assist refugees in need that he encounters along the way. Overall, he is a bit lazy, but still a competent Marine. Borsellino, on the other hand, is different. He avoids movement whenever possible and never meddles in others' affairs when it's time to leave work. He leaves without staying a second longer in the office. Being around him, Leah has become somewhat lazy herself. As long as she can push work onto Yuja, she absolutely won't do it herself. Then, when Vice Admiral Tsu enters Borsellino's office to report on work, what she sees is Borsellino sprawled in his office chair, motionless like a salted fish. Leah is also lounging on the office sofa in her pajamas, like a flat pancake. Their movements are synchronized, both staring at the office ceiling, as if they have lost their souls. Tsuru is momentarily speechless, unsure how to comment, and can only finish her report and leave. Now she wonders whether she should ask Leah to socialize with the younger girls in her team. Staying with such a lazy fish, she would eventually be assimilated. Moreover, Akainu is out on a mission. It feels like their workload has increased by more than double. Relying on Borsellino is utterly hopeless. The nickname Admiral of Money is not just for show. End of this chapter. Chapter 218 Extra. Borsellino versus female lead 2, in order to prevent Old Man Gar from returning and punching him in the face. Borsellino has been following Leah closely these days. Leah probably understands his predicament, so she doesn't resist too much. However, a more complicated issue arises at night when it comes to sleeping. They certainly cannot sleep together. Borsellino's house is large with many rooms, but there is nothing extra in it. The furniture is limited to basic living necessities, and there is not even anything that reflects personal interests. Many rooms are empty, except for his own room, which contains a large bed measuring 4 meters long and 3 meters wide, a wardrobe, a bedside table, and a small lamp. There really isn't much. It feels more like a temporary accommodation while traveling. The place lacks a sense of life. The only space that feels somewhat human is his study, where books are so numerous that a 3-meter-tall person would need a ladder to reach them. Of course, it is not organized at all. While the books on the shelves are somewhat orderly, the ones taken out to read are scattered all over the room. During his time off, he sometimes covers his face with a book and closes his eyes in the afternoon sun, sometimes staying that way for an entire afternoon. Why does Leah know this? Because ever since Old Man Garp went on a business trip, Borsellino brought her back to his home. He didn't force her to do anything. He only asked her not to leave his sight. Even if she wanted to go out to play, he had to accompany her. To avoid awkwardness, Borsellino even had his adjutant order another bed to free up a room for Leah. Although it's only a temporary arrangement, Borsellino still tries to show respect for Leah as much as possible. The two of them get along very harmoniously. This is evident when Borsellino naps in his office chair, and Leah also looks sleepy. Sometimes she can fall asleep just leaning against the wall. To be honest, Leah hasn't had such a leisurely life in a long time. As an admiral, with someone who always wants to become a pirate by his side, how could he completely relax and sleep soundly, even though they have met before? It's not possible. In observing the details of daily life, Borsellino knows that she is not the same as she used to be. In many ways, Leah shows a certain naivety, or rather, she hasn't yet hardened her resolve. She doesn't have a strong life ambition yet, nor does she have that intense longing for the person she spoke of before. He feels a stir of emotions, but he enjoys the current state of being with her even more. Did she really trust him so much that she could fall asleep in front of a man she doesn't know well? Borsellino stood up and picked up the sleeping Leah. He made no sound and didn't engage in any unnecessary actions. He carried Leah to her room. He grasped the corner of the thin blanket and gently covered her. He currently has no drive in life. It seems fine to just continue like this. After a final glance at her peaceful sleeping face, he directly opened the door and left without a trace of reluctance. He is no longer young. However, the dreams he once had play out in countless midnights. Life should have countless outcomes. If it continues like this, he will be able to see the final result of life. Although it is dull, it is still within his control. He has already passed the age of seeking a thrilling life. As for the Marines, he has nearly reached the end of his journey, being a Marine Admiral. That was Sakazuki's goal, and he has no interest in it all. From the beginning, he didn't join the Marines voluntarily to uphold justice or to become a high-ranking official. All along, he has been the abandoned one. As for why he continues to stay in the Marines, the reasons are complex. Even though the training in his childhood was brutal, the Marines have nurtured him, and staying here provides a salary and benefits, which is still a good job in this chaotic world. The most fundamental reason is that he seems to have nowhere else to go. It seems that it was not his choice to stay in the Marines, but rather that the Marines took him in. He and Sakazuki were the first students of Zephyr, but his relationship with Zephyr has always been poor. Perhaps teachers always prefer diligent and ambitious students, and Sakazuki is just that. Meanwhile, he has always been lazy. If he were not talented, it would be one thing. But he and Sakazuki were the two most talented in their class. He lacks the determination and will to defend justice that other colleagues have. In fact, he doesn't want to manage anything. As long as he can take care of himself, that's enough, because in this world, no one truly cares about him or is concerned about his life. He has dated before, but he could never find that feeling. Having a so-called girlfriend was not as profound as a one-night stand. The motives of those who approached him were also not pure. It was really meaningless. Many times, interacting with others was just a way to get by. When he turned 30, he had once developed feelings for someone, but that person did not belong to him and was destined to leave. Now, seeing her again was simply impossible. The age gap between them was too large, and even he, who did not have much morality in his heart, could not suppress all his conscience to demand more. If he could continue to spend time with her like now, it would actually be quite nice. But she was destined not to stay for him, as her life was just beginning. To be honest, he usually did not eat at home. First, because he couldn't cook, and second, because he often had social engagements. Everyone knew what the situation was like within the Navy, and sometimes pretending to be clueless made life easier. When he was with Leah, she couldn't help but frown at his terrible schedule. However, she wouldn't advise him like his aide did. Leah corrected his bad habits through actions. For example, Regarding breakfast, if he had to go to work, he usually wouldn't eat because arriving even a second early at the Navy headquarters to clock in would be unfair to his fruit ability. And at home, during his rest time, who wakes up early? But because he had to watch Leah, he could only wake up when she did. Then Leah would also make his portion of breakfast. He felt a bit sluggish for the first 2 days, but gradually adapted and found it comfortable. He liked reading. He had many books of various types. Books were a true reflection of the human spirit. Facing them was much better than dealing with colleagues who were vying for power and being two-faced. Of course, he had no intention of belittling such behavior, as he was quite skilled in this regard too. But people can get tired. He had reached the rank of admiral, and there were some things he really could let go of. There was no need. At this moment, he recalled the moments spent with Leah, which were very relaxed and natural. She was not someone who liked to cause trouble for others, so in many aspects, she would go along with his wishes, trying not to cause him any trouble during this borrowed time. However, their interactions were not distant. For example, while having tea and reading in the afternoon, Leah would unceremoniously remind him to bring back pastries from a certain place. She would also inadvertently fall asleep in front of him. He was more casual. Aside from having meals with her, he mostly did things according to his own pace, while Leah would participate in the projects she could. They did not lack interaction. Thinking about it this way, it seemed difficult for someone like Leah to generate conflicts when interacting with others. In fact, Leah did not guard against Kizaru too much. This was not only because there were no conflicts of interest between them objectively, but subjectively, Leah's intuition told her that even if she did something significant, he would keep it a secret for her. End of this chapter. Chapter 219 Extra, 25 Kizaru versus the female lead. 3. Fatigue seemed to be contagious. After spending a long time with Kizaru, Leah found herself feeling more drowsy. All things considered, she had already been at the Navy headquarters for over a month. Living with Kizaru had also been going on for more than a week. Leah originally thought that as long as she could get through until Garp returned, it would be fine. It was quite enjoyable to slack off with Kizaru. However, Kizaru received a last-minute mission and needed to take the warship out, so he was quite conflicted about where to leave Leah, because he really knew well that if it weren't for Leah giving him face, the two of them could have a fight, and she was certainly capable of escaping. He simply did not want his home matters to affect her daily life. So, with Leah's consent, Kizaru took her along on the warship, and the two leisurely went on vacation. Generally speaking, if the mission location was not in the New World, going out for him was like a vacation. For him personally, the things that could happen in the first half of the Grand Line should not be too difficult. Many times, it was just that others were too busy to handle it, so they sent him. In extreme cases, he was called because the Navy couldn't handle the situation, and for the sake of the Navy's so-called prestige or false justice. He probably needed to eliminate threats and deal with anything detrimental to the Navy, even if it involved innocent people. They could only consider themselves unlucky. He really did not have such a strong sense of empathy. He only knew that the Navy paid him, and he reached his current position because of the Navy. Living so clearly was exhausting. It was better to pretend not to see. Even though he usually didn't want to go on missions and slacked off, no one dared to say much because of his strength. The warship he usually used was equipped with a chef, so he didn't have to worry about food at all. There was also a canteen on the warship. However, what was more uncomfortable was that many people sitting in the canteen were secretly sizing Leah up. These were Navy personnel who had worked under him for a long time. Leah was the first woman to be brought along by her admiral during a mission, so they were naturally curious. Moreover, Leah's appearance was quite eye-catching. Being the center of attention was quite bothersome. It felt like someone was watching her whenever she was not in her room. Of course, because they were friends. She and Kizaru would sit together for meals. Should they pretend not to know each other just to reduce the attention? Of course, Leah had never seen Kizaru lose his temper. His subordinates probably hadn't either. But Leah had witnessed what it meant to be intimidating without anger. After elegantly finishing their meal, Kizaru smiled and scanned the entire canteen, and everyone who met his gaze automatically disappeared. There was no helping it. They still had to be wary of his expression. Otherwise, the admiral would smile and call you to stoke the boiler. He didn't seem angry at all. But the admiral could make things difficult for people. They all suspected that their admiral must have been through some harsh treatment when he first joined the Navy. Otherwise, where would all those underhanded tricks come from? Moreover, they could really tell that their admiral cared a lot about this girl in front of him. Logically speaking, based on their understanding of the admiral, he should be a gentleman and elegant, but he would definitely not lack aggression. However, it was completely off. He was acting too calm. Even if he cared, he wouldn't show it in front of her. Sometimes, the girl would study desserts on the warship and share them with the soldiers on duty. Yes, Receiving exquisite pastries from a beautiful girl was indeed something to be happy about. But their admiral would also smile while sizing up this soldier and Miss Leah. Then there was no need to wait long. The soldier might be sent to stoke the boiler that very night. And for a long time, he wouldn't be able to go on deck. The general held grudges and was quite jealous, but he kept it all bottled up inside, never showing it. But he keeps it all bottled up inside and would never show it. Only the old-timers who have followed the general for a long time can see it. The younger girls really can't tell. They can't understand why the general is so reserved. Moreover, they feel they could switch jobs at any moment since their general has no interest in the Navy. One could say the general lacks interest in everything. After all this time, how can he have no desire to conquer someone he cares about so much? Therefore, they, the audience, are really anxious, and the more anxious they get, the more they want to see the progress between the two, and then they continue to stoke the boiler. Fortunately, that day, he summoned all the married soldiers to the conference room. It wasn't a serious meeting. He just wanted to ask them what gifts they would give when pursuing a girl. He'd never really studied these things before, even when going out on dates. It was his aide Saad who took care of the details like small gifts. But now, he couldn't think of what Leah might lack. She certainly didn't lack money. Could someone with money lack good things? Although his salary was quite generous, he really couldn't think of what to buy for her. That's right. After struggling for many days, he decided to finally fight for a bit in his life. He wanted very little, but once he encountered it, he didn't want to let go. Moreover, during the time they spent together, she didn't seem to mind his little attentions to detail. The warship couldn't travel nonstop, so when they encountered an island, they would also go ashore to replenish supplies. He was quite willing to do this. However, the reason was that he had to accompany Leah shopping. He offered to pay, but Leah refused. But when it came to carrying bags, you really can't imagine how difficult it was. He was a Navy admiral, but after a day of shopping with Leah, he returned to the warship so exhausted that he could barely stand. And he felt like he had eaten a lot of odd snacks that day. For him, sugary things were just right for Leah. Sugary things were just right for Leah, and she usually only ate a little of each snack, claiming it was to avoid gaining weight. She felt it was wasteful, so those snacks basically ended up in his stomach. Aside from that little frustration, he really enjoyed the days spent with Leah. She really showed concern for him. End of chapter. Chapter 220 Extra, 26. Kizaru versus the female lead 4. The weather on the Grand Line is unpredictable. It might rain heavily one moment and then face a snowstorm the next. Even after years of drifting at sea, Leah still couldn't adapt to such sudden weather changes. Even after years of drifting at sea, Leah still couldn't adapt to such sudden weather changes. When she was on her own merchant ship, she would prepare clothes for all 4 seasons and things like stoves for warmth. But since she was on Borsalino's warship, it wasn't that meticulous. However, when she saw him buy them, Leah even asked if he liked such clothes and intended to pay for them, but he silently declined with a smile. He was originally a very articulate person, better at talking, but when facing unfamiliar people, he preferred to casually brush things off. Yet, when dealing with acquaintances, he was more diplomatic. However, in front of Leah, he actually spoke much less. Perhaps others couldn't understand, but for him, talking was a very exhausting thing. Wearing a mask in front of others all day, he also wanted to let loose a bit when alone. He felt no sense of belonging to the Navy, didn't want to become a pirate, and had no interest in the Revolutionary Army. He had no desire to do something for this world. He wasn't interested in the Revolutionary Army either. He had no intention of doing something for this world. He just wanted to pursue the feelings of the present, because he remembered seeing Leah curled up outside the small window of his room during the snow before. The soldiers who could serve on his warship had undergone rigorous training, and enduring hunger and cold was a way to strengthen their will. He usually wouldn't pay much attention to that, but for Leah, during the next extreme weather event, he could promptly drape the cloak over Leah. Leah was very afraid of the cold, but when it snowed, she would rush out to play in the wind and snow. She was full of vitality, embodying the life force he had always lacked and longed for. She was full of vitality, filled with the life force he had always lacked and longed for. Being with her made him feel alive too. Everything was enjoyable. There was no need to be cautious or suspicious. Seeing her happy made him happy. During this time, he smiled the most. Even watching Leah puffing into the air and observing the shapes forming in the air was really silly. He couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Leah truly began to love this world. Because in this world, she had gained things she had never had before. The main reason she hoped the world would become better was that the people she cared about lived in this world. If the world became, and they would also gain more happiness, right? She felt that doing those things was very valuable. So she also began to love everything around her, including the ordinary wind, frost, rain, and snow, experiencing everything she had never carefully observed before. This positivity also infected Borisolino, who was beside her. But she hesitated to act because she was afraid of the cold. At that moment, Kizaru stepped forward. "Yeah, Miss Leah, what kind of snowman do you like?" "Yeah, what kind of snowman does Miss Leah like?" "You can direct me. I'll help you build it," Kizaru suggested with a slight smile. "Really?" Leah's eyes suddenly lit up. She was genuinely moved by such a thoughtful proposal. "Of course, old man knows you're afraid of the cold. Let me handle this little task for you in the wind and snow." Leah adjusted her red scarf and directed Celino to fill in the snowman bit by bit, and they got along very harmoniously. However, the Navy soldiers hiding nearby, watching them, were not so happy, although they also liked to see the harmonious romance. Wah, wah, wah. As expected of the general, no need for those useless pointers. He learned it all by himself. Some had already started pulling out notepads. Rapidly taking notes? What are you waiting for? Why not copy the ready-made homework, right? Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that? I feel that this piece doesn't convey what I want to express. Maybe I'll open another project for Yuta on Lofter later. It just doesn't feel right. End of this chapter. Chapter 221 Extra Chapter 27 Yuta Arc 1. On the final island, Roger ultimately chose to surrender a year after the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, using his death to usher in the era of the great pirates, filled with infinite possibilities. Roger ultimately chose to surrender a year after the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, using his death to usher in the era of the great pirates, filled with infinite possibilities. For the oppressed and weak, the increasing number of pirates year by year has also brought about a hellish era of chaos, exploitation, plunder, riots, and war. Even without pirates, the upper echelons would continue this oppression through tax laws and criminal laws. Pirates merely brutalized this oppression. Even the Navy cannot protect everyone. So who can rescue these suffering civilians from all? Images from around the world replay on the screens, and strange fungi grow silently in the darkness. Some hear the desperate cries of thousands of suffering victims, and in that moment, many memories flash through Yuta's mind. Viewed as an idol by everyone, she vows to create a new era where everyone can be happy. This is destined to be a performance that will go down in history, as tickets are continuously sold, and countless Yuta fans gather towards a certain island. Leah also plans to join the excitement, even though her relationship with Yuta is not that great, as she has always felt that a significant part of Shank's abandonment of her was due to her. Most importantly, sitting here, she feels a bit uneasy, as if something is about to happen. She has a bad premonition. Yuta has a great talent for songwriting and singing, and her popularity has skyrocketed in the past 2 years, nearly surpassing the world superstar D-Solo. However, D-Solo's concerts are extravagantly luxurious, and her popularity has skyrocketed in the past 2 years, nearly surpassing the world superstar D-Solo. However, D-Solo's concerts are extravagantly luxurious, with gold piled up as if it were worthless, emphasizing splendor. It's uncertain whether the ticket sales can cover the losses from the gold consumption of a single concert. The Straw Hat Pirates have also arrived here. Today is the day when the world-famous diva Yuta holds her first live concert. Usopp and Chopper, as fans of Yuta, dressed up for the occasion, and to help them get limited badges, the crew was forced to wear exaggerated new outfits. Leah sits in the stands, with Yuta's bright and melodious voice dispelling the faint black mist surrounding the island. This is the music capital, Elgia. The opening performance is nearly on par with D-Solo's concerts, with Yuta's bright and melodious voice dispelling the faint black mist surrounding the island. This is the music capital, Elgia. The opening performance is nearly on par with D-Solo's concerts. As Yuta immerses herself in the performance, countless pink and yellow light orbs swirl around her, projecting images throughout the venue. This is a gift from Yuta to all her fans, a song about a beautiful future. After one song ends, Yuta warmly greets the audience, and the cheers from below are deafening, with Yuta basking in this starry light. However, behind this successful concert, dark currents are quietly stirring, and the cheers from below are deafening, with Yuta basking in this starry light. However, behind this successful concert, dark currents are quietly stirring. A man resembling a scientific monster quietly observes from a distance. Meanwhile, the audience area is mixed with members of the Jellyfish Pirates, who aim to gain fame by kidnapping the big star. To everyone's surprise, in the next moment, Luffy stretches out his arm, but he would never mistake the girl in front of him. Yuta and Luffy have known each other since childhood, and they affectionately embrace in front of everyone. But he would never mistake the girl in front of him. Yuta and Luffy have known each other since childhood, and they affectionately embrace in front of everyone, causing Sanji to grind his teeth in frustration. The other crew members are also shocked, and they start questioning their idiot captain. Why are you so familiar with Yuta? This unknown pirate group shouldn't be called the Jellyfish Pirates. They should be called the Ironhead Pirates. How could they offend an emperor? Meanwhile, Yuta's fans are thrown into confusion over their idol's shattered persona. Robin also recalls having heard similar rumors before. Leah, sitting in the stands, rests her chin on her hand. Yuta's fans are thrown into confusion over their idol's shattered persona. Robin also recalls having heard similar rumors before. Leah, this was merely a misunderstanding that had not been clarified before. Yuta is Shanks' adopted daughter, who was very cute as a child and has now grown into a beautiful woman. Her purpose for coming this time is to explain the real reason why Shanks left her here. She really doesn't want to continue taking the blame. Her purpose for coming this time is to explain the real reason why Shanks left her here. She really doesn't want to continue taking the blame. But Yuta merely turns her gaze away expressionlessly, completely ignoring her. Leah touches her nose, feeling as if she has hit a wall. She wouldn't blame Yuta. Putting herself in Yuta's shoes, it would be understandable that she wouldn't have a good demeanor towards someone whose father, whom she respected since childhood, abandoned her for a bad woman. It's all Shanks' fault for not being able to speak up and making her take the blame. Really, speechless, Yuta then shifts her focus to Luffy. After Luffy's sudden revelation, Yuta helplessly covers her forehead and smiles. Before everyone can recover from the shock, Yuta then shifts her focus to Luffy. After Luffy's sudden revelation, Yuta helplessly covers her forehead and smiles. Before everyone can recover from the shock, there's no way this group of small fries can take on Luffy and the others. Leah is unaware of Yuta's devil fruit powers. There's no way this group of small fries can take on Luffy and the others. Leah is unaware of Yuta's devil fruit powers, explaining that he really didn't have any ex-girlfriends or ex-wives. Leah's anger is never directed at children. It is only directed at Shanks, who caused all this. If Shanks really had an ex-wife, what would Leah do? Probably quietly leave. She doesn't want to be the bad woman that ruins Yuta's childhood. If Shanks really had an ex-wife, what would Leah do? Probably quietly leave. She doesn't want to be the group of small fries below mistakenly believes they have grasped the weakness of the Emperor red-haired Shanks, unaware that they are merely the mantis stalking the cicada, with the yellow Oreo behind. A powerful punch descends from the sky, exploding among the crowd, and at that moment, the Big Mom Pirates make their appearance. With a large number of Big Mom Pirates pouring out of mirrors, aided by Broly's devil fruit ability. Taking Yuta was a direct order from Big Mom. In a chapter 222 Extra, 28, Yuta Chapter 2, as the chaos was about to unfold, the Straw Hat crew naturally could not sit idly by. In a chapter 222 Extra, 28, Yuta Chapter 2, as the chaos was about to unfold, the Straw Hat crew naturally could not sit idly by. Behind them was the big brother Jinbei, riding a giant wave shaped like a shark, sweeping onto the stage and sending countless minions flying. Owen and Jinbei, along with Frankie. Behind them was the big brother Jinbei, riding a giant wave shaped like a shark, sweeping onto the stage and sending countless minions flying. Owen and Jinbei, along with Frankie. At that critical moment, Yuta stopped the fight from continuing. She told everyone that all the people present were her fans. The computer Owen and Brule mocked her naivety. At that critical moment, Yuta stopped the fight from continuing. She told everyone that all the people present were her fans. The computer Owen and Brule mocked her naivety, and her bad premonition grew stronger. Then, sure enough, amidst various expressions of suspicion and astonishment, Yuta opened her mouth, and her voice, enhanced by the song fruit, surged over the crowd like a tidal wave. Her voice blurred the boundaries between dreams and reality, filling the space with fantastical creatures and colorful, tangible musical notes. Yuta herself transformed into a knight clad in heavy armor, wielding a long spear. Even as the pirates attacked with all their might, Yuta herself transformed into a knight clad in heavy armor, wielding a long spear. Even as the pirates attacked with all their might, turned the staff lines into chains that could not be escaped. Accompanied by Yuta's ridiculously powerful performance, the atmosphere of the concert reached a climax. Turned the staff lines into chains that could not be escaped. Accompanied by Yuta's ridiculously powerful performance, the atmosphere of the concert reached a climax. Standing in different positions, the scenery scene was also different. Fans saw Yuta, regardless of the audience, using her voice to convey hope and joy. Standing in different positions, the scenery scene was also different. Fans saw Yuta, regardless of the audience, using her voice to convey hope and joy. The Straw Hat crew was astonished by the girl's immense power and then chose not to interfere, returning to the high seats to watch the concert. Only Owen, Brule, and others were trapped on the staff lines, struggling in vain. They must have been filled with shame and anger at that moment. Before continuing to sing, Yuta announced two things. First, the entire performance was being recorded, making it convenient for everyone to save and watch later. Second, Yuta openly warned all pirates, the world government. Yuta announced two things. First, the entire performance was being recorded, making it convenient for everyone to save and watch later. Second, Yuta openly warned all pirates, the world government, and the Navy not to interfere with the performance, or they would regret it. Leah felt increasingly uneasy, and she sensed something deep within. Yuta firmly reiterated her belief. I am Yuta, the singer who will create a new era, and I want to use my voice to make everyone happy. Just as she made this bold statement, far away in Mariehua, the 5 elders were watching the live broadcast. They believed this girl. The elders were not only worried about the terrifying appeal of the idol girl, but also mentioned a certain tricky family related to Yuta, the Filarade family. Actually, I suspect that the red-haired is from this family. Everyone could check the movie for more details. On the other side, I suspect that the red-haired is from this family. Everyone could check the movie for more details. On the other side, the conversation between Akainu and Kizaru revealed more information. To prevent the ancient sealed monsters from returning to the world during this incident, the Navy's main force immediately set sail towards Elbaf. Meanwhile, Yuta's concert had entered the intermission stage. The ability of the Song fruit could easily create food, toys, and other items with no visible limits. Facing such a comprehensive and powerful ability, Big Mom's crew was even more excited about Yuta. Most importantly, she was the daughter of Shanks. Yet, Mama and her eldest son were only concerned about the songstress and the troublesome Straw Hat Kid, while in the darkness. She was the daughter of Shanks. Yet, Mama and her eldest son were only concerned about the songstress and the troublesome Straw Hat Kid, while in the darkness. Only Katakuri was worried about his missing family members, Brule and Owen. The atmosphere of Big Mom's crew was still profit-driven as always, completely disregarding any familial ties. Leah felt the dreamy sensations and suddenly realized that this was not the real world at all. However, therefore, was Yuta's ability related to the spiritual world? But then she looked over at Rossi, who was actively feeding Andy chips, and felt a bit uncomfortable. Ugh, I hate couples with no sense of boundaries. Meanwhile, high up in the audience, I hate couples with no sense of boundaries. Meanwhile, high up in the audience, the Straw Hat crew was eating various foods generated out of thin air while speculating about Yuta's fruit ability, but even Luffy wasn't quite sure. Sanji removed the top layer of onions and accidentally found a somewhat familiar mushroom in the food container. After a brief identification, Sanji chatted and laughed with Yuta when she asked Luffy, somewhat unhappily, "What's with the straw hat?" After hearing it was given to Luffy by Shanks, Yuta did not ask further. Chatted and laughed with Yuta when she asked Luffy, somewhat unhappily, "What's with the straw hat?" A dispute arose between the two regarding who had won 183 matches in a row, and thus their contest began. A dispute arose between the two regarding who had won 183 matches. Their competition was to see who could eat more meat before a bull charged at them. Was instantly knocked into the sea. Fortunately, Yuta immediately used musical notes to rescue Luffy back to the shore, as her ability seemed completely unaffected by the seawater. Yuta wanted to ask about Shanks' current situation, but Luffy didn't know either. It was only through Nami's inquiry that Luffy finally shared his past with Yuta. Yuta wanted to ask about Shanks' current situation, but Luffy didn't know either. It was only through Nami's inquiry that Luffy finally shared his past with Yuta. It turned out that back then, Yuta had arrived at Windmill Village with Shanks and his crew. Although she loved singing at that time, Luffy showed and whenever Makino tried to stop their play, Shanks would respect their resolve and let the competition continue. Unlike Luffy, who strictly followed the rules, Yuta had been using the same tricks to cheat since she was little. In her view, this was the way of fighting among pirates. Yuta had been using the same tricks to cheat since she was little. In her view, this was the way of fighting among pirates. The two children might get into a big fight due to their differing ideologies and might even act spoiled over who Shanks likes more. At that time, the two children might get into a big fight due to their differing ideologies and might even act spoiled over who Shanks likes more. At that time, she simply regarded Shanks as an ordinary friend when she was only 17. Having grown accustomed to taking care of children, she wanted to connect with Yuta. She simply regarded Shanks as an ordinary friend when she was only 17. Having grown accustomed to taking care of children, she wanted to connect with Yuta. But perhaps due to intuition, their relationship had always been somewhat poor, and she didn't pay much attention to it back then. After all, she couldn't make every... End of this chapter. Chapter 223 Extra 29. Yuta Arc 3. I am Yuta of the Red Hair Pirates. Creating a new era where everyone can be free is my dream. At that time, the girls stood under the moon, confidently stating, while Ace and Sabo witnessed the competition between Luffy and Yuta for 100 years. Under the witness of the red-haired pirates, Luffy ultimately won against Yuta in the late-night competition. But the brief moments of happiness passed in the blink of an eye. On one occasion, Luffy ultimately won against Yuta in the late-night competition. But the brief moments of happiness passed in the blink of an eye. On one occasion, when the red-haired pirates returned from sea, everyone seemed a bit down. Luffy asked where Yuta had gone, and Shanks could only tell him that to help Yuta become a better singer and realize her dream, she had left the red-haired pirates. So she didn't press further. Later, when she asked where Yuta had gone for further studies and if she could visit her when she had time, Shanks just smiled and changed the subject. By then, their relationship had become somewhat ambiguous, but it had not yet been officially confirmed. Leah felt she wanted to be more assertive, but her identity made it awkward, and soon they fell into a cold war. Back at the concert, Leah felt she wanted to be more assertive, but her identity made it awkward, and soon they fell into a cold war. Back at the concert, when she heard that Luffy was a pirate and that his dream was still to become the Pirate King, Yuta visibly became disheartened and even told Luffy not to be a pirate anymore. The Straw Hat Kid ignored her, but he seemed to sense something, saying he was happy that Yuta was living the life she wanted, then excused himself, saying he was going back to the ship to sleep. But everyone underestimated Yuta's determination. Just a moment ago, everyone was enjoying the party, and in the blink of an eye, Yuta waved her hand, wanting to keep all the Straw Hat crew members. Nami, Sanji, and others reacted too slowly and received the same treatment as Odin and Broly, as Yuta wanted to perform a song for everyone present that was played by pirates. Sanji and others reacted too slowly and received the same treatment as Odin and Broly, as Yuta wanted to perform a song for everyone. After much hesitation, Leah stood up, wanting to say something, but before she could do anything, and Yuta was no longer the little girl who took pride in being a pirate. The cheers of the crowd painted another side of the world idol. That was a hatred for pirates ingrained in the bones, nurtured by countless sufferings. As Yuta's mindset changed, the joyful musical notes that once brought happiness transformed into fierce night-like notes surging towards the remaining few. Zoro, Jinbe, and Frankie could easily tear them apart. But these nights would resurrect the moment they perished. Luffy, Robin, and Chopper were also drawn into the fight, even as the battle escalated. Their figures were overwhelmed by the massive number of knights. The continuous booming sounds of battle were overshadowed by Yuta's near-roaring anger. She spread her dual-colored wings as if she were about to break out of her cocoon. Yuta sealed off the top of the performance venue. She spread her dual-colored wings as if she were about to break out of her cocoon. Yuta sealed off the top of the performance venue. It seemed to have become a larger cocoon, nurturing a new era. Soon after, the entire Straw Hat crew was unexpectedly captured. How to deal with the pirates. Yuta faced countless weak people, confronting the grim and hopeless world, asking a question whose answer had already been determined. Usopp defended Luffy. How to deal with the pirates. Yuta faced countless weak people, confronting the grim and hopeless world, asking a question whose answer had already been determined. Angry fans had already surged onto the stage, targeting the ability's user with seawater. Below the stage, Balloon Bar couldn't stand it any longer and wanted to stand up for Luffy and the others, but was calmly stopped by Kobe. At a critical moment, the little fan Bartolomeo came to the rescue. Yuta initially dismissed him, but when the two of them, along with the barrier, disappeared into thin air, Yuta realized there were other pirates hidden in the venue, and a dangerous aura suddenly enveloped her. Meanwhile, on a bridge far from the stage, it turned out that Law had saved them, with a sound effect-equipped Beepo beside him. Originally, Law and Luffy were discussing whether to fight or flee, but Yuta quickly found them. It turned out that Law had saved them, with a sound effect-equipped Beepo beside him. Originally, Law and Luffy were discussing whether to fight or flee, but Yuta quickly found them. As Yuta issued orders to hunt them down, a bizarre ship resembling a piano sailed across the sky, with a parade of fans following behind. Among them, making it impossible to use the powers of the Door fruit. Arriving at the coast, they saw that in just a short time, the Note Knights had covered the entire island, patrolling between the giant piano strings. The mysterious figure who resembled Frankenstein had led them into a building. The mysterious person introduced himself as Gordon, the former king of the musical city Elgia. He explained that after the kingdom fell, the residents all moved away, leaving only him and Yuta to rely on each other. The once prosperous musical city had become a ruin, and the unresolvable loneliness permeated Yuta's entire childhood. Yuta often recalled the past, and Gordon poured his heart into raising her to become the greatest singer. But without an audience, even the best performances were merely self-appreciation, and her dreams remained dim and unfulfilled. Until 2 years later, she found a new type of snail with a live-streaming function by the seaside. And with its ability to publish videos and sounds, Yuta embarked on the path of an idol. And with its ability to publish videos and sounds, Yuta embarked on the path of an idol. Gratitude and recognition from around the world became the hope that illuminated Yuta's life. Yet amidst the emotions, the tragic world rampant with pirates also sparked new reflections in her mind. And with more and more fans, her idol status was elevated. In order to ensure that everyone could be redeemed, Yuta devised a grand plan that would change the world. Gordon wished to stop all of this. But before he could reveal the specifics of the plan, Yuta found them again, and Bepo was turned into a mini bear form by Yuta's powers on the spot. And the significance of this straw hat in the new era. Luffy would never agree to give up on his dream and live on. So the two parted ways unhappily again, and Law used his ability to transfer his allies. Before Yuta left with her fans, she had a brief conversation with Gordon, asking for his support, but Gordon believed her plan would surely fail because the Navy and the world government had yet to make a move. To everyone's surprise, asking for his support, but Gordon believed her plan would surely fail because the Navy and the world government had yet to make a move. To everyone's surprise, Yuta took out the sheet music for the forbidden song hidden in the basement, which was her biggest trump card. Gordon was shocked and revealed immense fear. But Luffy was shocked to discover. How could my huge Sunny just disappear? Moments later, a wet little lion crawled out of the water, calling out for Sunny. But Luffy was shocked to discover. How could my huge Sunny just disappear? Moments later, a wet little lion crawled out of the water, calling out for Sunny. Luffy and Bartolomeo were incredibly surprised. Could this be the Sunny? Yuta's ability was terrifying, but could the power of a single fruit really be so comprehensive and invincible? Braving the light rain to board the island. At this time, Leah stood in the rain, contemplating how to resolve today's situation. To be honest, compared to brute force, her strongest ability was actually in the mental realm. After all, how could she have controlled Wang Lei to help the pirates escape from Marineford if she didn't excel in that area? However, she didn't like using such abilities, as she felt it went against her principles. She hoped everyone could be independent, free to do whatever they wanted, rather than being manipulated like puppets. As she felt it went against her principles. She hoped everyone could be independent, free to do whatever they wanted, rather than being manipulated like puppets. Everyone present was drawn into Yuta's dream world, which was tantamount to a nearly insurmountable complete hypnosis ability akin to Mirage. No one would be able to return to reality. Leah frowned, but she felt too embarrassed to take action against Yuta. After all, she was Shank's daughter. No one would be able to return to reality. Leah frowned, but she felt too embarrassed to take action against Yuta. After all, she was Shank's daughter, and they had their conflicts. If they fought, wouldn't their issues deepen? Leah watched as Yuta consumed the poisonous sleep mushroom that would prevent anyone from sleeping and ultimately cause death. The thought that all the civilians would perish along with her made Squirrel unable to hold back and move forward, and Fujitora threatened her. At this moment, Leah stood up, blocking Yuta, silently staring at the Navy. Even without any threatening words, her presence was already a significant deterrent. Fujitora then asked, "You are usually a reasonable person. Now that so many people are in danger because of her, are you going to stand by her side?" Reasonableness depends on the situation. If a child we know makes a mistake, we, as elders, naturally need to find a way to handle the aftermath. Leah said lightly. However, Yuta excitedly pushed Leah away, exclaiming, "Who are you to be my elder? I don't need your control." Leah stumbled back from the push, frowned, and then asked Yuta. Yuta excitedly pushed Leah away, exclaiming, "Who are you to be my elder? I don't need your control," Yuta said before launching an attack on the Navy. This time Leah didn't hesitate and decisively let Yuta act on her own. During her rebellious phase, she needed an outlet for her emotions, and it wouldn't be right to unleash that on innocent civilians. The Navy's task was to capture Yuta. She needed an outlet for her emotions, and it wouldn't be right to unleash that on innocent civilians. The Navy's task was to capture Yuta, which could serve as an outlet for her emotions. Yuta could control everyone in a dream state, while the Navy couldn't act against innocent civilians, thus instantly changing the dynamics of attack and defense. As long as they removed their earplugs, the distant Navy forces would soon become Yuta's puppets. The mesmerizing melody drove thousands of troops to attack the Admiral, with figures like Bruno, Beppo, and Law among them. After the duration of one song, the Navy was already in disarray. However, Leah was completely unaffected by the music. Given Yuta's current level, it was indeed very difficult. Countless monsters lurked in the darkness. Although her own crew was trapped in the dream world, she was not worried at all. With Luffy and the others around, they wouldn't easily get into trouble. In the dream world, the Straw Hat crew and pirates like Owen and the Bure siblings were trapped in the sheet music. Unable to move, they struggled desperately, but it was useless. Meanwhile, Brook was trying hard to adjust his position. It was the reliable Robin who brought the topic back on track. She speculated that there must be a staff behind them, but unfortunately, Brook immediately sang the notes to rescue his companions. Seeing this, Owen also asked the Straw Hat crew for assistance. And Bureau members' condition was that they had to cooperate with the Navy. After that, the group split into several teams. Most of the Straw Hat crew accompanied Robin to the castle of their homeland, Elbaf, to see if they could find a way to break Yuta's abilities from the history of their fallen nation. In the library, they were attacked by a giant puppet, and under the cover of her companions, Robin deciphered the patterns on the ceiling, finally uncovering some bad truths. Meanwhile, Bruno and Kobe went to find Luffy and the others to explain Yuta's song fruit ability. Anyone who had heard her sing would have their soul transported to the singing world. Even worse, Yuta had already consumed the deadly sleep mushroom. Once she died, everyone would be trapped here. This was Yuta's ultimate plan. In fact, it wasn't just the tens of thousands of concertgoers. The most terrifying aspect of the song fruit lay in its use of the transponder snail to continuously broadcast the concert in the dream world. The most terrifying aspect of the song fruit lay in its use of the transponder snail to continuously broadcast the concert in the dream world. According to Lucci's report to the elders, it would only take an hour for 70 of the world's population to be hypnotized. According to Lucci's report to the elders, it would only take an hour for 70 of the world's population to be hypnotized. A power that exceeded the expectations of the higher-ups. As they spoke, some celestial dragons had already been pulled into the dream world. The celestial dragon immediately ordered the nearby navy to capture Yuta, as he had taken a liking to her. Initially, Yuta didn't want to resort to violence. And when the navy went against their own beliefs, and, under the celestial dragon's urging, moved against Yuta, she no longer hesitated and swiftly dealt with them. However, such actions did not garner support from the fans. The celestial dragons were deities high above, and they were afraid. The vast majority lacked the courage to resist. Such actions did not garner support from the fans. The celestial dragons were deities high above, and they were afraid. The vast majority lacked the courage to resist. Then is it paradise to be forever immersed in dreams? Once the worship of the void is abandoned, the mob instantly splits into countless factions. Then is it paradise to be forever immersed in dreams? Once the worship of the void is abandoned, the mob instantly splits into countless factions. Everything she does is for everyone, and she cannot comprehend why, despite the pain of reality, they still choose to remain in it. Unable to find an answer. Everything she does is for everyone, and she cannot comprehend why, despite the pain of reality, they still choose to remain in it. Unable to find an answer. Yuta crazily provides one herself. As long as she brings them more joy, everyone should be willing to stay. The rampaging song fruit ability transformed on Robin's side. Due to the commotion caused by her friend's battle, they accidentally collapsed the entire castle. At the last moment, Nami stands in front of the mirror, threatening Bray. On Robin's side, due to the commotion caused by her friend's battle, they accidentally collapsed the entire castle. At the last moment, Nami stands in front of the mirror. Their only hope lies deep underground, containing the Demon King filled with humanity's many negative emotions. That Demon King exists across both reality and dreams. And if they can defeat it simultaneously in both realms, the entire dream world will disappear as a result. Internally, it's manageable, but who will break through externally? Kobe believes the Navy, concerned for civilians, cannot take on such a heavy responsibility. Before he finishes speaking, Yuta's adoptive father, Gordon, and Beppo arrive late. Kobe believes the Navy, concerned for civilians, cannot take on such a heavy responsibility. Before he finishes speaking, Yuta's suggesting that they need Shanks to step in from the outside. Luffy asks what happened between Yuta and Shanks. Gordon is evasive, and Luffy decides not to think too much about it, setting off alone to challenge Yuta. Zoro clarifies Luffy's actions. As long as they keep attacking, it doesn't matter who is outside. They just need to synchronize their offensive. Moreover, even though he wasn't present at the time, he felt shocked just reading about it in the newspaper. End of this chapter. Chapter 225 Side Story 31. Yuta Chapter 5. As Luffy appears resolute, he softens when facing Yuta. Even if he is unwilling to go all out against her. Yuta believes her hatred for Shanks stems from the red-haired pirate's abandonment. Shanks' destructive departure from Elegia. Luffy clenches his fists and says. After hearing this, Yuta still does not change her mind. She thinks Shanks will not come, believing he doesn't care about her. Luffy clenches his fists and says. After hearing this, Yuta still does not change her mind. She thinks Shanks will not come, believing he doesn't care about her. Yuta commands the puppets to attack Leah, taking this opportunity to do something very important. Leah, looking at the ordinary people surrounding her, cannot help but frown, then feels somewhat relieved, directly releasing shadows to pin down all the uncontrolled people to the ground. Leah notices that a small black shadow has stuffed someone's leg into its mouth and is about to bite down when Leah slaps it flat. As Leah's attention is diverted, Leah notices that a small black shadow has stuffed someone's leg into its mouth and is about to bite down when Leah slaps it flat. As Leah's attention is diverted, Yuta draws a dagger, ready to kill Luffy. She absolutely will not allow the new era Luffy desires. Just as Leah is about to release her wings to rush over. After 12 years of separation, Yuta finally reunites with the red-haired pirates, tears and rain intertwining, a flood of emotions surging. Yuta, completely driven mad, laughs maniacally. After 12 years of separation, Yuta finally reunites with the red-haired pirates, tears and rain intertwining, a flood, but suddenly realizes that everyone is pinned down by the shadows pouring out from behind Leah and cannot move. Meanwhile, Leah is focused on dealing with the greedy little shadows, stepping on and flattening them, finally getting them to behave. The other members of the red-haired pirates watch this scene, suddenly feeling their faces starting to hurt too. Not to mention, Leah hitting the little shadows is no different from hitting them on the head, with the only difference being that when there are many, she gives their captain a bit of face. This saves both the Navy and the red-haired pirates a lot of effort. At the same time, in the dream world, Luffy points out that Shanks has already arrived, and everyone immediately launches a full-scale attack while Yuta is distracted. Yuta, however, summons the Music Knights to easily defuse this wave of attacks. But before she can sing the next song, summons the Music Knights to easily defuse this wave of attacks. But before she can sing the next song, with Chopper as a feint and Law using room to envelop Yuta from behind, under their combined assault, they finally send Yuta into Bartolomeo's invincible barrier. With Chopper as a feint and Law using room to envelop Yuta from behind, under their combined assault, they finally send Yuta into Bartolomeo's invincible barrier. The external summoned objects lose synchronization and all fall. Yuta is in despair. She starts singing again, and those puppets become even more frenzied, nearly breaking free from the little shadow's restraints. But Shanks remains smiling, watching Yuta, and seeing her like this brings a hint of under the guise of righteousness, show no remorse. Kind-hearted Yuta treats every fan as family. Seeing her fans, Yuta suddenly gives up everything and collapses onto her fans. To her, rebirth in the dream world does not count as death. Not being able to enter dreams and dying in reality is the absolute farewell Yuta cannot accept. Seeing Yuta like this, now the villain is me. Leah suddenly says, if you don't let Luffy and the others go, I will kill everyone here I have. As being a villain is not easy, but what does it matter to him? In the end, it will be Shanks who gets beaten, but Leah's current actions might save these innocent civilians. Hey, are you still human? They are innocent. Yuta angrily says, then keeps glancing at Shanks. But Leah's current actions might save these innocent civilians. Hey, are you still human? They are innocent. Yuta angrily says, then hoping he can stop this woman's actions. Shanks seemed expressionless, but in reality, his heart was twisted like a twisted donut. If you weren't Shanks' daughter, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you nicely. I would have just taken action. Besides, since you know they are innocent, didn't you also pull them into the dream world? Leah slowly stepped on the person Yuta had been anxiously observing. I was doing it for their sake. For their sake? Little girl, how much real suffering have you seen to dare say that this was for their sake? I saw their dreams. I've seen many. Little girl, how much real suffering have you seen to dare say that this was for their sake? I saw their dreams. I've seen many. I think your plan has probably been exposed, right? How many people actually support your actions? Don't you already know? I think your plan has probably been exposed, right? How many people actually support your actions? Don't you already know? But things had escalated to this extent, and countless people could die because of Yuta's recklessness at any moment. Children need to be educated. Shanks is really unreliable. This is truly a distinct villain style. Leah quickly signaled Beckman to take action to stop her, using this opportunity to get close to Yuta. Before Beckman could act, Shanks came over and forcibly pulled Leah to the side. Sure enough, he was quite cooperative, but still angry, don't care. But just as the family was entangled, a dense rain of gunfire erupted. It turned out that Admiral Akinu, stationed at the headquarters, had ordered everyone to open fire. But just as the family was entangled, a dense rain of gunfire erupted. It turned out that Admiral Akinu, he was willing to kill all the civilians on the island to capture Yuta. Kizaru stepped out from behind, saying, "Oh, it's really unavoidable to sacrifice tens of thousands to stop this child." He flew into the sky, using his famous technique, the Yata no Kagami, to bombard the entire island. In the next moment, there was no sky-high fire as imagined. Red Hair jumped into the air, slicing through all the light spheres with one sword. No longer teasing as before, remained unusually silent, while Fujitora appeared ready to act but hesitated to move. Below, Yuta was taking care of the injured with the red-haired pirate ship doctor, Dr. Kureha, and at that moment, the side effects of the sleep mushroom began to take effect. Starting from her body in the dream world, under the stimulus of the sleep mushroom, Yuta's emotions became uncontrollably agitated. Starting from her body in the dream world, under the stimulus of the sleep mushroom, Yuta's emotions became uncontrollably agitated. Leah saw this scene and decisively spread her wings to control the rampaging Yuta, but Yuta was still very resistant, struggling violently. Yuta took out the score of the forbidden song, and the story began to head towards the worst conclusion. When the ultimate score played, Bartolomeo's invincible barrier was violently broken by Yuta. In reality, Leah was also blown away by a strong shockwave, but just as she was about to crash to the ground, she was caught by Shanks in time. A mix of red and blue energy, intertwined with pitch black, covered the island below, stimulating the controlled ones to become increasingly active. She was caught by Shanks in time. A mix of red and blue energy, intertwined with pitch black, covered the island below, stimulating the controlled ones to become increasingly active. This was what the Navy was worried about. The darkest ability of the Song fruit. Dark energy obscured the sky, and the Demon King returned from the abyss. After over a decade, the apocalyptic scene that had not been forgotten by the world for hundreds of years finally arrived. In reality, the red-hair pirates stood ready. After over a decade, the apocalyptic scene that had not been forgotten by the world for hundreds of years finally arrived. In reality, the red-hair pirates stood ready. Leah also stood up, staring at this gigantic monster. Unlike the tension of others, her eyes revealed extreme excitement and desire. In a dream, far away in Mary Geos, the Gorosei Eye could no longer cut off the live broadcast before them, because of the Song fruit's unfathomable ability. Far away in Mary Geos, the Gorosei Eye could no longer cut off the live broadcast before them. Because of the Song, she can no longer hear the voices of the people pulled into the dream. After several rounds, Luffy raised his gear, third giant fist, and joined the battle. But despite everyone having their strengths, they were continuously defeated by the Music Knights while approaching Yuta. In fact, each group fought for themselves and had not achieved much for a long time. Usopp was the first to be knocked back, and then others were successively pushed back. However, each group fought for themselves and had not achieved much for a long time. Usopp was the first to be knocked back, and then others were successively pushed back. However, they were not discouraged but realized the importance of working together. But Luffy didn't want to fight at all. He charged forward. Yuta ended the battle with a spear thrust, and, at a critical moment, her adoptive father, Gordon, used his once-in-a-lifetime flash to block Yuta's spear. Ignoring his pain, Yuta ended the battle with a spear thrust, and, at a critical moment, her adoptive father, Gordon, it turned out that the culprit behind that disaster was not the red-haired pirates as rumored. The score of the forbidden song, which had been buried deep underground, appeared at the banquet. Upon coming into contact with the score, Yuta's fruit awakened on the spot, and the tune she hummed inadvertently awakened a monster that had slept for hundreds of years. Thus, but it was already too late. How could the young Yuta face the heavy guilt of having slaughtered an entire country? What'd you do next? Shanks did not hesitate. But it was already too late. How could the young Yuta face the heavy guilt of having slaughtered an entire country? The former King Gordon's choice was even more incomprehensible. Backed by the Burning Kingdom, he chose to bear the pain of the nation's destruction alone, simply because Shanks said that singing was not a crime. Gordon chose to forgive Yuta and took on the responsibility of raising her to be a singer who could make the whole world feel happiness. Gordon chose to forgive Yuta and took on the responsibility of raising her to be a singer who could make the whole world feel happiness, pouring all his remaining effort into her. Suppressing his inner reluctance and pain, Shanks and the others left, laughing heartily, loaded with treasure. Luffy thought that after Yuta learned the truth, she would resolve her inner conflicts, and he happily ran toward Yuta. But what awaited him was an even more powerful ray. Her original intention had never changed. Stop deceiving yourself. Look at the chaotic world around you. Is this the free, new era you dreamed of? Her original intention had never changed. Stop deceiving yourself. Look at the chaotic world around you. The forbidden song had manifested for so long that it was no longer something Yuta, at her level, could control. The broken dream world was left with only a void of chaos and distorted monsters making indescribable sounds. Meanwhile, the puppets outside became more active, and Beckman had to point his gun at Kizaru's face, warning him not to attack civilians. The scene before them was indeed filled with great irony. And Beckman had to point his gun at Kizaru's face, warning him not to attack civilians. The scene before them was indeed filled with great irony. Had no choice but to take the Navy's bullets with their bodies. Unlike 12 years ago, for Yuta, who had consumed the sleepless mushroom, even fainting was a luxury. The boundary of the dream world was constantly expanding with the growth of the nightmare, and how much reality would be devoured by the illusion. The boundary of the dream world was constantly expanding with the growth of the nightmare, and how much reality would be in a deeper layer of her inner world. Yuta was bearing the curses of all the victims from the kingdom of Elegia. Yuta's inner voice gradually revealed that she had known the truth of her city destruction and nation annihilation a year ago, while on the other, her true self was in so much pain and guilt that she wanted to die. Allowing all who wanted to escape the tragic era to live forever in the dream world. She stepped closer to the road of no return that was destined for destruction. And Yuta, whose mind was already unclear, could no longer stop the forbidden apocalypse. Just then, Leah closed her eyes and entered Yuta's inner world, taking her hand and saying, "For things that cannot be undone, you must learn to bear them. You are no longer that little girl who could do nothing, are you?" Yuta looked at Leah with a complex expression. The father she had always respected, Shanks, had looked at this woman differently the first time he met her. Fearing that she would take away Shanks's love for her, Yuta had initially excluded Leah. But this woman was indeed not a bad person. Fearing that she would take away Shanks's love for her, Yuta had initially excluded Leah. But this woman was indeed not a bad person. Then the music devil will no longer be able to control you. You need to learn to harness it. This will greatly benefit your future musical path. Leah said, "Then the music devil will no longer be able to control you. You need to learn to harness it. This will greatly benefit your future musical path." Leah said, "My musical path. Is there still a possibility of continuation?" Yuta murmured, and in this extremely insecure inner world, she did not shake off Leah's hand. Meanwhile, in the dream world, after yet another futile attempt by Irvin, Sanji saved Bruley, with Kobe acting as the on-site commander. Gordon and Balumabur were responsible for covering the operation, while Chopper took care of the injured Luffy. Jinbe and Frankie formed the team's shield. Usopp provided long-range output. Gordon and Balumabur were responsible for covering the operation, while Chopper took care of the injured Luffy. Jinbe and Frankie formed the team's shield. Usopp provided and Brook and Sanji acted as surprise support for the entire scene. Finally, the key players were Zoro and Irvin as the main attackers. At this point, believing that Yuta had come to this point because of him, this adoptive father-esque love for Yuta was evident to everyone, and he was absolutely indispensable on Yuta's path to fame. The adoptive father cried as he entrusted everything to the now-awakened Luffy, bearing the promise to save Yuta and everyone, and he was absolutely indispensable on Yuta's path to fame. The adoptive father cried as he entrusted everything to the now-awakened Luffy, bearing the promise to save Yuta. Luffy and Gear 4th charged forward, striking heavily at the intersection of reality and dream awakening. On the other side of the barrier, Shanks also exerted his strength, who crossed thousands of miles alone just to fight for his family. He rambled about sensing the situation in the dream through observation haki. Shanks impatiently interrupted him, stating that the red-haired pirates had many observation haki masters. Aside from needing to be wary of the Navy admirals behind him to break through the barrier, there needed to be a master of observation haki in the dream world to predict and collaborate. Otherwise, they could only flail about like they were now. Shanks and Luffy could sense each other, but that was still far from enough. Ultimately, it was the man named Usopp who stepped forward. His exceptional observation haki easily connecting the two worlds. Jesus, Burgess, and Usopp, father and son, were closely linked through the perspective of observation hockey, becoming the eyes of their respective teams. With their command, Luffy and his crew, along with Shanks and his crew, welcomed an incredibly exciting era-defining collaboration. The figures of powerful warriors separated by a generation traversed reality, dreams intertwining, racing toward the same direction, hearts running along the way. The figures of powerful warriors separated by a generation traversed reality, dreams intertwining, racing toward the same direction, hearts running along the way. Shattering the void ahead with a punch and a slash, just as you said back then that I was like you. When I grew up, I became you. Returning to the simple black and white, Yuta's loneliness and her original dream became clearer, washing away the glamour. Countless memories with Shanks flooded her mind. Returning to the simple black and white, Yuta's loneliness and her original dream became clearer, washing away the glamour. Shanks also recalled the day he discovered Yuta among countless treasures. 20-year-old Shanks was melted by little Yuta's smile. All the distortions were purified in the explosion, and everything in the outside world finally returned to normal, with Yuta collapsing in Shanks's arms, her mind restored. However, all the distortions were purified in the explosion, and everything in the outside world finally returned to normal, with Yuta collapsing in Shanks's arms, her mind restored. Leah lunged to the ground to catch the medicine, but in doing so, she scratched her cheek. However, Leah didn't seem to mind. She stood up, dusted off her skirt, and helplessly asked, "Have you two been ignoring me? I can also wake those people up. You don't need the little girl to sacrifice anything." And helplessly asked, "Have you two been ignoring me? I can also wake those people up. You don't need the little girl to sacrifice anything. What has happened cannot be changed, even if you die now," Leah said expressionlessly. Shanks seemed to want to argue for Yuta, but he held back because he knew Leah was not that kind of person. Sure enough, Leah slightly opened her hand, but he held back because he knew Leah was not that kind of person. Sure enough, Leah slightly opened her hand. Leah nodded actively and then took the initiative to explain the negative emotions it carries. Simply put, I consumed them, and now it has turned into a small lump. In short, this guy can grow. I heard Luffy say that you, little girl, want to become a musician who brings happiness to people. So use your singing to bring happiness and hope to others. Nurture it with positive emotions, and it will grow in harmony with your music. The revolutionary anthem is waiting for you to compose it. Consider it a way to atone for your past unintentional mistakes. Please sing your heart out and bring happiness to people. It's much better than quietly fading away. Leah said this with a smile. Seemingly influenced by Leah, Yuta nodded tearfully at Leah, then resolutely took the antidote and drank it down. Shanks respected his daughter's choice, and the two held each other's hands. Yuta nodded tearfully at Leah, then resolutely took the antidote and drank it down. Shanks respected his daughter's choice, and the two held each other's hands. The years of estrangement dissipating. The girl weakly walked towards the stage, while Zoro brought over a snail phone. The angelic melody fell like starlight upon the chaotic crowd at sunset, and everyone fell deeply asleep in a beautiful dream. Leah, however, began to spread her... But at least everyone was alive again, right? Yuta and Luffy sat down to talk in a certain layer of dreams. But at least everyone was alive again, right? Yuta and Luffy sat down to talk in a certain layer of dreams. Luffy felt that his fists were more powerful than bullets and cannonballs, but in Yuta's memories, they felt soft and weak. After that, Yuta returned Shanks' straw hat to Luffy, believing that Luffy would definitely become the Pirate King. The red-haired pirates gathered together, watching this child they had seen grow up, now shining brightly, and they all smiled in unison. In such a warm moment, only Kizaru was still thinking about the task of taking Yuta back. No need for more words. The Conqueror's haki surged forth, impacting all directions. Even the admirals retreated under the terrifying pressure that crushed the heavens and the earth. In the end, the Navy arrived in full force, but left empty-handed on their return journey, accompanied by a soft song reminiscing about the past. In the end, the Navy arrived in full force, but left empty-handed on their return journey, accompanied by a soft song reminiscing about the past. The red-haired pirates had already gone far away. Meanwhile, Leah began to consider what path Yuta should take to debut, but as for Shanks, he still needed a good beating. Some things had to be clarified to avoid her carrying a grudge for over a decade. "You bastard!" Leah chased after the fleeing Shanks. And Yuta watched this scene, eating the little desserts Leah had prepared, suddenly smiling and saying, "It seems like this way of living is not too bad." Summary. Upon waking up to find herself in the pirate world, Leah decides to become the richest person in the OP world, save Ace. Summary. Upon waking up to find herself in the pirate world, Leah decides to become the richest person in the OP world, save Ace, and reach the peak of her life. However, on the road to her dreams, a red-haired guy shamelessly entangles her. While working on her career,